Warriors continue through a stretch of tough schedule and close games. Even though this one's a double-figure loss, it was a clutch game, and they're now 7-9 in those as the buzzer sounds. 143 to 133. Golden State with the loss. They'll get ready for the Memphis Grizzlies and Minnesota, a really tough two-game trip that is upcoming.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. What a weekend of sports in the Bay Area. A lot going on out here as the Warriors lose to the Mavericks 142 to 133. They did pick up a big trade, though. We'll talk about that a little bit today. Dennis Schröder will be joining the Golden State Warriors. He will be in the lineup against the Memphis Grizzlies on Thursday. And, boy, they could have used him yesterday at the point of attack because the Dallas Mavericks shot 60% yesterday, 59.8 to be exact. Let's round it up. 60% for the game, 51% from three. Luka, Kyrie, Clay, they combined for 95 points. And it's hard to lose a basketball game. Bless you. It's hard to lose a basketball game, Shasky, when you make 27 threes, which ties a franchise record. You shoot 50% from three. You score 133. You're plus 14 in points off turnovers. I mean, you shoot 47.5%. You have four players score 20, and one of those players is Draymond Green, who had 21 and 5 made threes off the bench. It is hard to lose like that, but if you don't play defense at the point of attack and you allow a team to score 46 in a quarter, it's going to be an uphill battle, as we say. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shits. Happy Monday, everybody. What a weekend of NFL football. What a weekend with the Heisman Trophy ceremony. The NBA's cooking right now with the Cup and, of course, the trade with the Golden State Warriors. And we got more news about Devondre Campbell as John Lynch is ready to throw them things against Devondre Campbell at number 59. What a chump he was. And it looks like, as Ian Rappaport just 30 minutes ago, Shasky, is reporting that Devondre Campbell likely suspended for the next 3 games. So the Niners, as Ian Williams suggested, do not cut this guy, suspend him so he can't latch on to another team and possibly play in the playoffs and make more money.
Yeah, you want me to start with the Devondre Campbell
You
stuff?
can start wherever you want to go.
Well,
buffet table. Spin the wheel.
Yeah.
Spin the wheel. Spin the wheel.
I just, well, good for Clay to get the I guess the latest laugh, not the last laugh, because they'll see each other again. You know, if Steph got the first one, he had a monster game yesterday, and stopping Luka is, wow. I mean, oh my God, that guy. As much as he drives me nuts, I absolutely acknowledge, recognize, and praise his greatness. That guy is one of the most, what do you have, 30, 10, and 10 at halftime? Or something
29,
close?
9, and 8 at halftime.
I mean,
29, 9, and 8. And he dropped his 80th career triple-double.
You guys put a graphic up on the postgame show. It was like 29, 9, and 9 are like his career averages against the Warriors.
Against the Warriors, yeah.
And I believe it was just the regular season, 21 games. And I'm saying, if you would have told me it was 40, 20, and 20, I believe you. He's his shot making, the leaners, the 1 foot Dirkish kind of like shots. You referenced Larry Bird. Yes, absolutely Larry Bird. And he's one of the greatest half-court players I've ever seen. And when I mean half-court, I mean try to throw the kitchen sink at him, and he's going to make the right decision, whether it's a skip pass, whether it's a leaner, a runner, dribble by somebody. He uses his ball handling and his ability to use his body to shield the ball. He's so spectacular. The skill is through the roof. His understanding of leverage, how to get a guy leaning in the wrong direction and then use that against them, not only to get the foul and the and one, but to then kiss it off the backboard. I mean, it looks like a guy who has stayed in the gym working on these wild shots that you could only imagine in your head. He's an all-time player. He just really is.
He's no doubt, and now he's in shape. Last time the Warriors played the Mavericks, November the 12th, Luka wasn't out of shape. I was worried around the Mavericks before the game. I was like, man, Luka's not even in shape yet. He uses the first, which is kind of asinine. He uses basically the first 6 weeks of the season to get himself into shape. So now he's in much better shape, and he's moving a lot better, and he's cooking right now. He set the tone in the first quarter when the Mavericks, they hit their first 9 shots. Before you blinked, it was 22-11. You're thinking, oh, boy, here we go again. They made their first 9 shots in the first quarter. And so then Luka has 15 in the first quarter. Just look at these numbers in the first quarter alone, where the Warriors give up 46. And had it not been for Draymond off the bench giving some energy with the 3-point shooting, he hits 3 threes in the first quarter just to get back into it. Warriors were down 19 in the first quarter. Luka had 15. He was 6 of 7, 2 threes. Kyrie had his 8 and 5 assists in the first quarter alone. Think about that. Kyrie Irving got overshadowed yesterday. He had allowed 21 points and 8 assists. Kyrie's hooping. You had Clay, you had P.J. Washington with a 7, Clay with a 6. Then you had Quentin Grimes, who's a nice addition for them, off the bench making shots. They scored 46 in the first quarter, 65% shooting in that first quarter, 61 from three. And the Warriors right now just aren't good enough to continue to just fall behind in these basketball games. It gets a great team like the Mavericks. The Mavericks are going to be in contention for an NBA championship. They're going to be in contention in the Western Conference to at least get to the NBA Finals. So when you're playing uphill against an offensive fire, this team right now, the Mavericks are rolling on both offense and defense since November the 16th. They're top 5 in all kind of categories, offensively and defensively. You can't dig yourself a hole and give up 46 points in the first quarter and expect to win a basketball game. Like, you can't give up 60% shooting. It just was terrible. And Draymond touched on it after the game. We got to set a better tone. Well, how are you going to set a better tone when he's coming off the bench?
Well, once they started making really good shots, like wide open good looks, then they start making contested shots. Yep. And there's something about that team. They're a very interesting, difficult matchup for the Warriors. Mm-hmm. They had 4 out with 1 in, and they do a great job skipping the ball around. And not only do they have multiple guys who can beat you off the dribble when you close out on that perimeter, but they also have a tremendous amount of shot makers. And then you touched on the defense. I think they contest better than whatever the numbers showed you yesterday regarding the Warriors shooting. I thought they were better defensively than whatever those numbers showed.
Lively, Gafford, P.J. Washington, Long, Athletic, and they didn't even have Najee Marshall, who's coming off of his better games against OKC. This is a deep and good team with the Dallas Mavericks. They found a way to build around Luka and Kyrie Irving. So, look, man, this is a good team. This is a very, very good team. Lively and Gafford, they know how to set screens. They dive to the basket. So you have to honor the roll man in the pick and roll, because they're long and athletic. So you want to contest at the rim. But constantly, Kyrie and Luka get 2 feet in the paint and break down your defense. And then Klay Thompson, one of the greatest shooters we've ever seen, is getting wide open looks. And that's the fear I had when Klay Thompson signed with Dallas. A lot of people were hyped up. It's like Luka and Kyrie are going to have the ball in their heads. Yes, that's true. They're going to have the ball in their heads. But you better be ready on that perimeter to catch a hot potato from one of these two guys. So they're so good at just breaking down the defense that guys like PJ, guys like Quentin Grimes, guys like Klay Thompson, they're going to get wide open looks, and they're going to nail them. That's a tough matchup.
What about Draymond Green not starting, going with Kuminga? The first quarter defense clearly wasn't great. Do you like it? Do you not like it? Do you need to see more? Is it a bad matchup? Too premature to make assumptions?
Well, I think Steve Kerr, he mentioned this Saturday at practice, and he keeps saying it. Draymond in training camp said Kuminga's a 3. Steve Kerr's been adamant about Kuminga being a 4. But the problem you have with Kuminga at the 4 is that it takes away from Draymond Green. So now we got we have an interesting dynamic here, a dilemma, I should say, with Draymond Green coming off the bench, shifting to the bench, and not being in there defensively. Steve Kerr went on and on Saturday about he's the best defender in the world. Like, he's our two-way player. He connects us. Our identity is defense. So I do think with Kuminga, he either shifts back to the bench and plays alongside Buddy Hield to play the pick-and-roll game, and maybe he plays alongside Schröder when he doesn't play alongside Stephen Curry. To Schröder, that is. You have to start Draymond Green. You have to. I've seen enough in these last couple of games where J.K. starting. He had a good game, and I'm not even coming down J.K.'s road. J.K. had a good game. I think he's rebounding better, although he didn't rebound well yesterday, but he's rebounding better overall over the last 2 weeks. But Draymond's force, as he mentioned last night, it's obvious. When you're playing the Dallas Mavericks team, you don't have Draymond on the floor with Kyrie and Luka are out there to start the game. Now they get just so comfortable. And it's nothing against Looney. It's nothing against Steph. It's nothing against the starters. But I just think you have to find a way to play Draymond at the 4 because Steve Kerr mentioned it. Playing him at the 5 wears him out. So we may want him to play the small ball 5, but his best position is the 4. So who can you play alongside Draymond Green at the 5? Is it TJD? Is it Looney? Who plays the 3? Is it Wiggins or JK? They like Wiggins at the 3. So now Steve Kerr, I think moving forward, I think what we're going to see, Shasky, Schröder, Curry, Wiggins, Draymond, TJD. I think we're going to see that 5. Now, what does it do for JK in the contract year? This is a dilemma that you're going to have to play with here, or you're going to have to make some more moves here to deadline, and that's kind of staring us in the face right now.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Well, when you gave Draymond the extension a couple of years ago, I think a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, Draymond, but it comes at an expense, and not all these guys can play alongside each other and play together, and when you play Draymond, there's a lot of great that he brings to the table, but part of surrounding him with the appropriate talent, it's a little difficult. You got to have a specific kind of a 5 alongside of him to start games off. And then simultaneously, the other 3 guys you have at the forward and 2 guard spots have to be able to defend and shoot. And if they can't shoot, then he has a tough time with spacing because you're playing a big who necessarily can't shoot. And so, like, there are a lot of positives he brings to the table. Some of the negatives are the difficulty in rounding out the rest of that starting lineup or first 5 to complement his skill set.
I'm with you. Now, he's shooting the ball better, which helps, right?
Absolutely.
Because he's out there on the perimeter.
I can't remember the last time he hit 3 in a row.
Dude, he made 5 threes. He was 5 and 9 yesterday.
Was it? So, it was 3 in a row, right?
Well, yeah, it was 3 in a row that first quarter, and he was letting it fly, no hesitation. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, if he does that, he can space the floor automatically while playing your point forward. See, there's a lot of responsibility with Draymond Green. Number one, when you do have Draymond Green not in the starting lineup, it does take a little away from Steph and Curry because of their two-man game and the way they have their chemistry and their rapport and the way they move the basketball with that starting unit. He's a tone setter. Defensively, your defensive captain, barking out signals. Hey, stay back. I got it. Weak side help or whatnot. Right now, JK's biggest flaw, in my opinion, is weak side defense. If he's not on the basketball, he could get lost at times, caught up in screens, caught up looking. Weak side defense right now, JK needs to improve. He's got to improve right away here. He's got to sit on that end of the floor, or things may shake for JK or something, because you know the Warriors are not done when it comes to trading. Like, Dennis Schröder is a great piece to add here. They talked about him last night. They're going to run a lot more pick and roll with Dennis Schröder. Draymond mentioned that we're going to adapt to what Schröder does. We don't need him to adapt to what we do. We're going to adapt to what he does, which is a great pick-and-roll player, but a guy who can play off the ball. But Schröder alone is not enough if you want to compete with the Dallas Mavericks or the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I don't know if there's a move out there that makes them compete with those teams. Like, I don't know. And I think part of why Dennis Schröder is here is, Podziemski's not playing to the ability that I think everyone wanted him to, was projecting him to, hoping he would. You saw it in the final, 4 or 5 minutes of the game. They just needed somebody else who could initiate offense in the half court. Yep. It was difficult for Steph. The one thing that I'm noticing, it's off the dribble. Steph's having a more difficult time shaking these long, athletic defenders. Yep. Just a couple of years ago, he could still get his shot pretty much, at will. Now you're seeing that, the legs are a little creakier.
No doubt.
They just are.
Knee tendonitis, bilateral knee tendonitis, and he is 36 years old, so he is having trouble blowing by guys. There's no doubt about it. And he's seeing a longer, more athletic defender every single night. It's not going to slow down.
No, and I think one of the things that we just assume, for example, when SGA has the ball in the half court, not all 5 defenders are staring at SGA. Yes, he's an ISO player, but they've got other guys that can knock down shots alongside of him that you have to honor. And if you stand staring at SGA, he will set up someone else in the half court. You watched Luka last night. Luka, yes, he will destroy you one-on-one. And if you run a double at him, he will also make the brilliant pass to someone who will knock down a shot or a lob to one of the bigs to get an easy dunk. The Warriors just don't have the same level of threats as some of these other teams. Although Wiggins has played a lot better this year. I actually really am enjoying the Wiggins that I'm seeing right now. And so when I see all these different projections of trades and scenarios, I'm very hesitant to make any of these deals because I think you're surrendering a player that's extremely valuable to the Warriors in Andrew Wiggins to match salaries in one of these deals.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And then what do you do after 3? If Kerr doesn't believe Kuminga's a 3, then you trade your best small forward off the roster. So Mike Dunleavy, I trust him, man. I think he's made some shrewd moves here. Picking up Schröder, and in case you missed it, Dennis Schroeder's now a member of the Golden State Warriors, and it's a player a lot of us have kind of looked at and said, okay, could you pry him away from Brooklyn, who's a rebuilding team, and they want to tank, and they want to add picks, and they want to build for the future, because he's a free agent after the season, Dennis Schröder, and he's having a career season, 18 points a game, 6 assists, 3 rebounds. He's shooting at a high clip. So the Warriors make the trade, and they swap second-round picks, a very low-risk, high-reward move. You trade DeAnthony Melton, who's out for the season, so you move his salary slot. So now you still have assets to make another move here. But the fact that they made the move in mid-December tells you about the urgency that they have right now, especially in game situations. And yes, you're right. Gary Payton II right now shooting 15% from three. Now he's 4-28. He's not hitting the open shots. Brandon Pajewski, he only played 15 minutes, so I'm not going to get on Pajewski. I don't know if I know the last possession.
No, that's not fair.
With the Luka Doncic situation, that was a bad possession.
I was mad at his teammates for not coming to him. He's in the corner, he's stuck, and everyone's standing there. It's like, to me, just basic, basic defense.
Right.
When you're in the corner, it's a death trap. Either you're going to get boxed out by the two sidelines, the baseline and sideline, and the defender, or a second defender is going to come. You need to come to the ball if you're his teammates. I'm not trying to exonerate. He dribbled into no man's land.
Right.
But the point being is like, Kuminga, come over to him. Vicat. Sorry, I get frustrated watching.
No, it was a frustrating possession.
Not great right now.
It was a frustrating possession. And then on the other end, Klay Thompson hits a three.
Yeah.
And he goes crazy, and the Mavericks go up 10. So
it was a big sequence.
Pods, he only played 15 minutes and 50 seconds, but it's obvious he's struggling making shots right now. You need another shot maker. 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number. So it's obvious why they grabbed Dennis Schröder.
I want them to go out and get a big, a Vucevic, maybe a Valanciunas. Like, I think they need one more big. If you're not going to make some monumental, changing of what this team is fundamentally, I would like to see them get another big.
I don't think this is the final roster that we'll see this season. I really don't.
I don't either.
I really don't. I think they're still searching. They're still looking. Now, there's the Cam Johnson rumors or whatnot, but they're still searching here. So 888-957-9570 is the number here. We will talk some football. We got Jerry Rice joining us at 8:30, Shasky, the GOAT. And we'll ask about Campbell, Purdy, Devo, all that stuff here, because there's reports about Brock Purdy, whatever got floated yesterday before NFL Sunday, that, I'm taking what I'm taking, which is market value. Yeah. There's no discounts happening, apparently, according to Brock Purdy. So this is why we can't assume things about these players, man. We never know what the agent is telling the player, and we never know how the player is feeling and what he's telling the agent. So we'll get into that as well as your phone calls here. Go ahead, real quick before we break.
Pajewski, I see a young man, and this is through the television. I don't know him. I don't have any insight. He just looks like he has no confidence right now.
He's pressing.
How could he?
He's pressing.
And he looks so deflated. He made a foul late in the game, and the camera kind of panned on him, and I just said, my God, his whole demeanor, he used to have chest out, confident. He'd be arguing in this. He's got no confidence. I'm a big believer in confidence in sports, and this kid just has none right now.
Well, he has no confidence, but I also believe maybe some teammates may be losing confidence in him, because I saw a possession where he didn't give up the rock, and the player walked to I think it's Draymond Green. He's kind of sulked. He's just like, we got to give the ball up. So he's just, his decision-making right now is when you don't have the confidence shooting, your decision-making gets affected. And then your defense is affected and impacted. So right now he is struggling, but that's not the reason why the Warriors lost yesterday. We're not singling him out. They lost because the Mavericks shot 60% from the floor, and that falls on everybody. So we'll get to the calls coming up here. Dennis Schröder, the newest member of the Golden State Warriors. He should be in the lineup Thursday against the Memphis Grizzlies. He's having a career year. How you feel about the trade? Mike Dunleavy acting very quickly as we're 25 games into the season. Warriors now 14-11. They've lost 8 of their last 10. They have to stop the bleeding, folks. So that's all coming up here. Brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, gift scratchers from the California Lottery. With so many to choose from, you're sure to find the right gift for anyone on your list. Give the gift of scratchers.
This is Film Mike, and the Doobie Awards are this Friday at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale from 6 to 10. I'll be there. You better be there, too. Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Bonte, you know you ain't a king in Filmo. Nah, I'm playing.
What a freaking rejoiner.
That is a hell of a rejoin right there. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate, auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. I am definitely not the king of Filmo. No. Filmo Mike, Mo Better. There's a lot more out there. Money making Nims. Donald Trump. I mean, not Don Trump. Don Trump. Don Trump.
The greatest king.
No, not that clown. We're
gonna build a wall around Filmo.
Oh boy, yeah, that guy. Boy, inauguration season's coming soon. The Doobie Awards this Friday, December 20th. Take the day off now. Honoring the best moments from the Morning Roast all year long. The best guests, best callers, best freestyles. Roasters are all invited. I met Richie Rich last night in the Sun.
He's the best.
I met him in the Sun. Somebody was staring. He came by in the fourth quarter. He's going to be down there in Laughing Monk, so it was great to meet him. He's like, we can't wait. His son is a great pitcher. Told me about his stat line. Told me how they rode you guys.
I don't know about pitching, but in terms of hitting, they beat us, absolutely. Yeah. They're a very good team. I think we played them twice. They beat us on a walk-off one time. I forget if it was the first thing. His son plays center field. He pitches. Lefty, I don't know if he's a leadoff or number two hitter. The kid is a baller.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like Corbin Carroll style swing.
Yeah, no.
Speed, he hits.
It was great to meet him.
He definitely gets it from his mother.
They'll be there 6 to 10 a.m. live in Sunnyvale. Get there early. Food and drinks are provided. And go to 957thegame.com for more details and to RSVP. Big Rich is another one. Gonna Goes Global tournament. I'm a peasant at Filmo. Trust me on that one. And this is, of course, all about celebrating the station, the listeners, and everything like that. So, what was that?
You're not a peasant.
I'm a peasant when it comes to Filmo, California, man. I stay in my lane, man. The Filmonians, they're deep. They run deep. 888-957-9570. A lot of calls to get to here. About to go to St. Warriors again. Jerry Rice is going to join us at 8:30. 8:30, Jerry Rice, because there's a lot to get into with the San Francisco 49ers. They didn't even play a game yesterday. Thank the heavens that we all needed a break from them.
Well, that's a part of, like, when I woke up in the morning, and I know we'll get right into the Warriors, but I woke up in the morning and I see this, like, Tom Pelissaro report, and I'm just saying, really? Like, I get what and I'm not even blaming Purdy. I get the agent's job. The agent's job for Brock Purdy is to, like, gain leverage, get the most you possibly can. I know the template. Like, I'm not naive. But, like, you just had 4 of the worst 5 games of your career over the last 2 months. We just had our season essentially mathematically ended on Thursday. I kind of don't want to hear about contracts. Can we go a couple of weeks without a national leak on money? I'm exhausted by contracts when it comes to the Niners and the players and the agents and everything. And I understand that this is the dance that we have to go through. But a part of me is like, read the room, everybody. Come on.
It's business.
Just made me, I know, it made me salty.
Nah, it didn't make me salty. It just made me like, this offseason is going to be very, very interesting.
After
very
an entire year of exhaustion on contracts, I'm just, can we go a week?
Well, this is sports. This is pro sports.
I know.
You got Kuminga's contract, got Purdy's contract. Things are not going to slow down when it comes to This is why I try to stay away from talking contracts within the season, because I just think it's a waste of time. Let's focus on the game. Let's focus on the thing that's happening. But it's out there, and a decision's going to have to be made. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, we got the coach. We got Coach Hall. We got a lot going on here on the Morning Roast when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. What up, Rob?
What's up, fellas? First off, look, I told y'all Warriors 40 wins max. They got up to a good start, and now they're coming back to earth.
Are you saying the downfall is coming?
I mean, it's not no downfall, because I thought it's been over for the Warriors in terms of championship contending, not being a good team. You know what I'm saying? I thought that point guard they got was a great pickup for them. I didn't think the Warriors would get that type of guy who could actually take the ball and score it. You don't need no help scoring it, so that's a good pickup for them. But look, I got to come talk about them Niners, man. Hey, I read that report yesterday. Brock Purdy, lay off the perk 30s, okay? You're not getting that. You don't deserve that. You showed us who you are the last few weeks. I seen it last year. I seen it in the playoff games. So to me, it's about, look, you're not worth that. This is why you do not hype up last round picks of the draft, because they get beside themselves. If you can't put up numbers like Golf getting the L, like Allen doing out, you're not worth that money. You're not worth that, kid. He couldn't even throw it. I'm at the game, right? On my little brother, my little sister. I'm like, at the 50 yard, I'm like, he can't throw it past 50 yards. He ain't gonna throw it. He couldn't even throw it in the rain. Come on, get out of here. I'm gonna say this one last time. Trey Lance in the rain is way better than Brock Purdy. Right or wrong?
I don't know, but I know that he wants, at least that's what his agent is saying, that he wants top dollar. And I'm telling you right now, like, I have a hard line on this, and I know this is going to sound very nuanced. There's an amount of money. After that, take a hike, dude. Like, straight up. You're just not one of those guys.
Brock Purdy, you want him to take a hike?
Yeah, and I know everyone's going to say, wow. What are you going to find? I don't know, man, but the worst thing a franchise can do is pay the wrong guy.
Wow.
It's the worst thing you can do. Look, first 25 games. Let me give you some Brock Purdy numbers. First 25 games. One second. 45 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. The team was 18-4 in games he started, okay, and played all the way through. 18-4. The 18 games since his first 25, that includes playoffs. Okay. He also had 6 fumbles during that time. So 45 and 17, basically, in terms of touchdowns to turnovers.
Context better, though, when we look at the back end of these games here. And I know everybody's going to say, well, everybody doesn't get to play with a full deck here. But I think the context does matter. His number one wide receiver held out of training camp and got hurt 5-6 weeks into the season. That was his number one. And I think in this whole process, to me, what I've kind of gathered, not only is Brock Purdy struggling a little bit, but that overall, Brandon Ayuk was undervalued with this fan base.
Okay.
He was undervalued. Brandon Ayuk means a lot to Brock Purdy. That was the safety valve. That was his guy.
He averages 4.5 receptions.
Yeah, but he also had 7 100-yard games last season. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And his impact, knowing that, hey, a key third down. We've seen key third downs in playoff games, whether it's Green Bay, Dallas, or the regular season, where Brock is looking for B.A. B.A.'s not there. And he's the one guy that we all said he can beat press man coverage. Nobody else can. So I think the context, when we throw the numbers at me, now, is he playing up to par?
End of the numbers.
But no, because I know it, and I've seen it all over the internet. Oh, his record and his touchdown to interception
games
ratio.
Since the Baltimore games, 20 touchdowns, 22 turnovers. The team is 10-8.
Yep.
All right?
Yep.
So if I'm going to pay you 20 to 25% of the salary cap, depending on what the guarantees are, you're probably going to be down a couple of playmakers because of how much you're making.
Bookmark this. We'll get to Brock Purdy because we got 4 calls all over Warriors. We'll bookmark this because I got a lot to say about Brock Purdy. But boy, we're oh boy, are we back in the quarterback market with the fan base? Let's go to Coach in Vallejo. Coach, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. What I want to say is, for 3 years, I thought Jonathan Kuminga's middle name was unplayable. Okay, and we had to listen to that for 3 years. Okay, so everyone gets upset when someone says Pajinski is unplayable. Kuminga has never been as bad as Pajinski is right now. Now, the reason why I don't have much sympathy for Pajinski is because there's a thin line between confidence and cockiness. He crossed over into cockiness the same way Jordan Poole did. He said he's going to be the face of the franchise. He thought Steve Kerr gave him the keys to the car. Okay, so now with his supposedly high IQ, why didn't he slam that ball off one of those defenders in the corner? That's what I've seen veteran ball players do when they get trapped like that. So
he's not a veteran. He's a second-year player, Coach.
No, he has this high IQ. He's going to be the franchise player.
Real quick, Coach, because I don't want you to get labeled as like a Pods hater or whatnot. Is that your biggest takeaway from Pajinski yesterday? Because my biggest takeaway is Dallas shot the lights out, and the Warriors needed a point of attack defender, and Pod's minutes got decreased with a shorthanded lineup here without DeAnthony Melton, without Dennis Schröder. He only played 15 minutes and 50 seconds.
Right. And here's my thing, Bonte. You mentioned Kuminga and rebounds. There wasn't many rebounds to get last night.
No. I said no. You missed it. I said Kuminga's been rebounding a lot better recently. A lot better.
He did.
Right. But last night, there wasn't many rebounds for him to get. Kuminga, he played 30 minutes, no turnovers last night?
It was great.
That's awesome. Huge improvement.
Awesome.
Coach, I keep seeing Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins dangled in all these different trade rumors, and I don't know, man. All these combinations of players I see coming back to the Warriors, I'm not convinced any of them makes you that much better, even in the short term, long term. I think if you look at the aggregate of what you would give up versus what you're receiving, I I don't see a difference maker.
Might be suggestible.
I mean, I could be wrong. Like, Jimmy Butler's a really good player. I understand on paper why people would say, oh, this looks really good. But, like, you're losing a secondary scorer off the bench in Kuminga if you trade for Wiggins. You're losing draft capital down the line. Like, I don't know, man. There's not a lot of deals out there I see that the Warriors can make that make them better.
We'll see. We got a month and a half until the NBA trade deadline. A lot of things change quickly here, but let's get to the Warriors' future focus. All right, Jonathan Kuminga continues to excel in the starting lineup alongside Stephen Curry. I think Coach has it mixed up. We're all big Kuminga fans. Kuminga's fine. But after last night's game, I don't want to start bashing Podziemski anyway, especially in the fourth quarter. Kuminga was balling yesterday. I like the pick and roll when Steph set up Air Congo for the sweet dunk.
Curry goes behind the back lob. Kuminga for the dunk right at the rim. A beautiful feed by Curry.
Eric Congo with the nice dunk. He won't participate in the slam dunk contest. I don't know if you saw his pregame interview. He said, I don't got any things for these people. Anyway, that was Warriors Future Focus. Just like we love the future of the Doves, Peralta Community College District encourages you to love your future too. Go to peralta.edu and apply today. We're going to bang these Warrior calls out. Oscar Stockton, Coach Hall, Jimmy and Bayview. They got a lot. They all have different things to talk about when it comes to Golden State Warriors, so we'll discuss that and then pivot back to the 49ers. Devondre Campbell quitting on the team. He's going to be suspended for the next 3 games. And then Brock Purdy. What to do with Brock Purdy? I'm
not ready to answer that question.
My. How times has changed. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Are your calls coming up? 888-957-9570. We got a Dubs issue here with the defense, what to do with the lineups, and, of course, the Niners, Brock Purdy, Devondre Campbell, all that coming up here on the Roast.
Hey, Dan Dibley here, and I'm with Ray, who's also on Abundant Life Weight Loss Program. Thanks for coming on.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kumingi. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joshasky on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, JK. Eric Congo. I love when Festus goes, Eric Congo! Makes me smile. This segment is sponsored by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoStateLever.com. What'd you say about Festus?
Oh, he was pulling off like a burgundy.
It was like brown.
Was that okay? Look, burgundy like
he's
like the Washington football team colors.
Dude, he's styling the profiler this year. I mean,
think?
he's leveled up.
You think?
It comes in terms of the fashion.
You had a nice brown coat on yesterday,
I had to coat on because I fell asleep to Goodfellas Saturday night, so I felt a little gangster. And it was a little cold.
And now I
bringing out the peacocks, man.
Paulie shaving the garlic with the razor blade.
So actually, Mully sent me a scene where Mama was making the food. He went back home.
Yeah, that was after they killed the guy, and they were really hungry, and they stabbed the dude with the pen in the neck, and then it's the beginning of the movie, and then they go back to the end, and the mom completely ad-libbed the whole thing.
Yeah, that's exactly. I was just going to say that.
Scorsese's mom.
Yeah. She completely ad-libbed. Yep, the whole bit was good. Was ad-libbed. She improv that whole thing.
You know who he stabbed in the neck?
Who's that?
The guy from Sopranos at the end.
Oh, yeah. He stabbed him who was in the bar. Yeah, that guy. He's always played a crook. What's his name?
Good,
What's that name when the car ran over his head in the Sopranos?
Frank Vincent.
That's the actor. What are his 2 character names?
So, Phil Leotardo.
Phil Leotardo.
The Shah of Iran.
When I was in the can.
Yeah, it was in the can.
Grilled cheese off the radiator.
Dude, he killed my baby brother. His brother was like 60, and it's his baby brother.
Phil was a piece, man. Phil was a piece.
It always comes back to the Sopranos, man. God. I could do the Tony Soprano memes all day. Whenever it's like him coming out of the pool, it's like what I envision myself looking like.
The bathrobe with the gut hanging out. It's just all of us.
You know, were you a Wire guy, Spadoni?
I love The Wire.
I like The Wire. Yeah.
There's been a lot of stuff popping up on my Facebook about The Wire, and they had like a reunion. A couple of these guys, they all look older and stuff like that. It's insane to think that show was over 20 years ago.
I've watched it back. I don't think it's still really good. I don't think it's aged and is as rewatchable because there's a couple of seasons that they're more into like the cops that I kind of.
Well, it's different.
Yeah,
it's different.
It is. It's absolutely different.
Each season is different, which I like. Like Sopranos, they had their storylines and whatnot. And Breaking Bad had their storyline. But the one thing I did love about The Wire was that you got a little bit of everything. Like a lot of, what was it, season 2 with the union workers?
Absolutely.
A lot of people originally didn't like that. And I loved it because I did work in the union before. So I understood it was like, oh, yeah, the politics of being in the union and everything like that. And so I really did enjoy that season. The last season, a lot of people say, at least last season fell off, but I liked it from a journalistic standpoint, how newspapers ran, how they were chasing headlines, and the guys running with a fake story or whatnot. So I do think The Wire, I watched it recently with Anna. She absolutely loved it. It was the first time she had seen it. So I think it stands a test of time. It depends, though.
Well, it's a snapshot of that time.
Right.
Absolutely. Because like the way journalism is now and unions and everything. I don't know, it's just different. I personally, the family dynamics of Sopranos, it makes it so rewatchable for me.
888-957-9570. We got a lot going on here. A lot of calls here on a Monday morning. Niners didn't play yesterday, but the Warriors did lose to the Mavericks 143-133. Mavericks shot, which is crazy. I mean, these numbers, you usually don't lose a basketball game. The Warriors had 16 more field goal attempts. 16. They had 103 field goal attempts to the Mavericks 87.
Mavs weren't missing.
They made 27 threes, which tied a franchise record. They made 18 threes in the first half, which broke a franchise record, right? They dropped 39 assists last night. And guess what? They didn't turn the ball over. 10 turnovers compared to the Mavericks' 16 turnovers. They gave up only 16 points off those turnovers. The Mavericks gave up 30 points off of turnovers, and yet they give up 143 and lose. These offensive numbers are historic, and yet they lost by 10.
Today's not the day to break this down because there's just so much stuff going on. But later this week, I do want to kind of talk to you, someone who's in the industry, representing the team on television side, the broadcast. There is something about the way the game is played right now. I do believe there needs to be some sort of an adjustment.
Yeah, there does.
I don't have the answer. I don't pretend like I know what you should do with the three-point line and allocating points. And I have a variety of suggestions. I went down the rabbit hole over the weekend. There is clearly, and I thought yesterday's game was an entertaining game. I want to make that very clear. The Warriors cut it to 4. Mavs hit a couple of buckets. Like, I thought it was a back-and-forth game. I do understand when it comes to the television numbers sinking and everything. I think something needs to be done in the same way that baseball just kind of tweaked some things and it became an infinitely more watchable product. The NFL is constantly tweaking itself. I don't think today's the day. I know you probably have thoughts, but watching that game last night, I was thinking, like, I can understand if I don't have an attachment to Warriors Mavs. Like, this is a bombs away fest.
It's bombs away. There's too many three-point shots getting taken. The balance and Daryl Morey kind of helped jack the game up, which is why I appreciate the mid-range game. Kyrie and company, they do the mid-range game. Jason Kidd and company, they have a balance to their offensive attack.
I would agree.
But somebody pointed out, it's like, Bonte, there's too many channels for the NBA, too many outlets where, we're streaming apps or whatnot. Mully was talking about this yesterday. We're all off air watching the game. He goes, look, Thursday Night Football, I don't watch it because it's on Amazon. It's like, wait, I got to sign into my Amazon account and stuff like that. And that's just football. Now, the ratings are high because we're going to find our football. But when you got the NBA on this channel and that channel and this channel and the product of shooting too many three-point shots, way too many threes, and you need guys to care, like the LeBrons of the world. We'll get to that because I got plenty of thoughts. But also, I want the Premier League format in the NBA. Agree. I want to do away with the conferences. I want one table.
I'm with you.
3 points for a win, 1 point for a tie, and forget the East-West. I want one table. One table. Traveling has never been easier for professional sports teams. Now, I'm not saying it's an easy thing because it is difficult to get on the road over and over, sleep on the plane, flying at 3 a.m. I understand all of that. But one table, point system, and I think you could start to make some intriguing moves here in the NBA because I still love the product, but I can understand why and by the way, ESPN has had a lot to do with it as well.
Oh,
ESPN has had a lot to do with the downward trend, the descending ratings that we're seeing with the NBA.
I think it's so many elements. There are tons and tons of elements. That's why I know I think we can have a fascinating conversation at some point this week. I would just end it with this. Adam Silver, I question whether he can. I consider they're under war right now. They're under attack, and what I mean by is like their ratings are under attack. Yeah. I'm not sure he's a wartime leader, and I will be very interested to see what his adjustments are. I doubted Rob Manfred, and he came through. Yep. I don't think all of his ideas are the greatest, but I'll tell you this: if you think tweaking the All-Star game is going to fix your bigger overall product, I think he has another thing coming.
No, you might be making it worse. Let's go to the lines.
That's a good point.
Coach Hall in San Diego. Coach Hall, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Long time no talk,
Long time no talk. Hope you're doing well, man.
Yeah, same to you guys. I just been managing my expectations. I still listen to you guys every morning, and it's rare you get a 20-point game from Draymond and we lose. I mean, I think, Wiggins scored 29, almost 30. Kuminga had 20.
Coach,
so I think last night was just an anomaly. But I don't think JK is happy. I don't know if you guys saw it. Did he storm off and go to the bench? I want to say when Pods came in, I don't know what he was mad about. I mean, it could be something totally different, but it just looked like he wants to be let go, and he doesn't want to say anything, to ruffle feathers. But I just think we need to quit watering dead plants. If we're really trying to win, then you got to put a team around Steph to win. Like, Draymond ruined that 2-timeline experience a long time ago. So if we trying to win, I like to move with Dennis, but make something stick, and let the players go that don't want to be here. I really think JK is over all of it. Just wanted to see if you guys, saw that storm off and what you guys think.
Well, whenever you don't get the contract extension that you're seeking, and I don't know what numbers was passed around. I'm not sure about the validity of whether it was 30, 35, 40. I have no idea. But when that doesn't get done, and you're essentially playing as a restricted free agent, and the Warriors have that option to pick up that option. But also, you've heard your name rumored in trades over and over and over again this past summer. And you see one writer say, oh, JK was involved. You see another writer say, oh, JK wasn't part of the deal. Well, which one is it? So then you get all that. And then you added the fact that this is his 4th year, and we're still trying to figure out his role. You're still trying to figure out what he is, a 3 or a 4. Hell with Moses Moody, he's hurt right now. We don't even know how good Moses Moody. I don't even know if he's good or not. I don't know. But when you bake all that into the equation with JK, as a player, as you're trying to get your career jump-started, you are going to be a little frustrated when you see your other peers starting to get run and they're starting to be on ascending teams as well, like Franz Wagner in Orlando. Kate Cunningham in Detroit are playing better. So when you see Jalen Green in Houston, who we played with on the G League team with, you do get a little frustrated. It's understandable.
Yeah, I can see where that's definitely a plausible scenario, but you have to run your own race, you know? And given the place that he's at, there are a lot of other guys, just in general, that would love to play for the Warriors, and just on the surface. I do think he's been dealt a more difficult path to playing than a lot of the guys that you referenced. And I think that he had a bigger learning curve in terms of the sophistication of how they want to play basketball is so unique to what the Warriors want to do. There's just not a lot of teams in the league that play that way. And I think that has some negative effects, and I think it's really hurt the way Kuminga's. I also think that the coach hasn't done a lot of adjustments to put him alongside players that complement his skill set and to run sets that I think really complement what he can bring to the table.
Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening?
What's going on with you guys, brother? Hey, you guys touched on a lot of things I was talking about. We cannot have Draymond Green on the bench to start the game off. We can't have that. We got to have Draymond start because we can't come back from a 19-point deficit against a good team. Because J.K. right now, defensive-wise, he's not there, man. And, you know, another thing, we have to start establishing more of a better rotation with our guards because Buddy Hield needs to be in with Steph, man. He has to play with Steph Curry. But, you know, other than that, our defense, we didn't lost touch. We was fourth in the league, fourth coming into this.
Yeah.
And we didn't even play like that last night. But that continues on how the referees calling the game because I've been watching the Warriors play all this week and the NBA. They've been letting players play basketball. When we come to town, you can't even touch them. That's why the score was 143. They wasn't missing anything, but you can't touch them. None of the games been played like that. That's almost like an all-star game. We got to have some defense involved in that. They're playing defense all week against Houston. All these teams, they've been letting teams try to play defense. Yesterday was like, I'm like, what's going on? You couldn't touch him. But from that point, Luka was balling. You got to give Dallas they do because they have other ball players that can shoot. And we do not have that threat. Lucky we got Schröder that can help Steph, but you can tell Steph needs more shooters around him, consistently shooters. And I want to touch on one more thing, Bonte, about the ratings. This is what the NBA, this goes on the owners. Because you know why? They always value kids that potential, 18 and one and done. They discriminate against the college kids that stay 4 years with fundamentals that can come out and can do consistent things that the public wants to see. Consistency when the pros. In the amateur, you can be, oohs and ahs, but you got to be consistent in the pro game, and the youngsters don't have it until they get 22, 23 years old. You know, on that point, that's why the NBA is losing, you know. But at that point, man, you got to have a good day. But the Warriors, we're still in it, baby.
Yep, no doubt. 14-11, but not right now in the juice box zone. They're in the box right now in the Western Conference as the segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We're going to get to the ratings a little bit later in the week. Let's get these calls out because we'll start to pivot to the 49ers because there's some juicy things happening with the team down in Santa Clara. Let's go to Jimmy in the Bayview. Jimmy, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. I just wanted to say, you know, after it was all said and done, we were surging. We were coming back. Draymond throws the alley-oop away. He had 4 turnovers. Steph had 2 open threes to keep it going, and our big money guys didn't deliver. And Schröder is really going to help. I'm ecstatic we got a player of his quality because sometimes the Warriors are too cheap to go for that, and I think we got him for a steal. And as far as the NBA, doing something to switch things up, I'd like him to see him go like to what soccer does with the out of bounds plays. Like, let's speed up the game and get it rolling. The refs tend to hold the ball.
Good point.
And let's make it a track meet. What do you guys think?
There was a play last night that I don't know what Malloy was doing, what was going on there? And I'm watching the game, and I understand that replay. I get the replay. You want to get it right. Trust me, I understand. There's big stakes, big money, but on some level, it is a television product, and there's also the flow, right? The flow of the arena, the flow of the game, the flow for the players, and it's just like there's just a stagnant point in that game, and Ed Malloy's going back and forth, and Steve Kerr's just kind of like, what are we doing?
Well, it's a good point. There was a game in Boston, I want to say a couple weeks ago, maybe in the last week. I forget when it was. I was watching. There's about 50 seconds left. Game's about to be over. And I started doing something with Baby Chess, and she's not a baby no more, but I'll look up.
She'll always be Baby Chess.
I look up 15 minutes later, and there's like 15 seconds left, and I'm thinking, what the hell is taking so long to end this basketball game? What is going on here? So I think I don't mind replay. I said this a couple weeks ago. I don't mind replay if you get the call right. But I think Secaucus needs to take over. Secaucus out there in New Jersey. They need to take over back in the lab. Like just like baseball, when the referees or umpires, are looking, waiting for Major League Baseball at the headquarters, like, okay, Secaucus has all the technology, all the angles. They need to make this decision. And then to relay to the referees, hey, this is the call on the floor. Let's go. They need to have that back there and speed this thing up. It can't be taking 4 minutes. You want to take 2 minutes here and there? Okay, fine. Especially if it's a big call. For sure. Some of these calls are just like, we're trying to see if the ball's going out on Quentin Grimes. And then Malloy's a joke. He's missing fouls on both ends on the floor, left and right. I mean, guys are getting mugged right in front of him. He has no control. So the referees are at an all-time low in terms of the NBA. But also, Secaucus, New Jersey. You need to help these guys out and take over.
I would agree. And then every player wants to review every play. I'm like, Buddy Hield is literally, bro, I'm like, what? Stop. And Kuminga's doing it, and Kyle Anderson's like, no.
No, well, Kuminga does it, and the coaches don't even bat an eye. Well, it's kind of.
Look, I don't want to turn this, I didn't mean to turn this into, what are your adjustments? I think we could talk about that later on in the week. As for the Warriors right now, and I'm not trying to be definitive on this. This is not what, I'm not saying it's over. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I look at this team, and I look at Steph Curry currently, and this is going to sound like I'm putting a fork in. I'm not doing that. I just don't think he's as good as he was just a couple of years ago. Can he still reach back and be great for long stretches? Of course.
It's nothing egregious, though. He's 36 years old. He's going to be 37 in March. I would expect him to be as good as he was 2 years ago.
But I think when I say that, people think they're like, oh, you're saying he's done.
I wouldn't assume. I'm not
saying he's done.
I wouldn't assume that.
What I'm saying is that any of the combinations of trades that I've seen rumored out there, I don't think that there's a magic bullet that puts them back in the Western Conference Finals guaranteed. I think there is a path for them to go deep into the playoffs. Even with this team, right? Even with this team, there is a path, and things are going to have to break their way. But I just think that we're all expecting some magical Durant-like acquisition that just doesn't exist.
No, I wouldn't assume that. I think our audience is a lot smarter than that. I think our audience they realize where Steph Curry's at in his career, which is why they want him to get help. And I think they also just want to see Steph Curry in a playoff series because of what we saw in the Olympic Games. If you see him in a playoff series where you have built-in days off and you can game plan for one team for 7 games, a lot of people like the chances of Steph Curry because of the gravity that he still creates at this age. So, yeah, is he the same player he was 2 years ago? I think Steph Curry will tell you, yeah, I'm not the same player I was 2 years ago, but he could still have a very that gravitational pull on the floor night in and night out because he is Stephen Curry, and teams are still doubling him. Now they're just all over him because they know the lack of shooting is around him. So if you could get some more shooting around him, if you can find that right trade that completes that starting five and completes this roster, then all of a sudden Warrior fans do believe that, hey, you get to the playoffs, you may not win a championship, but you can make some freaking noise because you do have Stephen Curry.
But I hear all that.
So, but he's not the same player, and I think he will admit that. But with that said, he's still pretty freaking good.
Oh, no, he's really good. But, like, in these hypotheticals, you trade for a Jimmy Butler. All right, he's 35, 36 years old, and he wants more money.
Yeah.
I guess as a Warrior fan, I zoom out, and I'm like, to maybe get to the second round, third round, like the Western Conference Finals, maybe? I don't think I'm sacrificing the woulda, coulda, shoulda of the youth. And I'm sure there are a lot of people that are pounding their driving wheel right now, their steering wheel, they're saying, Joe, you're a moron. You do whatever you can for Steph.
Well, who cares? Who cares about that?
I think at one point in time I was with you. Now I'm kind of like, I'm a little too emotionally invested in Kuminga. Do I think he's a $40 million player, Kuminga? No. But I still want to flip this card over and see what it eventually becomes.
But he may not fit with this roster. He may not fit playing next to Stephen Curry. That's fine. We don't know that yet. 100% know that. I do like the Kuminga and Steph Curry pick and roll. I do think there's a lane for them to play together alongside Schröder. So you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. Tim, what's happening? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I just wanted to make a couple of comments. And Shasky, to me, you hit it right on the money. I mean, this
And guys, I think we missing the boat. This is the hypocritical stuff that nobody's catching, right? We're making this JK versus Draymond thing, right? Our coach is putting that out there. Oh, he has to be this, he has to be that. But nobody catches last night. It was GP2, Draymond, and Trace on the floor together multiple times. So you can play GP2, Trace, and Draymond together, but you can't play JK, Trace, and Draymond together? Who do you want taking those open threes? You want GP2 with his 10%, or you want Kuminga, who was 2 for 3? It was GP2, Trace, and Draymond, and I think Pods and Lindsey Waters, right?
Yeah,
but when we had those guys playing together, at the beginning of the season, we gave them 3 games, and we pulled the plug. But our coach is making this JK versus Draymond thing. It's hilarious.
Well,
and then at the end of the game...
Well, Tim, real quick, let me defend Kerr a little bit here. I think what he's saying is that at this stage, and I tend to agree with him, do I like JK better as a 4 or a 3? I like him better as a 4 right now. I like him playing inside out, not outside in. But he's also saying that Draymond Green is a 4, and we lose a lot defensively if he's not on the floor. So you have to pick your poison here. And Steve Kerr's a defensive-minded head coach first, even though he's got all the offensive principles. He mentioned it Saturday, our identity is defense. So that's why, and I agree with you, the lineup with TJD, GP2, and Draymond and Pods, I scratched my head because there's not a lot of shooting out there, and you got to put the ball in the basket.
But I think where Tim's going is that you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I understand where Tim's going.
You play Draymond at the 4, but then you got these other weaker players. Like TJD's not really a great player right now. It's inarguable. Kuminga is their best draft pick in 5 years. Inarguable.
Yes, but
by far. And so to me, like if I gave a football coach 2 great wide receivers, I wouldn't be running the wing T, right? I would adjust my system. Yeah, you got 2 4s. Figure it out.
Yeah,
I would play Dre at the 5 and just be kind of like,
no, but you can't play Draymond at the 5. You're going to kill your best defensive player. You're going to wear this guy down.
TJD and alongside him, I'm not that much better.
Well, but offensively, you'll have a better start. So no matter what, the ideal starting 5 was with D'Anthony Melton, Wiggins, Curry, Draymond, and TJD. That starting 5 was working well. And I think with the trade with Schröder, you're going to see Draymond Green get inserted back into the starting 5 alongside TJD or Looney. Don't forget about Kevon Looney alongside Andrew Wiggins.
To start
and
the game, I agree.
And JK's going to play with Steph. He's going to play with Draymond. But defensively, like we saw the starting lineup with and I'm not singling out Jonathan Kuminga. I'm probably one of the biggest Jonathan Kuminga fans in this region.
We agree.
However,
in that first 5,
however, that first 5, you saw the Minnesota game on a Friday night. That first 5 struggled there. It struggled defensively. So they're not setting the tone where guys are coming into the gym, getting very comfortable, hitting wide open shots, and all of a sudden you can't cut the water off and you get a team like Dallas shooting 60%. So what Steve Kerr is saying is that I got these 4s. I had to figure it out, but in order to maximize JK, I have to start him. But if I do that and ship Draymond to the bench, then all of a sudden I'm losing something defensively.
No, I won't argue the
so that's
start.
what I'm saying.
I won't argue the start. But to me, if I look at the consistent, what have they lost? 8 of 11, 8 of 12?
8 of 10.
8 of 10. I would say the majority of these games have been lost in the final 6-7 minutes. Now, you could make the argument, Joe, because of the first quarter, they dug a hole. Like, I'll listen to that. But I truly believe their execution late in games. And then I pivot back to, okay, well, Steph has had the ball a lot at the end.
No doubt.
And I think that we're seeing the reality of, like, Steph slowly starting to if he was at 100, now he's at like 96, 95.
Whoa.
And so I'm not going to just trade everything to double down on the old guys. I think I actually want to plant my flag on Kuminga as much as I don't love a $40 million contract for him, and I don't think he's ready just now. I'm more emotionally invested in him than whatever this.
I think you have to take the emotions out of it. I think you have to take the emotions out of it. And I'm not saying not to pay JK, but when we're assessing this, and you do this, we're all doing this with Brock Purdy right now, being emotionally invested. You cannot be emotionally invested. You got to look at the basketball team and assess what you want to do moving forward. Do you want to make him the centerpiece, or do you want to go a different direction? 888-957-9570 is the number. Leroy J on deck. We'll pivot to the Niners. That's all coming up. Brought to you by the Inn at the Tides, because the Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular winemaker dinner series. 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vineyards, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. Reserve your spot today at inatthetides.com.
Attention business owners. If you don't want to pay
I remember everything. That's why I'm a king.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Steph? Solid night last night. 36 years old, 35 minutes, 26 seconds, 9 of 19, 7 of 13 from the three-point line. He did have his third double-double, 26 of 10, but can you get the right pieces around him? Can you get the right pieces around him? Andrew Wiggins is a hell of a piece. Draymond Green is having a spectacular season. JK is ascending. Kevon Looney. So I don't think anybody, I'm not in team trade Jonathan Kuminga, but I'm also in I trust Dunleavy to do the right thing and build the best roster. And I've had to take my feelings out of everything, my emotions out of these players. I love JK. I see him every game. What up, JK? What's up, man? Da-da-da-da-da. I see his boy G-Bay. I love JK. I would hate to see him get traded. Business is business. Hell, I hated to see Chris Webber get traded. It happened. I hated to see Jerry Rice move on to the Raiders. It happened. These are pro sports, folks, so things are going to happen here, and something uncomfortable will happen with the Golden State Warriors later on. It could be with Paz, could be with Moody. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? But something will go down because I don't think this is going to be the final roster. By the way, last night the Warriors and Mavericks combined for 48 threes. That is the most in a game in NBA history. In the first half, they combined for 30 first-half threes, the most made in any half in NBA history. The Warriors and Mavs each had 23 or more assists in the first half, a first in league history dating back to 97-98 when play-by-play was first tracked. So it was an offensive explosion last night, an offensive eruption. I just want to use eruption. That's all.
Yeah, I just keep trying to I've been waffled back and forth on this, and I'm going around, and I'm not in for an old man core, like one last run. Like LeBron is obviously was someone I wanted last year. I feel like that ship has sailed, and when I see the Jimmy Butler name in particular, I don't like that deal at all. I don't like that deal. I'm out on that deal. I do believe at times in life you do have to shake it up for the sake of shaking it up. I don't know if I'm necessarily there with the team currently.
Well, let me ask you this, because Steiny made a great point last week. Steiny made a great point last week. And ever since they signed Kevin Durant, Steiny's been on this one. This is his little go-to, and I subscribe to it. And I'm with him 100% on this notion that the Warriors now view themselves as if they are an LA Laker, a Boston Celtic, one of their premier teams in the league, to where they had to swing big for star power. Okay. Star power, because I understand it's not only sports, but it's also entertainment. And what do the casuals like? They love stars. We all love stars. Star player. Let's get a star. Let's get a star. I don't necessarily think you need a star on this roster, but can you get some ancillary pieces that fit next to what you want to do with Steph and Dre? But Steiny's been on this. Ever since they signed Kevin Durant, they put themselves in that category. When you net one of the best free agents in the history of pro sports in North America, you got Tom Brady, you got Kevin Durant. They're right there. LeBron James going from Cleveland to Miami and then back to Cleveland. You are viewed on that level. So when you talk about making trades, that's something the Lakers would do. That's something the New York Knicks would do, right? Now, is it smart? That's another argument. That's another conversation. I'm with you. I personally don't want Jimmy Butler. I would understand the vision if you did bring in Jimmy Butler, another guy at the end of the game who could finish, who could get to the foul line, make his free throws, set good screens, play good perimeter defense. But I'm not willing to mortgage everything for Jimmy Butler. I'm with you on that one. I'm with you. But also with this roster at 14 and 11, even with the addition of Dennis Schröder, are they good enough to get in the top six? Are they good enough to get into a playoff series?
Well, at one point in time, I thought yes, and then the last whatever month it's been, no. Something's
got to shake. Something's got to shake.
But I also don't think they're, like, for example, like adding a Cam Johnson. I don't think they're a Cam Johnson away. Now, I would still like to see them get a big. Like, if you just told me, Joe, this is the team that they have.
Cam Johnson would be a nice fit. For what the Warriors want to do with this roster, he might be a better fit on this roster than Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay, but does that catapult them into the top six? I don't know.
It might because you can maximize Cam Johnson as a 3-and-D guy who's going to hit the wide open shot, and you can play him, next to Draymond, or you can play him next to Andrew Wiggins with his size and length. So on this roster, although J.K. maybe has the bigger ceiling, and he could be a far more better player than Cam Johnson, say 2 to 3 years down the road, for what Kerr is trying to do with this roster, Cam Johnson may be the better fit right now. And I'm not trying to disrespect Kuminga whatsoever. I'm not trying to do that whatsoever. But on this roster, Cam Johnson may be the better fit.
Yeah, okay. But is that enough of a difference maker? See, I don't
get
think
into the top 6. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I still have my doubts then, because you got an older core, right, and a bunch of guys that have got to stay healthy and play synergy basketball moving forward. I still think that they have certain issues when it comes to their bigs. We'll see about Schröder. I really do like Schröder as an acquisition.
Well, think about this. If you got Steph getting doubled and he's got the gravitational pull and you got Cam Johnson wide open in the corner, you feel a lot better about him shooting a good 3-point shot than to do JK, right?
Okay, yeah, shooting threes, yes, but the game is more than just.
I understand it's more than it's more than shooting threes, but with what they want to do offensively and defensively, weak side help or whatnot, and you look at the contract that he's making.
I just don't think they're good enough. Like the way that they're at, I just don't think they're good enough to be one of those teams.
I'm not trying to say Cam Johnson is going to catapult them to Western Conference contention. I'm just saying he may be a better fit with what Steve Kerr's trying to do, and that in itself could catapult them in the top 6 category. That's all I'm saying. Let's go to, and we'll pivot to the 49ers here in a second. Jay in Oakland. Jay, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? A couple points. I think you guys hit the nail on the head, man. I think when we look back in the last 3 or 4 years with this Warriors team, the big issue is roster construction. Like, if you look up and down the roster, you have so many players that game mirror each other. It's kind of like one of those things where it's like jack of all trades, a master of none. And I'm watching a game last night, and I thought to myself, and I'm not trying to be funny, but I thought to myself, like, what is Pod good at? Like, you know what I mean? And yesterday was a bad game for him, but I thought to myself, like, what is he good at? And I think that's the issue that plagues this team for the past couple of years, is that you really don't have any guys who bring unique abilities to the roster. You have guys who, like I say, gangs kind of mirror each other. Second point, and I'm just going to switch to the Niners real quick. And Bonte, I know you're into fashion, so I'm going to ask you a fashion question.
Not really, but
have you ever like saw, like, not even a coworker, but saw somebody with a dress shirt or a tie, and you thought to yourselves, man, that's a hideous dress shirt, that's a hideous tie, I wouldn't look right rocking that. And then years later, you open your closet and you see that same tie that you thought looked weird. That's the same issue as 49ers fans, bro. We collectively laughed at the Dallas Cowboys and a contract that they gave out to Dak Prescott, and it just don't sit well with me that we might do the same thing with Brock Purdy.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I don't know if they will.
I'm 100%
I don't know.
with them,
I don't know if they will, though. Until it happens, I'm going to reserve judgment on that. Until it happens, I don't know what John Lynch and Brock Marathe are thinking. I know the owner came out and said he's going to reset the market, which is a huge, huge mistake. You don't do that. You don't put that out there and float it out there, because guys like us are going to come back to that quote every single month, every single week, every single day, every single year, and the agent will as well.
The agent's like, wait a minute, your owner said X, Y, and Z.
I think one thing that's happening with the Warriors is that you haven't heard much from Joe Lacob since the season started, have you? He didn't come in the studio this year.
No. What? I think he did prop up Pajemski and say he could have been a...
That was in July. And I'm saying during the season.
During the season,
it's
probably best to stay quiet.
He usually joins us every single year at NBC Sports Bay Area to start the season. Didn't do that this year. He's kind of laying low at the cut. He's got the beard growing out, and he's laying low at the cut. He's staying quiet.
Well,
don't leave his cooking. He makes a trade for Schröder. So he realizes that, you know what, let me sit back before I start saying, because, now guys like us are coming back around saying, somebody just, I think it was David Taylor at NBC, just sent me the quote or the video of him in Summer League saying, we believe we have a future All-Star in Brandon Pajemski.
It's really hard to be an All-Star.
It wasn't so long ago that there was a lot of fans who wanted Pajemski to play ahead of Klay Thompson last season. And I get it. I get where the dynamics was. But boy, what a difference 6 months to make. And I'm pulling for Pods. I like the kid, man. I really like Pods. I do. I like him personally. But emotions, you got to take away emotions. Right now, my emotions, as I take them away, and they're subsided when it comes to Pods, he's having a sophomore slump, and he's pressing. And you can see it all over his face.
Your point about emotions, I think that's what I feel like is fueling these Jimmy Butler style rumors when it comes to the Warriors. We have to do whatever we can to try to be back, with Steph, because we've only got this little window. And instead of being pragmatic about it, which is like, yeah, it just might not be our time right now, but we should still continue to build for the future. The best way find a star in the NBA is to draft and develop them. That's what we all agree. But they've had a difficult time doing that. So what's the next best way? Let's try to make a trade for one. And we know that in those situations, you do have to pay a lot.
Yep.
And so I don't know how many teams are giving up the type of star that the Warrior fans or that we all believe doesn't have any of the negative flaws. They're all going to have, anyone on the block right now is coming with major risks or major flags. Either health, age, contract, there's something, attitude. There's always an issue.
Yep.
There's a reason why these stars become available.
Let's go to, I'm going to play the Steve Kerr cut before I get to Leroy, because I think I'm going to lead Leroy right into something here. Here's what Steve Kerr said to practice about Kuminga at the 4.
I can tell you that JK at the 4 makes way more sense to me. If we have Draymond at the 4 and either Trace or Loon at the 5, which is, what I want to do. Draymond is at his best at the 4. He is, I think, the world's best defender. And when you put him at the 4, he can do everything. If you put him at the 5, he's got to take on a huge responsibility. You could see it the other night, having to guard Şengün the entire game down on the block. That takes a lot out of him. And then at the other end, he's the fulcrum of the offense as the 5-man in the way we play out of our delay actions. And, he's at the top. It's a lot. It's a lot of responsibility. I think having Draymond at the 4 and either Trace or Loon at the 5 is our best bet to have a consistently good two-way team. But that's tricky because it negates some of the minutes for other guys at other positions.
So that's Steve Kerr, and I just mentioned how Joe Lacob hasn't been talking much. Well, Tim Kawakabe, Odyssey partner, Plus Minus Podcast, just released it at 7:04. Shout out to the 510 for giving me the tip here on the Comcast Business Text line. A quick TK Show check-in with Warriors owner Joe Lacob on the urgency of this season, Kuminga, Schröder, the Valkyries, and much more. So there you go. We'll be here from Uncle Joe in about an hour or two here on the Morning Roast. I love it.
It's just one of my beliefs in life is that when you're ridiculously desperate, you make really bad decisions. Just in life, right? Sometimes it works out for you. Most times it doesn't. And most times you end up regretting those things. And when I look at the truly desperate situations in sports right now, I think the desperation move would be for the Warriors to sacrifice anything that they think is the current plus the future to go get another older guy to pair alongside Steph Curry. Now, are there times where you have to take a calculated risk? Of course. I don't think they get Andrew Wiggins without taking a calculated risk. And I think that's worked out, for the most part, pretty well for them in general, if I'm looking at the totality of the acquisition. The desperation part was on the front end. Oh, my God, Durant's leaving us. We need anything back in return for Durant. And thankfully, they got, D'Angelo Russell. They tried to make it work. It didn't work. Let's pivot from that decision. I don't know if there's a pivot if you acquire a 35, 36-year-old Jimmy Butler. You're kind of all in, and then it's either the boat's going to sink or swim.
And we're not even mentioning who he is as the character. You already have Schröder, who's, can be a pest. He's got some jerk in him, which is okay. Shout out to Shelly Kim. She just had twins. Good friend of mine, went to Washington High School. She's got 3 kids now. Shelly, she's probably sleep deprived right now. But when I was struggling, trying to score dates and I was single, and I was like, man, why am I struggling? I'm a nice guy or whatnot. She kind of told me, she goes, Bonte, women, I don't care what they tell you about wanting nice guys or whatnot. We like to have a little jerk in you. You got to have a little jerk in you. You got to be a little prickly at times. You got to be able to put your foot down and be an a-hole. And that's, Schröder in NBA locker rooms, from what I've heard, is he's got some a-hole in him.
So
and maybe that's something. That's something that the Warriors need, though. You need an edge. You need a guy who's going to stir the pot a little bit. You need an instigator. You can't play with a full. We hear it in football all the time. You can't have a bunch of choir boys. Hell, when the Giants won the World Series, they had guys with edge.
I mean, do you see what Dre Greenlaw did in that first half? Do you think he has edge?
No,
right, absolutely.
The line is I believe Belichick and Parcells said, we want players with tremendous character, and then we want tremendous characters who can play.
Right.
As in, I don't care if you cross the line a little.
But can you play?
Yes.
And we can live with it because you're that great. So, Schröder, from what I hear, he's got a little jerk in him, but you know what? The guy can play. And he's always been a minutes towards the Warriors, which is why I was calling him Dennis of Minutes, because I remember he was playing against Steph. Man, he gets Steph's issues, whether it's with Atlanta, OKC, the LA Lakers. Schröder can play. So you add somebody with some edge here, because you don't need quite. Shelly Kemp, shout out to you, man, because you helped me out. All of a sudden, she told me to be a jerk a little bit. All of a sudden, I started being this nice guy, and I was like, wow, I'm shooting with efficiency right now.
Let's go back to what they were very desperate to get off of Wiseman, and they got GP2 back. And for that season, it didn't really work out for them. Even though whatever they got as far as they got. Like GP2 was hurt, Yep. They did the same thing with Jordan Poole. Like out of desperation, they moved Jordan Poole to desperately get off that money, and they got Chris Paul back for 1 year, and they lost the slot. They lost the money. They didn't get anything out of that. Right? I think we can all agree it was a net loss, just in general. So, like, all the moves in desperation have been, ones that they've fallen short on.
No doubt. I do see some of the blowback on pods, though, and I'm like, damn, you guys are hard on pods out there.
I mean, look at Brock Purdy right now. Brock Purdy's agent comes out and tells Tom Pelissaro something, and he went from everybody's favorite Christian to, oh my God, I can't believe this guy's trying to bend the Niners over.
Well, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. By the way, before Leroy in Oakland, because I want to ask you a question. I do want to ask you a question, and it could be quick because I do want to get to the Niners. Leroy, and then we'll get to Cam and Antioch. Leroy in Oakland, what's happening?
What's up, B? What's up, Shasky? Hey, I'll be real quick. So it's tough. I'm glad you played the Steve Kerr bit before you had me on, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. He's got a tough job, Steve Kerr, and his job is tough in this sense. He's got to find the right combinations, but not only the right combinations, the combinations that can produce consistently. And we've seen the ups and downs, right? We started off the season and everybody wasn't saying nothing. Oh, we can do it this way. We can do it this way. Everybody was, oh, yeah. We don't need nobody. And then when we start to struggle a little bit, then, everything switched from we got to get rid of this and we got to get rid of that. I think fans just let Steve Kerr try to figure this thing out, right? And he's earned that trust to me from the fans to figure out this consistency as far as the different lineups. And I remember earlier in the season, I was going, man, Kuminga and Trey Jackson-Davis, they was playing great together, in the pick and roll and the two-man basketball. Yep. I was like, man, JK plays, really great with Trey Jackson-Davis. And then that started to tail off. And so all these different combinations that Steve Kerr has to look at, he has to go, man, I gotta put these combinations out there and see if they're going to work consistently. So it's a tough job, but I think Steve Kerr can get it done. And one more thing, guys. Draymond looking for pods last night, and when he got trapped in the corner by Doncic, and it's like, I'd rather for you to take that yourself or just look for somebody else. But he came down 2 straight times, in the final minutes looking for pods. And I'm like, why are you looking for pods? I mean, I'm not on pods like that, but hey, I'd rather be Draymond to try to take that to the hole himself or look for somebody else. But again, and Steve Kerr, I'll trust to find the right combinations that can produce consistently.
And we'll see the combo with Schröder coming up. Let's get to Cam real quick in Antioch. Cam, what's happening?
Nigga, who are you talking to?
Cam. Cam, what's going on? Have a little conversation.
Great transition time.
Having a little conversation. So I think that's
I want to know what he's talking about.
We've all been there.
Oh, man.
I hope you have.
Back to the Warriors.
Oh, what a Monday morning, man.
Don't talk about
that. Talk about that. Let me just play this cut. Draymond, I set the tone defensively.
I think they scored the first 9, 11 possessions, something like that. You got to set a tone. And that's the tone you set. It's a good team. The team went to the Western Conference Finals, or Finals. So you set that tone. It's hard to stop a team. You can do that against the bum teams, but you set that tone against a great team. You're going to have a hard time catching up.
Yeah, he's not lying. He's not lying. Love it. Cam just called back us. Did Cam just call back?
Yeah, we had to move on for the day.
What did he say?
He said some words accidentally.
No, I'm saying what did he say was going on the call?
Oh no, he didn't say what was going on. I just asked everything okay. It's like, yeah, then he has to get back on, and we're moving on. So we'll try again tomorrow. It happens.
All right, Cam, call us back tomorrow. Call us back tomorrow, Cam. Call us back tomorrow.
Happy Monday, everybody.
Tom
Best day of the week.
Tom Pelissero. Yesterday in the morning. Oh boy. Here it is. Brock Purdy's contract impact. You know what? No, before we move on, I got to ask you, just real quick, 1 minute only. What'd you think of Klay Thompson's celebration yesterday after he hit that three?
I mean, good for him. He feels some kind of way, and he had a great game. Some would say it was the best game that he's had in a Mavericks uniform. I would probably agree with that. And clearly, whatever happened with him and Steph is, part fun, tongue-in-cheek. It felt a little real. And then, Klay feels some kind of way about it. So, look, this is pro sports. Like, name me someone I haven't had a beef with where I've wanted to stick it to him. Like, that's human nature.
No doubt.
Right? And so when I feel that someone has dogged me, like, for example, I will never forget when I did the Lucky Break stuff here at the radio station years before I even got on, and there was a host who will remain unnamed who told me, you'll never work in this industry. Yeah, let's have the last laugh here. Like, I think about that guy all the time, and he pops up on my timeline, and I'm like, loser, right? I say it all the time. All the time. There's a former program director, same thing. He had some ideas for me. And so, and this is me. I'm not some, Hall of Fame radio host. I'm just a dude who got very lucky and has tried to make the most of his opportunities. Klay Thompson's one of the greatest players in franchise history, and he feels some kind of way. So if he wanted to have, a celebration because of the moment, sticking it to them in real time, doesn't mean he hates everyone.
No, no doubt.
It doesn't mean that he's he can't come back here with open arms. I saw him signing autographs for people after the game. Dude, it's sports. I don't know. I thought it was totally justified and fine. And honestly, it made me kind of smile. Like, good for him.
It was hilarious. But
and
it
then
obviously,
he was doing
but it was obviously more to the situation than what was reported in the offseason, where it felt like a lot of people was like, oh, it was Klay. So I remember the first couple of weeks of the season when people were coming at me and said, oh, we had the guy on. Who was it? He called us and he goes, Bonte, that Portland Trail Blazers game, the first game of the season, if we had Klay, we'd have lost that game. I said, okay, great. But I do remember the rhetoric, and it's not to pick on pods, but a lot of, hey, man, let's start pods ahead of Klay. Klay's done. Well, his last four, he's shooting 53% and 51 from three, and he's averaging 20. And the Mavericks look like they're ready to roll. So it definitely was something extra in that celebration. And it happened, what was crazy was I wish we had a camera pan on Joe Lacob because it happened damn near right in front of him at his courtside seat. I was like, damn.
Well, I don't know what to believe in terms of what the Warriors legitimately offered versus what he got. Yep. Just if you're asking me in terms of with the Warriors, I was probably going to short the Klay Thompson stock with the Warriors, and I think it was time for everyone to move on.
No doubt. I understood it. He's in a better situation than Mavericks for himself. He needed to change the scenery. The Warriors needed to move forward here as well. But it is funny that now we're chasing two guards and looking for a two guard next to Stephen Curry. And it's like, damn, I get the money, and you wanted to get cheaper at that position. So I understand the books and I understand the finances, and it was time to move on. But, boy, you heard people, it's like, damn, that's the spot we kind of need right now.
But he's
a spacey guy.
He's not good enough defensively.
Maybe not, but this team's...
He brings stuff to the table. No one says he doesn't.
There's a lot of flawed defensive players on this team right now. All right,
no doubt.
Moving on to Jay Glazer on Devondre Campbell. Here's Jay Glazer yesterday on Fox, something we didn't hear about Friday.
The 49ers are trying to suspend him. They're working with the league office to see what's the max they can do. And even if he wanted to come and apologize and come back, players don't want it. But you're asking what happened behind the scenes. They started seeing about the second quarter. He was refusing to go in. So John Lynch actually went down there in the fourth quarter and confronted him on saying, you don't want to go in the game. You're refusing. Yes, it was Lynch who sent him in the locker room. By the way, I got players who called me after and said, hey, we've heard you talk about this alter ego of John Lynch, this 47 Red character. Man, we saw it. That dude is crazy. Oh. They all saw it firsthand.
I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. You don't want 47 Red. You want John Lynch.
That's exactly right.
Don't want
me that a guy refuses to go into the game when the coach says go in, and he says no, and you can't suspend him without going through all this red tape.
Well, how much they could suspend him, because they don't want to just sit there and give him one game. They'd love to give him 3 games, but there's certain rules.
Why not get rid of him?
Because then he can get paid by somebody else.
That's Jay Glazer on Fox yesterday on the pregame show. John Lynch went down to the locker room. He went down there to the fields. Like, get your ass out of here, man.
So, real quick on the they want to suspend him for the year so he can't latch on somewhere else.
That's being reported right now for Ian Rappaport. Ian Williams was when I talked to him that next morning, he goes, nah, they suspend him, B. Don't cut him, suspend him.
So I understand that perspective. as a Niner fan, I'm ready to just move on anyway. So it doesn't matter to me whether they suspend him, cut him. I understand their point of view though. Like, you are not going to make more money elsewhere. Yeah. Just the way I operate. Once you're done with someone, who cares where they go after you? That's
no. But you could do that next offseason. I'm not going to let you latch on to another team this season and get to enjoy playoff football.
I hear you.
Get to enjoy more money. So we're going to suspend you. You're not going to come back into this facility ever again. You're going to be at home. We'll mail you your stuff, or we'll set up a date to where you can come get your stuff. But you're not playing football for the rest of the season. You don't want to play football for us. You're not going to play football for anyone. So I love that cutthroat business mentality because once Ian said that, I said, oh, that's a smart move. Hell yeah, don't let him play for anybody else. He doesn't deserve to earn another dime. I was listening to Alex Smith yesterday on ESPN on the Countdown Show. And he was saying that he's not going to make another dime in the NFL. We'll see if that's the case. But that was despicable what he did. I don't think we talked enough about it Friday, about Devondre Campbell, what he did. Playing all these team sports and having a guy. And it just, again, Fred Warner's playing on a fractured ankle. Charvarius Ward's on the football field knowing that. And he mentioned it. Like, there's times I don't want to be here. I'm thinking about my wife. I'm thinking about the kid we could have had. Or my 1-year-old who passed away, unfortunately. You got Nick Bosa, who, businessman Bosa went out there and played on a short week with an oblique and hip injury. I still can't believe how despicable that act was by Devondre Campbell, who has some baggage from the Green Bay area. And I'm sure Green Bay Packer fans are laughing, saying, we could have told you that this guy was a character.
They said, Packer fans are saying, he quit on us, and now he's quit on you.
Yep.
That's what they're saying. Have you ever had, and I want to get to John Lynch's aspect of this coming up here. Have you ever had a coaching situation or a playing situation where someone has refused to go into the game?
Absolutely. I've seen it. I've seen it at levels. The kids get suspended. I've seen it at the high school level where kids start moping and stuff. Oh, you don't want to play?
And did they kick them off the bench immediately?
Just go home.
Yeah.
Just go home.
So I've had multiple situations, one where I was involved as the player, one as a coach, one as a guy on a team. I've seen it from so many different angles. And the best way to deal with those is get out of here. As in just get off the field, get away from my dugout, get off my bench, whatever it is, and just you need to go right now. And so I have so much respect for what John Lynch did here. And I'm not sure how many GMs have the cachet to be able to pull this off. I think it's really difficult as the game's going on to expect Kyle Shanahan, because I think someone's going to come out. I'm not here, but someone's going to go, oh, Kyle should have done. No, Kyle's worried about calling the game and going in. He doesn't have time to turn around and deal with that guy. John Lynch to be able to go down and do that, my respect level for John Lynch is through the roof. And this is why you have a guy who used to play. This is part of what's built into that is they have experiences and they have cachet and respect and integrity to be able to stare a guy in the face who's physically in his prime and say, get the hell off my sidelines.
Yeah, no,
I love that John Lynch did this.
It was dope to see him, to hear about this story. And I love what George Kittle said. He said, I wish I would have heard during the game. Because now you may have a little brawl on the sidelines. You may have people swinging fists at Devondre Campbell saying, you don't want to play? Like, I can't imagine if Fred Warner heard that. I was like, wait, this guy doesn't want to play? What the hell is going on here? He doesn't want to play? Drake Greenlaw out there fighting for his life, coming back off an Achilles tear. He's got nothing to gain for playing other than just getting the rust off. And this guy quit. So I've seen guys quit. I've never, when I played sports, man, I may get down and frustrated and kind of mope and everything like that. But, man, you got to want to play.
Well, there are
you got to want to play. His career's over now. I'd be shocked if somebody in the NFL signed this guy.
I would agree with you. But, this is going to sound like fairy tale-ish. There are certain guys to me that are 49ers, and there are certain guys that aren't, right? When I think of guys that aren't, Braylon Edwards comes to mind, right? Braylon Edwards wasn't a Niner, Brandon Jacobs. Remember what he did?
Oh, yeah.
I
remember his act.
I
remember his act.
And then showed up, played a couple of games, was angry he wasn't being used. I forget what the exact tweets were. Or
Jerick McKinnon, who signed a 4-year, $30 million deal, and he gets on an Instagram Live. Somebody say, oh, man, you with us? He was like, hell no, we out. We out. No, we're kicking you out. Get the hell out of here, paper airplane. Now he's the Super Bowl champion, so who's laughing now?
But you get
maybe he
going.
was right, but I understand it. I understand it completely.
Fred Warner is a 49er, and George Kittle's a 49er, and heck, Dre Greenlaw's a 49er. There's been, Charvarius Ward became a 49er. He was with the Chiefs and came to the Niners and became a 49er. Same thing with, a guy like Justin Smith, for example, started off with the Bengals. Devondre Campbell was never a 49er. Now, that being said, the Niners didn't even really want him as their first option.
They wanted Kendricks.
Yeah, and he ended up reneging on the contract and going to the Dallas Cowboys.
No doubt. Also, another thing, too, Shanahan has a lot of cachet amongst NFL coaches and in NFL circles.
That's actually a good
That name resonates a lot. And so they're going to call Shanahan and just say, hey, what's the deal with this guy? And his word's going to go a long way on Devondre Campbell. So he's in, as well as John Lynch, who's a Hall of Fame, obviously, safety, and has a lot of respect. So now you got Shanahan and Lynch, and teams are going to call him, what happened out there? Campbell played himself.
It's like with certain guys, and I know Darrell Wright's talked about this, guys don't know Pat Riley's story, and then they find out about who Pat Riley truly is, and they're like, oh my God. And there's a reason why he's called the Godfather.
Yeah.
Because once they find out, they realize who they're dealing with. Remember the whole thing, I think it was Giannis said, I didn't know who Jason Kidd was in terms of his playing days.
He loves Jason Kidd now.
Yeah, and I think John Lynch, a lot of these younger guys, they don't know. John Lynch is one of the most feared players of his era.
Oh, they know. They pulled up highlights. they know. These players know. Darrell Wright told me a great story.
Give it to me.
When he was young in Miami, he was out and about, and Pat Riley knew everybody in Miami, club owners, hoppers.
That does not surprise me.
And so one day he called Darrell up to his office, and Darrell said he walks into his office, and Pat Riley, as Darrell walks into his office, had his back turned to the entrance.
So savage.
And he's looking like a savage, like a godfather.
Yeah.
And he just starts talking without even looking at him.
No, he didn't. Back to him?
Back to him, and it just turns around. Yeah, so you've been around on College Avenue a lot. Oh, what's going on? Darrell's like, Pat Riley knew everything. But the fact that he had his back turned, just kind of doing what he's doing.
I love that.
And it's turning
That's
around.
such a great story.
Darrell's got story on top of stories on top of stories, man. And so when Pat Riley's out on Jimmy Butler, why would you want in on Jimmy Butler, folks? Youngsters, if you want Jimmy Butler, and he may work here, and I may be eating my words, but if Pat Riley's giving up on him, and he's one of the more, this guy has participated in 25% of the NBA Finals since 1960, I believe, or some crazy number. He's got rings on top of rings on top of rings. Why would you want to deal with a player that Pat Riley's given up on? The game hasn't passed Pat Riley by. Miami still contends in the Eastern Conference. They still figure out a way.
There's every GM has a different skill set, right? Howie Roseman, he never played in the NFL.
No.
He's really smart when it comes to the finances, jumping ahead of things, giving people money before the market really starts to overcorrect and you get bogged down with a bad contract. Howie Roseman's done a great job with the Eagles. I look at what John Lynch brings to the table. Think of the cachet and the understanding. Think of what they've gone through this year alone. Honestly, they should have lost more of the locker room than just one isolated rogue guy in Devondre Campbell. I think it's a testament to what Kyle and Lynch have built. And I think about this situation, this would have tore up Trent Baalke. Imagine if this happened with Baalke and Chip Kelly or Baalke. This would have it was already bad. But I love John Lynch, dude. I really do.
Well, John Lynch, this locker room is still tight. They're still connected. But before we go to the break, I want people to chew on this. 888-957-9570. I'll ask a question after we play the sound. But here is Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, Sunday morning on Brock Purdy's contract situation.
You've got a pretty expensive roster. They got 6 or 7 guys who are all due at least $15 million in cash in 2025. So what other things potentially could come? Because you've got a very veteran, older, expensive core on that football team. One of the names we're going to be talking about is what's the future for Deebo Samuel. He's on the books for about $17 million in 2025. We know the 49ers got calls on him in a potential trade back before the draft. They were not at that point willing to part with him unless somebody gave him up just a crazy price for him. And he's one of Kyle Shanahan's favorite players of all time, maybe the favorite. But he's in a contract year. He's making a lot less money, half the money of what the top of the wide receiver market is at this point. Can they get another big wide receiver deal done? Or, potentially could Deebo Samuel be on the move?
More on Brock from Tom Pelissero.
Yeah, with Brock Purdy, I think you have to look at it in the aggregate here. In his short career, because he took over, as a 7th-round pick and took over late in the 2022 season, he's already got 13 games with 120 passer rating, which is the most of any player ever over their first 3 seasons here. The efficiency numbers are really strong on him. And he's been a part of 4 playoff wins. I mean, the last 2 guys to reset the market were Dak Prescott and Lamar Jackson, who have 4 playoff wins combined. And wins are not a quarterback stat, but the point is they've found a way to win a ton of games with Brock Purdy. So
all signs point to Purdy accepting nothing less than top market money on his contract extension. 49er fans, how do you feel about Purdy? Is he the guy? Do you even care about how much money he makes? Do you even care? What is market value? Is it 55, 60 million? Is it a long-term deal? Is it a short-term deal? Diana Rossini of the Athletic says that Shanahan and Brock Purdy are a package deal. All signs point to them not going anywhere. So how are we feeling about this Purdy contract? Again, Diana Rossini, call it a Super Bowl runner-up hangover or just a down season, but the Niners are sticking to their plan, betting on Purdy and Shanahan and hoping the skies clear soon. Is that the right decision, Niner fans?
I've got so many thoughts on this. So many thoughts.
888-957-9570 is the number. I want you to save those thoughts for the other side before we get to Jerry Rice at 8:30 here on the Morning Roast. But first, the injury report.
Ow!
Moses Moody out for the second consecutive game as he deals with the knee issue. And Monty Poole from ABC Sports Bay Area asked Steve Kerr Saturday, what's up with Moody? And Steve Kerr said he's out. Monty Poole asked, is it a day-to-day thing? Is it a week-to-week thing? Steve Kerr said, aren't we all day-to-day? It was kind of his Shanahan, I may not be alive on Sunday moment.
Possibly.
Last week we forgot Shanahan got asked about Nick Bosa. Is he playing Thursday? Shanahan said, only God knows. Love that God always comes back into the equation here. All right, the issue is severe enough to keep Moody out of practice, as I say. His status will be monitored as we get closer to Thursday night's contest against the Memphis Grizzlies on Thursday. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What to do with Brock Purdy, folks? 888-957-9570. We'll play the cut coming back. How do you feel about Purdy? Long-term, short-term? Is he worth the money? How are you feeling about Brock moving forward? That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
Many architects and builders. baby. What, did you not want me to keep going?
I'm not ready to answer that question.
I mean, geez. We got
Who
Jerry
told you
Rice.
to stop? Who told you to stop?
Goat Fuel. Jerry
told you to
Rice is going
stop?
to join us in about 25 minutes. You know, Bonte, the tweet just came out. Rap Sheet is saying that it's official. Devondre Campbell is going to be suspended for 3 games.
Yep, came out at 7:04 this morning that he will be suspended 3 games without pay. He's going to miss a lot of money, and this is what it is. The refusal to play may cost Devondre Campbell up to $873,000, according to our best friend David Lombardi. It ultimately saved the 49ers that much against the cap. Base salary, $200,000. 3 games of per game bonus, $60,000, and up to $111,000 of signing bonus and $500,000 playtime incentive not met. So he cost himself nearly $1 million, Devondre Campbell. And good riddance to you, Campbell. What a joke you are. What a joke you are. By the way, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning, my favorite day of the week, a Monday. Shout out to all the graveyard shift workers, all the overnight dancers who may be coming out to Laughing Monk this Friday. Oh, boy. No?
Might be suggestible.
It's going to be a who's who. I'm excited. I want to see everyone. It's an opportunity for us to say thank you to our fans and to go visit the South Bay and see everybody down near the stadium. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm not thinking these jabronis. I'm going there for the free food, giving out some Doobie Awards. The hell with the fan. No, I'm kidding. Oh, boy. 888-957-9570. All right, so let's get right into it. And shout out to those watching our YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. This next conversation is why I wish the YouTube chat was available for everybody, but it's not. So we're still on timeout like little kids. The boss man is punishing us, and I don't think it's ever coming back, unfortunately. But I'm going to still talk about it anyway.
I'm not ready to answer that question.
Brock Purdy and his contract. I'm going to ask this question because we know the details by now. We talked about it, even though I haven't wanted to talk about it all offseason. Brock Purdy's contract. What do you do with Brock? I want to ask a question at 24 years old. This is his second full season. And we know what's transpired this year with the roster. We don't have to go down the rabbit hole. We know. We've all watched the games. I'll just ask the basic question. Do you believe Brock Purdy can get better at the quarterback position with the San Francisco 49ers? Do you believe Brock Purdy can improve of what he's done so far?
What do you mean by that?
Can he get better? Can he get better? Forget the stats. Can he improve on his deep ball accuracy? Can he improve on the out routes? Can he improve with throwing the ball with steam? Can he improve on understanding what the defenses are doing to him?
Yeah,
can he improve as a player?
Yeah, mental
can
side,
he
yes.
move can he improve all around as a player?
Absolutely on the mental side. There's no doubt
Just
about it.
the mental side, not the physical traits.
Well, I think it's really hard to okay, like for example, in baseball, you don't go, I throw 88, now all of a sudden I'm throwing 97.
No doubt.
Right? So like you can improve a little bit in terms of arm strength and be a little more accurate because you cleaned up some of your footwork. But to me, like it's the cerebral side where you see the tremendous growth for most players at the quarterback
Can he get
position.
better there?
I would think so.
He's only 24 years old.
Don't you think that like Peyton and Tom Brady were better in their 30s and mentally than they were in their 20s?
It's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah,
He's
so I do think he can get better there. But like I do also see some of the limitations, that he brings to the table. Now, when I saw the report from Tom Pelissaro yesterday, and it was floating all over the internet, and everybody's losing their minds, my thing was this, and we'll get to the financial portions of it, because you know me, I love studying the money.
No, I love the money too, but I think we get too bogged down about the money, and especially when it's not our money. And I'm all for individuals trying to maximize their worth, their self-worth.
Yeah, I just want my team to be great.
Yeah,
so, I want to be able to spread the money around to have a great team. So, like, I look at it this way, like, the Niners just got, like, an L in the rain where they didn't even get into the red zone. You've had 4 of your 5 worst passer-rated performances in 4 of the last 5 games that you've played in. The Bears game is the only one that he actually looked good in, and this is by the stats. And we've had an entire offseason and year of contracts and money and this. And believe me, I understand the business element. I wake up to my quarterback. Now before the season's even concluded, he is got his agent out here leaking stuff to Pelissaro that he wants to get paid top dollar. It's just, yeah, you deserve a raise, but I don't want to hear about it right now. That's where I came down on.
You know what is fascinating?
I don't want to hear
me?
about it.
I do want to hear from the folks who said, Brock Purdy seems like the type of guy who's going to take a discount. And what did I say? Oh, we better put the brakes here. Business is business. Well, a lot of people thought, Brock Purdy's just going to waltz on in, and hey, you know what? I know I was the last pick of the NFL draft. Go ahead and shave something off top. I'll take a little discount. No. This is not how it works. It's not how it works for him. But he's only 24 years old. 24 years old. So before we even get to the dollars and cents, because the money's going to be what the money's going to be. He's worth what a team says he's worth, right? Whatever contract they give him, that's what he's worth. And he believes he's worth top dollar. And when you look at the guys who are making top dollar, Brock Purdy may have an argument here. He may have an argument. But do you believe on the front end that Brock Purdy can get better at the quarterback position? He's only 24 years old. Is there any room for improvement? Let's go to Derek in Austin, Texas.
Before you go out to Derek, yes, he can mentally get better and maybe a little bit physically. But the thing that worries me, he's already had a major elbow surgery. I believe there's something going on with the shoulder currently. Guys also depreciate in the game of football. Not everyone physically gets better. Some physically get worse. And I look at Jimmy Garoppolo as an example, clearly of a guy who physically got worse and mentally got worse as the games went on. So it's not always a given that you can physically get better.
Now, Jimmy was deeper into his career, though, right?
Of course.
He was, 28?
Yeah.
27? Brock's only 24.
Okay.
Only 24. He's a young man. I'm going to keep that in perspective.
Jimmy also didn't play for a couple of years because of the Tom Brady situation.
Yeah, but he got hurt as soon as he came in.
No doubt.
Brock has showed us that he could play through injuries. He's a tough player. He's a tough SOB. He could play through. The guy came back from Tommy John. We didn't think it was possible he'd start against Pittsburgh, and he did. And he had a spectacular season. Let's go to Derek and Austin.
Yeah, but I'm still now questioning the arm right now. I don't know what's going on with the arm.
That's fair. Derek, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. I think with the Brock thing that I think Shasky, I kind of agree with you that, nobody wants to pay anybody $70 million for Brock. But the one thing I think Brock's kind of been overlooked this year is, and when people say about regression and we're not sure if we want to pay him, is he was actually throwing the deep ball pretty well over the last couple of years. He didn't do bad at it. And the regression, I think, maybe because he's actually pretty hurt. And we're just not hearing about it. It's like when Warner was hurt, we were like, Warner's kind of come down after the first few weeks. And then everybody's like, well, what's happened to Warner? He must have hurt. Well, he was hurt. And I think Brock's hurt. He missed a game. They rushed him. I think he's tried to get back. And I think that's kind of been the problem with his deep ball lately. As you noticed, since he's been back, Brock has not run at all. And he was running a lot earlier in the year and getting out of trouble and stuff like that. And the last thing is we all know, the offensive line's terrible.
Yes.
Terrible. So you got a guy that's probably hurt. The offensive line's horrendous. And, that's probably why a little bit of the regression and we all know about the injuries. But
Derek,
Brock,
real quick.
I think Shasky, you're a little bit tough on him.
Yeah, Derek, I'm kind of with you here. To me, the context matters. You have no Christian McCaffrey. We all baked out Christian McCaffrey playing. There's a tremendous drop-off from Jordan Mason to Christian McCaffrey. So, boom, your red zone issues are a problem, right? All of a sudden, you can't score in the red zone. You can't score touchdowns. You're settling for field goals. And last year, you're scoring touchdowns. George Kittle's missed time. Deebo Samuel's time. Deebo Samuel's not the same player. Isn't that a factor? And then, Derek, I don't know if maybe I'm the only one in this boat, but it felt like we underrated Brandon Ayuk's value to this offense and what he did for Brock Purdy. And he's the one guy who could beat press man. And what do we talk about today as we head into late December? 49ers can't beat press man coverage.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And that is true. But I think the overall thing that Shasky keeps, and when I usually agree with Shasky on a lot of things, which is crazy, that I can't believe he can't see it.
Wait.
I really do think Brock's hurt.
Derek, does that mean you disagree with me a lot?
No, but I do tend to agree with Shasky.
Here's what I would say to you.
Wow,
here's what I would say to you.
Wow, you just broke my heart.
Brock's a really good player, right? He's a really good player. And everyone keeps saying the market. And I understand the market. I want to see him stay with the Niners. He deserves a pay raise. Clearly a big pay raise because he's making one of the lowest amounts. I mean, even look at the backups. Look at how much he's making. He's got like the 72nd or whatever it is, a 54th highest quarterback price tag this year. So obviously, the guy deserves a tremendous amount of money, and he's going to get it. He's going to get it some way, one way or the other. The question now becomes like how much, and then how much are the guarantees, and when can you get out of it? And that's where I'm looking at. Now, you're asking me, can he get better? Now, his first 25 games, the guy threw 45 touchdowns with 11 interceptions, and they had an all-star squad around him. The last 18 games, and that's starting with the Baltimore game, and I'm telling you, I'm cherry-picking the numbers because I'm starting at one of his low points. He's got 20 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, 7 fumbles. The team is 10-8. In the prior 25 in that he played in, they were 20-5, right? So I am.
But doesn't the context matter though? The defense is not the same as last year. The special teams is much worse. The field goal kicker's worse. You're not getting the sack totals. Your offensive line is probably worse than it was a season ago. So to me, the Baltimore game, trust me, the Baltimore game, I can't get that image out of my head. But he did bounce back and lead 2 game-winning drives and 2 game-winning or game-rallying victories in the playoffs.
Top of the market, Bonte, when you want to get top of the market, well, then you have to perform top of the market when things aren't great around you.
Well,
I think that's where I'm saying, like, this is a classic good to great conversation, which is very nuanced. No one says he stinks. He deserves to get a pay raise. He's going to get a pay raise. He's going to make a lot of money. Should he make, and I'm just going the guarantees at signing, should he make $230, which is number 1 for Deshaun Watson? No. I don't know if I'd pay anyone that. Should he make $146 guaranteed at signing, which is what Burrow got? No, I don't think so. Trevor's crummy contract, which everyone agrees is awful, at $142, which is the 3rd highest guaranteed at signing. No. Lamar's $135. No. I think he falls in somewhere between Kirk Cousins' $90 million and Lamar Jackson's $135. And if I had to guess, it would probably be slightly above Nick Bosa's $122 million guaranteed at signing.
Still a lot of coin. It's a lot of coin.
And you know what? But if you break it down and it's over a 3-year period, right?
It's not bad.
You're looking at $45 million guaranteed. $45 million guaranteed. I think he's going to slot in somewhere in that $135 guaranteed range, just behind Lamar.
Let's go to.
It's a lot of money.
Let's go to David in Denver. David, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, my quick take on this, and I think the other caller, he may have been onto something. If there's some injury stuff going on, then yeah, maybe we don't know. But I do feel Brock he's earned it, man. He's earned, and I'm not talking about the specific money, but just the chance to continue to show us that he is the guy. I think 2 things are true. One is that, there has been some regression in my eyes this year, and at the same time, I think he's a guy. I think he has the character and the makeup that, that he's the guy I want as a quarterback, man. Like, I guess people can always look at the shiny toy of like someone who's got some other gifts. You want that big arm, like, okay, go sign Sam Darnold or something. You know what I mean? Like, I get people think like that, but the dude's shown enough in my eyes that I want him as our quarterback. At the same time, I can say I've seen things this year that were problematic and made me kind of concerned. Now, I think context does matter. So to your point, Bonte, I think those things do matter. But I just think the guy's earned it, to give him another year. He is young. To see from this point on, we've seen the good. We've seen a little bit of bad now. Now let's see where he goes from here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Let's go to BPA. BPA, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
I've been a huge Brock guy, but sorry. Just off the heels of his performance this year and last offseason just being this sort of like embarrassingly selfish group of guys that just everybody's just, I'm going to get mine kind of mentality, which is permeated through the season. I don't want him at 60. He's not a $60 million quarterback. If there were any questions about that, this year has proven that. And wow, bad timing. Just the absolute worst timing to drop that. I almost wonder if the Niners dropped it, sort of like early on in the negotiation. And, the message being, dude, you now put a lot of pressure on yourself to ball out at the end of this year. And you've been stone cold bad for a while. So, well, yeah, it completely changes my take on it.
BPA, isn't it hard to ball out when and I'm not making an excuse for Brock Purdy because he does have to play better. Thursday was his worst game of the season, by far. By far. I was there in person. I was like, wow, this guy, he's really bad today. But doesn't the weapons around you have to do something to make us like, I look at play call, I look at offensive line play. This is why football is just not a one-man sport. This is why it drives me crazy when we do quarterback win stats and QBR. This is not all the quarterback. You need a team to really be functionable. And right now, this team's a mess.
Well, didn't a week before, Brock was, Tom Brady on steroids, according to David Lombardi.
Well, you're talking about a guy who
a week earlier.
You're talking about a guy who may have some, I don't know, some insecurity issues or whatnot. Because I don't subscribe to whatever the hell he's doing.
What are you saying, Bippy? I don't know. I want to hear what you.
That guy doesn't hold the word.
Okay,
he's not God. David Lombardi.
He was great. A week earlier, Brock was great, right? I mean, he was almost perfect.
Well, we also know that they're playing the Bears with an interim head coach and a first-time defensive play caller, and Thomas Davis being their head coach. So what did we say on the show? Brian, you listen to us. You tweet at us. You listen to the show. What did Shasky and Bonte say after the Bears game? Not much, right?
Yeah. No, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't really care what David Lombardi has to say.
I think you said my quarterback. I think that was sort of the sentiment, but I just at this point, man, it's just the future. The future is murky for the 49ers. That's the vibe.
Well, it's interesting. Like I think so. Like on one hand, right, B, you can't go April 1st, and we got mini camp, and I don't have my quarterback.
Yeah, that's what
we can't. That I acknowledge.
I was trying to debate that Friday, saying that not even debate it, but saying. You really, like, callers will say, well, we just play hardball. Look how that worked out this season for the 49ers.
But if he wants every single dollar, if you kind of get the sense of that from the beginning, like, I think you have to be open-minded on this one. If he wants every single dollar and he's looking to break Joe Burrow's $146 million guaranteed at signing, I'm sorry. Like, if that's the case, I want to be very specific. If that's the case, dude, go look around the league and you tell me who's giving you that. That you have to do that because the worst thing you could do is pay the wrong guy. Now, that being said, everything I just went down, could you survive giving him $100+ million and it be an absolute nightmare? Yeah, actually you could because I just see the Denver Broncos doing it right now with Bo Nix. And Bo Nix threw like a zillion picks yesterday. They're eating $85 million in dead money for Russell Wilson, and they found a way to build a team around Bo Nix, a rookie quarterback, and they've somehow bounced off the Russell Wilson money, but they did it because they drafted extremely well, and they leaned into these cheap, inexpensive players, and their play caller has been outstanding. So you can, if it is a nightmare, and you pay them $100 million, there is a template out there where you could still survive a little.
All right.
It's not, believe me, it's not the path I'm trying to go.
No, it's a very interesting
But if he wants every dollar, I do kind of look at him sideways like,
I do get blown away, though.
You can't sit here and say, I'm not as good this year because I don't have all my weapons, and then say, I need 26% of the cap, but, surround me with talent moving forward.
Dude,
like, those aren't congruous thoughts.
I do get blown away in sports, though, how we're so, and I'm not saying flippy-floppy or whatever, but how we're so day-to-day on things. It's fascinating to me that 3 months ago you couldn't criticize this guy. You couldn't even criticize this guy. Now it's a whole different ball game.
Well, if you buy a house and you didn't know that the roof was actually ready to collapse after one big rain,
then
doesn't that change your impression?
Well, that's your dumbass fault for buying the house.
Well, things happen. Sometimes you open up walls and there's dry rot.
That's why that's your dumbass fault. You need to be. Got to do your investigation on this stuff. Let's go to Wilbur. It's like a car. It's like a car.
Yeah, but you never bought a lemon at any point in your life?
No, that's why a car. I know people who work in dealerships, and so when I check out a car, I always send the information to people I trust and say, okay, what's the deal with this car's history?
Yeah, but you can't.
And then you get X, Y, and Z. It's like, I'm going to sell off that car.
But
it's not even Carfax. I go deep. That's not even. You got to go deeper, Spinotti. You got to go deeper.
What happens when you get hit at the intersection, like Brandon Ayuk? Like you paid, you did your Carfax report, and then an accident just happens. Like sometimes there are things that are out of your control.
Will and Moran, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. So one of the big things that I look for quarterbacks that deserve big paydays is efficiency. And what blows my mind about the whole Brock Purdy situation is that if you were to change the player and you put Josh Allen in Brock Purdy's shoes, it would be a surefire thing. It would be no-brainer. obviously we're going to pay Josh Allen. Like, what a stupid question, Will. Like, obviously we're going to pay him. Well, what blows my mind is that Josh Allen, throughout his career, has had years where he's thrown 15 interceptions, 14 interceptions, 18 interceptions, fumbled 9 times, including that. Brock Purdy's first full year was under a thicker microscope and was nitpicked harder and didn't even come close.
Hey, Will.
To 18 turnovers total. And I'm a Ravens fan, dude. Like, I don't understand what y'all are drinking in SF. You guys have a sick player.
Dude,
like,
Will, you're cooking. I'm going to let you cook. I'm going to let you cook and finish the call. But I remember the dialogue with Josh Allen over the last couple of years. It was like, oh, he's regressed. You can't win with this guy. And now you see him. It's like, wait, maybe guys get hurt. Guys have bad games. Bad games are possible. It's possible to have a bad game. Like, it is what it is. You're not going to be perfect. Steph Curry is the greatest Warrior ever. He's not perfect. Hell, he only makes 45% of his threes. Like, that's 55% of his misses. So we'll keep cooking because I like where you're going there.
So, yeah, all I'm saying is that you guys have a great player who not only takes care of the football, but even in an injury-riddled year with himself being injured, he's still finding a way to being extremely efficient and keeping you in game.
Will, you're talking about Josh Allen very flippantly, and like I literally went down this rabbit hole yesterday because I was looking at the different notes. This is a man in a 17-game season. His averages since you get out of his rookie year, since 2019, he averages 32 and 13 with 4,300 yards passing, and that doesn't even begin to include all of the running. He has more rushing touchdowns than O.J. Simpson. Look it up. It's factual.
But I think what Will is saying, though, is that, look, Josh Allen's had down years throwing the ball. And I remember on this show last year when Brock Purdy was cooking Spadoni, you can see subscribe to this. People were so down on Josh Allen last year on the show. It was ridiculous.
Not me. No, I
Ridiculous.
said last year for that Niners team, I'm taking Brock Purdy over Josh Allen.
I was told Josh Allen may not even be able to play in Shanahan's system. So I don't want to hear about Josh Allen. Josh Allen's a great player. We know that. He's one of the Golden Four. Joe Burrow, I call him the Golden Four. Lamar, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. We know those guys, they're great. Now, what's the rest of the bunch? Even Jalen Hurts, he's struggling. Philadelphia's winning games.
Yeah, but Jalen's only making, like, I'm looking here, like his guarantee at signing, Jalen Hurts was $110 million, which is a lot of money. But when you rate it over 4 or 5 years, like, depends on how when you do these guarantees, you can amortize the money.
His average per year is $51 million.
Well, that doesn't include the guarantees because there's opt-outs.
No, I understand the guarantees. I'm talking about AAV. 51 a year.
Yeah, but see, AAV is a misleading number. It's guarantees at signing.
No, guarantees the one. No, that I understand that. I think I schooled you on that. When you guarantee, because the agents want the big shiny headline, guaranteed money, signing bonus, highest paid player ever. But then you start breaking down the per year base contracts, and that's where, you know, a lot of guys make a lot of money per year.
I think when I look at the Niners situation, which goes back to to me, the magic number is about $130 million guaranteed. And it's over a 3-year period. And then you can get out of it after that, which is what the Tua deal is, the Goff deal, some of the contemporaries that are going to be in his price range, right? And I say to myself, front load the heck out of it so that all the guaranteed money is in the first year or two right at signing. Like Jordan Love just got a $75 million check on Thanksgiving, for example, for his new deal, which he just got. And so, like, there's going to be outs on this. He's going to get a pay raise. He absolutely is. But it's all about, to me, it's the guaranteed money.
Let's go to Daryl in Oakley real quick, then we'll get to Rashawn in Vegas. Daryl, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, you guys. You know, I just want to say that, like T.O. said, you know, with a tear in my eye, that's my quarterback, man. And the reason is because you think about it, Will Levis and Anthony Richardson are trash, and they were drafted way earlier. We finally got a guy who's pretty dang good. One thing that Shasky mentioned, though, is his shoulder looks a little iffy. You know what? I've been watching Ricky Pearsall, and he's actually been getting open lately. If you remember, there was a deep ball that Ricky Pearsall had to come back and break up the play. That was gonna. It
was a bad throw.
That Ricky Pearsall, if he just got it, that's a touchdown, and we're cheering Ricky Pearsall, saying, "Wow, did you see that? That wasn't a good throw." And so I'm a little bit concerned with the shoulder. I want to see how spring practices with his arm, because that's a question. But other than that, you know what? Again, the quote T.O., man, that's my quarterback, man. And then, you know, I'm cool.
Let's go to Rashawn in Vegas real quick before the break. Rashawn, what's happening?
What's up, guys? Hey, I just got a couple of things. One, in regards to Brock Purdy's upcoming contract, one name that hasn't been discussed out there is Justin Fields. I think, personally, in my opinion, as when we drafted Trey Lance, it should have took Justin Fields over Lance because he was more proven in college, better athlete, more durable. If you plug Justin Fields into our offense, man, probably a guaranteed Super Bowl right first year.
Justin Fields guaranteed the Super Bowl? Oh, I've heard it all.
Might be suggestible.
I've heard it all, baby. I've heard it all. Oh, man. Your mic's off.
The thing I keep coming back to, and look, this is the reality. This is in Bill Walsh's belief is I don't just pay you for what you've done. I do have to also project what you're going to do moving forward. And I think in this situation, gosh, he so deserves a pay raise. Now the question becomes, how much does he want? How much can he command? And how much are they going to leave on the table so they can spread that wealth to give him the infrastructure to continue to succeed?
That's why it starts with me. Do you believe he can get better? He's only 24 years old. Can he get better in all areas of being a quarterback? Mentally, physically, all the throws, in the classroom, film study. Can he get better? And if you believe he can get better, then that's where the money will kind of fall in line there. If you believe he can improve as a quarterback. All right, Jerry Rice, the GOAT's coming up. I can't wait to talk to Jerry. I've been waiting on this one, and it's brought to you by the Los Altos Village Association. The holiday spirit sparkles in downtown Los Altos. With more than 150 unique shops, you'll find special gifts and fine holiday dining. Downtown Los Altos is your destination for festive events and fabulous holiday shopping. Who doesn't love holiday shopping? All with free parking. Free parking, huh? Los Altos got it going down. Get more info at downtownlosaltos.org.
Get holiday savings at Whole Foods.
This is Fillmo Mike, and the Doobie Awards are this Friday at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale from 6 to 10. I'll be there. You better be there, too. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky. Shasky, stop with the long questions.
You know, Fillmo Mike sounds too professional. He's trying too hard. Sounds too presidential. I'm not accustomed to that. I'm not. I need the Fillmo Mike from Fillmo, not the Fillmore Mike, if you get what I'm saying. All right, anyway. Jerry Rice. Maybe he'll stop by the Doobie Awards. Maybe not. But we got our Go Fuel going on. I'm going to need some Go Fuel. I'm going to crack this baby right now. Jerry Rice joins us here on the River Islands Guest Line. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Jerry, we love talking to you, man. You're the GOAT. You're our GOAT.
What's up?
What is up, man? I got my, what did I have? I got my watermelon fruit punch. I'm just going to sit back and sip because I can't wait to hear what you have to say about Devondre Campbell. Leaving game on Thursday. Now, Jerry, you got Fred Woodard out there playing with a fractured ankle. Dre Greenlaw just came back from an Achilles tendon tear.
Yeah.
Bosa's playing with an Obika hip injury. Tarvarius Ward, unfortunately, and my condolences go out to his family. It's lost their daughter, for crying out loud. Guys are out there playing hurt, putting their bodies on the line against the hated LA Rams, and you got a guy who refused to go into the game. And he leaves the game, and he quits on his teammates. What were your initial thoughts when you saw and heard about that?
Well, first of all, I never knew that you could do that because you under contract, and we knew that Greenlaw was coming back, and he's like that motor that's on that football field, and everybody feeds off Greenlaw. So for Campbell to do that to his teammates, to the fans of San Francisco. I think it just showed that this guy, for some reason, I think he had started maybe around 13 games or something like that. Mm-hmm. He just felt like, he should be on that football field. And when Greenlaw came back, I think, he was devastated by that. But you don't say no to actually going on the football field and playing with your teammates, because so many players have made so many, sacrifices the entire season, everything that's been going on. And for him to walk off the way he did, it just really, it sent the wrong message. And I don't know, does it send the wrong message that, Kyle Shanahan lost the locker room? Lost respect with players, but this guy, to have him to exit the game the way he did, I was shocked by that.
Jerry, if he was on that team and you were in uniform and you found out one of your teammates quit on you and the team, what would you have done? Well, how would you have reacted if he was on that team? Because I saw how George Kittle reacted. I saw how Tarvarius Ward reacted, but I know you love football more than anybody I've seen play this game before. How would you have reacted had you been on that team, on that football field next to Devondre Campbell?
Well, probably. I think it would have been addressed right there on the football field. Not in the locker room. Because if you're not ready to go to battle with your team and you guys, the time, the preparation, the sweat, the tears, everything that you have poured into the season, it came down to that game. And we knew the importance of that game, and for him to refuse the way he did, I think it would have got dealt with right there on the sideline.
You never played on a team where someone literally quit like that?
No. I remember watching this with Antonio Brown, when he was with the Patriots. He took off his entire
with the Buccaneers,
the Buccaneers and stuff like that. And but I have never encountered a situation like this where someone actually that's under contract didn't want to go on to the football field and play for his team, for the city of San Francisco, and just walked off. I'd never been around that. And never wanted to be around that. But, I think we had such great leaders, guys that would have dealt with that right there on the football field, that players knew that once you in, it's like one heartbeat, that's it. And you have to be totally on board.
Yeah, totally. What are you seeing with Deebo Samuel right now? I mean, he drops that ball, and the fans were just they were giving it to him. And I know that he wants to play better. Obviously, it's just he's had a really tough year. What are you seeing from him in his lack of production right now?
Man, I don't know what is going on because the weirdest thing is I think he maybe had 3 catches for 16 yards.
Yeah, Jerry, he has 101 receiving yards the last 5 weeks. 101 receiving yards the last 5 weeks. You do that in a quarter.
Hey, man, I'm going to tell you, for me, I would have been pissed. I would have been pissed at myself. I would have been pissed at the whole, scenario. And I would pretty much go to work on the football field during practice. And if you do it during practice, you're going to be able to do it during the game. That ball that he dropped, okay, after you complain about not getting that many touches, you cannot drop the football. I mean, because everybody is going to get down on you and they're going to come after you. So, I never said anything about not getting touches or anything like that. I just worked, man. I just kept working, and if you show it during practice, they're going to make the call during the actual football game where you're going to have opportunities where you can make catches, get into a rhythm, and be productive.
Jerry Rice here on the River Islands guest line on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 Game. We're glad to have the greatest football player who's ever played before, the touchdown leader, greatest receiver, you name it, the greatest Niner. Jerry Rice here on the Morning Roast with Shasky and Bonte. Let me ask you about Brock Purdy and the contract leaks from his agent. Before we even get to the money, do you believe Brock Purdy's only 24 years old? A lot of people flipped out Brock. They think they could improve. Do you believe Brock Purdy can improve? And what areas can he improve in if you do believe he can improve at the quarterback position?
He can improve if you keep building around him. You got to give him the weapons. And these weapons, they got to produce. I mean, you can't. Football is a team sport, and if the Dallas Cowboys, if they gave Dak Prescott $60 million, Brock is going to ask for probably the same amount. Plus, Brock also has taken the San Francisco 49ers to the Super Bowl. Dak hasn't done that. So, it's just about the right time and being in the right position, but he can get better if you keep adding, to the puzzle where this guy doesn't feel the pressure of having to do it on his own on the football field, where you got other weapons out there that can make plays and also take some of that pressure off.
Yeah, clearly the weapons haven't been great this year. The line has been suspect at best. Do you think he's had a good year, though?
No, he hasn't had a Brock year. I think his passing rating is about around 45. I think he has only 15 touchdowns that he has thrown or something like that. So it hasn't been a Brock year, but, I don't like making excuses. Everybody talking about, there are so many injuries and stuff like that. I don't care about that. That doesn't mean anything to me. You still find a way to win. Everybody got, excuses out there. And this is like, the offensive line, so many players hurt and stuff like that. Man, forget that, man. You're a team. You find a way to win no matter what. And I'm tired of hearing all that.
What about, though, I hear you, Jerry, because I'm with you. But up to the sense of, I do watch these games, and I see Deebo can't get off a press, man. I see George Kittle in and out of the lineup. I see running backs dropping like flies. I see offensive linemen getting pushed back and getting the trenches dominated like Thursday night. Doesn't it matter just a little bit? You can only do with what you have out there that's available to you?
The next man up, man. Next man up. You get paid. You getting paid, and whoever is on that football field got to be accountable and got to be willing to sacrifice and make plays to help that team to win. I don't care.
Yeah.
That's just the bottom line. So everybody keep pointing fingers and doing all that. doing, saying that, it's one of those seasons where we got so many injuries. There's injuries all over the league.
Right.
It's happening everywhere. But why are we having so many injuries? Are we really pushing ourselves really hard during the week, during practice? Or if we just pretty much bullshitting around during the week, then go into a ball game, then expect your body to all of a sudden react to emotion that you haven't done over and over during the week.
Yeah, I hear that. Jerry, you said this last time I think this was right after the Chiefs game. You were hot after the Chiefs game. We're all hot after the Chiefs game. I'm going to play this cut, and then I'm going to ask you on the back end, do you think you see an improvement in this area? Take a listen to this, Jerry.
I look at body language before a game, the opponent, the home team, and stuff like that. I just felt like we were not fired up for that game. And it showed. It showed, and you get the ball. I want to see an offense sprinting to the field, saying, hey, let's go. And I'm just watching guys just move real slow and almost like, hey, just another game. It really doesn't mean that much. All of that. That's what I saw. That's the body language that I saw.
Have you seen any improvement from this team in terms of body language and spirit and energy since that Kansas City game?
No. If anything, it has gone the other direction. And the reason why I say that is that you got to love the game of football, and you got to pour your heart into it. And it's like you still see little pieces where. Like say a Fred Warner, a Greenlaw, some guys, actually showing that energy. But I really want to see that from everybody, from all the players. So yeah, I don't think it has gotten better. I think if anything, it went the other direction.
Jerry, I was thinking about, and Bonte and I have referenced this over and over. You and Steve went down, I believe, in 96 or 97, opening game against Tampa. You battle all year to come back, and then you get hurt right away. I believe it was on prime time, catching a touchdown pass in the end zone. Seeing Dre Greenlaw and how hard he's worked to come back and to have that half of football, it was like, wow. I mean, we all love him. We missed him so much. Did you have a chance to talk with him, either during the rehab process?
Oh, yeah.
Or you have to tell us what those conversations sounded like.
Well, not doing the rehab or anything like that, but, it's like when he was on the football field, you could feel that energy. I mean, I think Fred Warner, I think Bosa, I think everybody plays better when he's out on that football field because he brings that intensity. But it was great to see him get back on the football field. You saw him sprinting and you saw him making tackles, and being an impact and just typical Greenlaw that So, I hope it continues where he can just get back into that rhythm again and be that leader.
Jerry, I scroll the internet sometimes. I'm on Instagram. You're just scrolling. And I've seen this video a few times where Steve Young goes, we win the Super Bowl, and I come back into the facility. I'm going to clean out my locker, and nobody's there. And I look out onto the field, and there's Jerry Rice running wind sprints, and there's no one even throwing you a ball. You're just out there running routes as if someone's throwing you the ball because you were so dedicated to your craft. When you see all this talk about money and finances and contracts and all the stuff that's not football, what does a throwback grinder like Jerry Rice think when it comes to this? I know there's a business side of it, but from the fans, we get a little exhausted over all the contract stuff.
Yeah, it's hard, man, because, I'm not going to get in front of anybody getting their money or whatever, but there's a certain standard that comes along with that. So, it's like accountability on the football field, not only just playing football, but also to the fans. And that's something I always took a lot of pride in, and it's hard. It's really hard because another thing too that really baffles me a little bit is all the distractions right before the actual kickoff. With and I know you love your family. I know that. I don't have a problem with that. But there comes a time where on that football field now it's time to go to work. and there's way too much activity happening before the game. And that was something, and maybe I'm like the old dinosaur, man. I don't know. That field is sacred. I mean, that's where you do your battle. That's where you fight. And I think it's okay for, to have family down there for a certain amount of time, but then they got to go.
Yeah.
Now it's time to focus on the opponent. And it's just way too much. It's people being way too relaxed before the game. I want to see that intensity. I want to see that fight. I want to see that Russell Crowe. I want to see that, the gladiator, whatever comes into this arena, we have a better chance of survival if we work together. That's what I want to see.
I feel you, Jerry. I know
football right there.
I know exactly what you're talking about before the game, all the pregame festivities, and there's a lot going on. 15 minutes before kickoff, and we're kissing babies or whatnot. Now it's a new day and age, so they do things a little different than you, Jerry.
Yeah,
Chasky and I are old school too. Like when it's football time, it's lock in. 45 minutes before the game, hey, you could just go to the suite. I'm getting my stretch on this time to get fired up. I understand completely what you're talking about, Jerry. We're talking to the great one, Jerry Rice, here in the Morning Roast. What are you looking for from this team the rest of the way? And what gives you hope for this team in 2025?
Man, I think what I'm looking for is, for players not to give up. There's still opportunities out there where you can make a statement. So looking for them to continue to fight. And what I'm hoping for is to get the contract all situated with Brock Purdy, get that out of the way, to know that, that he's going to be the quarterback of the future for the San Francisco 49ers and just continue to build around him. But we just have to finish the season out and get ready for next year. I'm looking for big things. I'm expecting the same thing next year, is for them to win it all.
Jerry, when I think of you and some of the other guys that are at the games, like Steve Young, obviously, he clearly cares about the organization. He's a Niner, you know what I mean? Through and through. Mm-hmm. And the Justin Smiths, the Frank Gores, the Patrick Willises,
Yeah.
I know you talk to all these guys. Who's the most, outside of yourself, who's the most emotionally ticked off that the team stinks right now? Like, who's the guy that won't leave you alone because he's really, he's just frustrated. Like, who's the guy you talk to from the 49er past?
I think it's everybody, all the 49ers. It's frustrating because I think so many of the old veterans, they feel like we put these guys in a position where they can be successful and also where they could earn the big money. And guys before us put us in a position where we could earn the big money. So there's an accountability, respect that comes along with that. So a lot of those guys are frustrated because we were about that standard. And that standard was like, you had to win. There was no shortcuts or anything like that. We were going to work hard during the week. We were going to have great leaders. We were going to go out there and fight every ball game, and we were going to win no matter what. Even if you had to, cut your finger off. Ronnie Lott, you remember he cut his finger off because, he wanted to play. So, I think the Niners they're not saying they're going to have to, cut limbs off or anything like that. But, it's just that they're going to have to, they're going to have to look back on this season and say, hey, look, we could have done better and let's make adjustments or do what we got to do and come back, finish this year off strong and get ready for next year.
Jerry, I remember vividly this last time the 49ers won a Super Bowl. You guys got blown out against Philadelphia at Candlestick, and Steve Young went crazy because he got benched by George Seifert. He let George Seifert hear it. You guys lost a meaningless game, and that was it the rest of the way. You guys blew everybody out. You guys rolled to a Super Bowl. How would you assess Shanahan this season as a head coach of the 49ers? Because, I don't think he should be fired. I don't think even his seat is hot. But there's been some things in the red zone and some play calling situational play calling last week, 3rd and 6. You run it to Debo right up the middle. I'm thinking, what the hell? Put that ball in the air. How would you assess Shanahan's season?
It's been a rocky road, man. It's been highs and lows, and I think it's exactly what Steve Young said. He got to reinvent himself. It's like defense coordinators, they catch up to you. They know your scheme and stuff like that. And if you don't do certain things, they're going to take away, the strength of your offense. So my thing is, we know that we don't throw the ball that much to the outside. You need to spread that offense out and let these route runners, these playmakers, run routes and be able to get away from, bump and run, actually timing routes and stuff like that. I just feel like everything is so condensed, and it's like the lanes are very difficult because they're very small. When you spread everything out, there's bigger lanes where the quarterback can actually deliver the football. And we also know that also Brock Purdy is not like a 6'4" quarterback. With everything being condensed like that, he's not going to be able to see over that offensive line, like a guy that's 6'4" or much taller. So there got to be lanes where he can throw the football. So, like Steve said, I think he got to reinvent himself. But just let these playmakers go play, man.
Yeah, Juwan Jennings is having a monster year. I just love the fight from Juwan and what I see from him. I mean, he had a couple of drops.
Oh, yeah.
The last game. And then there's also Ricky Pearsall. I'm not seeing a whole lot, but I don't have the astute eye that maybe you have in what you're looking for from a wide receiver. How would you assess those two players, Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall?
Well, Jennings, he's that fiery beast, man. I'm telling you, if anything is over the middle or anything, if he gets his hands on the ball, he's going to make the catch. And Pearsall, I think he had, oh my God, he had over 100 plays or more. He had one catch or something like that. I don't know what's happening with that scenario, because it's like, if you get that many reps on the football field, you should be able to get separation and also be able to be an impact and make plays. I think the one play he had was that touchdown that he caught the ball and he was able to run away from everyone else. So I don't know if they're not giving him opportunities or whatever, or he's not getting separation, but you got to pick and choose your medicine. You got to pick one of those guys. Is it going to be Debo? Is it going to be Jennings? That you got to get the rock to. That's going to open up everyone else. You can't just, spread the ball around, and have that mindset. You got to let your main playmaker go ball. So if that's going to be George Kittle, let him go ball, man. That's going to open up the run. So one, you got to decide, okay, if we're going to run this rock, if we're going to run it, commit to the run. And then once they try to take that away, now you got the pass. So, if you're going to commit to the pass it. Once they take that away, now you got the run. So football is not that complicated, guys. It's not that complicated. And if the Niners do that, I think they're going to have better results on the football field, and they're going to be able to get those W's.
Yeah, during the 3-game stretch, Ricky Pearsall had ran 63 routes, had 3 targets and no catches. That's pretty remarkable. That's insane. He's just out there getting cardio.
What do you mean remarkable? What do you mean remarkable?
What I mean is that's ridiculous.
I'm sure he doesn't feel that way.
I know this. I'm just saying, how does that happen at wide receiver when you run
274
I understand. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's remarkable in the ridiculous sense that the guy's just out there getting cardio. You know what I'm saying, Jerry?
You know what? If that had been me back in the day, it would have been chairs thrown this way, that way, everything.
Furniture would have been moving. There's no doubt about that. It leads me back to Debo. Like I can't get over Debo. Shasky asked you earlier about Debo Samuel, and the way it looks like, I don't know if he's going to be back next season. I have no idea what the front office how they feel about Debo, but all the other stuff. If you had a chance to sit Debo aside and say, Debo, get out social media, Debo. What's up with the pregame? Like, everything with Debo has just gone wrong. Ever since that moment. Hey, Jerry, you said this. I'm going to play this for you because you said this, and it actually happened.
back in the day, I'm going to be honest with you. If we played like the way we played yesterday, we would have probably been swinging on each other on the sideline. We would have been fighting each other. That was like, that was not 49er standard right there. I would say probably what we would do is just simplify everything, go back to route running, go back to where, Brock Purdy is feeling a little bit more comfortable back there in the backfield where he can see the lanes where he wants to throw the football and stuff like that. And let these guys, earn their money, man. These guys are professionals.
So we actually saw Debo get to Jake Moody and Tabor Pepper saying, lock in. And we saw some things, he put some hands on them. But ever since that moment.
No. Let me clarify. I said all phases.
All phases.
All phases. And if you're a captain, if there's someone that's underperforming just a little bit, you deal with that in a very professional way. Now, if there's from all phases, if nobody is not doing their job, we would circle up. And they're probably going to be some blows or something like that thrown on the football field to get everybody in that mindset of, hey, look, we're not playing up to our standard. We got to change that. And we're not giving the fans what they really pay for. So that was something that we all always took pride in, too. We felt like we owed the fans great football. So I think the Niners, they just got to go back to that. They got to realize that, hey, look, man, we played for the city of San Francisco. We played for the greatest fans ever. And we just got to go out there on that football field, and we got to leave everything on that football field.
All right, Jerry, what's the latest or greatest going on with Go Fuel? Because I got to say, this watermelon fruit punch is cracking right now. I love this. This is my stuff, and the hat feels great. Hey, thank you for the hat. The hat feels great on my big head.
Man, we got the legends coming out. We did Muhammad Ali, and of course, for some reason they put me as one of those legends guys. So, look for me on the can. I'm on the can, and I think we're talking to Babe Ruth and some other legends and stuff. So we get ready to have a fun time, man. But I have an exceptional team. My team works hard. They work hard. They believe in what we're building here. Putting something out there a little bit healthier, feet on the ground, everything, and everybody is completely in. And I told him, I said, look, I told my daughter this when I started Go Field. I said, look, I want that concept just like Eddie DeBarlo and Carmen Policy. And it's all about family. And we have built a family, and we got great, consumers out there that love Goat Fuel. We in probably 21,000 stores or more. I want to take that to the next level. I want to get 100,000 or more. And, just continue to let the people know that there is something a little bit healthier out there, and it's called Goat Fuel, the greatest of all time.
It is the greatest of all time, Shasky. And he's got a roster. You spread it throughout the NFL. Everybody's rocking Go Fuel. Our listeners are saying, where can I get that Go Fuel at? So let them know, Jerry. Let them know again where they can get this Go Fuel at.
GoFuel.com. GoFuel.com. Hey, look, shipping is free.
Like an 80-yard slant from Flash 80. I love it.
Hey, Jerry, if it's free, it's me. That's for sure.
You never know. You never know. I might special deliver it. You never know, because guys, it's a party when I'm at the stadium. I'm in the stands, man. I'm all over the place. I'm having a great time.
Well, speaking of parties, Jerry, I don't know what you're doing Friday morning out in Sunnyvale, Laughing Monk Brewing, but we're having a big party.
Big party.
We call it the Doobie Awards, where we give it out the Morning Roaster of the Year, the Rookie of the Year, the Call of the Year, the Guest of the Year. And if you want to party and eat some lobster linguine, have a couple cocktails on the house, you're more than welcome to come this Friday if your calendar is clear. Just saying.
Hey, what time is the party?
6 to 10 a.m., but we're going to be partying after 10 a.m. too.
Come on back.
I know you're an early riser. You don't get no sleep, Terry. Come on now. Sunnyvale, we right up the road, right by Levi's.
Hey, man, I'm going to tell you, I got a friend that, I took to Las Vegas,
And he said, "Man, you know what, man? Sleep is overrated." He said, "We don't sleep, man. We don't sleep." Hey, I'm the same way. But seriously, hey, I have always only gotten about 4 hours.
Wow.
Throughout my career and stuff like that, I function out 4 hours. So what I'm saying, I'm down.
Let's
brother.
go.
We're going to send that information to you.
Let's
and we
go.
see if you pop by.
We'd
No
love to
worries
see
if
ya.
you can, because we know you're busy. But if you pop by for a few minutes, we love to see you, man. And
mother-in-law might
some,
faint.
Yeah, we'll have some Go Fuel and everything for you, man. And I know our listeners love
Hell
you, man.
yeah.
Jerry, we always appreciate
All right,
the
guys.
time, man.
See you, Jerry.
Yeah. Happy holidays, guys.
You too.
Happy
Go
holidays
Niners.
to you as well, man.
Great
Go
to see your
Niners. Jerry
face,
Rice
man.
to
It's
go
always
here
smiling.
on the River
Love that,
Islands
man.
guest line, man. That was a lot of fun with Jerry. And he
So
said a
much.
lot as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And I don't know what it is about Jerry this year, but Jerry's been letting us know. He's been letting us know what's up with the 49ers.
It's the interviewees.
Yeah, I guess. Spadoni gets credit too. He was part of one.
Absolutely. You know, here's what I would say. My number one takeaway from what Jerry said is, and it's kind of what a lot of Niner fans been feeling, the business and the personal stuff, which some of it is unavoidable. Like, obviously, what's happened with Trent and what's happened with Charvarius Ward. I mean, that is real life stuff. But there's been a lot of distractions. And I think that his point, I think it's not necessarily about, hey, you can't go over and run over and kiss your significant others or your kids or whatever before the game. But what he's saying is that the distractions have now bled over to the field. And it's almost inarguable. All of the stuff, social media, talking with the reporters, not talking with the reporters, contract disputes, instead of allowing the business to play out on the business side, a part of it has bled over onto the professional and the field side. And I think that we saw this, I guess, a little bit with the Warriors the last couple of years. Some of the, guys not getting chances or contracts or whatever, right? But you're seeing with the Niners, and it just, I could tell that Jerry's just frustrated.
Yeah.
And I think he feels like a way a lot of Niner fans feel, which is like, come on, you guys. Like, whatever happens with Brock, I think 9 out of 10 Niner fans want this. Lock him up quick. Obviously, don't overpay for him if you can. Lock him up so we don't have any of this drama bleeding into April 1st when we have mini camps.
Well, the way the McCaffrey deal was handled, got the deal done. You heard nothing about it, and I think everybody was cool with it. The Brandon Ayuk deal played out in public, in the public view, right?
Bosa?
The public eye. Bosa's...
The Bosa one, too.
Yeah, I'm never going to get at it. But just looking at this past season, coming off that Super Bowl loss, and I remember the image of Brandon Ayuk at his exit interview, and he was crying, man. Like, he was crying. He couldn't even talk about the Super Bowl. He was despondent because of the lack of opportunity in the Super Bowl and obviously what was coming up with his contract. And he wanted to get the deal done right away. From what I was told, he wanted to get the deal done right away. And it just lingered. And lingered. And then you get around the draft, and we're talking about taking calls about Debo and Brandon Ayuk, and then it lingers in the August, and you get the Pittsburgh Steelers involved. And Mike Tomlin saying, yeah, we know it's early on the West Coast, so hopefully we'll have some news in a few hours. It's like, damn, what are we doing here? And so that played out in a nasty way. And there was no way, unless Brandon Ayuk would have had 1,800 yards this season, there was no way he was going to satisfy the thirst of the fan base this season with the way that situation played out. He had to ball out on another level, and I thought he had a great year last year. So to your point about seeing this stuff play out in the public view and lingering over and over and over, especially when you have people who don't make a lot of money, look, if this is the business of sports. So I'm always working with players and getting to know players over the years. I understand where they come from, and I understand where organizations come from. So where does that leave the fans? The fans, from what I gather over the last 8 to 10 years, are more pro-organization than pro-player in terms of the money and the finances and whatnot. But you also need these players to ball out. They make your team great. But the fact that it played out like that, and not only, you're right, Bosa too, it's left to stain. So now we get to Brock Purdy, and it's like, oh, we're going to do this again?
Well, I think the number one thing is, like, most people, again, I know there's always going to be people that disagree. The sky is blue. No, it's red. It's like, okay.
I get called a scumbag every day on Twitter.
But I guess where I'm going, not just in life, I think there's always going to be people that question everything, right? That's just how we're wired. Most people are like, dude, Brock deserves a pay raise. But you know what most people also thought? Really, you're gonna have this come out on the Sunday? And I know it's the agent. It's not Brock himself, but like, you're really going to do this after we just had this game 48 hours ago? Really, man? Like, so like, I guess timing, tact, all these things come into question. It's like, I gave the eye roll.
Is there ever a perfect time,
I think the Christian McCaffrey one that you referenced is actually a quite interesting one. It was one of the most quiet contract extensions, and let's call it what it is. In retrospect, feels like he fleeced the Niners. I understand he deserved a pay raise. Like, I would have gave it to him. I'll be the first to admit it. I would have gave Christian McCaffrey whatever he demanded, but he did it quietly behind closed doors. He got what he deserved. Now, this is the quarterback. It's going to be more public. We get all that. But negotiating through the media, if whatever side, and some people have hypothesized that the Niners might have put this out, not the Brock Purdy's camp.
Who knows?
Regardless, I'm just kind of exhausted seeing these things play out through the media. Now, what I expect Brock to not do, Bonte, is the thing that I think I've seen what happened with the Ayuk situation. I don't expect Brock to put out cryptic Instagram posts. What?
No, I'm just laughing.
Like, I don't expect him to do that kind of stuff.
Brock Purdy being from Arizona and by way of Iowa State, puts out
if he did,
tweets.
it would be out of character.
I would actually be on board with that just because it would be fascinating. And the misconception that, Brock's going to take a pay cut. That's the biggest thing. It's like, I've been told all year from fans and calls, Brock Purdy doesn't seem like a guy who's going to take all the money. Brock Purdy seems like he's going to leave $20 million on the table. And I felt like Clay Davis in The Wire. I can't repeat what Clay Davis in The Wire used to say, but so I'll paraphrase what he used to say. Shoot.
But B.
Like that, basically, like, come on, man.
Could you imagine Brock putting out a video in the way Brandon Ayuk did? Like,
that would be great.
Brock, I'd really like to throw to some real receivers like Justin Jefferson.
That would be great.
I'd like to throw to a real receiver like, Devontae Adams. I'm just using like an analogy.
That would be great.
Or like Brock's significant other. I think he's married now.
By the way, the Lions.
His wife putting out a video like, peace out, Levi's. It's the last we'll see you.
By the way, we'll get to the calls on the other side here about the 49ers. Some news and report from Adam Schefter. The Lions are getting beat up. Aleem McNeil, their defensive tackle, he's out for the year.
Ouch.
Torn ACL. David Montgomery, out for the season.
What?
MCL injury. So
Whoa.
He's on my fantasy team. Look, my fantasy team knows loaded. I got Bucky Irving, James Cook, S.A.
No one cares about your 10-team
talk about your fantasy. First of all, this is the SF Players Club, 14-team league. Been 14 teams for over 20 years, and we got some big boys in that league. Here, Barrison, we got some big boys. Big Dog City, big time. And don't say anything about fantasy when all you do all morning is talk about, I need the Falcons defense.
I do.
I'm going against the Falcons. You talk fantasy more than anybody here.
About Raider fan here. I need the Raiders offense.
No, you talk fantasy all the time. All the time. Don't tell me about my fantasy team. My fantasy team, my league is legit. You couldn't hang in that league. I'm telling you. 60 seconds. Oh, no, we'll break. 60 seconds of celebrating coming up on the other side. Plus, we'll get to all the calls. All the calls. That's all coming up. Brought to you by the California Lottery.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
minus 10,000.
I'm not ready to answer that question.
No, excuse me. No is minus 10,000 that he doesn't show up Friday. Yes would be plus 10,000. It's a high. So if you bet $1, you can win 10,000 on Jerry Rice showing up to the Doobies. How ironic how sick would that be if he just walked up to Go Fuel? He'd be amped up. And I don't think he'd just linger for 5 minutes. I think it may turn into 5 hours with Jerry.
He said so much in that interview. He's so good. He's gotten so much better with us. It's just incredible. It's a testament to how great we are as interviewers.
You could pat yourself on the back.
I know.
I've got a wrist injury. Jerry. I just say it's more Jerry.
No, but honestly, the tone of Jerry was the thing that I took away. Like, he is frustrated. And I feel like a lot of Niner fans feel exactly like Jerry. When he was talking about, guys on the sidelines before the games, he's not saying that you can't love your family and be all that. I just think that the overall theme is like, we're just not locked in. Like, the team hasn't been locked in really all year. They're a note off. And it's not necessarily about like, hey, going and hugging your children or something like that during the pregame. It's deeper than that. It's the focus, the attention to detail. The game is so difficult. The margins are so razor thin that any little tiny distraction, whatever it is, it will come in to bite you.
And it has. And it has in a major way. By the way, Mike Dunleavy on Dennis Schröder, according to our very own Anthony Slater, our 95.7 Game Insider. We'll get right back to the Niners. He has an expiring $13 million deal, Dennis Schröder. And he says, we still think he has a lot of good years left in him. We'll have his bird rights, the ability to re-sign him. Hopefully, there's a relationship here longer than just a few months. And then he also mentioned, we're in a time zone here of maximizing our window for Steph and Draymond. Steve is our coach. As proven here in the first day, we could make trades. We did that. We'll continue to look at things. I want to evaluate and see, but we'll always be looking at stuff. That's Mike Dunleavy, your GM of the Golden State Warriors. Again, we're in a time zone here of maximizing our window with Steph, Draymond. Steve is our coach. As proven here in the first day, we could make trades. We did that. We'll continue to look at things. I want to evaluate and see, but we'll always be looking at stuff. So, like I don't think the Warriors are done dealing. They get the deal done with Schröder, which I love. I love the pickup here, but they're not done yet. All right, back to Brock Purdy of the 49ers. Manny on the Dunbarton Bridge. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good Monday morning. Man, that Jerry interview, I listened to every word that he said, and my takeaway from it was one word that he kept saying over and over and over again, and the word was standard. And I think that's what has to define this team moving forward is they have to establish what their standard is and set the standard and live up to that standard week in and week out, just like our guys from the golden era did. I wish I had time to talk about a Jerry story I had, and maybe I'll talk to you guys about it at the brewery. Moving towards Brock Purdy, I talked to the guy that picked up the phone. To me, with Brock, I was all in on the kid. When I saw him in that Miami game, I heard a caller wax nostalgic about all the quarterbacks from the JT O'Sullivans to the Smiths and everybody else that we had in between to Brock Purdy right now. And we're undervaluing him for what he is. But the thing of it is, fellas, is that, like I said the last time, he was a 7th-round pick. And what I would hate to do if I was the Niner organization is overvalue him, because there is such a thing as fool's gold, but all pun intended. There is a thing as fool's gold that those that went through the gold rush experience. And that is, it might be less than what it's worth, even though the shine is there. Brock Purdy's agent says that Brock expects to get paid when his time comes. Well, then, you know what? Earn the right to get paid the way you want to get paid. Set the standard for the payday that you want to get, Brock. Not the season that you're having right now. That's the one thing I'm skeptical about, because I've looked at the last 2 seasons from his coming in midway when Jimmy got hurt. He had a monster year last year. There's no doubt. But right now, his touchdowns are far from the standard that he set last year, and his interceptions are starting to creep up. So I know it's going to be still a ways away that we pay the kid, but this is going to be a make it or break it year because his body language is so discouraging. Every time I see him make bad throws, that's not the kind of body language I want to see in my all-pro, highly paid quarterback. A few callers brought up Josh Allen not too long ago. And yeah, Josh Allen is highly criticized, but the name Josh Allen has clout behind it. He can be having bad seasons, bad games, what have you, but the name Josh Allen stands out. Brock Purdy is not at that point yet where he could say, hey, I'm Brock Purdy. I'm allowed to have bad games or bad seasons. You haven't got that clout yet, my boy.
Well,
So
he's done. Hold on, Manny. Hold on. He's gone to a place Josh Allen's never been to before.
Agreed. As far as Super Bowl, but is it Brock Purdy or was it the Niners squad?
He had a lot to do with it. He had a lot to do with it, right? We can't dismiss what he did. We can't just say I don't know about that.
But simultaneously, we can't knock Josh Allen for.
I'm not knocking Josh.
I'm saying,
trust me, I have never knocked Josh Allen.
But to say that he's gone to a place like this guy's lost to Patrick Mahomes every year, it feels like.
He lost to Joe Burrow too in the snow at home.
Well,
got smoked.
Who's also an amazing player.
He got smoked.
I'm just
saying
the team goes far doesn't necessarily mean like they play. I don't know, man.
I'm not trying to go down this road here, but we had lots of conversations about Josh Allen as Brock Purdy was lighting up the league. And there was a lot of dialogue that was just nasty towards Lamar Jackson. Trust me, the golden four quarterbacks in my mind, golden four, Allen, Burrow, Lamar, and Patrick Mahomes. And then there's everybody else, all right? And then there's that second tier and that third tier. Purdy may be in that second and third tier, which is okay. I think it's still good enough to win. I've seen a lot of second tier and third tier quarterbacks win. But the golden four right now are definitely Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Patrick Mahomes. And there's a lot of fans out here last season leading up to that Baltimore game that didn't want Lamar Jackson. They said, I'd rather have Brock Purdy than Lamar Jackson. I remember that. It's fine.
It was also,
okay.
he was making $1 million, and then, you know how it is.
Nobody brought that up. They just brought up the play. It was like, I don't think Lamar could play the system. I'm like, please. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. And I don't even want to go down that road. My question is, I want to move this forward here. Not looking to pass. I want to move this forward. Do you believe Brock Purdy has earned the clout and the right to demand top dollar? 888-957-9570. Has he done enough? Because Manny said he hasn't earned that clout, my boy. That's what he said. Well, has he? 888-957-9570. Has Brock Purdy earned that clout? Has he earned that clout to ask for top dollar with the 49ers? He has? I think he has an argument. Absolutely. He's put up some great numbers. And me, when I hear Jerry saying next man up, well, that next man may not always be good. He may not always be good.
But I think
we're learning with the 49ers that, boy, and it's not like they're getting blown out of these games. With the exception of Green Bay with Brendan Allen and in Buffalo in the snow, they've been in these games. They've had leads. They've been in these football games. I do believe Purdy deserves, I don't know if it's top dollar, but he deserves a contract extension. I still think he's one of the best 8 to 10 quarterbacks in this league. But I also understand what's going on.
The line?
Me personally, to be honest with you, honestly, don't care what he gets paid. That's just me personally. I'm all for players getting their money.
Okay, as a Niner fan,
what's the structure of the contract? Are there opt-outs?
Well, is there a number
incentive
that you're
clauses?
With?
I'm comfortable with whatever he wants to get paid.
Okay,
and whatever
is there a number that makes it actually really difficult for the Niners to field a team around him? Because when I look at the Dak Prescott, or let's say, moving forward, a Jared Goff type of a contract, I look at those kind of side-eyed, and part of it is like, you're making it a lot harder to build that team around you.
I don't know. What does it look around? How does it look? You're going to probably, I don't know what they're going to do with Debo. I don't know what they're going to do with Trent. Are they going to sign Aaron Banks? Tarvarius Ward? You did resign Deommodore Lenore. Javon Hargrave seemed like he's on the way out, and he's restructured his deal. I don't know what it looks like, but I feel a lot more comfortable with Jimmy being at quarterback than say, I don't know, you're going after Kirk Cousins. What does it look like? What are the other options?
They don't even know.
That's why I'm hesitant to label a number and the price tag.
Well, I don't think he deserves
do.
top 5 money, and like in terms of guaranteed money, I don't think he's earned top 5 money. He deserves a huge raise. He's going to get a huge raise.
What about top 10 money?
Yeah, I think he creeps somewhere in that 10 through 7 range, which was the numbers that I kind of put out there. And part of it is baked in, like to your point about well, around him it's eroded. Well, that's why I'm not giving you top 5 money. See, that's the distinction for me. Because you are required to have, no matter what, you got to have some talent around him. Well, then we need to meet a happy medium. You get a big-time pay raise, but you're not the kind of a quarterback. Like when I pay Patrick Mahomes initially, when he was making the money, he was making 27% of the cap. Baked into that is, I know that you can do it if I trade away Tyreek Hill and take 2 first-rounders and put both those guys on defense. If I'm paying Josh Allen, it's baked into, I'm saying goodbye to Stephon Diggs and another receiver that Gabe Davis, for
I honestly
example.
believe we're freaking out over nothing. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now to this morning. And the reason why I say that is because Parag Marathe, and I look back to the Jimmy deal. Sure, Jimmy became the highest paid player for a second at that position, but it was also very team-friendly with all the opt-out clauses. So I trust Parag and John Lynch to structure this deal in a way where Brock gets his money on the front end, but it also is a team-friendly deal to where they can sign other players.
How many of those do the Niners have over the last 7 years?
Well, Jimmy Garoppolo was a very team-friendly deal.
Did he live up to the billing of being the highest-paid quarterback?
No, he did not. He did not.
How about Eric Armstead's extension?
But he also after the deal, you got to a Super Bowl and you got to an NFC Championship game, and he was actually playing his best football before he got injured when Brock took over. So those are the facts.
But let's play devil's advocate and let's break down each contract. Forget the team success because they've ultimately had tremendous team success. Eric Armstead individually, was that a great deal?
Eric Armstead had some good years with the 49ers, and your run defense suffered when he wasn't on the field.
Did he live up to the money?
I think he did.
Okay, you do.
Your run defense was great.
I think Fred has lived up to the money. All right. Christian McCaffrey, has he lived up to his money? 1 year in, no. Deebo Samuel, has he lived up to his money? Honestly, probably not. Nick Bosa, has he lived up?
I mean, I get it. Has he lived up to his money? You also don't go to a Super Bowl without Deebo Samuel. Sure. You don't go back to the NFC Championship game without Deebo Samuel.
That's not the question.
So you're
the question is it a good bang for the buck?
You're a lot worse without Deebo Samuel than you were with him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. During those contracts.
He's better than Ronnie Bell's and whoever Ricky Pearsall. I'm just asking, is he worth the 26 million
scrimmage yards? He had over 1,000 scrimmage yards last season.
Yeah, so did 47 other players.
But he had over 1,000 scrimmage yards, and he put together one iconic season alongside Chris McCaffrey.
I'm going to say he didn't.
So that's fine.
Okay, Trent, I think, lived up to the first contract extension that they gave him when he hit free agency. This one that he's currently on, not necessarily, right? George Kittle, I believe, has lived up to the contract. It's been hit and miss on these deals, and not everyone has lived up to them. So I do have a little bit of trepidation.
That's football, though. There's always going to be hit or miss in the game of football. Every team is going to go through every contract's not going to work out, and every player's not going to live up to the contract. We can't sit here and think that this is Madden or NCAA where, oh my God, I signed this guy to a player. He's going to maximize and be an all-pro every single season. These are pro sports. These are human beings. These aren't robots. So every deal, I believe, is not going to work out. That's why it's a gamble. That's why it's a gamble to give a lot of people
This is
money.
where I go. I'm not gambling $130 million if I have major questions. And so that's why there's a threshold.
You have major questions on Brock?
Yeah, yes, Bonte, we've been talking about it all year. Health, is he depreciating? There's a reason his first 25 games, 45 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. The last 18, 20 touchdowns, 15 interceptions.
So I guess what's real then.
I'm a little worried.
So
I think he's really good, but he wants great money, and I think that changes the equation a little.
So I think now my question is, do you think the first 25 games is an anomaly, or is the anomaly this season?
I think the first 25 games is, wow. When everything is absolutely unbelievably stacked, he is as close to perfect. When things are a tick or two off, he's not the same.
Would you say things are a tick or two off? It feels like they're a tick or 5 off this season.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
But like even last year when they had their full deck of cards after the, starting with the Baltimore game, it didn't look necessarily great. So I think that the sample at the beginning, wow, incredible, almost perfect. And then these last 18 games, I seen it with Jimmy, I seen it with Kaepernick, I seen it with lots of quarterbacks.
But let's examine this real quick, not to cut you off. Let's examine this real quick. The Baltimore game was awful. Trust me. You should have thrown 7 picks. But the Green Bay game, Deebo did get hurt in the first quarter, right? And you hear on the receiver doc, our game plan was so catered to Deebo, so we have to adjust. He found a way to win. He found a way to win a high-level, high-stakes playoff game. He led a 24-7 comeback against the Detroit Lions in the NFC title game, for crying out loud. And you're to the Kansas City Chiefs, who has the best defense in the league, and you lose that game in overtime. Like, the context to me matters when I'm looking at these individual situations instead of looking at just numbers and stats because I'm looking at the red zone. I'm saying, well, the red zone offense, how many times did we talk about the predictability of the play calling in the red zone? How much does Shanahan have to do with this? When you think about the red zone play calling, and we talked about the predictable first, we went through an entire exercise of looking at the first 6 games of their play calling in the red zone. What they do on first down. What did they do on second down? Did they put the team and the offense in a better position?
Where are you going?
I'm saying context matters.
So, no, but what is how do you feel about them if he is demanding the most guaranteed money, top 4, let's say, top 4, you're bending over and giving it to him?
I feel a lot better with him at quarterback. I don't know what the options are at quarterback. So if there's no other option at quarterback, where are you going to go? You're going to hand the keys over to Brendan Allen?
Aaron Rodgers is going to be available, probably. Kirk Cousins might be available. Who knows what happens with Sam Darnold? I'm just asking, is there a number that makes you uncomfortable? Because I think for a lot of Niner fans, there is a number that makes them uncomfortable. When I see a Josh Allen performance over the last month that we've seen from him, it's like, damn, man, that's what a $60 million quarterback looks like throwing to Mac Hollins.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? Like
those guys
so to me, there's levels to it. And to your point about second tier, third tier, like I slot him just outside of those top 5, 6 guys. That's why I think he'll fall in line somewhere between 6 and let's say 11 in terms of guarantees.
Let's go to Richie Rich in Livermore. Richie Rich, what's happening?
Hey, good morning to my bros, man. Right on. Before I get started, right on, dog. Hey, the little 5 minutes made my kid's night last night, man. He said, hey, Dad. He said, man, in person, he made us look like midgets. He's hella big, Dad.
Hey, it was really great to meet you, Richie Rich. I didn't know who you was at first. I was like, why is this guy looking at me? I'm trying to get to work. I'm trying to get the post game rolling. But no, it was great to meet you and your son, man. It looked like your son had a great time out there.
Yeah, right on, man. I told him I knew where the game was heading. I said, let's shoot out early, get home early. We'll swing by the gatehouse real fast. We can get a couple seconds, cool. If not, we'll catch them on Friday, man. So right on, dog. Appreciate it, man.
Anytime.
But hey, let's get busy. So, I disagree with Manny, and this is why, man. There's big-name quarterbacks right now that haven't smelled what Brock Purdy has touched in the little 3 years, or 2 really that he started, right? He got us to the ship, dog. NFC Championship. There's big names that haven't done that. So you know what? At this point, he's threw us through a roller coaster all season, right? I've called 1 week like, man, I don't know. Oh, yeah, maybe not. But you know what? You're going to pay the man. Can I tell you one thing? I'd hate to not pay him and regress so much where we don't even get that no more, right? And here you go, man. Pay him, but you better damn beef that offensive lineup, man, because there's average quarterbacks in the NFL that got good line, and if you get a couple extra seconds, that's what matters. That's when a play breaks down and your Debo can get separation and get some yak yards, right? Or your McCaffrey comes out the backfield and catches that check down or something, and you're to the house with it. So you know what? For what it is, he's going to get his bag, man. And let's just, this season's just the off season. All the crap that's going on, shake it off. Because I don't want to deal with the Trent and the Ayuk issue with this man, and then he feels like they don't want him or they don't want to pay him, and then we're dealing with all this crap before the season starts.
They can ill afford to have him miss. Like, let's say April 1st essentially is like the date you're looking for minicamp. You want your quarterback locked up to be ready to go for that. So whether they decide to keep him or whatever, like they cannot do what they did with the 2 wide receivers the year prior, where it's like, I don't know if we're going to trade him on draft day or not. They need to have clarity going into the offseason. I agree with.
And I think they will. I think these guys aren't dummies, man. They've been through this rodeo before. They know what time it is. Jan in Mountain View, what's happening?
Hey, Jan.
Yes, good morning. What I just wanted to bring up was I'm an old school person, and I feel like that Purdy should get his bag, but I also think that I know that he brought back the team in the NFC Championship game. I know that. But also, I'm back in the era of Steve Young and Joe Montana, and the quarterback was able to, bring the team back on multiple times, and he didn't have to rely on the playmakers as much. The playmakers this year, they seem to have, let Purdy down, and the team hasn't been up to the potential in the offensive line. And I feel that before, they need to take a good picture and maybe not pay him quite as much, but, put a clause in there where, if he's in a year or two, if he's worth, pay him maybe $40 million, and then if he's worth maybe say another 20 later, then pay him that much, but don't pay him all at one time, I feel.
Well, they're going to, like Goff and like Tua, they're going to have opt-outs probably after a couple of years. And like Goff and like Tua, you're going to build in incentives with team accolades, individual performance accolades, and things like that. So I'm sure when this contract gets announced, it'll be, hypothetically, $250 million with $130 million guaranteed no matter what. But he has the option to make up to $165 million guaranteed if he meets certain clauses. Bosa has that. Other players on the roster have that. I would anticipate Brock Purdy having something like that. Because to Bonte's point, Parag always bakes that in, and you should. I want some incentives in there.
Grandpa Daddy Hayward. What up, Grandpa Daddy?
Hey, what's up?
How's that beautiful granddaughter, Grandpa Daddy?
No, that's my daughter.
Oh, that's your daughter. I forgot that was your daughter. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Can't stop, won't stop, huh? Can't stop, won't stop, Grandpa Daddy.
You know what I'm saying? Grandpa. That's why they call me Grandpa Daddy. I'm old enough to be a grandpa, but I'm a daddy. I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it. Bondi. I know how it is, man. Right. But listen, and Shaqy, how's that little kid you got, man? Isn't it a beautiful thing, baby?
It's the greatest thing in the world. He was sick as a dog last week. He's back. He was playing yesterday. It was amazing. Nuclear poops are back, baby.
I remember those, baby. But listen, guys, I just want to say, I hear you both, and you both got an excellent point both ways. I really think Brock, I know his camp is saying he wants top dollar, but I see him as a man that's saying, look, man, I want to be a Niner, and I don't want top dollar right now. I want to be with the team. Let's come to a nice agreement, and then I'm going to show you. Because he's kind of getting the bad end of the stick. He's having a few bad games, but if he wasn't Mr. Irrelevant, people wouldn't be tripping like this. But because he is Mr. Irrelevant, they are. But he has shown that he can do it. And look, I don't want to hear Kirk Cousins name ever again. He's too old.
Kirk might be just done.
We'll see him tonight on Monday Night Football. I was listening to Jordan Schultz.
Raiders. No, he's going to look great tonight.
Primetime Kirk? Oh, he finally got that monkey off his back. Jordan Schultz from, what is he, Bleacher Report, he's an insider.
Fox now, actually.
Fox now, yeah, Fox. Yeah,
he's very
Fox.
tapped in.
I heard him talking on Fox, and he was saying, because when Samsung TV, when you first started on, it always shows the Fox stuff, right? So I'm like, what the hell? I didn't turn to Colin Cowherd. It just pops up. It's like, all right, let me get to my apps.
When I think of you, I do think of immediately turning the TV on to Fox News.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Fox.
That's a joke.
No, not Fox News. Just Colin Cowherd, Fox Sports. But Jordan Schultz was saying that, trust me, there's people in that building who says already that Michael Penix Jr. is the best quarterback out there.
That does not surprise me.
So it doesn't surprise anybody. So I don't want to hear Kirk Cousins, but if you do decide that, you know what? We're not going to pay Brock what he wants or whatever that is, whatever he's asking for, which I still don't know. Gosh, I definitely don't want to go through another offseason to talk about Kirk Cousins.
Is it the let me ask you this. Like if you just strapped away the part of you wanting Brock or keeping Brock, whatever, at all costs, if I were to ask the alternative question, not paying Brock, what is it ultimately that is the biggest fear? Is it the fear of the unknown? Is it the difficulty in finding an adequate replacement? Is it being scarred by seeing what a backup looks like all around the league? What in particular is...
It's the replacement. Who's going to come in and replace him? Who are the quarterbacks that we're talking about replacing him with? Is it Sam Darnold? Do you really want to give Sam Darnold a bag? Do you really want to give Kirk Cousins a bag?
Do you think they're weighing this? Like, I'm going to ask you this.
Just like we had a caller today say, man, you go get Justin Fields, you can guarantee the Super Bowl.
No,
do you want to go down that road?
No, I don't. No.
I do like Justin Fields.
But as a backup.
He'll be a cheap option.
As a backup? Like, okay, so Sam Darnold's a great example.
Well, he could start one day. Maybe he gets better. Maybe he's like a Geno story.
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, but Geno has a ceiling on him as well.
He does.
But also Geno wasn't getting top dollar.
Well,
Geno was getting he didn't have the body of work that Brock had, and so he was getting a significantly lower deal.
I do get a little open-minded with Justin. I'm not saying Justin Fields is going to lead you to the Super Bowl. I'm not saying this at all. But I do see potential there, just with the glimpse of seeing him with the Pittsburgh Steelers in a structured organization, an organization that dots their I's and cross their T's. Justin Fields got better and better with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He did. And he's learning from Russell Wilson. And I think he's able to watch Russell Wilson, a pro, no matter how we feel about Russell Wilson personally.
Having a good year.
He's a professional, and he's having a good year. We see him struggle without George Pickens. Justin Fields, I don't think the book is closed on him yet. I think there's some chapters to be written. He's got the ability to get out the pocket. Now, he takes too many hits. He takes some shots. And I'm like, dude, you got to get down. You got to go slide a little bit here. But I could see Justin Fields kind of re-emerging here and becoming a solid NFL quarterback one day. I don't think the book's done on him.
Think of how our view of Baker Mayfield has been all over the place.
Baker Mayfield yesterday. Oh, my gosh.
Well, so like, for example, you heard Tom Pelissero, and maybe we should play the sound for the newer audience, but he's referencing Dak Prescott. And it's like, yeah, okay, you want to reference the top of the market guy in Dak? Almost everybody is like, Dak's overpaid. Almost everyone is in unison. When I see these contracts, and I believe the agent for Trevor Lawrence is also going to be the agent for Brock Purdy, when he got $142 million guaranteed, my head almost exploded like, that's an overpay. Like, what has Trevor done? He hasn't done anything.
Well, you're projecting on what he could do if he does have weapons around him. And I think there's still a lot of execs who would take Trevor Lawrence. Now, he's getting beat up in Jacksonville. They need to build an offensive line around him. He has a receiver in Brian Thomas Jr. Christian Kirk continues to get hurt. Travis Etienne continues to get hurt. And they're going to go through another coaching staff and all these different offensive coordinators. So you got to have structure. That's what I'm learning from Trevor Lawrence. You get some structure around him, you're going to have a quarterback who could lead you to the playoffs.
But the reason I bring it up is just because those guys got what they got doesn't mean that I have to do X, Y, and Z. Because I can make the case that, like, Kyler Murray got $103 million. That made me very uneasy when they gave him that money. I don't know what I would have done with Kyler, but I'm Arizona. I was kind of rudderless. I didn't have a direction. I drafted him number 1 overall. I threw Josh Rosen out. That was probably the right decision. He tantalizes me with his talent, but he always gets hurt late in the year, and that team feels like it collapses. Do I love paying him $103 million? Not necessarily, but given where they're at, I see it.
If you had to guess Kyler's numbers right now, if you had to guess what they were without looking, what would you guess they were?
What do you mean numbers? Like his
number stats, and they're 7-7 right now.
Middle of the pack?
Yeah.
What are they? I don't know.
So Brock Purdy's thrown for 3,174 yards, 15 touchdowns, 9 interceptions.
Yeah.
Doesn't it just with the naked eye feel like Kyler played better?
I mean, they've been so up and down. I don't know.
But just him personally.
I guess. I just know in the one, I've only really watched the one game, or two, whatever. One game they played against the Niners.
Okay.
And a handful of like the Rams game and the Seahawks game. And he looked terrible in the Seahawks game.
Well, he looked terrible in the Seahawks game. They got shut down in that one. But I watched the Minnesota game and listened to the Minnesota game on the way down to Chester.
You do a horrific pick in that one.
But 15 touchdowns, 8 picks, 3,000 yards.
How many rushing yards?
The rushing yards, he has 455.
See, like part of the Josh Allen experience is you're getting over 5,000 combined yards and you're getting over 40-plus touchdowns on the ground and in the air. Again, I will say
Brock Purdy has 285 rushing yards. He's probably going to end up with over 300. It's not 455, and Kyler's probably going to end up rushing for 600, but he's still chump when it comes to using his legs.
Well, I think there's different kind of runners, you know, and I don't know. I look at it like Brock's a really good player. He's going to get a big time pay raise. He deserves it. He's earned it. Should he be because like the top 5 guys for me, and that's why I think Trevor and Dak are just terrible money, when I'm paying you that much and we can't afford one extra playmaker and a guy goes down with a rolled ankle, can you carry us for 2 weeks? I have my doubts on Brock. I definitely know that Dak cannot carry you, and I definitely know that Trevor can't carry you currently. Maybe down the line things change. When I look at Burrow and I look at Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and Lamar, I know they can do that. And to your point, they are the Golden Four. I put Stafford into that group too. I think Stafford could carry you when guys are down. Maybe not to the degree of those other guys.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't love Jalen Hurts at his money. I don't think he can carry you for long stretches. I think he's a guy similar to Brock. He needs a lot of settings around him to be just right.
No, Jalen's having a hell of a year, though. He's struggling in the pass game, but on the ground, do you know they had the ball for like 25 minutes damn near in the second half?
He's a great
runner. Control the clock. So he's good for that system. And Philadelphia right now looks like a Super Bowl contender. So 888-957-9570. What we're going to do, I think Steiny and Goodell probably touch on the Joe Lacob stuff a little bit later. Joe Lacob talked to Joe Lacob, and he touched on Schröder. He touched on whether or not they will make more trades.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
You know what?
You can sit here and do a
Kawakami spoke with
Let's do 60 seconds of Celebrini. I want to play the Lacob cut on whether or not they will make more trades. But first, let's get to 60 seconds of Celebrini.
Yeah, Sharks came home from a long road trip to face the Utah Hockey Club. Still no team name for that. And Sharks went up early there, especially in that second period. They went up 2-1 courtesy of Fabian Zetterlund with a little help from the new guy, Nikolai Kovalenko, and our boy, Macklin Celebrini. Here's how it sounded.
The pass, get it to the goal line. Kovalenko, they score! Fabian Zetterlund, a power play goal.
That's the 10th assist of the season for Celebrini, 10th goal for Zetterlund, 4th point from Kovalenko since he was picked up last week. Sharks could not hold on, though, as those third period struggles did come back to bite them in the end. Utah came back and won the game. But, guys, things got a little bit chippy in that third period, and our boy Macklin Celebrini was getting down and dirty in one of those scuffles.
Down goes Schmaltz. Celebrini now in a tussle on the near side, and the frustrations on both sides coming out here in the third period as Macklin Celebrini and Logan Cooley went at it.
Randy Hahn on the call for that fight, and guys, when Celebrini planted him on the ice, oh man, did the tank go absolutely nuts for that one.
Question on the Utah Hockey Club. We like that name?
I actually do.
No,
Yeah,
get a real,
I love that name.
Get a real team name.
Yeah, I do
That is
kinda
their
like-
name.
No, I do like the Utah Hockey Club.
No, it's the
I do
Utah
like
Hockey
that.
Club, Washington football team. Like,
Reminds-
get real
No, the
team
Washington
Reminds
football
me-
team was cool.
I thought that too.
I thought
Yeah,
it
I
was
did
cool.
too.
Well, so you get called Golden State basketball team? Like, San
No,
Francisco
no,
football
they're the
team?
Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it's
how-
kind of
okay,
like
how-
a soccer team.
Yeah.
The soccer club.
I kinda
It's your
like
club.
it.
Yeah.
Like even the San Diego Padres, it was like the San Diego Padres baseball club. What did Giants like
Well,
baseball club? were
theirs
big?
was
Yeah.
the baseball club. Almost all
Yeah.
of them were. But
Right.
no, like the A's this year will not be the Sacramento A's.
It'll
I
just
think
be
it's
the
kinda lame.
Athletics.
They'll just be the Athletics.
Just the Athletics.
Yeah,
I
That's
think it's
it.
kind of lame. Get real team names.
I love how this makes Sam so upset. I
I'm
like
not upset. I'm just, that's my opinion. Get a real team name.
I like their logo. Like this little, like just it's just a simple circle. I think simple is in.
Let me ask you this. Because I see this text from 510, and it's a good point.
What's
real
that?
quick, as we put it. Well, I do want to play the Lake Up before we get to Fast Five, but Dak Prescott, 12-5 last 3 seasons, top 5 offenses.
Yeah.
How much is that on him, or how much is that on the playmakers around him? Because they had really great running backs.
It's just
around him.
CeeDee Lamb. I see. This is where I like Dak. Everyone else hates him. I think Dak is good, but and this goes back to value. I love him at $40 million, and I hate it at 60.
All right.
You know, like that's how I do the math.
Real quick, Lake Up on whether or not the Warriors. He was on with Tim Kawakami, Tim Kawakami's podcast. Ooh, Joe Lake Up the older. Here's what he had to say about the Warriors, whether or not they're going to make more trades or not.
We're always looking to improve. I mean, there's no difference between now or we're always going to be looking for the right deal. This is the right deal, came along at the right time. Was there for us for the taking. We had the right pieces to make it happen. You know, we're always looking for something else, and if something really makes sense, we'll do it. If it doesn't, we won't. I mean, trades are hard. You know, I've made this comment before. This one was available for us at the right time, and we'll have hopefully another one might be a 2. If it turns out we can be better, I think we'll be better. Obviously, if we keep losing, I'm going to want to trade, do something else. But I really do have faith in this team to play better than we have been playing.
He doesn't have the balls.
Sat on the couch all day with the little guy playing. He was playing. I was sitting there watching, pretending to play with him. Dear God, if you're out there and you're listening to me, and I know there's a million people praying to you, millions praying to you right now, all I want is for the Ravens or the Bills to just find a way to knock off the Chiefs. That's all I want. That's all I want. And I know I'm not alone in that. I want to see someone other than the Chiefs be represented in the AFC. Please, please answer my call.
All right, I got a few shout-outs here. Shout out to Balboa High School winning the state championship, 7A, Division 7A. Congrats to the Balboa Buccaneers representing the city. All right? American Canyon winning a championship. How about Pittsburgh High? They fell short on a 2-point conversion. I was watching live. They fought so hard. And shout out to my nephew, Jay Jefferson, and the entire De La Salle football team. De La Salle reached out to me. I'm going to reach back out to them. But they played their asses off against Mater Dei, made it a game. Quarterback for Mater Dei, he's going to the University of Washington. Made a hell of a play on the third and long when they were up 23-15. The momentum completely flipped. Anybody that played, but shout out to De La Salle out there playing the best team in the nation, and they more than held their own. I'm proud of those kids for representing the Bay Area the way they did. And Carmel High School as well with his state championship, going 15-0.
Padres.
There we go. All right.
Oh, good stuff from De La Salle. Sucks they fell short, but
there's another shout out. Oh, Clay Thompson. Welcome back to the Bay, man. Hell of a game for you.
Good job, Clay. Guys, the Pop-Tart Bowl. They just get it. So I guess Spadoni brought this to my attention this morning. Have you seen the trophy for the Pop-Tarts Bowl?
No.
Is it a Pop-Tart?
No, it's even better. It's a trophy with the football on it, but the football has a working toaster in it.
Oh, that's
so you can actually toast Pop-Tarts with the trophy.
Does Clay want to sign it?
When Miami wins, hopefully they can do that.
Is Cam Ward playing?
He is playing. He insists he is, so dude's a gamer.
Is he a strawberry guy? Is he a s'mores guy? Is he blueberry? We'll find out. Frosted. Always frosted.
Another shout out, Heisman Trophy winner Travis Hunter. Hell of a speech on Saturday.
Yeah, the weird controversy I kept seeing, like people were like upset that Gene T didn't win, or like the old heads were mad. Like, who cares? Like, he was the best player at both ends.
Great
of the
speech.
Like, it was a great
shout out
speech.
Lil Wayne.
Yeah,
because I didn't know who you were. Then I started listening to you just right on cue. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot. I thought that was cool. Did you see his speech? Of course
I did.
That was great.
I love Travis Hunter. That was great. And his emotional speech about his dad at the very end, that was really cool. Biggest news of the weekend, though, boys. It's movie related. Did you guys see who's going to get casted to play Al Davis in the upcoming John Madden movie? We know that Nicolas Cage is going to play John Madden, but Academy Award winner himself and Batman himself, Christian Bale, will be playing Al Davis.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
In the John Madden movie coming up in the next couple of years.
Wasn't Al older than John Madden?
Yeah, he is older, but
He is older.
but they're just gonna go through John Madden's life, so you might see a younger Al Davis.
Young Al Davis.
Okay.
Ooh, I like this John Madden
Nick Cage
movie.
is going to put on some weight then, huh?
Well, he's done that obviously in the past. No. Well, Al Davis is skinny, but Cage, yes, is definitely going to go put up some pounds. Yeah.
Is it coming out in theaters?
Yeah, so I think it's in production now. The next couple of years.
Who's developing this?
I don't know.
Is it a Lionsgate production?
Well, those are 2 Academy Award winners. That's all I know. Nick Cage and Christian Bale. And when Christian Bale inevitably wins his award, you know he's going to finish it with, "Just win, baby."
Tennis.
I thought it would be, I'm Batman.
That's good. Hey, shout out to those who advanced in the fantasy football playoffs. I advanced in one, got smoked in another, and I'm down 13 in Big Dog City. I have Brock Bowers. He has Jacoby Myers. So go figure.
I'm
I may
scared of
lose that
Willard.
one. I hate losing the big dog, but it may happen anyway. But shout out to those who advanced in the fantasy football playoffs. It sounded like Shasky didn't. Sound like I did.
No. I just need Atlanta's defense to not score more than like 16.
Oh, you're getting a pick 6 from Desmond Ritter. You better
Why are you
believe that.
doing that?
They had a kickoff return? Oh, that'd be sick. Oh, that was Fast Time brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a great Monday, everybody. Steiny Eagle.
Just win, baby.
Hey, it's your boy.
brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. What's happening?
Put a gangster apart. Started trying to stay dry, Steiny.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a little wet. Saturday. Yesterday was okay. What's it like now? Looks like it's going to be rainy. It was raining threes last night at Chase.
I'm going to give you a 1. I didn't know where you were going.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Good God, a record.
Warriors get beat 292 to 211. 143, 133. They're now 14 and 11. And if you look at the standings, they're back to 8 now. 8. So the big news, though, of the weekend, they've acquired Dennis Schröder from Brooklyn.
There you go.
And they gave up a couple second-round picks. And so Dennis Schröder is now a Golden State Warrior, and he'll probably play Thursday against the Memphis Grizzlies. And according to Steve Kerr,
give it to me,
he would seem to be a perfect fit to start next to Steph. That's what Steve Kerr said.
So it
looks like he may start.
Yeah.
Dennis Schröder.
So he essentially is taking over what DeAnthony Melton was supposed to do when he got inserted into the starting lineup. And Steiny, I do for the price. I mean, what were your other options? They're 2-8 in the last 10, and I promise you, I didn't text you. I know we're going at each other in the fantasy playoffs, but I thought to myself, no matter what happens in this Maverick game, opening night is really Thursday. That's me. Because the Warriors are going to look different. And I was hoping they got this one. But Luka, Kyrie, and Clay, they did whatever they wanted to do. Dallas did whatever they wanted in the half-court transition. But how can I not think of that, partner? I mean, because right now, this is not it. But the Warriors made a franchise record 27 three-pointers. You couldn't stop Dallas. But the one sunshining moment, right, is you're going to hopefully look newer with your new toy come Thursday in Memphis.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got to get into Dennis Schröder and maybe Steph Curry's new backcourt mate in the starting lineup. That's what Steve Kerr seemed to indicate. And, the thing that I can't help but think is yes, the Warriors feel like they need some scoring, even though they had 133 last night. But to me, this is a big indictment on Brandon Podziemski. And I think this team wanted him to be the backup point guard, and he just has not performed well all season long. And I think that they've kind of got tired of waiting for him. We're almost a third of the way through the season at this point. Pods isn't shooting well, and now they've got a guy next to Steph Curry who's far more reliable as a scorer, that's for sure. And we'll see what he's like as a defensive player. He's a little pesky on defense. Not a great defender, but he tries.
Yeah, he tries. There you go.
And so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this about, I know you said he'll start, but when Curry goes out, just like last night, we know this team is different. If you're into offensive rating, Stoney, I got this from The Athletic. With Curry on the floor, they score 119 points. That's fourth. Without him, they get 101, which is last. So you hope, Schröder, again, is not a superstar. He can be a bridge to where they just don't sink. And, Stoney, I think this is an indictment not just on Pods, but a little bit of everybody else. He can score, pick and roll, but I didn't get to see what Draymond and others got to say about their new teammate. But at this point, 2-8 in the last 10, 14 and 11, I'll tip my cap for the Warriors trying to do something.
888-957-9570 is the number. Do you like the Schröder trade? Mike Dunleavy talked to the media a little bit ago. We'll play some of that. He talked about the acquisition The one question I do have about Dennis Schröder is why has he played for 8 teams in 8 years? Why has he played for 8 teams in the last 8 years? I think we're going to find out. And I honestly don't know what the reason is to that, but for whatever reason, he hasn't stuck with one particular team. And this year, he's having one of his better years, maybe his best year. He's averaging 18.5 a game. But what do you think it is? I don't know. I mean, the only thing I could think of is maybe he thinks of himself as a bona fide starter.
Yeah, he doesn't lack confidence.
But, he has come off the bench. He started he started about 400 of 800 games. So that tells me a little bit that maybe he thinks of himself as a starter, and some teams think of him as a guy who's great coming off the bench. But I don't know. I mean, he started his career with Atlanta. He's been with Oklahoma City, the Lakers, Boston, Houston, back to the Lakers,
Do
Toronto,
any of those teams miss him?
Brooklyn, and now the Warriors.
Yeah. So, Stotty, I think maybe he's just been taken for granted. All I remember about him is he said no to a big payday and never got anything remotely close to that. And I don't know if he'll ever, get that rectified. But the bottom line is I don't have the answer. But what one of my fears is Steiny in Brooklyn is it's his show. He's he's been the Steph Curry over there. He can do whatever he wants. So now you got to, you know what I mean? You got to come over here, run the team, do what you do. He's athletic. They're faster, and he's shooting from 3. So again, and the Warriors aren't in last place. But Steiny, I swear to you, man, this has been a metamorphosis quick this season. And I don't want to just throw shade at Pods, but it's been everybody coming off the bench after the bench was the shining star of this team. But now if he can come bridge those minutes when Steph's off the court, he can, like you said, he tries. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I mean, I look at that game last night.
Jesus.
And, it's up and down, up and down, up and down. And I actually said to Evan, man, I don't know that Schröder would help him in a game like that. I see Schröder more as a guy who can settle him down into the half court. Kerr's already talked about running a lot of pick and roll with him because he's pretty efficient at that.
You text that on the thread, or you've been texting Evan personal?
We were talking this morning.
Oh.
Uh-oh, Evan. Yeah, I said to Evan, I don't know if Schröder helps him in a game like last night. Do you want me to?
No, you said it, and I'm just like, oh, that wasn't on the vine. Okay, I just asked.
No, we were preparing before.
Yeah, don't make me be mad.
Well, only you can do that to yourself.
Well, you did that Saturday. Dude's talking about the trade, and you just, nothing, man.
Yeah, no, nothing. I don't need to be bothered with that on a Saturday.
Yeah.
I guess he didn't know I was kidding. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's a problem with last night's game. The Warriors. If you're gonna play Steph Curry 6 minutes and then pull him out, like he only took one shot in the first 6 minutes of that game, and when he came out with just under 6 minutes to go, they're down 15 already.
But you know what? You're right. But who's that on? That's on Steph.
Yeah, probably.
I'm like, you gotta, I wear the Curry underwear, but you gotta come in firing. And I'm asking questions and scratching my head, Steiny, is why is there delay in the missiles being launched? And maybe Schröder will help alleviate that if it's on everybody else and not the chef.
I mean, I think he comes out into a game and his first order of business is, I mean, like Wiggins was making shots the first 3 minutes of the game.
Yes, he was.
And so clearly Steph defers. The problem is they weren't getting any stops. And Dallas is scoring every single opportunity. And then the next thing you know, you look down at the box score and Steph's going out for a sub with 5:45 to go, and he's taking one shot, but you're down 15 points.
I mean, Dallas could miss, but Steiny, the Warriors set their own franchise record for shooting threes with 27 made. But again, the problem is somebody's got to play D. They didn't play D, but they got it down to 3. Kuminga got the alley-oop, and I was thinking, man, if you pull this one out and then get your new toy Thursday, but the bottom line is they're 2-8 in their last 10, And I tell you what, Dallas has everything that a team would want. They got size. They're athletic. They can D up. Not last night. But, Steiny, if you're a Warrior fan, I'm being real, man. You got to be excited about this move if you just focus on what's been going on. 2-8 in the last 10, the Rocket debacle. Hopefully, Schröder can help.
888-957-9570 is the number. What'd you think of the Warriors game last night? What'd you think of the Dennis Schröder acquisition? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Need a little extra holiday cheer? Enter SFO's Holiday Sweepstakes.
a stretch of tough schedule and close games. Even though this one's a double-figure loss, it was a clutch game, and they're now 7-9 in those as the buzzer sounds. 143-133. Golden State with the loss. They'll get ready for the Memphis Grizzlies and Minnesota, a really tough 2-game trip that is upcoming.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Mavericks score 143. They beat the Warriors 143-133.
Oh.
I look at that game last night, and that game to me was never in doubt.
Go ahead. I'm going to be quiet, Stoney.
Thought the Mavs had control of that, even when the Warriors cut it to 3 a couple times and 5 and 7. I mean, that was one of those games that if you can't get a stop, and the Warriors couldn't get 2 in a row, like you're
got
just
it to
treading.
3, Stoney.
Yeah, and then they couldn't get a stop. Like, if you're going to give up 35 a quarter, you're not going to win the game, no matter how well you shoot it. I mean, you want to talk about an indictment on their defense. Did they set a record for threes last night, the Warriors?
Yeah, and collectively and themselves, 27.
Wow.
But, Steiny, we got to put it right on the table, and I owe you an apology. I'll give it to you in a second. That was some of the best offensive display of basketball I think I've ever seen. And you can call 888-957-9570 and say what you want about the errors. I can't stand it, too many 3 balls. But what Luka Doncic did from the start of that basketball game, and as Evan said during the break, just a degree of difficulty. And this is what he does. I'm not even mad at Wiggins or Kuminga, Gary Payton. He gave the Warriors the business. And Steiny, you might get mad at me, but when a team scores 46 in your building in the first quarter, they came to your house, ate your chicken, opened your refrigerator, took a shower, and laid butt naked on your couch with the remote. They got it to within 3, but it felt like 9. You are right. That's an astute assessment. But what Luka did, man, he had a triple-double with 4-5, Steiny, 11 and 13. I'm not even mad that anybody couldn't stop him.
Well, that's interesting.
Why would you?
So if an opposing
don't play the players accountable.
If an opposing quarterback comes in and throws for 400 against the 49ers, we're going to say what happened with the defense.
You're right.
And I mean, look, you think you got Wiggins and you think you got Kuminga to guard Luka Doncic. They didn't do one thing all night to make him uncomfortable. They didn't bother him. They didn't shove him. They didn't take a hard foul on him.
Well,
so I just and that goes pretty much for everybody. I mean, the Dallas Mavericks.
Where was their? Yeah, go ahead. Where was their D?
They didn't need to play it.
Damn.
Because they're better offensively than the Warriors, and they just figured, let's see if the Warriors can get 145, because that's what they're going to need tonight. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's start with Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Hey, Guru. Hey, Steiny. Happy Monday, man.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. That game sucked last night. So, Schröder, I've always been for him. He's having his best season, 18.5 points a game, 7 assists. Best season ever. So he's peaking right now, and he's going to help us. Man, that game last night reminded me of an all-star game, man. 48 minutes and no defense. I hated it. It. The other thing I want to say, Looney, man, he can't be the first-string center. We need Green. I know they hate Green being the 5th man, but he's the guy that stops it. He's the defense. He's our ball movement. That's why we had a horrible first quarter, man. We need Green back, and if they don't want him as a center, they need to find a center, guys. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, we're in that same old area we've been at with the Warriors for the last 2 or 3 years. You know, you can't play Draymond too much at 5 because he'll wear down, but then you don't really have a 5 that can score, or not that Draymond can, but
Mavericks got 2 dudes down there that can do it, Stoney. Catch lobs, and you could throw it to them.
Yeah, so
you scored 38 points in the first. But you couldn't stop. Was Draymond gonna, and he saved you by making those threes. He was hitting them, but I guess, Donnie, and you're a basketball connoisseur, just back to Luka real quick, or just Dallas as a whole, sometimes you got to just tip your cap. And the Warriors went and executed on offense as best they could to where they set their own records. But I get what you're saying. The defense, and with Schröder had bothered Luka, I don't know, but that they were on just fire, man. 81 points and a half.
I mean, exactly. I mean, at some point, you got to, at some point, you got to get Luka mad at least. You got to foul him so he starts, maybe trying to get into his own head. But like they were just toying with the Warriors last night. Let's go to Steve Kerr on, we'll talk about the Schröder acquisition. This is Steve Kerr on the Schröder acquisition.
I'm thrilled. I mean, told Dennis today he's kicked my ass on 3 different continents. And that's, so I'm, you can't beat him, join him. But, 22 playoffs, I thought he was brilliant against us with the Lakers. Watching him in FIBA, the last 2 summers, Philippines, and then, we played them in London in an exhibition game. He's a gamer. He's a competitor, pick and roll player, two-way player. So, losing Melt was a huge loss. And by the way, I want to say thanks to DeAnthony and Reese Speakman for everything, their contributions, their commitment, their effort. It's always hard to trade guys, and we wish them both well. And, but you got to do what you got to do to get better. And this was a move that we felt like made perfect sense. And so he will fill what Melt was doing for us in terms of being able to play on or off the ball, excellent defender, long wingspan. He's a steals guy, forced turnovers, pace, everything that we need, we feel like he can provide.
The one thing he left out was play pick and roll, which Steve Kerr said he's going to do because Schröder does it well.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing, Schröder's only 6'1", so when he plays with Steph, it's going to be a smaller backcourt, but he's better offensively than Pods, and he's a little more versatile than Buddy Hield. So we'll see how Steve Kerr utilizes Schröder when he gets here.
If I asked you why are they 2-8 in their last 10, how would you answer that, Stoney?
Why are they 2? Because they've played pretty good teams. And they have not, like the way I would say they've played, their schedule has gotten really tough, and they haven't been as buttoned up as they need to be against teams that are more talented than them. They had a couple chances, but in order to win those games, you got to play smart. You can't turn it over. You got to make your free throws. You got to do the right things. And to me, 2 or 3 of those games, they slipped a little bit in those areas, and then
crunch time too.
Exactly. And then you get beat by a team that can hang around.
I hope he stabilizes the starting unit and, for that matter, the Steph Curry non-minutes. Like, we saw the Warriors with Melton, and I know he didn't play in every game, but Stanley, you kept throwing rocks at me like, Goo, come on now. But I'm hoping he can stabilize this team, these rotations, and we can see, some of the traits and characteristics that we saw from this Warrior team when they were 10-2 and had everybody available. But man, Stoney, this has changed fast. 3 games over 500.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah, I feel like the Warriors always used to be the team that would hang around. And then they were good enough to win games in the fourth quarter. But this year, they're the team that can't seem to put away look, I can't. Let me look here. Really, look. Yeah. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley first. What's up, Nick? How you doing?
Hey man, I like the move. It's like a ray of sunshine, over the 49ers gloom and doom. And that dude, like Kerr said, man, he is a gamer, man. He gonna start lighting it up. If you're hanging around Stephen Curry, you're gonna start lighting it up. I don't care who you are. And let me tell you something, man. The Warriors, they're not going to just be hanging around, man. They're about to take off on some caps. We need to get a Bill Laimbeer type. We need a goon inside. And you're right, Steiny. We should have been beaten up. As soon as Duncan came out and started bombing on us, you got to start slapping them forearms, man. Give him a Charlie horse. You know what I mean? Knock him to the floor. Let him know what's up. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, I'll say this to that, Nick. That's why I don't like Dre. He's watching. And it's like you want the pit bull or the junkyard dog out there on the start. Maybe that would have threw him off. I don't know. There's just something about Dre not starting that I feel like the other team benefits from not having to deal with the dog.
Appreciate the call.
That's how I feel, Steiny. Your best defender, is, I get it, load management or pitch count, but I'm like, man.
Yeah, I mean, people, the other thing is, I think maybe this is the reality that we got to start facing with this team. And which is you got beat by Oklahoma City. You got beat by Phoenix. You got beat by Denver. You got beat by the Timberwolves 1 out of 2. You got beat by the Rockets 1 out of 2. You got beat by Dallas. What's the common thread with all those teams? They're pretty good. They're pretty good teams. And you struggled against the pretty good teams. So I think that's another thing that the Warriors had to be looking at. And that is the minute the schedule got tougher, they started losing more games, and they saw how they were losing games by not being able to execute in crunch time, and I think that's what led them to get Dennis Schröder.
Yeah.
So let's go to Vernon in Oakland. What's up, Vernon? How you doing, man?
I'm great. How you guys doing over there?
Doing well.
Yeah, Drew kind of touched on some of the things that are bothering me. Like, I don't believe that Kuminga is a good fit for the starting lineup. I think Dre needs to be out there. Also, I feel like there are just too many passive personalities on this team, and when it comes down to crunch time, they're not hard enough. They're just too soft. I want to see more fouls. I want to see more agitation. I want to see more technicals. Give them to me, because at this point, they've blown too many leads, too many mental breakdowns, too many missed free throws, too many turnovers. So for me, I just don't think they have the right personalities to, get into the other team's feelings at this point. And if no team is going to fear you, that's a problem. And Dallas came in here last night and felt that exact same way. They had no fear. And to me, as a coaching staff, I don't understand how you can't see that. Granted, the Schröder pickup is pretty good. I think, he'll add a little grit to these guys.
Yeah.
But right now, that's what they're lacking.
Yeah, I appreciate the call.
Well, Steiny, what if, and hey, thanks for the call, but what if I told you even during the Warriors run, the only guy that met those characteristics was Draymond Green? So you can't have everything, but I do understand that guy, the junkyard dog being on the bench to start the game, and I'm watching a top-tier team go 9 from 9 from the field. The Warriors don't have that guy that he's talking about outside of Draymond Green.
I mean,
they've never had it. Dre was it, and he did it for about 3 guys.
Well,
and all that.
Everybody wanted Kuminga to start, so now Kuminga's starting.
And he had 20 points.
And now 2 games in, everyone's like, maybe Draymond should come back to starting.
Well, I'm not. He said I said that. I just get Dre in there. I wanted Dre at the 5. Like, I'm past, driving the Cadillac on Sunday saying, hey, don't go too far,
Well, I don't know if, I guess they could start Draymond at center, Kuminga and Wiggins at the forwards, and Schröder and Curry in the backcourt, but Kerr doesn't want to do that.
And I'm asking you this before you grab the next
because
call.
He doesn't want Draymond going up against the first-string center.
So what's let's stop there.
Is Zach Edey starting for the Memphis Grizzlies?
I saw him last night against the Lakers.
Any chance? He's hurt.
No, he played last night.
Jackson's hurt too.
No, they both played last night against the Lakers. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So do you
John was awful.
And that's the point. You don't want Draymond to guard those guys. They're too big for him.
So then right there, that's a change then, Steiny.
What do you mean?
Like, can you get to your ultimate goal if you're worried about the dog when he gets in the fights, the wounds?
Well, they've always used Draymond. They've always used Draymond at center. But they've always had to be careful of how many minutes they used him at center. And I think that's why they don't want to start him there. Because if they start him there, then he's getting 7 minutes a game.
In foul trouble.
Maybe. Or just not as effective as you need him to be. So, but he moved Draymond to the bench in order to get Kuminga some more playing time.
Well, I'm still, nobody asked, I'm still on board with Steph, Schroeder, Kuminga, Wiggins, and Dre at the 5.
Well, again, then,
you think we'll see that?
I'm just saying he doesn't.
Like, I'm excited to see.
Well, how many minutes are you going to play Draymond at center?
I guess my question is, what was the answer in the past?
When you really needed him at center, a lot of times when you go to a small ball lineup in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
You can't. Steve Kerr doesn't want to play him at center 30 minutes a night, and I kind of understand that. Let's go to Jimmy in Dublin. What's going on, Jimmy in Dublin? How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
All right. Yeah, man. First, I want to start off, man, with saying, man, Pods, man. I mean, there's no way he should be playing the most minutes on this team. I mean, with him playing as many minutes as he's playing, that lets me know right there how not good they are. We could name 15 other teams right now where he wouldn't be getting that kind of tick. Secondly, Draymond isn't going to be able to guard these centers for one. He's like 5 years removed from when he was really able to really do that and log those big minutes like that going up against the best bigs in the league. But his body is breaking down. Father time is starting to kick in. And secondly, the Warriors, man, they have a bunch of like top, low tier players, man. Like if you just, like the guy, the caller before me said that Dallas didn't fear them. Why would they fear them when Dallas is better at every position? Every position. So why would they get? You got Buddy Hield. Don't get me wrong. Without Buddy Hield coming off the bench and doing what he's has been doing, especially early in the season, they wouldn't be nowhere near where they are right now. But when you got players like Lindsey Waters and Wiggins shows signs, but he's not consistent enough. Pods, the dude is shooting under 30% from three. Like I said, Draymond is on the back end of his career. Curry, you can see he's definitely slowing down. Shooters are going to always be able to shoot. But, his lateral quickness and being able to get to his spots and how he would get to the cup a little bit more easier, you can see that slowing down, man. So the Warriors, sooner than later, I know a lot of fans don't want to hear this, but they're going to have to start to get ready to do a rebuild, man, because this right here is not a rebuild. These guys you're bringing in, they're not a rebuild. You got to start getting first-round, picks and good trades and stuff like that. And Steve Kerr is a big problem, too. But I'm gonna take the call off the line. You guys have a good one.
Appreciate it.
Make me a Bloody Mary, Steiny. Let's just be real and honest, Steiny. November 12th, the Warriors beat that same Dallas Maverick team here, 121-17. And I'm just throwing that out there. Luka wasn't in shape or whatever, but, it can't be that bad. It's not as bad as that caller made. And Pods only played 16 minutes last night, and that's kind of waning, and that's what happens when you can't get out of a slump or you're not playing well. But the right on the table early, Steiny, is Warrior fans are going to pick up the phone and call and be mad. Sooner, it looks like Pods is not even going to be an option for you to answer the question.
No, there's no
what
way.
I mean? This is bigger than Pods.
Pods isn't going to play a lot. I don't see how Pods plays a lot. If Schroeder's healthy and Curry's healthy and Buddy Hield's healthy, that puts Schroeder as the fourth guard at best. So I don't see. I see this move as a direct kind of correlation to Pods not getting it going, and I think said for the first third of the season we're going to give Pods every opportunity. 925 on the Comcast Business text line. Oh, Steiny, you're full of baloney. They already went through an insanely tough road trip. That was way harder than the rest of what their schedule has been with OKC. Well, let's take a look at their wins.
The West is a bear, man.
So the Warriors beat Portland this year and the Jazz. They beat the Pelicans 3 times. That might be the worst team in basketball.
Wow.
They won at Washington.
That's 6. I hear you. You got to play them, but go ahead,
They won at Houston, at Boston. They got beat by the Cavaliers. They beat the Thunder, no Chet Holmgren. And then they beat the Mavericks and the Grizzlies. But
about 5 real quality top-tier wins.
Right, but they got a couple breaks there. But I'm just saying, if you look, they've just gone through a gauntlet. Oklahoma City, Phoenix, Denver, Houston, Minnesota twice, Houston again, Dallas. Now they got Memphis
and Minnesota. That's
again.
tough.
Yeah.
But that's the West.
It's exactly. So they got to do better against those teams.
So and real quick,
yeah.
I don't know why I keep saying that. Well, a long weekend. Can you understand that when the Warriors got off to the start they did, what was so phenomenal about it and the feel good? Everybody knew, you know, the label on the bottle was, how long is this thing going to last? Why is the bench the best bench in regard to production? Everything just fit. And you're hoping Schröder, who I know is not DeAnthony Melton, who I hope I'm not making sound like basketball Gandhi, but he was an option. He can do different things. So I'm hoping, Steiny, that they can get back, make the game easier for Steph and the rest of the gang, even Steve Kerr and his rotations, and we kind of get back into that 10-2 Warrior team. Would you say, Guru, you're dreaming? Or that's probably why they pulled the trigger on the deal?
I don't know how much Schröder's going to impact winning. I don't know. I mean, I know he'll help when Steph's off the floor.
Yeah.
If he's on the floor, which I'm going to assume he's going to be. But the one thing about Schröder is he's a legitimate option now. And, you know, for the last week or two, we've talked a lot about, well, how, you know, we're talking about Jonathan Kuminga and how, boy, it might be tough for him to be aggressive playing with Steph and Draymond. Well, you know, Schröder's not going to defer. Like, Schröder's going to take shots.
Yeah.
So that's going to affect, to me, Kuminga and Wiggins, their shot opportunities, and it's going to give both those guys, to me, an opportunity to go into a shell. Like, how do they stay aggressive if Schröder becomes their second leading scorer, which I think he would be right now?
He's averaging 18.
So they don't have anybody else averaging 18, I can't imagine. But if somebody is, he's right there. So they've got to figure out a pecking order now.
But when Brooklyn came in and beat the Warriors, I've seen Schröder play alongside a star like LeBron James and Anthony Davis. But Stoney, my biggest question mark is, he is Steph Curry, or his version of Steph Curry in Brooklyn. I mean, he doesn't have to, he's the veteran, the ball's in his hands, he can do whatever he wants. We saw what happened when they played the Warriors, but now you gotta, Stoney, there's going to be shots for him, but I'm wondering if the fact that he is not the lead, how he handles that role, if there's any, like, you know, him thinking to himself, well, damn, in Brooklyn I could do it all. Now I got guys I got to pass the ball to.
I mean, he's not a number one.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't think he's coming in here thinking he's going to be Steph Curry. He can make shots late. I know that. I mean, the real issue I have is, what does it do to Kuminga and Wiggins to now have a guy in the backcourt who is kind of more like Clay in terms of how many shot attempts he's gonna generate. And does that leave enough room for Wiggins and Kuminga? You know, I mean, they just said, you know, we're going to give Kuminga a big opportunity. Well, you could make a case that they just bumped him down one in the pecking order if Schröder now becomes the team's second leading scorer. I would say this. I think Schröder, in terms of consistency, is a better scorer than Kuminga, and maybe even more consistent than Wiggins. So,
you think the Warriors are done making moves, or
no.
this is just
No, I think they're going to make some more moves, or at least one more move. But, you know, I'm interested to see if this one impacts winning. It's going to help them, I think, especially when Steph's off the floor. What happens beyond that, I'm really looking forward to seeing. 888-957-9570 is the number. Any Warrior fan troubled by that game last night? They gave up 143, or do you look at it as a one-off? And then Dennis Schröder's a name that has been out there. We've talked about him. And Mike Dunleavy earlier said he was a perfect fit. We'll get into some of that Dunleavy sound. Draymond Green had something very interesting to say about Dennis Schröder that you're not going to want to miss. So we'll get into Dennis Schröder on the other side. 49ers also are going to be on the table a little later in the show. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital deals.
and I just couldn't get it up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll just choose to ignore it rather than bring it any attention.
I know everything.
It is classic. Happens to all of us.
The Warriors, they gave up 143 points last night.
Damn.
A couple days before, they acquired Dennis Schröder. Hopefully he'll play Thursday against Memphis. And then I want you to listen to some of the comments about Schröder. But I think more importantly, I got to hear what Steve Kerr said about what happened defensively last night.
The issue was Luka Doncic. That was the issue. You know, I think they made their first 9 shots. I think he made three of them and had 3 more assists. And so he was incredible. You know, give him credit, give Dallas credit. You know, they've got a hell of a team. Made the finals last year. They spread you out. They're as difficult to guard as anybody. And we tried a lot of different things, but really proud of our guys. They continue to fight night in and night out. You know, we've lost 8 out of 10, and there's 0 quit. You know, there's some disappointment, but there's 0 quit, and we're gonna climb out of this because of the character and the competitiveness of our guys.
All right, that was Steve Kerr talking about Luka Doncic. 45 points, 16 for 23 from the floor.
45-point triple-double.
And Warriors didn't have anybody to guard him is essentially what I was hearing.
Yeah.
Last night. So, all right, let me get into this Dennis Schröder sound. The Warriors have acquired Dennis Schröder from Brooklyn, and Draymond Green had this answer when asked how Schröder fits.
I don't think he was necessarily brought here to fit. You know, we play a certain style of basketball that he does not really play. And I don't think the goal is to get him to play the style of basketball that we play. We need someone that can do the things that he does. And so I'm looking forward to us adjusting to him. Not necessarily, you know, he'll have to adjust to some things, and he's a pro. He understands that. But we have to adjust to him because he's bringing something that this team needs. And to just, you know, to just think or make him fall in line of what we do, we wasting our time and even bring him here. Because we need somebody that can do what we necessarily don't do.
Which is clearly play pick and roll.
God, that was basketball poetry, man. I mean, just sitting there saying what it is, and we'll find out if it works, right? If both parties are happy. But the fact that Draymond Green and the Warriors are saying, hey, look, Steiny, we don't need you to fit what we're doing. We don't do enough of what you do, and we need more of that. We'll tap into that, and like a good haircut or a taper, Steiny, it'll be a great blend.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like, you know, what I've heard about Kuminga is, well, he doesn't really fit. And, you know, the one thing I've always thought is I wouldn't say he doesn't fit. I think he can do something that nobody else on the team can do in terms of generating his own shot on the interior and in terms of, you know, that little 15-foot mid-range.
Yeah.
And Schröder's the same way. I mean, they run a passing game offense, and that's not what he plays. So the question is, how can they use Schröder when they need buckets and maybe the passing game's not working? That's, to me, what I think I'm hearing the Warriors say they want to do. But sometimes that's harder to do than you think, to play a little bit of 2 different styles. But we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see.
Thursday. Not an easy game, especially they got a couple of days of practice. But, Steiny, you hit me in the first segment real quick about how this game was really never close, even when Kuminga got it to 3, you know, with the slam dunk. And if you're into plus minus, every Dallas Maverick starter was at least plus 10 on the night. Every Warrior starter, Steiny, was a minus. And I think that if one time echoed what we saw on that court, man.
Oh, absolutely.
You
absolutely.
Know what I mean? Like, man.
I mean, every Dallas starter was plus a lot, and pretty much every Warrior starter was minus a lot. Let's go to Austin. Austin's in the city.
Our guy.
What's going on, Austin? How you doing, man?
I'm doing
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Hey,
Nice.
not much. Just hearing Draymond talking like that, man, I just shake my head. We in this
Good or
position
bad?
because of him. Bad.
Oh,
Bad.
Austin.
We in this position because of him. If we just kept his hand to himself, we still would have had Poole doing what they say Schröder is supposed to be doing for us when he come through. Other than that, I'm going to say this. Hey, I know Moody is out, but when he is in, if we ain't going to use him, trade him. Simple as that. Same thing with Looney. If we ain't going to use him, trade him. Why? And then Anderson is on the bench 2 games in a row, no PT, but you got Pods out here and running around reckless, like he playing at 24-hour fitness or something. Like, man, he needs to go too.
Which one, Pods or Anderson?
Pods.
Okay.
Pods needs to go. He's just running around reckless. If he ain't drawing the charge, he's useless. Just running around stealing rebounds from people. That ain't get back on defense, player. Tired of seeing that man on the court. That's all I got.
Well, he didn't even get to start last night, Stoney Pods. Buddy Hield got to start. Didn't shoot it well, but he got to start. So, ever since Podium Gate from Steve Kerr, and again, Pods deserves it because his play has not been there and people coming for him. But I'm just hoping people start looking at everything in this collective, because Pods' minutes are going down, and then who are you going to call and go after? And I have to say something. Minnesota last year played Dallas in the playoffs, right? Mm-hmm. I was my eyebrows raised like Kyle Anderson. Do you think Kerr thought the game was too fast? He's played against Dallas. He's got savvy and length. I mean, it was just a, go sign to the basket all night. I was surprised he didn't get in. Yeah. Not why they lost, but I was like, maybe this is what you need, is savviness and his length. Just a thought.
I mean, let me check real quick about Kuminga. How many minutes?
He had a good game, 30. 9. Now you smile.
I am smiling.
You got nice teeth.
I don't think that's a good game.
You know what? Offensively, though.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like, this is the game, and I wrote this down.
Talk to him. Made all his free throws.
That's great. Miss me with the stats from last night's game. They don't mean anything. You couldn't.
Draymond did. He didn't get to the line.
You could not get a stop at any point in that game. Like, you gave up points in the first, second, third, and fourth quarter, and you were never really in the game. They had control of the game from start to finish. So the way I look at it is, great. Like, Wiggins had 29 and Kuminga had 20, and you guys were never really in the game. Like,
but that's on everybody, right?
Exactly.
Okay,
same for Steph. Same for Draymond.
No,
it's like,
I was just making sure.
Miss me with offensive numbers when you're playing so little defense that you've actually invited 143 to 133 game. And that's what you're having.
And you scored 133 points when we saw your basketball version of acne or pimples was turnovers. Stoney, they took care of the ball. And that just goes to how much and how maddening it was that you couldn't stop this Dallas team. Stoney, the guards were throwing to Lively, it just down in the post like they knew, I'm going to get a dunk. PJ Washington, I'm going to get a dunk. Like, they are built almost perfection in regard to what you want your team to be. They got it all, and the Warriors just couldn't deal with it. They got whatever they wanted in transition, half court, but then what do you say, Stoney, if I go back to November 11th, the same 2 teams played, and the Warriors beat them? Luka had 31, but he didn't shoot it well, 13 of 27, 2 of 10 from 3. So last night, defensively, just wasn't your night.
No, not at all. I mean, the fact that the Warriors shot 48% from the field, 50% from 3 and set a franchise record, and only turned the ball 10. I mean, like, if you look at these numbers and I tell you they lost, it's almost unfathomable. Yeah. But they guarded nobody at any point in that game. And I get it. Dallas can be a machine, but you got to make them. You got to bother them one way or the other.
And Stoney, this wasn't off a back-to-back. This was off some rest.
Let's go to Danny's in Vancouver. Hey, Danny, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, gentlemen. Hope you guys are doing well. I was in your beautiful city for the back-to-back games a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
The weather was great. Yeah, it was just wonderful. Stayed about 10 minutes from the stadiums. Anyways, It's great. Just a couple things. First, the Schröder trade. I'm thrilled with it. I think Dunleavy was a magician to pull that out. I'd give it an A for great. I think he's going to be great. And the thing I like about Schröder is he used to destroy the Warriors regularly. So I figure I want that guy on our side. So I think he's going to be great. I'm going to just not take seriously what Draymond said. He's going to have to fit into the system. And I think it's going to work out well because at the end of the games, they can do the pick and rolls. He can get his own shot. So I'm thrilled. And I think it's absolutely going to help the Warriors. Second, the game last night, I'm going to give them a pass on that because Luka played out of his frickin' mind. He was just I just couldn't believe it. Like everything, it didn't matter what you did. I think he was just in another zone, and then everyone picked up at the end. Unfortunately, Clay also kind of knighted us at the end.
Yeah,
but so I'm gonna let that go and love to hear your thoughts on that. Thanks, guys. Have a great show.
You too. Yeah, appreciate it. I mean, to me, Schröder is somebody who you can take a lot of pressure off Steph in terms of handling the ball. Schröder can bring it up if he needs, and Curry can play too. They're interchangeable. They can play. One doesn't need the other on the floor. So I think that Schröder, you can pencil him in for at least the 16 minutes a game where Steph's not on the floor.
Big.
Because that's where he fits. And, to me, it's obvious that they just couldn't wait any longer for Podziemski to find himself as a backup point guard. And, you look at Podziemski last year, I think he shot 37 or 38%. He's not even from three. I don't even think he's shooting that overall right now. So I think a lot of this move does have to do with Pods. And for all the fans out there that don't think Pods should be playing as much, I don't think you're going to have to worry about that starting on Thursday.
37% from the field and 25 from three right now, Stoney.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Now, I saw I saw the Rockets, the other team in Texas, play the Warriors, and it was a rock fight, right, to get to Vegas. And Stoney, right now, Houston in the standings, same record, but they're ahead of Dallas 17-9. And where I'm going with this is it's hard. It's pregnancy basketball. It's a labor to watch the Rockets offensively. They got talent. But I look at this Dallas Maverick team with what they have, and it's like a just smorgasbord of whatever you want offensively, led by two dudes. And now Clay shooting the basketball. And I just thought to myself, what if this were a playoff game? Why can't our star, and I'm just calling Steph out from this standpoint, Stoney, I need him to get active early to set the tone offensively, because you scored 133 points. I don't think Dallas was playing any defense. Now, they could say we played the guru when we had to, but that's what I'm noticing in games moving forward is Luka took the first shot, set the tone, and had, his comrades with him and Clay and Kyrie. Steph's got to set the tone. I would like to see more aggressively moving forward. And maybe that starts Thursday when he has the benefit of starting with a new backcourt mate in Schröder.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be cognizant of how many minutes he plays. What did he play last night? Steph played, 35 and a half minutes Steph played last night. I mean,
it didn't even feel that way,
What do you mean?
Like, normally, I'm looking at the shot distribution. I'm like, okay, he shot it pretty well, but when you say he was out there for that long, I guess I like more shot attempts from him.
I mean,
that's what I mean.
It's tough to ask Steph Curry to start a game and carry a little bit for the first 6 or 7 minutes and then have to carry at the end.
19 field goal attempts.
888-957-9570. is the number. Let's jump out to Cameron in Antioch. What's up, Cameron? How you doing, man?
Hello. How you doing?
Hey.
Get it off speaker. Hey. Yeah. On your point on that, Guru, of course we would love to have Curry start the game and be more on ball. But who does that start with? It's the coach. Curry does not call the plays. If Curry is a way better on ball than off ball, I don't know where this narrative came from that he's not a good on ball person. Like last year when Curry said CP3 will unlock him. Curry doesn't need anybody to unlock him. Every time he gives Curry the ball, we win. When we do the pick and rolls, we was winning. We was running this Scott's offense. We was going crazy. We was like 10-2. Soon as Draymond said this is Scott's offense, Kerr went right back to the motion. The motion is cool sometimes if you have the right lineups, but most of the time Kerr is trying to keep doing these tiny lineups that doesn't make no sense. Draymond is the 4. He works best when he has a center next to him. So that should automatically push Kuminga to the 3. Kuminga could be coming off the bench because Wiggins is great POA defender. So, we got to really look, what's going on with these games. We're winning most of the time. This last game last night, the first quarter, we got blew out because Draymond was on the bench. Then Kerr repeated the same thing in the third, coming back after they already showed they couldn't do anything with it. And then he did it in the fourth again. Kerr does not know how to make in-game adjustments. He's been a detriment to us this whole time. We was doing very good when Slow-Mo was playing next to TJD. And he gives Slow-Mo no minutes these last 2 games. It does not make no sense. We got to start and also tell me what coach can criticize the referees and don't get fined. We got to start looking at this type of stuff. Any other coach would have got fined saying what Kerr said.
Appreciate the call.
Kerr did avoid the pocketbook, Scotty. He get you some gifts. I was shocked. NBA sleep or clothes.
Yeah, maybe.
He said grade school, they don't make that call. Hey, shout out to Steve.
Yeah,
Coach Kerr.
888-957-9570 is the number. Mike Dunleavy talked about Dennis Schröder. And here's what Mike said about what Schröder brings to the table.
The play style stuff, rotations, all that's on Steve. We've talked about it thoroughly, though, and I think he's open and aware to some of the strengths Dennis has and what he can bring to the table. It's no secret we need to improve offensively, and sometimes making some shifts in what you're doing and philosophically is the right way to go about things. So we'll see how that unfolds, but yeah, we know who Dennis is as a player. We know what we're acquiring, and in order to play to his strengths, we may have to shift some things.
All right, so you see what's going on here. It's not hard to figure out. The Warriors don't run a lot of pick and roll. When they do, it's usually with Steph Curry, but they're finding that that's not as productive as it used to be for a variety of reasons. And late in games, they've gotten a little bit bogged down, and the other teams are loading up on Steph, and they don't have a guy who can make a shot. And the idea is to bring another offensive player in here, and Dennis Schröder, who can either create for himself on a pick and roll or create for somebody else on a pick and roll, and ideally the somebody else would be Steph Curry. So it's no secret why they brought Dennis Schröder in here.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see, and they need it fast, quick, and in a hurry.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. This is more Mike Dunleavy on Dennis Schröder.
Yeah, no doubt. Anytime you're giving things up, in this case, we gave up some draft capital. I don't think you intended to be a short-term thing. And at Dennis's age, we still think he's got a lot of good years left in him, and we'll have his bird rights, the ability to re-sign him after the season. And again, studying it, looking at it, we think he's a good fit for us on both sides of the court. And hopefully there's a relationship here longer than just a few months.
All right, so Schröder's a free agent at the end of the year, and the question then becomes,
he said, hopefully,
whether or not they'll keep Dennis Schröder or be able to re-sign him. We'll see what the Warriors' salary cap situation is at that point, Gil.
Yeah, and you were just talking about pick and roll, Steiny. Wiggins had 29 points. He starts alongside Steph Curry, and I know I said it worked in Houston or against Minnesota a couple of Sundays ago, but we saw the pick and roll with Wiggins and Curry. Kuminga, for that matter, But Stoney, why don't we see more Wiggins and Curry pick and roll? Okay, that's what we're gonna do, pick and roll, and I get it with Schröder, but I mean, Wiggins is not a stiff, man. The dude he's been in his bag this season, and last night he was doing his thing. You would think that would help alleviate whatever Steph had going on, and Looney was helping him get loose, but man, they were just I guess when you play the Warriors right defensively, Stoney, just send two at Steph, right?
I mean,
just send two at him right now.
They've been pretty predictable on how to guard so far this season. What does this mean for Brandon Podziemski?
I think this move for both him and Steph is something we view as additive and helps them. Brandon was really, really good last year, and I think part of it was having Steph and CP, two other handlers alongside him. And so I think this move enables Brandon and Steph to always be on the court with another handler, whether it's the two of them or Dennis and Brandon or Dennis and Steph. So I think it makes a lot of sense. And again, I think this is something that boosts and helps Brandon. So we feel good about it in that regard as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? You buying it?
Well, the money's still in the wallet. And, I'll see when I'm next in line at the register. Steiny, I just got to go somewhere because I'm #random. That game was so crazy. I felt like I needed to shower after. And I'm just thinking about Luka. I'm thinking about Clay having his career high on this season. And Kyrie's going to be Kyrie, and they were in the finals. But, Steiny, I'm looking dead set at Curry averaging the 23 on the season. And if I ask my partner right now, why is that? It just has Halloween writing to me, 23 points per game. Does Dennis Schröder solve that? Or what's really going into that? Because that's what's starting to concern me moving forward.
What?
The points per game from Steph is at 23 where we're at now on the season. And I've been in a little denial as to why that is so low. It'll go back up like NASDAQ, but what would you say why? It has to.
No, it doesn't.
Well, then we're done.
Well, that's one of the reasons they got Schröder. Because Steph's might be, and it's no shade, but he might be a 25-point or fewer points per game now. I mean, can't average 30 forever. It's unbelievable that he averaged as many as he did when he was 35 and 36. I mean,
I was just sharing with your minor thoughts.
He can't generate as many shots because of the defense and because of his age and because of the way teams are What? You look so troubled. What? How can I help you?
No.
What? Tell me what can I do?
No, this trade was made, facilitated because of that, and the powers that be know that, and Steph knows. Goo, don't even worry. It's not me slowing down.
Well,
it's the system that they've it's the Kyle Shanahan type of thing. You know what I mean? Like, I believe that Steph will get back to this. These numbers will go up. Okay. And a lot of people probably would bet on that. But if it doesn't, I don't see how we can look around and say they got enough to compete every night with the likes of the teams that you ran off to where they hadn't beat them. The Minnesotas, they split them. Like, that's all, Steiny. I'm watching
What's
this.
What's wrong with saying Steph's slowing down? Everybody sees it. I mean, everybody kind of acknowledges
I'm the one.
He's still a hell of a player.
Yeah, but Steiny, I'm the one that said he needs help.
Okay.
And
but now it seems like you don't think this is enough help.
No, I'm nervous about it.
What? Nervous about what? They just got better offensively.
Yeah, okay. I don't
know if every problem is going to be solved, but Steph's got another birthday coming up in March. They just keep coming, dude. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get more into the Warriors and Dennis Schröder, and we can talk about Steph's averaging 26 a game right now. Oh no, that was last year.
I'll
update. Yeah,
so he's 23.
Yeah, that's what happens at his age. It goes from 30 to 27 to 24. I mean, it might go to 21 next year. Who knows? Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans
They came to your house, ate your chicken, opened your refrigerator, took a shower, and laid butt naked on your couch with the remote.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Guru was talking about the Dallas Mavericks last night, knocking on the Chase Center door and making themselves comfortable.
Stop it. Boy.
143 the Mavericks laid on the Golden State Warriors.
You know what, Fitz, I heard you last night, but you know what that tells me? They were really worried. They were really not worried, bothered by how they looked in Clay coming back part one. And Luka came out from the outset, man. And then Clay, Steiny, he was talking.
Yeah.
Luka was flexing. Clay was talking.
Well, they
That's
did
a
go
good
to the
team
finals
over there.
last
There
year.
you go. That's a good team.
Mike Dunleavy, I'm going to get to these calls in a sec, but I want to hear Dunleavy because we always talk about this, and it's how much input did Steph have? How much input did Dre have? Well, let's find out.
Well, to be clear, those guys are not banging down my door calling me, hey, we got to make a trade. We need this guy. We need that guy. They never do that. Do I keep them in the loop on stuff? Yes. Do they double thumbs up on this move? Yes. But I don't want it to seem like those guys are hemming and hawing over, hey, we need to add this guy or that guy. So it's a good, clean process with them. They're on board. Steve's on board. Coaches, I think organizationally, everybody felt really good about this deal, and we went through with it.
All right. So Mike Dunleavy's from the Joe Lacob School. They're just players.
You'll never let, that's like
They're
the boss.
just
You're
players.
not a traditional host.
Yeah.
You'll never let that go. And your Lynch, well, Tim, you can't just assume you're going to the Super Bowl. Right?
Exactly. You can't. You earn the right to go to the Super Bowl every year, and the 49ers did not earn that right this year. Let's go to, we wanted him on Friday. But apparently, he was in mourning because of the Niners. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland.
Our man.
Antonio in Oakland.
Yeah, so I'm very excited. We got Dennis Schröder. He always gave the Warriors trouble. You know, he's good on both ends of the court, averaging career high in 3-point percentage, and he's number one in the NBA in mid-range shooting percentage. Yeah, so he's going to be a better, more talented, shorter Sean Livingston. If he can do that, we in the business, man. And I still think we should get, another big guy, a.k.a. Vucevic, and that'll complete the title contention puzzle. And at the end of the day, man, that was so horrible. Dallas Mavericks, that was their championship last night. I think we're a better team than them, but I miss Dre in the starting lineup playing with Steph. But I think Steph is better with Dre. Of course, he can play without him, but I'm just saying.
Sure.
Dre's very important. And Kyle Anderson, he guards Luka Doncic damn near better than anybody in the NBA.
Uh-oh.
And he wasn't playing. Thanks, Steve Kerr.
Hey,
anyway.
What about the Niners? We actually
he's on you, Antonio.
Antonio, I asked for you to specifically call on Friday to give us some dose of positivity with the Niners. Do you even have any?
Right now, I mean, we blew those three division games, man. Like, once that happened, it just went downhill. Like I said, even from the start, all the holdouts and the injuries, and then, the tragedy with Pearsall and Travarius Ward, Sharon Williams, the whole nine. It's so sad, man. We'll be back next year healthy and no holdouts. And don't give Brock Purdy $60 million. He got to take a pay cut.
Well, then he's going to hold out.
Antonio, did you hear Jerry Rice? You need to do it on the Odyssey app on with the Bonte Shasky this morning. He brought it.
Oh, yeah, and I agree with him. He's the GOAT, man. He's my favorite athlete ever. I definitely tune in to him.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
All right, baby. Hey, happy holidays.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And talk
Anderson
about
on Luka, Steiny. That is a little, I didn't have it on the top of my list, but.
They're trying to empower Jonathan Kuminga. And you see how that's going.
But you can still do that without, it's not either, Steiny, you can't play because Guru has, you could have found some spot minutes for him to try to stop the Don. Because that's what he was last night, Luka the Don.
I mean, Lindy Waters played a lot last night. That means other guys can't play.
Yeah.
So, you're trying to play 11 guys. You're not going to be able to play them all every single game. Unless you're willing to do it every single game.
But I'll say this, defensively, that was you just throw it out, right? But offensively, Steiny, they set records and they got it to. I'm no participation trophies, but they got it to within 3. That building was rocked. Chase has a pulse now when it gets crunk. And I'm thinking, are they going to pull this off? And the title of the jam was Dallas was last night offensively better than you. And we couldn't stop them.
See, that game last night to me.
Tell me.
Was exactly like the 49ers season. And I get it. You and I are different. They get it to 3, and you're saying maybe they can win this game. To me, they got it to 3, and I'm thinking there's no way they can win this game. Because just like the Niners, if you go back to game 1, and just like the Warriors, if you go back to the start of the Dallas game, there wasn't one single solitary stretch that the Warriors played of defense where you thought, they could make it tough on Dallas. It's like they didn't show at any point in that game that they could defend the Dallas Mavericks in a similar way that the San Francisco 49ers didn't play one good game all season long. They just didn't play one good game all season long. You know, had the Warriors shut the Mavericks down for 5 minutes at some point in the first half, then you start thinking, well, maybe they have another 4 or 5 minute stretch where they can kind of shut them down. But like they never did. Just like the Niners, they just never played a good enough game to build to not only win, but to win consistently. Let's go to Mel in Moraga. What's up, Mel? How you doing?
Guys, love the show, love the dialogue. I wanted to go 2 ways here. I'm looking at the standings with the Warriors and the 8 tied for 7th or 8th or something. Honestly, I think that's as high as they get. If I'm looking at the teams ahead of them, in fact, the 2 behind them, LA's, they could stay ahead of both of them. All those teams are just, I think, better and probably they just have more stars at this point, which is, it's a star league, right? You saw 2 of the best players in the NBA on one team last night, Kyrie and Doncic. We've got one aging all-star at this point, and that's just not going to be enough. I love the Schröder move, but that's not 2 all-stars is what you really need in this league to really threaten. And so that's kind of my biggest thought. And then secondarily, I think overall, probably Kuminga is playing better this year. I don't think anybody else is. I don't think anybody else from top to bottom is having as decent of a year as last year. And you're just not going to be better. And so they're kind of where they're going to be, in my opinion, unless they make some changes. And again, I do love the Schröder move. That will help, but I don't see it getting them above that 7 or 8 range. And with that, I'll take your thoughts off the air. Keep up the great show.
Thanks, Mel. Appreciate the call.
Let's hope Mel's wrong, Stoney.
About what?
Where they're at, them getting higher. And I would just tell Mel this. It was a short sample size, but through 12 games, the Warriors were the talk of the NBA. Had some things go their way. They lost a soldier, and they gained one back with Schröder. But I'll also throw Andrew Wiggins in that. Kuminga, he's playing better than last year or as good as last year.
I mean, it's funny. The minute he said that, of course, I go to the roster and start thinking, well, let's figure it out.
Okay.
They're a third of the way through the season. Who's playing as well or better than last year? Steph Curry.
No.
That would be a no. Wiggins.
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you Wiggins. Draymond Green.
Yes.
Nah, to me, he's just...
Oh, Stoney, come on.
Yeah, he's playing like he did last year.
Seriously?
No better. I don't think any
Even
better.
What about the shot?
Listen.
He scored 20 points.
Okay, and they lost.
No.
And they were never in the game.
There are nights where he's scoring 11, 12. I'm not saying he's...
Listen, do you realize Draymond Green will never, ever make enough threes to ever be guarded?
I understand.
Okay, so...
I do.
Again, last night...
Defensively...
I don't think he's better than last year defensively.
Oh, man.
Who did he guard last night? Exactly.
But see, that's kind of cooking the books. No, that last night was nobody that you throw that out defensively. But we've seen that. What about the Houston game? He single-handedly kept him in it defensively with Şengün. Doing what he does. go ahead, Stotty.
He's not a defensive player of the year voted.
Well,
I don't think anybody's considering him a defensive.
I know through 2 weeks
threat.
I was throwing that to you. I don't. Stotty, I think he's been a positive. But go ahead.
He has been a positive, but don't tell me he's playing better than last year. I think he and Steph are either the same. Well, Steph isn't. I mean, the thing about Steph is he's still shooting the ball damn well.
But it's about getting the shots up and the shots off and the separation. That's what I'm hoping Schröder will leave, Stoney, so we can see him, from the outset.
Pajemski's been worse.
Yeah.
Buddy Hield's been Buddy Hield.
Okay.
Lindy Waters been fine. Trace Jackson Davis may have taken a step back. Looney's a little better.
No doubt.
Moody's the same or not even. Peyton's playing better.
Well, he's shooting it. He ain't shooting it well at all, but that's not what he's in there for.
But, Peyton is a good defensive player, can't make a shot right now.
So what's changed? I'm asking you, Stoney, and I mean this. So when they were 10-2, you still needed to see more. Now they're 14-11. They make this trade. What's on the Stoney radar moving forward? What would you tell Warrior fan right now
about
just how the outlook? What is this team?
It's a good question. I'm still sticking to my, what did I say, 46-ish?
Well,
to 48, something like that.
Yeah, you had 48.
Yeah. Well, I'd probably drop it a couple games at this point.
Even after the move.
Yeah, I got to figure. I'm not convinced that we'll see a drastic difference, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I mean, why is Ricky Schroeder? Ricky, I knew I was going to do that.
I did.
I knew I was going to do that at some point. Why has Dennis Schröder played for 8 teams the last 8 years?
Because I feel like he wasn't playing as good of basketball as he is now. 2, I think he's been taken for granted. We saw him beat the Warriors or play a big part of it in 2022 playoff series. So I say all that to say, Stoney, is I think if you double back on a lot of those teams outside of OKC, they might wish they still had him. So I don't think that's cool, though. If I'm an employer and I hire you, Stoney, and I ask, why are you jobless? And you got a list of jobs. It's about what I think you can do for me moving forward. And the bottom line is he's having a career year and the Warriors have a need. And I think it's a good fit. He's young. I mean, he's not young. He's athletic. He can do the pick and roll, Stoney. He can move. He can get steals. He can play on the ball.
Can he dunk?
No, he can dunk easy. Not coming through traffic like Kuminga, but that's not what they want him. They're bringing him here for.
July 25th, 2018, he was traded by the Hawks to the Thunder as part of a 3-team deal.
Hawks were a mess, right? So no harm, no foul. Or was that when they were
2 years later, traded by Oklahoma City to the Lakers for Danny Green and Jaden McDaniels. Played 1 year there, signed a contract with the Celtics. Before the end of that year, he was traded by the Celtics to the Rockets or somebody. Then he finished with the Rockets, signed with the Lakers, 1 year with the Lakers, signed with the Raptors, and then traded less than 1 year into his Raptors career. So there's something going on with Dennis Schröder. I have a feeling it's got to do with...
What if he's at his apex, though, now maturity, the game slowed down, and now you get to reap those benefits?
I think he's probably one of these... I don't know.
All right.
I'll ask him, well, why is Dennis Schröder... Let me throw it at Evan. My answer is I don't know. Why do you think Dennis Schroeder's been on 8 teams in 8 years? Oh, you know what? And then we can open it up to Spadoni.
Because the Lakers would have beat Denver had they had him when they took him 7 a couple years ago.
All right, let's start with Evan. Why has Schröder been on so many teams, do you think?
I think he's a difficult player to get along with, both with how he plays and how he is off the court.
Fair. Can I get Joe Spadoni in here? He's a season ticket holder of the LA Lakers, so I think he's had 2 different splits stints with Schröder.
Yes, and remember, Steiny, the Lakers offered him a bag that he denied. I believe it was a 4-year, reportedly like $85 million extension, and he said no because he thought he was going to get more. Ended up not making that, signed a 1-year prove-it deal with the Celtics, and has kind of bounced around since then. I just think he's one of those tweener players. Like, he's not really a starter, but he can be. He's more of a sixth man guy, but he's a good player overall. I think that can make a difference in the playoffs. The problem is he's also one of those players that can lose you a game too. So it's that balance, if you will, like that he's kind of a good player, but also not, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
We're all kind of like tiptoeing around it. He's just a solid player,
but real quick,
not a starter.
What do you make of his year this year, though, his career year thus far?
On a bad team.
Wow.
So it's like,
I get that,
I don't know what
man.
to make of that.
Wow.
I'm kind of with you there.
Wow.
But Hey, I'm open-minded. I was open-minded to Buddy Hield.
He was a difference maker for the Lakers against the Warriors in the playoffs too, a couple years ago. So.
Yeah.
Man, he turned down that bag, Stoney.
Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
The problem with Schröder early was his maturity, because he was so athletic. He would just say, okay, I'm going to do what I want to do on the court, and then, have a little turnovers here and there. And then obviously the Lakers would have kept him, but, he turned down that bag like the guy just said.
Yeah.
So I think he's just mature now. And he's a better version of Melton, and we were 14-4 with Melton. So that's a good fit. I would leave Steph alone. You guys are a little hard on Steph. He's playing 3 less minutes, taking 3 less shots, and his shooting percentage is up. So that's not really Steph. That's Kerr. And then my other point was Kerr. We can't have these 14 different lineups in 25 games. And now it's going to be 15 on Thursday. And he's going to tinker with it a few more times. There's no consistency. That's the problem right now, I think, going forward, is Kerr has to say, okay, I'm going to go with this. These 8 guys, like you guys said earlier, slow-mo plays Luka great. But I think last night was Luka telling Clay, we're not going to lose twice to the Warriors. I'm not going to do this to you. I'm going to do whatever it takes so you get this win coming home instead of back-to-back L's. So that's what I think is going on right now. Looking forward, I think they're fine. I'm glad they didn't trade Kuminga for Cam Johnson. Let's see if Kuminga can work on his handle and play the 3. That would be big with Kuminga, Wiggins, Schröder, and Steph and Draymond when we go small. So I like where the Warriors are going. I think everyone's a little bit hard on them because the Melton injury and Kerr tripping with these lineups.
Appreciate the call. Well, you know what? I mean, I think one of the reasons that Kerr said Schröder was going to start is because right before Melton got hurt, he basically said Melton is our starter.
Yeah, they identified him.
So I think he's doing the same thing. It's going to be Curry and Schröder. The question is he going to keep Draymond coming off the bench like he said he was going to because he wants to play Kuminga and Wiggins together and then use either Looney or Trace Jackson-Davis at center?
So you think the days of J.K. coming off the bench are that's not on the table? Like, I wouldn't be shocked. And I know I said 30 minutes, but now if it's Schröder unlocking Kuminga like Chris Paul was supposed to do during the non-Curry minutes, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, all I know is the last thing we heard from Steve Kerr was that they've got to make an opportunity for Kuminga.
Maximize.
They're starting him, and Draymond's okay with it. And so I would assume that Draymond's still going to come off the bench. And they'll decide whether it's Looney or whether it's Trace Jackson-Davis starting. Let's go to Al and Chico. What's up, Al? How you doing, man?
Hey, great, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about the Warriors and this move with Schröder. When I heard about it, I think seriously this is going to be a awesome move for the Warriors. I think, one, because Schröder, he's 30, but he is playing out of his head right now. He's averaging about 18 points a game. And a couple weeks ago, they played the Warriors, and I try to watch every game, and he frankly was just owning Steph. It was just crazy, and they ended up beating the Dubs that night. And I think this is a brilliant move by by the GM, and it's going to pay off like right away. That's my call. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
I'm all for it, man.
I'm ready to watch and see what happens. You know, if the one thing that and I've always said this, I love when a guy gets traded to the Warriors because then instead of watching him 5 times a year, you end up watching him 80. But here's my question. Why? And I'm just asking. Schröder's averaging 18 plus a game. How do you get him for 2 second-round picks? Like, that didn't make sense to me. Like, the Warriors gave up an expiring deal.
Almost like you got him for free, man.
And they only gave up 2 second-round picks for Dennis Schröder.
What if I told you it's the Nets?
Well, they have Sean Marks.
But
as
are
their
you
GM.
saying that with the bigger insinuation that it might be something about him?
I'm saying a better player should yield more than 2 second-round picks.
Right.
But obviously, then your first thing is, well, they didn't want to pay Schröder at the end of the year, which makes them the 7th team that didn't want to. But obviously, they needed an expiring, and that's why they got Melton, too. So Melton and Schröder are just a wash.
Yeah.
And the Warriors gave up 3 seconds, and the Nets gave the Warriors back 1, so it adds up to 2.
What
I
if
don't
they're
know
lucky as hell because we don't know why Brooklyn did this? But what if normally this wouldn't happen? A player that I think Schröder is, Stoney. So the fact that it was able to happen, I mean, the Warriors are lucky as hell because what it tells me is if you continue to run what we saw last night out there and have to feel the brunt of that Melton injury, it looked like, Stoney, the answer was not in the building for the Dubs. And 2-8 was, I'm just saying, like, you weren't going to get to the promised land. Now, whatever the answer is, you're right. Like, that's odd that it was kind of cheap. But the bottom line is it could be a godsend to keep this season alive and Dub fans' hopes of making the playoffs.
My bad. They gave up Reese Beekman, too. Two-way player.
Huge. Yeah.
Two-way
Reese.
player. Yeah.
And the Lakers tried to give the bag to our boys, as Spadoni told us.
Something more to this. Something more to the Schröder thing. And I think the only way to find out, no, not necessarily.
I wonder how he would answer.
Not necessarily. But it's going to be fun to watch Schröder play 15, 20 games because, it's one of those things, and I do believe this. When something sounds too good to be true, it usually is. So something with Schröder, I can't wait to see him play and see how he fits in and all that kind of stuff.
But if it's in positive, Stoney, watch out. I mean, Brooklyn, what are you doing? Well, you said it. They didn't want to pay him, but damn.
I mean, maybe they like Melton more than Schröder when he's healthy, and they are going to pay Melton in the. But I'd be shocked. 888-957-9570. What do you say? We wrap up the Warriors in the next segment. I still have some sound to play from Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy. And then we'll jump into some San Francisco 49ers. Jerry Rice was on with the morning show. He had a lot of very interesting things to say. Tom Pelissero of NFL Network spoke about Brock Purdy and got into some details, and it's leaving me scratching my head in a big way about what the San Francisco 49ers are going to do. But on the other side, we'll take more of your calls on the Golden State Warriors and also Joe Lacob. He was asked if this Warrior team is done making moves. I think you'll be very interested to hear what Joe Lacob said and how he answered that question. That's coming up on the other side. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty. Warriors, they gave up a lot of points last night. 143. They lose 143-133. Next game, Memphis, Thursday at Memphis. Dennis Schröder will probably be in uniform. That trade is official. Dennis Schröder for DeAnthony Melton, a couple second-round picks, and, of course, Reese Beekman going to the Nets. And
48 three-pointers, a record combined between two teams. We got to point that out. That happened Sunday night at Chase. 48.
And didn't one of you guys send me
let's not talk about the
text about the ratings?
Oh, yeah, I did.
The television?
40%.
Oh, why do you think that is?
But everybody's getting paid, though, so who's losing?
The NBA's losing. Advertisers are losing.
Whoa, all right. What'd he say?
What's that?
The ratings was about it being 48% down over the last decade.
It's even worse.
Oh, wow.
Man. I mean, like, could you imagine last night's game, but they don't shoot the ball as well? That's basically what
with
the
Chicago
NBA.
and who set the record the other night?
Exactly.
It was Chicago. I can't forget. Come on, Goo.
Exactly.
I'm doing Abundant Life, this diet study. I'm down 6 pounds. Can you tell?
Not yet.
Okay.
We'll see. We're not there yet.
My man said not yet. Evan, why you laughing?
Oh, by the way.
Boy.
This from the 908. And this is what Evan suggested.
Give it to me.
908 says, I think Schröder's an expiring contract, so don't be surprised if he's part of another trade.
No doubt. To get something, what would, I don't want to say better, bigger, and could do more. Bigger package.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the right on the table, Stardy. I don't get paid to do that, but I just last thing about last night.
All right.
We'll finish.
And I just couldn't get it up.
It wasn't the worst loss only because offensively they showed they could have lost this by 40 by Gertie. Like, Steiny, they set their own record. I know. All I'm telling you, partner, is offensively, that was – come on now.
Wasted.
Well, I love you for that. I'll give you that.
I mean.
But damn, Steiny, that had the ingredients of getting beat by 50. And Fitz kept saying it like if the Warriors weren't making these. So from that vantage point, man, you just get that. You got a new toy. I just hate the schedule, but you're in the West.
What do you mean?
You got Memphis and Minnesota.
Everybody essentially plays the same schedule.
And you got New Orleans,
in the NBA.
The downtrodden Pelicans who've gotten healthier a little bit, but you got them 3 times already when they were at their worst.
Oh, you know what? At least you'll be happy with the Niners schedule next year. They'll get a last place schedule.
That is
so you won't be able to say.
I can't wait to get to this Jerry Rice stuff.
Let's go to Tom in Dublin. What's up, Tom? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
I just wanted to comment on Dennis Schröder. I'm excited for him to be there. I think he's not an all-star, but I do think he's a starting caliber's point guard. He was the best player in FIBA Cup. They won gold. He's cooked the Warriors multiple times, and I think that's something. But as far as why he's been thrown around the league a lot, I think it's largely because he has a bad reputation with the front office. Sorry about that. And he has a bad reputation with the front office because, even before he was on the Lakers, he was the guy that turned down like $80 million for 4 years. And within a couple of years, he was on a veteran minimum. So there was a stretch. I think he was just like the laughing stock of the NBA. And he's been trying to bring up his stock ever since. And I think he's been on an upward trajectory. So I think we're catching him at a good time. And
maybe
I think I'm excited to see what he does.
Appreciate it, Tom. Yeah, mate.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Just a little breaking news on the football front, guys. General Manager of the 49ers, John Lynch, earlier today, quote, "We have suspended Devondre Campbell Sr. for 3 games due to conduct detrimental to the team. We will have no further comment." That's on the heels of Kyle Shanahan saying that Devondre Campbell's actions from the game is just not something you can do to your football team. So 3-game suspension.
And you ain't latching on to another team, Steiny, so I get it.
And they also apparently did that to see if they can recoup some of the signing bonus that they paid him.
Terrible.
They can get it back. You know, I saw something on social media. I'm not on TikTok, but TikToks come across my Instagrams.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
And I saw this one of a gentleman goes up to a counter to order like a deli sandwich. And he goes, I'll have a ham and cheese, please. And the joke was that somebody was in the cashier's ear saying, tell him to calm down. And so the cashier goes, sir, calm down. And he wasn't at all not calm.
Right.
But then he got a little frustrated because they kept telling him to calm down. So I say that because Mark in Berkeley apparently wants me to calm down, and I'm not up in arms over anything. So he's already put me on the defensive. Yeah. So he's going to have to be careful here. But I'll take Mark in Berkeley. But what do I need to calm down about?
Nothing. I love you.
Thank you.
Remember what Mark Willard said after the Boston fourth quarter when the championship? He said that was one game. They won't shoot again like that for 100 years. Forget about that game last night.
Okay.
Did you say something about Reese Beekman?
Yes. He was traded. He was part
of
the...
He's gone too?
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Is this kid, what is he, 6'1", Schröder?
Schroeder's 6'1", yeah.
Come on now. If we want defense, we got to get somebody like Rasheed Wallace. Let's get real. I mean, but with these 5 big guys now, the 5 guys that can shoot 20 a night, we should be averaging a good amount. I think we're going to get over the hump. If we play better defense, these 5 guys, the big 5 now, should be able to score 20 a night in their sleep. And I'm talking about Kuminga, Curry, the new guy.
Wiggins.
You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, Wiggins, Kuminga, Schröder, Curry. Yeah.
Field and Wiggins. That's 100 points a night if they play them enough minutes and we just do our thing. We'll remember the Don Nelson team, his first year coaching. He just rotated people in and out. He knew what they all could do. Moncrief and all those guys and
Marcus Johnson.
And same kind of thing. We just rotate him in and out, and we'll win.
All right. There it is, Mark in Berkeley.
I'm disappointed. I thought he was coming for blood. It's all good.
This sucker.
Your boy Schröder has a 6'8" wingspan. He's got arms like Frankenstein.
Where'd you see that?
I got it up. No,
there you go. What do you mean?
See, I got it just.
Is it from the text line?
No, I got his profile. Wingspan 6'8", height 6'1". Parents of Helen Fatu Schröder.
I mean,
he's got some long ass arms.
6'8" wingspan.
He'll take it from you.
That sounds a little bit exaggerated.
Wow.
Let's talk about Dennis as a winner, says the 707.
Yeah, I like that.
He's played in 11 NBA seasons. He's been to the playoffs, 8 of those. I think that's a valuable stat. All right. I don't think it's dismissible. Schroeder's a good player. I'm excited to see how they use him, how he fits in.
Now, I got to tell you this, and you, Evan and Spadoni, don't know that I do dream and think about questions, how I would answer in real-time questions to the said athletes. Steiny, I do wonder how Dennis Schröder would answer, hey, Dennis, why do you think you've been on so many teams?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, like what? Yeah.
Do you want me to be Dennis Schröder? All right, I'll try to be. Okay.
I thought you were going to throw out the number because when you do that AAA, I'm like, damn.
Okay.
Hey, Dennis.
Yeah.
Why do you think you've been traded to so many teams throughout your career?
I think it's a combination of things. I've had the misfortune of playing for a lot of coaches that didn't recognize my ability. A lot of general managers who didn't know what kind of player I was. You know, I came into this league as a 20th pick, and I think that set me back a little because I was talented enough to be a top 5 pick.
Everything.
I just don't think anybody's really ever saw how much I'm worth to a team.
Okay, Dennis, can you tell Warrior fans what type of player they're getting?
A shooter, a scorer.
Not Schröder, a shooter.
Yeah, they'll get is a ball stopper. They'll get somebody who's going to get mad when he doesn't get playing time.
A ball stopper.
They're going to get a guy who takes shots away from Steph Curry, and they're going to get a player who, down the stretch of a game, you'll know where the ball's going to. It's going to me.
You ain't played basketball in the hood. If you know, the ball stoppers are everywhere. That is the most cryptic thing. What kind of game? He's a ball stopper because he's getting his. Man.
Yeah, I'm looking at our text thread that you got so upset about.
And real quick, I owe you an apology. You and I are having a Ali Frazier bout on a fantasy playoff game. It's incredible. Spadoni, you guys were there.
I lost.
And then we talk about the trade, and you said something about shut our mouths, basically, without saying it because it's Saturday. And I didn't like that. It set me back. And then when I saw your face, I just went back to it. Bastani, you were joking, and I'm sorry, bud. You didn't deserve what I did to you the first day.
Great trade, man. They miss Melton. About to find out. Schroeder is not Melton, in my opinion. That's Evan.
Stop.
Guru with the eyeballs. Then Spadoni. Schroeder will do some dumb stuff, but I loved him as an irritant on defense, and he can score in multiple ways. I like this move more for the playoffs than the regular season. Spadoni also goes on to say the interactions with him and Draymond Green could be hilarious. Then Guru comes in. Exactly what they needed. Another ball handler, and Schroeder is one of those guys with over-the-top confidence. Evan, am I breaking any confidence here?
I mean, you're just reading our private text messages on air in front of everybody. No, I don't think so.
Okay, that's just because I'm getting to mine.
Yeah, good God.
Evan goes, he's going to hurt Kuminga and Wiggins. He can be a little bit of a ball stopper. And Guru says, yep, but Wiggins won't have to guard point guards all the time now. And then I just said, I don't feel the need for any sweeping hot takes this Saturday. And then Guru told me to do something profane. And he goes, you don't tell anybody what to type. And then Spadoni, of course, Mr. Defensive, says, I don't think anyone said a hot take, Vince Steiny. And then Guru again used profanity to me and told me to do something with myself. And I said, stay off my timeline if I ain't punched in.
And what did I respond with?
Dude, you guys are...
Mute is 2 taps away. Okay.
But you said, real quick, you set the tone for nothing yesterday.
Yeah.
That's why we had no interaction. And I was on the road. I needed something. Look at nothing was said on the thread because you set the tone with that stain of a text.
Yeah.
You laugh it off.
Yeah.
But it really was, we had a great battle. Nobody said nothing. And I was waiting. I was like, well, somebody will say something. Nobody said anything. I was disappointed.
Yeah, let me do the time for the legal. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop.
Steiny?
Yeah.
That's not the legal.
Steiny! Oh! Listen, you are a GM, man.
Oh!
Oh my God!
And I thought it was Evan. I didn't even, dude. You are a GM, man. We got to play that from Willard.
You want the legal? You just want to make an ass out of me for the rest of the segment.
I'm sorry. That was hilarious.
That's like somebody said recite the alphabet and you sing the national anthem. I love you.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Oh, boy.
I love you. Oh, man.
By the way, the crossover later will be brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss.
I love
All
you.
right, let's go to Austin and San Jose.
Oh, man.
Hopefully that'll take over the drop of me talking about my Christmas tree.
Yeah. What up, Austin?
Hey, Steiny.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, guys, what's up, man? That was hilarious, the last 3 minutes, Steiny. That could be used as a teaching tape, man, for when you go to the universities for guys that are trying to get into the business. You could use that as a teaching tape, man, for what you don't want to do when you're on the air. But, hey, listen, couple things. Oh,
Thanks.
Sorry, Bob. I'm just kidding you, Steiny.
No,
by the way.
that's fine.
Hey, listen, Schröder, hey man, he's a shooter. But listen, he also was a German soccer player. The guy is multi-talented. He could have gone pro in soccer too. I don't know if you guys were aware of that. But,
I didn't know that.
The guy is multi-skilled. Yeah, that's kind of a little bit of a tidbit. Have you guys check me out on that? But I'm pretty sure that's the case. Listen, Schröder's a dog, man, and stop this deference to Steph stuff. That stuff's over with, man. You got to have a guy that can look Steph in the eye and play with him. There's going to be nights when Steph's not going to even be able to play. I mean, look at those legs. You guys think he's going to carry the team for 82 games? No way. So I think that Lacob and Dunleavy in particular see the light on. They see what's going on, man. This team's not going to make it to the finish line with the talent level. And you guys keep avoiding the obvious, which is the talent is not the same as the other teams, Guru. I mean, you can't line up Pods and GP2 and these, what I call these journeymen. No knock on these guys. They're pros, but they're journeymen, and they're not the talent level on the Warriors is very deficient in terms of what they're playing against, particularly in the best teams in the West. So I think over time, this is the first move. I think they know they've got to upgrade the roster, and it's too many guys that aren't good enough that are playing key roles right now. These guys need to develop. You can't develop during the year. I'm going to say something that nobody's saying. I think Pods needs to go to the G League. I mean, Pods, listen, Poole went to the G League. It helped him. Pods should go to the G League for a couple weeks, man. I really believe it, and that restore his confidence and maybe get his shot back and stop thinking about that as being a negative. The guy's only in his second year. A stint in the G League might be good for him, guys. I'll keep listening. Thanks.
You know what, Austin? I mean, I don't think that's far-fetched, but
first time I've heard that one.
Can you send him there after you? I mean, of course you can.
After you make all rookie team?
Well, who cares about that? I'm talking about the owner telling you you're going to be an all-star. And then the word getting about around the league that the Warriors kind of have you as a protected type of player. I mean, it's almost one of those things where if he goes to the G League, everyone's going to say, wait a minute, Joe, I thought he was a future all-star. Not that should preclude him from going there, but
the bottom line is, I'll say this about that. Steiny, he came out the gate swinging, and last year was, regardless of what you think of him, I mean, and he was an option to start this year. How shocked would you be if that were to happen?
I wouldn't be shocked.
You think Pods would take it? And I know you're going to say he's got no choice, but I do wonder. It helped Jordan Poole, and he came back, man.
I mean,
because right now for Podziemski, I would say this, son, I hope you're in your own head. But if you're not, and this is how you really are in regard to your percentages, then we got a problem.
No doubt. Joe Lacob was on with Tim Kawakami on the TK podcast, and he was asked if the Warriors might make some more moves.
We're always looking to improve. I mean, there's no difference between now or we're always going to be looking at for the right deal. This is the right deal, came along at the right time, was there for us for the taking. We had the right pieces to make it happen. You know, we're always looking for something else, and if something really makes sense, we'll do it. If it doesn't, we won't. I mean, trades are hard. You know, I've made this comment before. This one was available for us at the right time, and we'll have hopefully another one might be a 2. If it turns out we can be better, I think we'll be better. Obviously, if we keep losing, I'm going to want to trade, do something else. But I really do have faith in this team to play better than we have been playing.
All right, Joe Lacob. Warriors 2-8 over the last 10.
Keeping it real.
And they pick up Dennis Schröder, and of course Joe Lacob with the we're always looking.
Yeah, Stoney, I want to respond to Austin and San Jose. You know, I'm operating from the vantage point of hope, Austin. This team did not qualify for the playoffs last year. Let that sit in. Lost to a Sacramento team that started Keon Ellis and didn't have Malik Monk's services. They beat you. I never in a million years would have thought that happened. Now fast forward to this year. Austin, I'm not telling you this team is going to win it all, but you just played the soundbite of Lacob. They went after George marketing, allegedly, but the bottom line is they know they don't have enough. And I keep looking at, I know I'm focused, one-trick pony on the points per game with Steph, but I've told you, Steiny, he needs some bona fide help. If age is part of a little regression, then he would be more than happy to get somebody that could do it to get buckets with him. And for whatever reason, because you and I aren't basketball dumb and the rest of the world, Dennis Schröder is having a good year. And if Brooklyn is so inept and dumb and thinking they'll give him up for much of nothing, well, that's good luck for the Warriors right there.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see the role he plays. We'll see how many minutes he plays. We'll see how much he plays alongside Steph Curry, how much he subs for Steph Curry, whether he's on the floor when Steph's not on the floor. Let's go to our buddy Skinny Bob.
Oh,
Skinny Bob's in Granada. Hey, Skinny, how you doing, buddy? I thought about you again yesterday when I went into my golf ball bag and pulled out some of the golf balls that you sent to me. Thank you again, as always.
Hey, you bet. Hey, I was thinking I got balls for the other guys, too, through you guys. I'm a fan of you and Guru, but can supply your other teams morning and afternoon, but somebody's got to come and get them. I don't want to drive into the city.
I got you. And they cost too much to send. They got to cost too much.
Maybe I'll come get them, Bob, when the rain subsides. Maybe I'll come out and get to meet you. I'm serious. Grab some lunch.
Yeah, plenty of places to have lunch. I live right by Pillar Point Harbor, a black inland, right near Mavericks Break. It's a great walk out.
I'll fit in.
Mavericks Break. And you'll meet my husky. He's 10, and
Let's do it.
He's a well-behaved husky. So
we'll see.
That invite is open. But the reason I called, two things, and the screener cut me off on the second thing, but the first thing was I really like hearing. That's who I meant.
Yeah.
Yep, that's okay. But he's got to screen a lot of people, and that's the way that goes. So you go with the flow.
Yep.
But the thing is, the trade I think is a great one. I think it really benefits. I'm not an expert on anything in sports, but I've watched a lot of it, and Schröder has always been a pain in the ass for us, for sure, especially on Curry. He shuts Curry down a lot. And playing alongside Curry or bringing out the second team relieves Paz to go back to his secondary role as a spirited, big-time fill-in. And I think the team's always entertaining, can beat any team, as they have shown, Boston down through Milwaukee or Minnesota, you name them. And they're always there till the third quarter, and then they choke for whatever reason. So that's that on that. But the other thing, growing up, my mom, I always bragged a lot about stuff. And throughout the family, the parents always said, Bob, hey, self-praise stinks. And I know you're in the entertainment business, Steiny.
Yeah.
But your talents, I love you boasting about them, but I never read about you.
Oh, wow. Bob with the grenade. We love you,
a grenade from El Granada.
Wow.
I'll send you some clips, Bob. Some microfilm.
You talking about your D3?
I don't know what he was talking about.
That wasn't me. Wow.
All right. Skinny Bob. Skinny Bob.
Oh, boy.
You going to go down there and get some golf balls for us?
No, seriously, when the sun is cool, I love that part of that's where Willardstown, across the bridge over there, by San Quentin. What's that?
Not even close.
Oh, I thought that's where he's at.
No.
Where's he
it's
at?
not.
Where's he at?
He's down near Mavericks.
Where's that?
Down near Capitola and Half Moon Bay.
Pacifica.
Yeah.
Oh.
Same thing.
A little closer. Speaking of Mavericks.
But San Quentin is on the bay.
Yeah.
And these other places are on the ocean. Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 on the other side. Well, okay.
We got
some of our favorites on the other side. And then we'll get into some San Francisco 49ers. But Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Our relationship is on the brink.
Trades are hard.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. You wouldn't trade me, would you?
For
Be
who?
honest. For any host here, who would you go to?
I got to answer the phone.
What you mean?
I'm not shopping you, but I got to
if you had to trade me and you said, hey, Hegan said you got one more, it could be Spadoni or Evan. You had to choose. Bonte Shasky, Mark Woodard, all our brothers, Spadoni and Evan. Who would you?
I'd actually pick Sarah and Vinny as part of a 3-person show.
My man,
they can fetch you a lot.
I know.
You've been given that. I mean, they're legends.
Exactly.
Like Acura.
There's a couple guys on my radar that I always keep on my radar, in case something happens to you.
Like Shasky saying he came on your podcast with you and Sal.
I forgot that.
I want that episode. Find that footage.
Were you ever on? You were on.
No, please.
Yeah.
You guys didn't have me on.
Well, we did a podcast before you won the contest. So maybe that's why we didn't know who you were. All right. 888-957-9570. You know who we got.
But please, don't come with Skinny Bob just threw grenades and self-praise stinks. I haven't read about it.
Right.
This sucker.
Because Skinny Bob
we love him.
Skinny Bob, I love myself, so I can praise myself.
I'm going to back off.
I think it was because I said something about the diet. But he shot it at you, because you say the D3 all the time.
Yeah, that's what he was getting on me for. He was getting on me because he's like, I never heard of you. Of course he hasn't. Because I've exaggerated some things. Let's go to Priest in Palo Alto.
Oh, man, I can't wait.
Hey, Priest, what's going on?
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Doing well.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Yes, listen, I want to talk to Dub Nation, and I want to take this is more of a shot at the front office. This idea of getting Steph a 5th ring, in my opinion, is a fool's errand. I don't see it. And it's not because of the talent around him. It's because of him. I'm looking at Steph, and I told you guys this 2 years ago. I watch him. It's not there. You will never see the guy that played in those finals ever again. He is starting to decline, and I'm telling you, it's going to be precipitous in the next year and a half, because it's not his desire, his training, and his will. His idea of himself is higher than anyone else. His health, it's not going to allow it. It's just, I've seen this so many times. I told you guys, I go all the way back to Willie Mays when he got old. I cried. I was 17 years old, man, when he couldn't play no more. Because it happens. And so what they're doing is chasing a carrot they'll never catch. It's time for them to look at this thing through realistic glasses. What can we realistically do? The only way they'd have a chance at a ring is they got to go down there and get AD, or they got to go get Giannis. That's it. If they can't do that, they might as well look at this thing realistically and stop fooling around. See, my thing with Kerr is this. He is a great coach who undermines his own coaching acumen with foolish favoritism.
Priest, let's stop. Let's stop right there. I appreciate it. It's, got to get to other calls. It was a good 3 minutes.
I feel everything he says, but I'm not there with Steph yet, Steiny.
I am.
Oh, wow. I thought I hit the off button. Sorry.
This is, I'm going to read you this
But you've
quote.
been there for a while. If they're not putting you out there.
This is where I think this is what Priest is referring to. And it's kind of the same thing that I'm referring to, too, where I'm just not, I don't know. I don't like the message. This is Mike Dunleavy. We're in a time zone here of maximizing our window with Steph, Draymond, and Steve as our coach. As proven here in the first day, we could make trades. We did that. We'll continue to look at things. I want to evaluate and see, but we'll always be looking at stuff. So today was the first day the Warriors could acquire, or either today or yesterday. And they went and they got Dennis Schröder.
Because Melvin was eligible to be traded yesterday.
And I've been saying virtually the same thing as Priest. I don't like this idea of, and maybe you can do it without sending the message, but I agree. I mean, what has there ever been a player 35 or 36 that a team built around?
LeBron?
Okay, there he is.
And I believe Steiny, I'm not saying you and Priest are wrong. What I'm telling you is it's obvious. You said Joe Lacob was a killer. Well, guess what? He's not a killer of his own. And I know a lot of people don't like this, but how many organizations stay or even get remotely to the top and have parades plus when they don't or ignore the family or the IOU of changing my life? And that's what Steph Curry has done. Now, Steiny, I'm telling you, I'm keeping it real. He is nowhere near the Larry Holmes, and I'm talking to Priest or the Priest out there, Larry Holmes stage. I don't see that. I see a guy that's getting older in a young man's game that needs help, more help now. I carried I carried the neighborhood back then, but now I need help. And all I'm telling you is I'm okay, Steiny, because I understand Joe Lacob and company are almost, it's like a thank you in a sense. His career's not over, but they're probably saying, this dude set us apart. We're the most valued NBA friend. Like, all that stuff is crazy. So when I say all that to say is they owe it. It's a debt that they can never really ever pay Steph back. So I get what you and Priest are saying, but they'll never cut the cord, Steiny. And that's why it's all about getting this man doing your due diligence to get him help. Let's say, if you don't get there, you owe it to him.
Right. Let's say you don't get there this year. Then what do you do next year? Steph's going to be 37, 38.
Now I think when you showed, and you're almost with this trade.
And then what about the year after
No, you sit down with them and tell them, hey, look, we've tried. It's not going to happen here. Not that we don't want it to. It's just not. What do you want to do? And I know Warrior fans don't want to hear that, but Steiny, if Steph is really feeling like Guru, it's at 23, extenuating circumstances. And Steiny, I'll say this. Can I just share with you a basketball thought I've not even shared to anybody else?
Sure.
And you're going to throw something at me? I love Curry so much. I watch and question, what's that sleeve on his leg for?
He's 36, and he's got tendonitis in both knees.
But, yeah, right. But it just, when I look at it, I'm like, time don't stay still.
And yet, you're still ready to
not build.
Crater the organization for him.
I'll tell you what, now I'm looking you dead red, and you can get the calls. Had they got Paul George here, the Paul George we know, or the marketing I thought, we still don't know the answer to the question of how far this team can go, and they still might be able to go far just with Schröder. We don't know, but I understand what those Lacob are doing when they say it's Curry first. That's all, Matt.
Okay, well then
and his shooting percentages are there.
And you know what?
So that's like hand speed.
Here's the difference.
Bat speed.
Here's the difference. If the Warriors mortgage the future, in 2 years, all you have to say is, "No, I was wrong there." But Warrior fans got to then sit for the next 4 years and wonder why this team hasn't been making the playoffs.
But wouldn't the answer be something? The fan's short for fanatic. But wouldn't the answer kind of make sense? We just came off a dynasty, and we tried to do it for the guy that led and built that dynasty.
I mean, I can't. I mean, when the Washington Wizards got Michael Jordan, did they do anything like this to get him one more title?
Well, he was officially not Michael Jordan then. Still
Okay, well,
you know what I mean?
Steph Curry's not officially Steph Curry anymore. Michael Jordan averaged as many points when he came back. I'll bet he averaged 23 a game, which is exactly what Steph's averaging now.
So just about this, what do you think I'm missing about Steph that's changed to your eye or his change and you were here? What is it? Because the shooting's still there. You give him a millisecond, Stoney. What's your biggest, he's not a turnstile on D. What's your biggest, I should have asked Priest. That's it.
What?
What's the sign that you see to where you're like?
What if I told you, like, if are you actually asking me to prove that Steph's not the same player now as he was 2 or 3 years ago?
No, because I wouldn't expect LeBron's not the player, but he's still good enough. There's a 10 people.
Well, I don't know that
list.
LeBron's good enough either. They're a 500 team, right? Or
Okay,
they're 10th in the West.
But the one thing about is his running. What do you see that makes you say
he can't generate the quality looks he has in the past?
And that has nothing to do with anybody else or the non-attention guys that he's playing with in the offense.
Let's do it this way.
Yeah.
What are you
being serious.
What are you maintaining right now? Like, what are you? Tell me what.
That is so hard for him to generate a shot because Draymond, and I love you, Dre Looney, he's got a lot of offensive guys that don't have firepower. So the cat's out the bag at this. Yeah, he's long in the. You know what I'm? It's like, what if he had some guys that demanded double teams, and Kuminga's not there yet, and made it. He's still an assassin shooting the ball. And now when you play this Warrior team, before last night, you run two at
them? Do you think there's any correlation between the team they have and the fact that they can't win a close game?
Yeah.
They're 2-7 in their last 9 clutch games.
And that's when it shows its head.
Right. And does Steph Curry bear any of that responsibility?
Yes.
Okay, because he's not as good as he used to be. He's not making as many shots late in the game as he has. I mean, this is where, what do you mean, wow? Like, are you actually saying you think Steph's the same player?
No. When Steph had a guy like Klay Thompson, it worked. And it just worked 24 months ago. My thing to you, Stoney, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just believe you and Priest are putting too much at the doorstep of Curry. They're blitzing him. And at this age, this is probably the worst time to run.
What's the difference between this year's team and last year's team?
Well, they didn't make the playoffs.
Last year's team had Wiggins. Right. Last year's team had... So now it's
they're going to do that, though. They're going to win that amount of games, probably. But it might not be enough to make the playoffs. So there's nothing to see when you say that.
Well, then Curry's not good enough. Maybe he's not good enough to be the best player on a team to make the playoffs. I mean, you know what? Here's what I don't understand. And again, you would never do. This is what we don't do here. And I'm not saying I'm doing it, but I just raised the question. It's like, what are we doing again? It's everybody around Steph. And it feels like it's unfair to say, well, maybe he can't be the best player on a team anymore. Oh, Steiny, that can't be the case. Okay, well, then keep trying to add pieces around a guy who's 36 years old and who's a guard, not a big man, a guard. And, it's like if you think he's the same player, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, but let me just bring this. Exhibit A. The Warriors are probably the only team in basketball expected to do something by their fans, and they don't, up until this trade, have a bona fide number 2 scorer. It's by our best player.
Okay, did they have one when they won a title?
Wiggins took over
then that's him. Then they have a number 2, but he's been underachieving.
So that alone
there you go.
should have people easing off of Steph can't be the best player on the team when you don't even got a Robin.
Nobody needs to ease off Steph if everybody's just saying Steph's not the problem. He needs more help. Everybody's afraid to ask the question, is it possible he needs so much help so as we can't get him that much help, and he's not that good at that.
So
not
why
good
are
enough
teams
anymore.
blitzing Steph to get the ball out of his hands?
Same reason they blitzed him the last 2 years. And you know what? I don't.
If they stop doing that, and we saw this, I'd be okay. But they're doing it because they know more often than not, it's by committee. It's more than if you want to call it a drop-off from Steph's game. And that's why sometimes I think, is this man in the shower or driving to work? If you could put him in a situation where there would be focus taken off of him, he could, who wouldn't want that, especially when you got people saying.
I'm just telling you right now.
That's all, man.
The idea that and I'm with Priest, the idea that this organization continues to say, we are building around Steph Curry, a soon to be 37-year-old, 6'3" guard at this point in his career, to me, is starting to get a little ludicrous. I mean, it's just, it doesn't make sense. And, you say, well, what team ever built around a 36, or what player? And who do we come up with? The one guy who's played into his 40 at a level that nobody ever thought. Like, the Lakers didn't even build around Kareem when he was 36.
Well,
so,
all right, okay.
I mean, that idea, I'm against it.
Let's put the facts out there. The rat's on the table. This is the chickens coming home to roost when you had the number 2 pick in the draft a few years ago,
right.
and you could have. And now I know, there was nothing. But Steiny, had they got something, a Halliburton, or I'm throwing it all out there, LaMelo Ball. His job would be easier. I didn't say what they would win. His job would be remotely easier than what it is now. That strikeout hurt him. Yeah. And wasn't him drafted.
And that's what struggling franchises start to do. 49er fans begin to bring up Trey Lance. Right. Warrior fans begin to bring up James Wiseman.
But it's a part of the truth.
You're right. And it's nothing you can do about it now.
Nobody cares.
There's nothing you can do about it now, except put it on Myers and Lacob's docket, because they should get penalized for that. Let's go to Schlepp Rock in Oakland.
Rock.
What's up, Schlepp?
You guys are on fire, even though it's raining. But here's the thing, and going on Guru's side of the street today. I'm going to throw out some names, and you tell me what they all had in common. Unitas, Namath, Riggins, Stabler, and even our Ernest Jordan.
Ooh, what did they all
They all come out of retirement?
No, well, pretty good, but that's not the lane I'm going down. They all ended their careers half of the game on the bench with their knees wrapped in ice, and there's a reason for that, because they're old, they've taken a beating, and their knees just can't do it anymore. I'm not saying that Curry's not good. Curry's still the best player on the Warriors, unfortunately, and he's 38. You see what I'm saying? You got a positive that runs into a negative. You need some more players that are going to assist this guy. You got to get him off the floor a little bit so that he can recover during the game. But, I mean, it all comes down to you can't fool Father Time. As great as these guys were, Unitas, Namath, Riggins, people don't know how good Riggins was in college, and the Super Bowls and the teams and all that. Stabler, Jordan, all these guys were great. But look what happened to them the last 2 years of their careers, on the bench with ice wrapped around their knees, and it's sad, but that's just the way it goes. Hey, you guys have a great day and stay hot.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I'll tell you what, Stoney, he's averaging 31 minutes a game this season.
Who?
Steph.
All right.
That's not how they drew it up, but it's by necessity, because what's around you, I'm not blaming anybody, is you guys.
You're blaming everybody.
They have the last offensive rating when he's off the floor.
It feels to me like you're blaming everybody but Steph for what's going on.
But I'm not lying to you. How could he be the first?
I'm not saying he's the first, but he never takes any responsibility from certain fans. And the idea, and again, people be like, we get it, Steiny, he's getting older.
Right.
But it's apparently you don't, because you still are maintaining he's the same player from 2 years ago. So if you're telling me you don't think Steph's slipping, when he averaged 30 a game 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That seems, I'm not saying he's useless. Of course he's not useless. But how long do we have to go with the charade that we're not seeing any difference in Steph? I feel like I'm seeing difference in Steph. I feel like he's working harder to get shots off that he could normally get off. And I feel like late in the game, he pays the price for it because he's tired and a little bit older. Let's go to Flea in Oakland.
Oh, man.
What's up, Flea? How you doing?
What's going on, Stoney?
Hey, man, baby.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, you guys. Stoney, you wrong, man. You so wrong today. It ain't funny. Listen, Stoney. When Steph had Clay would draw. When Clay was in his prime, Clay would draw two guys running him to block the three. Clay would play probably the best guard on the other squad and stop somebody. So Steph is having to work a little bit harder when it comes to scoring and guarding. He don't have a perimeter guard that's, an elite guard that's on the side of him, plus can score. So the thing is, we gotta see what I forgot the name that they just got.
Yeah.
We got to see what Schröder do on the side of Steph. We jumping the gun. Doncic had a great game last night. If he didn't have so much a great game, we'd be talking about a win. But at the end of the day, we got to wait till Steph gets somebody a bona fide scorer on the side of him that can draw at least some type of attention. The guys he got,
a bona fide who? A star?
A bona fide starter.
Okay. Got you. I thought you said star.
A bona fide starter that can actually go get them points where guys ain't keying in on Steph. So it's like you knocking him down because he's 36, but he got two guys attacking him
every time
on the defense. What can you do if you saying I ain't got no other guy to pitch the ball to that's gonna go get it in the last 3 minutes of the fourth quarter? They blitzing me, and other guys don't know what to do with the ball. They passing it back to me. And they can't even go get no points. Come on, man. We got to really think about that.
Yeah, Flea, I agree, man.
Okay. All right. Just go ahead and try to build a team. I'm being honest.
It's not.
Okay,
they're doing that now. They got a season they're in now, Stoney. But for them to reach their goals, guys got to step up.
Okay.
And I'm not saying,
but that's not good enough because you have to get a second star in here.
And there's nothing. Look around the league. But LeBron's got Anthony Davis. You think that's helping extend his career?
And what's their record?
It's not so much about the record. They made the playoffs and Western Conference Finals just a year or two ago.
And we're doing that again. Let's look at what the team is right now.
And what would you say the Warriors are?
They're, I think, a 46-48 win team.
I guess
what I'm saying is this crazy idea that we're going to get a guy in here and get up to 55. Who's selling fans on that?
Well, the Warriors tried to get Paul George.
Well, that's great. All accounts. And you really think you'd be 20-7 with Paul George?
I believe.
Okay, I don't.
With a bona fide guy like that, I would love.
And how are the Sixers doing?
That's you're missing everything,
But they've had Maxey, and he's played like 14.
Had some bad luck.
Let's go to Paul in San Jose. Hey, Paul, how you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. Longtime Warrior fan. I love the Warriors, love Steph Curry, but I just want to give you guys one example of his aging. I do notice that his dribbling speed, his hand speed, is a lot slower than he used to be. The older Steph never got his pockets picked like he does now. It's hard for him to separate and dribble around people. Just the hand speed itself is just a sign. You see these younger guys just picking his pockets like he would have never got before. And that to me is just a sign that, he's getting up there a little bit.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it. I mean, I wouldn't say that he's getting his pocket picked, but I would say has he been going to the basket like he has in the past?
And again, I know you're going to be like, oh, well, Guru. I believe that is a result. He has not. And last night he was on
Buddy Hield's not a space creator.
It's the tendonitis. It's hurting.
It's has nothing to do with age.
That's how you get tendonitis, Donnie. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then we got to worry about that moving forward.
But the help wanted sign is bigger. It's on a billboard in New York City, downtown New York City, because of that.
But that's the other thing.
Let's help alleviate that.
You can't help alleviate tendonitis in a 36-year-old. I don't know if you can get a 36-year-old with tendonitis enough help. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Need parts now? O'ReillyAuto.com offers in-store pickup, same-day home delivery, or next-day home shipping.
on 95.7 The Game.
Let me throw something out there to start this conversation. And I read it before. Mike Dunleavy talked to the media today and reiterated where the organization, at least what they're publicly saying about their direction. We're in a time zone here of maximizing our window with Steph, Draymond, and Steve as our coach. As proven here on the first day we could make trades, we did that. We'll continue to look at things. Anyway, we had Priest call it. So I guess my question would be this.
Give it to
and I'll do it from the other side, because my feeling is, first of all, I would never say we're doing everything and anything under the sun for Steph. Secondly, I don't think that's the wisest choice. But show me an example of when or how have the Warriors proven to Steph Curry that they're all in on his window?
That's a phenomenal question. And my answer would be this last summer. And you can say, Guru, that's not something tangible. That was a report. But I think that sufficed Steph for the meantime.
Right.
And then we come out right after Kuminga scores 33 against whoever he did, Steiny in Minnesota. And then Wendy is on the biggest platform show, sports show in America, saying the Warriors are still big game hunting. So to me, if I'm Steph and I've been with these guys, they're my family, I got to take that as, okay, they're still trying to pull this off. They have not got the 4-pointer. Right. And then let me bring in Schröder, who, again, is not that guy, but he damn sure could hopefully be DeAnthony Melton or better. So we'll go with that because we were 10-2 until it's really go time.
Why didn't they get Markkanen?
Because Danny Ainge was –
he wanted Podziemski.
I hope that's – I don't believe
the
that.
The point is
but I hope –
is if –
well, that right there would piss Steph off.
I just saw a report that because
I don't believe that one.
The Nets and Warriors are talking about Cam Johnson,
who I like.
They
but
want
not
Kuminga.
For Kuminga. I wouldn't. Not
well, then you're not doing everything for Steph.
But how? I don't
because
think
he's better than Steph.
But what if I said?
I mean, he's better than Kuminga.
But does he put you over the top for that future?
There you go.
So you know what I mean?
Well, I'm just saying. I actually think the Warriors could have gotten Paul George if they would have, they would have had to sweeten the pot. And when they ended up not sweetening the pot, I think well,
if you're right,
you
then
to be honest, they're trying to have it both ways. Okay, that's what I think's going on.
Two timelines again, but the wrong two timelines.
And the idea that this team's going to be able to pull off a star is so much harder than it. On the one hand, we're inundated with reports every day about, Warriors, big game hunting, big fish, big score, da-da-da. And then the first thing Joe Lacob says when they get a but they get a player like Schröder is, trades are hard.
Trades are hard.
Well, then let's not act like one's out there and we'll just pick it off a tree.
But you asked me, how do we know? But I guess if you're in the mix, and again, I'm not going Farhan, Steph knows what's really real, Steiny, and Draymond said on his podcast, allegedly they were trying to get both players. So I just take that as the Warriors, and we talked about it going into this season. If you look at their roster and the contracts, the right on the table is they have every ingredient to go get something of value, a proven. So I can't believe, and we don't know yet, push is going to come to shove to where if they try to hold on to Kuminga and get that player that I think needs to be alongside Steph, then you're not all in. But they're running, or the Lacob and company are running out of time, I guess, to put your money where your mouth is. Like that time is ticking. And then we can say, what is the chef feel?
You know what I think?
Tell me.
I think that maybe there's been moves out there that would have had to include first-round picks. And they're like, no. But we're going to say we were in on it. And Joe Lacob, I think, had that quote about when about if they make a deal, they're not going to trade a ton of future draft picks.
Okay, because I'll tell you this, partner, and this is my nightmare, and it's reality. And I know we got a whole season left. The bottom line is, you don't want to piss off the chef to where he wants to, what the caller alluded to, don another jersey. Because when you step back and really, if you're right, and people like yourself are like, they're trying to, it could easily end up like that to where Steph is not happy because he feels like you didn't go all in. And all I'm saying is, if it doesn't work and it's 5 years or 4 years of being a downtrodden team, if you tried to do everything under the sun for Steph, he deserves it. Yeah. We understand it.
Let me tell you something.
And you got a dynasty from this man, and I feel like that's the cost of doing business.
You know why a lot of people are misreading Joe Lacob is because here's what he's smart enough to know. He's smart enough to know that if he mortgages the future
right
for Steph Curry now and it doesn't pan out, he knows he's smart enough to know that all these fans who are saying, well, you owe it to Steph Curry, that's easy to say, but you ain't going to show up when we stink and we're 20-62 in 2027. And that's why he's not going to do it, I don't believe. Because he knows they can't afford to be awful down the line.
Okay.
He doesn't want to be awful.
I get that, but my ears perk when you say mortgage the future, because the reality is we don't know right now. Your future is dependent on Jonathan Kuminga. Let's just say Steph is gone. Him and Dre are out of here. We don't know yet if Jonathan Kuminga could get you past 20-62 being the one. You can. I'm not saying that's what it would be. I'm excited, but Stoney, that's the Warriors' reality. So if you're talking about picks now that are not actual guys that popped from the draft, what are we really talking about then? That would incentivize me to go all in and try to get Steph a bona fide guy. Like I would rather go that route.
Well, they're not gonna.
Yeah.
They're not gonna.
And the James Wiseman whiff, that's what it was. The Moses Moody, I like Moody, but just imagine had those guys been, but there's always a story. Oh, he didn't play basketball, this and that. But they chose that. And I think right now they thought both players would be further down the road to help Steph. That's the cold part of this, is if you hit on Wiseman and you got something.
Why do you trust him to mortgage the future
and
for
that's
Steph?
That's where I was going. I'm here with my popcorn like Michael Jackson meme.
Let's go to D in D.C. What's up, D? How you doing, man?
Hey, Sinatra, what's going on?
Hey. What's up?
Go!
What's up, baby?
My guy, how you been, man? How you been?
I'm hanging in there.
But listen, man, I was trying my best to avoid calling in, but you know what? Once I heard Steiny talking all that nonsense about Steph Curry, I had to call in, man. I had to call in. Steiny, I have a question for you, man. Why you can never find the courage to criticize Lacob and Kerr for the nonsense that they're doing, but yet you always find the heart to go after the hardest and the one and only Steph Curry? Why do you do that? Why do you always do that, Steiny?
What's Lacob and Kerr? Why should I be criticizing them?
Lacob decided to mortgage, or better yet, to ignore Steph Curry and want to keep all the youngsters that he has. Meanwhile, right, Kerr, on the other hand, is also yo-yoing the starting five on a nightly basis, right? Why can't you point these two people out, man? Why are you constantly calling Steph Curry as Steph is too old, or Steph is not good enough, or Steph is losing this, is losing that? Why can't you judge?
Because I think the idea of building around a 36-year-old player who's 6'3", who's starting to decline, isn't the best way to go. And I'm not saying that the biggest problem I have is the Golden State Warriors trying to sell their fan base on something that I don't think is realistic. How about that?
Yeah, but let me tell you something, Stoney. After Steph Curry, man, the Warriors are not going to be a team.
Okay, yeah. You know what? And thanks, D. You hit the nail on the head. You guys think there's a difference. You guys don't think there's any difference between 22-60 and 42-40. And what I mean by that is, you're right. Nobody cares about what this team's record's going to be in 2027, except Joe Lacob, because he has to, because he knows that fans will not come out and support a really, really bad team. And there's moves that you could theoretically make now that would give you more of a chance to be a really, really bad team
or
down
he
the
could
line.
turn into, I'm just saying, not that he will, Steiny. He could do a metamorphosis after Steph leaves and says, I'm the Lakers. I'm going big game hunting every year, damn
and then
it.
what if he finds out that nobody wants to follow in Steph's footsteps to coming here as a free agent?
I guess you got to live with that, just like if you hang on to those picks, Steiny, and they don't pop in your 20 and 62. We'll never know, but it just looks like you're looking at this whole premise of with the glass half empty.
Well, if you're gonna maximize Steph's window right now,
he needs help.
Well, then you're jeopardizing the future. Like that, those go hand in hand. If you're gonna give up an early pick, or rather a first round pick, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River
Steiny.
Islands in Lathrop?
We did this before.
Oh yeah,
that's not the legal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Ernie Banks, Steiny, a doubleheader.
That's pretty bad.
I got this all good, baby.
Let's go to Daryl in San Jose. What's up, Daryl in San Jose? How you doing? Make sure we collect extra money from River Islands this week. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Guru, Stein, you guys can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Hey, I'm just going to call real fast. I thought that you can maximize Curry through a philosophy in terms of the game changing the way he plays versus the way he's been playing. You can't look at him as a game saver. So if you bring in, people around him that, have a good wingspan, keep the Kumingas, keep the people that have a good wingspan and can play defense, and you got a big man in the middle, Curry doesn't have to do as much. He could play like a Trae Young. He doesn't have to be dependent on to win these games, but he can dish the ball, and as an outside threat, he's always there. So it's just a philosophy of the game that needs to change because he's getting older. That's what I'm thinking.
Appreciate the call.
No doubt.
Thank you.
I mean, Steiny, I know we see it with Draymond when you look at the minutes played just on the early season. But damn, I looked at the minutes played this year for Steph, and I'm not saying I'm against it, but it's at 31. Like, that's glaring. If what you're saying is true and attrition is kicking in, and forget Steph's name, just the 36-year, like, that's telling you everything you need to know about the 2024 Warriors. It's Curry dependent. And Wiggins is so cute that we're giving you Skittles. And I watched last night, like, I knew this is crazy. I'll take a victory lap, but Wiggins was a number one pick. You'll never, ever get anybody to say, like me, oh, you're shocking me. You got the biggest and baddest utility belt ever, but you never took it to that next level mentally. And that really is the rat on the table in regard to, if this dude was a cold killer, we would be looking for a third. But I say all that to say, Steiny, is the verdict is out, and they're looking for a number two scorer. And where he's at, Steph, in his career, I just hate that some are putting it at his doorstep that he needs that. And it's natural he needs that, man. As you get older, you need more sleep, right? You got to eat better. And I'm just saying, I love that the organization made this trade. It cost him nothing, but Schröder might pop and help be the 10-2 Warriors.
Well, this trade was an easy one.
Okay, all right.
I mean, it was an easy trade, and they didn't have to give up anything.
Well,
let's go to Big League Chew in San Francisco. What's up, Big League Chew? How you doing, man?
Hey, doing great, guys. Doing great. Great convo. Appreciate you guys bringing me on for a second. Real quick, just a real quick point. I got nothing but love, mid-30s for me, and Steph's the best Bay Area sports figure that I've ever seen. So any dollar he gets is worth it times 10. But I do have a little bit of perspective. We're talking about building around him. He signed a contract extension to the 26-27 season for $62 million. That'll take him over like $1 billion in earnings with endorsements and contracts, etc. I just look at, Dirk Nowitzki or Tim Duncan. When they were at the tail end of their career, they signed 3-year extensions for like $25, $30 million total. Obviously, that was like 10 years ago, but the point being is that they knew they had to get some guys around them, and by having such a high cap hit for one person, that was limiting the roster. So just love to get your perspective on that and see that maybe Steph, with his contracts, is kind of limiting what they can do. Thanks.
Well, I'll say this to that, Steiny. Yesterday's price is not today. Today's price is not yesterday's price. But what's done is done. Like, the John Hancock is on that deal. It is what it is.
Yeah, and it's an issue.
Right.
How about this? Tim Duncan.
But, boy, I'm picturing him at the end. Curry's not where him and Dirk are. Steiny, I can picture Dirk, and I love both of those and respect what they've done. I'm just telling you, Curry is not where they're at. But go ahead.
When did the Spurs win their last title? Was that 14-15? 13-14. Okay, so 13-14, the Spurs won a title.
All right.
And Tim Duncan was a factor. The following year, he took a pay cut. He was making $10 million. The last 4 years of Duncan's career, he made 5, 2. You know what he made? You know what he made, Evan? $5 million, then 2, 2, 2. What? Tim Duncan.
Right. But they had their next Tim Duncan in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, they
and
did.
The money is way different.
Yeah.
Ratings down, but yeah, I like to start. So what do you want them to do? Come up with a solution.
No,
trades are hard.
No, what I want people to acknowledge that nobody's saying Steph doesn't deserve what he's gotten.
All right.
But don't tell me that it's good for business. Well, you know what? It might be good for business, but don't tell me it's good for the Golden State Warriors' competitiveness to have Steph Curry making $53 million this year, $58 the next, and $62 the following year. I'm not mad at anybody for it.
All right.
But it will negatively impact the Golden State Warriors' flexibility. And that's why when we go around talking about a second star and a big fish, it's almost like people expect this big fish to jump right off into the boat.
No, you wait for relationships to rot and things to happen or go sour. And I'm talking about Giannis. I know they got that thing together. But let's just keep it real here. Joe Lacob has enough rings to last him a lifetime. Let's keep it real. Steiny, people are coming to fill that building up every night, 81 games a night, the season, because of one dude.
Right.
There's not even a remote closely second. So when you talk about, and I get it, the flexibility for this or that at number 5, Joe Lacob pockets are just, come on, man. They the biggest Humpty Dumpties because of Steph until Steph says I'm done.
Right.
So from that vantage point, Joe Lacob is winning. Just, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Is
right. And
Jay-Z said it ain't a business. I ain't a businessman. I'm a businessman.
So everything you say, I can say is making my point. You're making my point because he knows the minute Curry's gone, they're in trouble. So when Curry leaves, do you want to have some semblance of optimism? Or when Curry leaves, do you want to see a fan base that goes, oh my God, we're not going to win for 4 years?
Well, you know the answer to that.
Well, exactly.
But the reality is
he can't. That's why he does not want to fall off a cliff because he knows this fan base is so fickle that it won't come out if they don't have an attraction, maybe. And just like the Giants.
Right. But all I was going to say is that could be your reality, but then it wouldn't be that you didn't have picks. You could strike out on picks, Donnie, and still live that life where you don't have anything because you're striking out with your draft. I'm just saying. We watch it all the time.
Okay, so then
Philly had draft picks forever, and it took them forever to get it right. So, trust the process. I'm not saying that would be the Warriors thing, but Steiny, but you're just saying, Goo, I would rather have my picks than not.
Yes.
All right.
And I especially want to have my picks when Steph Curry's not playing for us anymore. Let's go to Mike in Hayward. What's up, Mike? What's going on, buddy?
Hey, Stan, you're right, man. I'm telling you, the owner, he knows what he's doing. He's not going to give up a whole bunch of picks. If Steph is gone, then we ain't got no. They may be a Steph Curry in the wings. We don't know what our picks are going to look like. So they're doing exactly what they plan on doing, paying that money so they can keep that stadium. Because people are going to come see him play. Long as they're there, they're going to make their money whether they lose or not with him. Right, but when he's gone, then they got to keep the pitch. So you're right, Stanley. I mean, it's a business. So and Steph knows that when he signs. So they're going to try to do their best they can to get some people in like this last one. But they're waiting for a combination that might not happen. But in the meanwhile, they could have made moves for Steph to help Steph win. They're not worried about Steph. They're worried about the business, man. But Steph was a big part of them making the money. So I think they do exactly what they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Mike. So, like, I'm just looking at, and this is the part that I don't know what the answer is.
Right.
The NBA salary cap for 24-25 is $140 million.
You assume it's going up.
Well, it is going to go up,
right.
And so Steph's salary. So right now, Steph Curry is making almost 40%. Right? Because he's about a 50-something.
Right.
He makes 40% of the team's cap.
That's wow.
And you got Draymond and Wiggins making 25 each. So how are they getting another star in here?
One of those dudes got to go.
Okay. I think they both have to go.
Okay.
And again, like,
going to attach some picks.
Okay. All right. I just, I mean, like, you have a 37-year-old who's occupying 40 to 45% of your cap. Like, that means you only have 60% to figure out the rest of the salary. And that's a tangible issue that they're going to have to deal with.
And I'll say this about what we're talking about, because we kind of got off the track on that. They're 14-11. They play a beautiful brand of basketball. They got off to a good start in 12 games. But Steiny, they're still a top 10 defensive team. They're a top 5 defense in this NBA. That's not their problem. Offense is their problem. And I'm just telling you, I know you think I'm playing. The answer may be Schröder, Steiny. Now, you're saying to what, Goo? Get in the playoffs and avoid the play-in? Will that suffice? But the fact is, I can't ignore the great start that they got off to, the impact of the bench when they had a Melton and they deciphered he was going to run it with the non-Steph minutes, because that's their issue. They're dead last in the non-Steph offensive rating with the non-Steph minutes. That's a problem. So when I say, how do we solve that? You don't need Michael Jordan to solve it. Maybe a guy like Schröder, along with Melton when he was here, short sample size, maybe that might be enough. And when you say enough, what, Goo? To compete. They beat the Thunder this year. They beat Boston.
No Chet Holmgren.
I got you.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, they beat Dallas.
So you think, I mean, do you believe Schröder can vault them to championship contention?
No, I think they could get them back to where they were 1 in the West and the 10-2 and that Warrior defense, and the bench was their identity.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travels start at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
There she is. Found her.
Oh, hey, Stain. I listen to you a lot, except when my wife's in the car, then it's music.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dennis Schröder is a Warrior. Hopefully he'll be in the lineup on Thursday when the Warriors play Memphis. Steve Kerr indicated that he's probably going to start, and we'll see about that.
I wonder where he's staying at. The city? He said, I went to his IG, Steiny, real quick. He said San Francisco is his NBA favorite city, and it has been because it has a European feel to it. And I looked at that post and played it and said, "Do you see your first sideshow?" Right? You ain't seen your sideshows over there in Europe, buddy.
I don't think San Francisco's more European than New Orleans.
But to him it is, and he felt it, yeah. I got to get to New Orleans. What Super Bowl? We
also clearly, congratulations to Raymond Ritter, who clearly got to Schröder first, just like whoever the Giants PR guy is, got to Willie Adames. Willie Adames made it clear that the city's making a comeback, and now Dennis Schröder said it's his favorite NBA city. It's an unforgiving
Niners lost with Adames there, though.
Try to figure out what that's all about. Let me tell you, to me, this is an indication of where they're at with Podziemski. I mean, they wanted Brandon Podziemski to be the backup point guard this year, and they're out of time waiting for him. And the thing Steve Kerr said that was interesting is last year the Warriors had Curry and Chris Paul, and Pod's got to play a lot with those guys. This year they kind of wanted him to assume the Chris Paul role, and it just wasn't working. And I wonder if they're starting to think that he just can't play point guard. As you know, he's just not a point guard, Podziemski. Yeah. I want to play this sound real quick. This is Draymond Green. You know, he comes off the bench and they gave up 40 in the first quarter. Draymond talking about a defensive tone.
I think they scored the first 11 possessions, something like that. You got to set a tone. And that's the tone you set. It's a good team. The team went to the Western Conference Finals, or Finals. So you set that tone. It's hard to stop a team. You know, you can do that against the bum teams. But you set that tone against a great team, you're going to have a hard time catching up.
All right, so he's looking at it the other way. That they set a tone that was absolutely awful against the
ball going through the net.
Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah. You know, they got mics on those nets. Hey, so if we're talking about age and how to try to fight Father Time, I'm just telling you, Stoney, I've seen enough. I don't want Drake coming off the bench. And can you really establish your defensive identity with your junkyard? Like yesterday, again, I'm questioning everything. I ain't mad at anybody.
So you want him to start at center?
However.
You can only start 5. So who are you starting? Are you starting Curry, Schröder, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond Green?
Okay, Steph. Is Schröder, Steph, Wiggins, Kuminga, and Draymond. And if Draymond can't bang that long, the first dude off the bench is TJD or Looney, and I'll go with Looney. He's got to be in your starting lineup. And if maybe this is just letting them rest, I get it. But I'm telling you, Stoney, I thought about it. You're telling me I'm coming to play the Golden State Warriors and the two dudes that have built this thing, the Junkyard Dog, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry, and you're telling me the dog's not going to get off the leash until 6 minutes in? That gives a team like Dallas, a top-tier team with firepower, to come in here and basically establish what they want to, and they established, Donnie, the rhythm of the game. You tried to take it back, and you can't have it all, Goo, but we're not used to that. And do you think it's a short sample size, short-lived, or it's because, Goo, he can't bang for 15 rounds in 5?
But do you believe that?
Can he start at the 5? And then you can.
Well, he's going to have to finish at the 5. So then he's going to start and finish at the 5. And listen, I don't know. All I can tell you is one of Steve Kerr's mantras is we don't want to play Draymond Green too much at the 5. I don't know how much is too much. I don't know what's not enough.
Assess TJD for me this young season since we're doing it with Pods.
I'm not crazy about TJD.
But what's happening? His hands?
same thing that's happening to Pods. The league catches up a little bit.
I feel like there's some Brock Purdy stuff to Pods. They're not the same guy, but you set the bar so damn high that when you do see a little regression, and I mean this with Brock Bersani, I don't know anymore.
415, that's projection. We've yet to see what becomes of Pods. No, I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe he'll be able to play point guard down the line, but to me, what I believe is they don't think he can play point guard right now. That's why they went and got one. A plain old one. Period. Let's go to.
But Pods was getting a lot of minutes when Melton was hurt or out. So, now
he's
you're
not
saying
getting as many. Right. And how did he do?
Yeah, I got you.
Let's go to Bronco Marv in Livermore.
Santa Clara.
What's up, Bronco Marv?
Hey, not much. How you guys doing?
Yeah.
Hey, I think what the Warriors need to help at least get them to maybe the second or third round is not go after Lauri Markkanen on Utah, but go after Walker Kessler.
Ugh.
Because the NBA now is 3 points or you run to the rim and try to get Pods and Looney or somebody to get Walker Kessler. He's a shot blocker. He can get to the rim and you don't play Draymond at 5. But they can get all the 3-point shooting they want, but in the playoffs, it gets physical. You need height. And I don't think Draymond, TJD, and Looney are going to be enough to get the Warriors farther. So get Draymond help, get Kessler, and then if you want to go big game fish hunting later down the road, try it. But at least you got your center position filled. You got better defense. And then you can play Schroeder, Steph, Kuminga, or Wiggins with Draymond and Kessler. I think you got something there with the bench.
All right.
What do you think?
Well, I'm just not a huge Kessler guy, but I get the thought.
I ain't mad at him. I love his body, but it's right. Yeah. What you got?
415. Goo, you were all for JK and getting minutes. Now he's getting all those minutes, but they come at Draymond's expense. You can't have it both ways.
Well, you can't have it both ways, and I said that, and that was predicated on I didn't see the Schröder move happening. So they were lacking. Now that Schroeder's here, I feel like he's a baller. He can help, but Steiny J can get 30, and him and Draymond, JK can finish the game together. Like, it's a Rubik's Cube.
30?
30 minutes, JK.
Oh, 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Like, it's like I just told you, we could see scenarios to where Draymond's at the 4 ending the game.
I mean,
they're not getting blown out, even losing Melton. But when the margin of error is minuscule, Steiny, him going out, he had to be replaced. I think that's a word. It had to. And now this Schroeder's coming, and they play hellified D. Let's go.
You know what?
Yesterday, nobody. Come on now. Dallas didn't know where their D was at yesterday, but that's a credit to the Warriors' offense.
I'm not convinced this is a great defensive team right now. And it's not just after last night. Houston stinks on offense.
Hold on. They beat OKC. Well, you said they didn't have, but we could do that all day.
No, not like Houston. I'm just, okay, so you think they're a top 5 defensive team? Like when I think of great defensive teams, I think of Houston's really good. I think Minnesota's really good defensively.
Okay, all right.
I think Memphis can be really good defensively. And I don't think they're in those leagues.
The doubleheader of the baseball series, that was the Warrior defense we had saw to get them off to the good start. When the game I took Norm to Friday, that was it was nasty. But Steiny, more often than not, for whatever reason, it's not, you look at the roster, you're not going to say, oh, this is a top 5 defense, but the numbers are the numbers are the numbers. They're showing you that they get after it.
Mm-hmm. I think they're solid. They've been solid defensively, but I'm wondering why they've been so effective. Like, maybe they're better than I think, and they're going to stay a top 5 defensive team. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. What's up, Matt? How you doing, man?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Hey.
Doing well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these guys now, they're back to being a play-in team. I think that there's about 6 teams that are clearly OKC, Houston, Denver, probably Memphis, and I'm forgetting somebody, are all better than they are. So I love the deal for Schröder. They didn't give up anything really, but the reason why they can't do this is because Draymond cannot play center all the time. He just can't. He will get hurt. They got to go out and get somebody. And the guy I want now, I was on to Vukovic before, but I want Valanciunas now. They need a big guy who can go in there, and even if he only plays 20 minutes, I mean, you can play Draymond at the 4. I don't even care what they have to give up for him. If they have to give up, I guess Wiggins makes too much, but Kessler doesn't make enough. He's not bad, but I mean, this dude's 6'11", 265. He is not messing around, and they need a guy like that because they can't play Draymond at center. That's their best look, but he'll get destroyed. He's 35. He's not 25. He can't do that. So
yeah, appreciate it.
What I think.
Appreciate it, Matt. I just saw this one here. Steve Kerr. Was Draymond the one who said Kuminga's a 3?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so
No, Draymond was saying that he was a 4. Remember this? He went on and did the whole. Help me out, Evan.
I think it was the other way around. I think Kerr's always said Kuminga's a 4, but Draymond says he's a 3.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's hear. Apparently the battle rages on. This is Steve Kerr.
I can tell you that JK at the 4 makes way more sense to me. If we have Draymond at the 4 and either Trace or Loon at the 5, which is, what I want to do. Draymond is at his best at the 4. He is, I think, the world's best defender. And when you put him at the 4, he can do everything. If you put him at the 5, he's got to take on a huge responsibility. You could see it the other night, having to guard Şengün the entire game down on the block. That takes a lot out of him. And then at the other end, he's the fulcrum of the offense as the 5-man in the way we play out of our delay actions. And, he's at the top. It's a lot. It's a lot of responsibility. I think having Draymond at the 4 and either Trace or Loon at the 5 is our best bet to have a consistently good two-way team. But that's tricky because it negates some of the minutes for other guys at other positions.
Namely Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, and
there it is. I mean, so here's what we now know that Steve Kerr believes. That the Warriors' best defensive lineup is Draymond at the 4 and Looney or Trace Jackson-Davis at the 5.
I agree.
Okay, so he's just reiterating to me, we still have an issue with Kuminga and Wiggins because we only have one forward spot. So
and
what do you
who's
do?
won that battle in the past in Wiggins? Because Kuminga's been the odd man out, and I think that happens again.
I mean...
And what did you and Bante, what's your phrase always, you guys say, just because you start doesn't mean you don't finish. That's what matters. So Kuminga could finish games.
He could, but then he's got to fit. The only way Wiggins and Kuminga can both finish is if Draymond Green plays the 5. He's got to play the 5, and Steve Kerr's telling you.
So how big of an issue would you say this
has been an issue for 3 years? I mean, it's been an issue forever.
Well, one of those years you won a chip.
Well, no, because Kuminga wasn't a problem then. He didn't play a lot. But it's been a problem since you want to. How do you get Kuminga playing time when you got 2 forwards that Kerr likes better than him? Let's go to D's in Virginia. Hey, D, how you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
Going well, man.
A quick question. How do the Warriors, realistically, how do the Warriors plan on getting this the second star that they're talking about trying to get?
How do you think,
they're
D?
not? I didn't. That's my question. I was hoping one of you guys could answer. I'm just trying to figure out how do they plan on getting this second star they're talking about? They're in the hunt for. If they're not willing to give up Kuminga or Paz, because you gotta give up something to get something. So
that means they are, to me. That means they are, because there's no other way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's got to be that they are, and they feel the need with the Melton injury with the veteran 18-20 a night guy with Schröder. He's having a career year. He's got. I mean, hey man, Schröder's a dog. His handles is right there with Kyrie Irving. I mean, y'all go watch his highlights of his season with the Nets. Schröder's handles is right there with Kyrie and his scoring ability off the glass. So that's on Schröder. But you gotta go get a veteran big. You know, you gotta get, like the guy said, you know, Valanciunas, but I'm still thinking Vucevic. That's the veteran big that they need to go get. They get him. They're right there in the mix when by come playoff time.
All right, appreciate it.
Vucevic, Donnie, he's the new traditional NBA center that could step out, and then sometimes when he starts missing, you're like, get your ass down on the block. But man, they built this dynasty without that. Bogut, you know, you didn't need any offense from him. He passed and set screens, but you're telling me now that that's ran his course, Donnie, and now you need a center that not score 30 or be Hakeem, but be able to give you something down there.
And part of the reason it's run its course is because Steph and Draymond are the same players they were. And you don't have Kevin Durant, who could play power forward, and
Klay Thompson, for that matter, shooting.
Let's go to Larry in Lafayette. Hey, Larry, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Enjoying the show.
Oh, thanks.
Your last caller, I totally agree with. And I'll throw one more thing in, because the question between Wiggs and Kuminga at the 3 is defense. You know, Kuminga still has problems with help and rotation, and you see it every game. It was really bad last night.
Yeah.
I'm sure Stackhouse is talking to him. But, you know, it just goes back to, if you got a superstar like Steph, you should not be picking project-level draft picks. You should be trading those for serviceable NBA vets.
Yeah, and I think so.
Incredible, man.
And I think if you ask the Warriors about that, and they could go back and change that, they would change it.
But what do you always tell me if I'm wrong? You said they thought they were done winning titles.
I think they did.
But even then, you got nothing from that. And that was a blessing, like San Antonio when they hit with Leonard. It was like, oh, my gosh.
He went to college,
well,
and they watched college.
You, but my point is the impact.
The Warriors took a kid that played 3 games.
But shame on them for thinking, like the Niners with Trey Lance.
Yeah, so.
Like, it's scary, the similarities, man. But the Warriors have won 4 chips. The Niners ain't got anything during their great run.
Jason in Philly. What's up, Jason? How you doing, man?
What up, guys?
Hey.
I have to say, I'm probably the most frustrated I've been as a Warriors fan in a long time. And I go back to the Spreewell days. The idea that Lacob is pushing, that you can remain competitive and win at a high level by staying in the middle, has been debunked over and over. And the franchise that's tried it, you know, the longest recently is the Chicago Bulls, and they've gone absolutely nowhere. The only way you get better in the NBA is with a superstar. That's how you're elite. That's how you're competitive. And the only way to get a superstar is picks and high lottery picks. You know, you got to throw your hat in the ring several times to find that guy. And we're not going to do that staying in the middle. So he may think it's going to work now, but eventually he's going to have to throw in the towel and do a rebuild. And we're just dragging this out with Steph. And this whole 2 timeline thing has just been 3 years of a waste. I don't want to be down on the team. I'm a Warriors fan, but we're spinning in mud because we got half the team that's ready and another half that's still developing. And last night, watching Kuminga, I really like Kuminga, but he had 1 rebound in the first half. Lindy Waters out-rebounded him last night. And I watch him with everybody else of his class, and that kid, Jalen Johnson, he's had less minutes, less games, and he has a more well-rounded game than JK. We got to dump these kids. It's not their fault. You know, this is a time to win, and you can get picks anyway. Anytime you can get picks, That's my last thing. All you got to do is say, hey, I'll take on your bad contracts. Give me a first-round pick. I'll take on your bad contracts. Give me a first-round pick. So when that time comes, they can get those picks. Let's try to finish out strong with Steph and Dre. Get these kids out of here so they can develop somewhere else, and then worry about the future when the future comes.
Good stuff, Jace.
I'll say this to Jace, Donnie. 81-74 in the first half. Not a lot of rebounds to get. There was a lot of non-missing, man. Almost scored a C note in the first half of an NBA game.
I mean, he mentioned Jalen Johnson.
I love him.
Is he better than Kuminga?
Yes.
And he signed a contract this offseason. Let me look. Jalen Johnson.
And he put something on the Warriors last year.
Jalen Johnson's Jalen Johnson, look at this contract. 5 for 150. 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. He's right now better than Kuminga.
Right, man.
And Kuminga wants more than that, apparently, or wanted more than that.
Let's hope not.
Well, we can hope not, but if I guarantee you if he wanted 30, 30, 30, and 30 for 4 years, I bet it would be done by now. I don't know.
Did you watch any of those Cup games?
No. Why?
I was tuned in. Everybody.
Oh, well. We got crossover time coming up
Giannis,
next.
best player in the league, by the way.
That would be Jokic, but that's a good try. Think about
Jokic best big.
Giannis is bigger.
But
Giannis is taller.
Let me stop. No, I forgot Jokic, but it's Giannis for me.
To me, Jokic is a better basketball player than Giannis. That's me. Let me see if I can get this right here. Let me look at what to read.
Three-peat.
By the way, shout out to River Islands in Lathrop, one of our wonderful sponsors. And sometimes you got to give them a little extra boost. And that's what I tried to do today.
Everything.
Thank you. I could break a little early here, right? If it's time, or you want me to wait till? Oh boy, he usually has a strong opinion about it. Go ahead, say something.
I had the Denver Bronco defense yesterday, and they got an interception, pick six off of fake flea flicker or whatever.
Well, we should have gone to break.
And it changed the trajectory of our matchup.
We should have probably gone to break. That segment was brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect...
They came to your house, ate your chicken, opened your refrigerator, took a shower, and laid butt naked on your couch with the remote.
Trades are hard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time, and it's brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. What's up, gentlemen?
What's up,
How's it going?
Hi, boys. How we doing?
Can I say how we're really doing?
I would expect nothing less.
Luka the Don is incredible. Say what you want, the body shaming, the jokes. At the game of basketball, what we saw and what we've really seen, that was special, man.
Yeah.
That's all I would say.
It's hard to find a comp in the history, but I'm thinking about an amalgamation sensation, a combo. Little bit of Larry Bird.
Got it.
Also some Jack Sikma in there. Not quite the same low post, but the same kind of slow motion bucket getting Caucasian-esque sort of a vibe. I don't know.
I'm not mad at that.
I mean, he's not quite as good as Bird, but he does a lot of things that Bird does.
I think he's actually got Kobe in him. With that little fadeaway that he can get anytime he wants.
Not as athletic, but I hear you.
But he hits it, Willard.
Well, he's unstoppable when he's on, and the great NBA offensive players are, and that tucks right into the conversation the two of you have been having all day. Is Steph now stoppable? Because if you want to be a great offensive player in the NBA,
well, if they're going to blitz you every time, then that's an indictment on what's around Steph. You can't do that to Luka. You could try, but you're going to pay the price.
Well, okay, that's a great point. I think that's a fair response.
And our guy is not in the building.
Not in the building yet. He's not in the building yet. And for those who don't know what we've been talking about for months, whoever the Warriors' number 2 scorer is for weeks, for months now, we've been saying he's not in the building. Maybe he is now. I don't know. I don't know if that's like Schröder. I mean, he's averaging enough points to be the number 2 scorer on the Warriors. I don't know if that's going to transfer over to the Warriors. But, it feels like still more moves need to be made.
You guys had me thinking about a question that nobody's asked about Steph, which it just kind of hit me on my drive in today. Is Steph Curry an all-star?
Yeah.
Is Steph Curry an all-star this year? Because the game is here, and...
Well, that's a different question. We know how the NBA is.
Yeah,
you're already an all-star. Because if you really did it about this year...
Is he one of the 12 best players in the Western Conference this year?
I would define all-star very differently than that.
Yeah.
Well,
if that's your metric, I would say...
So you get voted in, and if you don't get voted in, then you get selected.
Yeah, but at a certain point, first of all, he's going to get voted in. He's Steph Curry.
Yeah, no doubt.
And secondly, at a certain point, I think this is true in all sports.
He didn't start last year.
No, you get the lifetime pass. Steph Curry, LeBron James, I don't care. Are you 48 years old? You're in. Remember when Cal Ripken hit the home run? He wasn't the best shortstop in the league anymore. But like at a certain point, your star is so big that your name is just in cement when it comes to that game. And the NBA would not, I firmly believe, with the game being hosted here,
oh, come on.
If the vote doesn't go right, the NBA will make it up. They'll lie to us.
But your point is he ain't playing that. It's 23 points per game, and I had a problem with it. It's all kind of stuff that goes into that, but we're nowhere near that. All that stuff popping off. He's a bona fide all-star.
Yeah. I don't know if he's bona fide, but he'll be one because of the things that you mentioned. But you look at a team that is plummeting in the Western Conference, plummeting. They've lost 8 of 10, and if you get toward the break and you're back in the old 10 spot again, then, yeah, he'll be an all-star because he's Steph Curry, but is it worthy? Is it earned? Shout out James.
I mean, just looking at the guards, I mean,
give them to us.
The 2 teams at the top of the Western Conference, OKC and Memphis, have great point guards. So I'm not saying anything except there's a couple point guards on 2 teams that are doing really well this year. And winning matters when it comes to that kind of stuff, I think. One of the reasons, Monte Ellis never was an all-star, even though he put up big numbers. What do you think of what I'm interested in with the Schröder move is, really? That's all you got for him? Brooklyn?
What do you mean?
I mean,
he thinks that's
they got 2 second-round picks.
Why? Why was it so low?
I would have thought they might have been able to get something a little better. Maybe protected first, something like that.
Dude can play.
For Schröder, like who's expiring.
So is Melton.
Yeah,
so they don't save any money.
No. My point is you're like no one's giving up a 1.
Oh, right.
For Dennis Schröder, who's expired. I think that would be bad business. So, you aggregate it, you turn it into 2 2s.
Steiny asked why he's been on 8 teams or 9 teams ever. Well, your guys' thought on that.
Probably wears people out a little bit.
But the Lakers offered him a bag, and he turned down $84 million, got nothing.
Right.
And now it is what it is, but he's playing his best.
I was just thinking about that, Steiny, when you were breaking it down. Like, what's in it for Brooklyn? Why would you, so early in the cycle, be so eager to trade a guy for an injured player? Oh. And you still have to pay DeAnthony Melton. I know that they're both expiring, but you acquire a player and a contract, you still have to pay him.
Right.
So you didn't really save any money. You took your expiring and took on another expiring, and you got 2 second-round picks, which are mostly useless anyway.
What's the Dibs computer? Why?
I wonder. It's kind of like something's a little rotten in Denmark.
I think there are a couple things. One is he's on their books for 13 still, but if a guy gets hurt and he's out for the year, like that money actually comes out of an entity.
Interesting.
And so the Brooklyn actually will save a little bit of money, not much, like 7 or 8, but they don't have an incentive to be good this year. Wow. They've got a lot of protected picks, and I think this was for tanking purposes.
And by the way, I have no issue with that. And they won't say that out loud. But why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they try to be worse? I mean, honestly, like does anyone in the room
forever though? To trust the process.
Yeah, but does anybody give me one good reason why Brooklyn is like, no, we better win.
No,
you know what I mean?
Maybe that's why ratings are down. I don't know.
Mark Cuban had like a few years ago said this out loud. Like, if you're not going to win, lose.
Worst place to be is in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
but they were a fun
and that's where the Warriors are right now. Stuck in the middle.
Man.
In the middle with you.
Sort of.
Well, they're not in the top, and they're not in the bottom.
They're tied for the 5. It's the same record as the team that has the 5 seed.
Okay.
Like, if we're 25 games in. I don't
But offensively, that was incredible what they set records. Defensively, and they're a top defensive team in the league. That's why I'm like, was this just one where you throw out? Dallas didn't have its defense. Warriors had a franchise record, 27 threes, 81-74 at half.
Yeah.
Like, it was lightweight embarrassing defensively, but offensively, you set records.
Yeah. To me, that's more discouraging than encouraging. I mean, if you set records offensively, you still lose by double digits on your own floor. Like you've said, the identity of this team is defense.
You only turned it over 10 times.
I found that watching that game as a fan, that felt discouraging. It's just like Dallas can it's like Luka can either just score over you, or if you really run at him, he's just like, we're gonna
run Clay.
Yeah, we're gonna run the ball. We're gonna run the ball around in a circle and have an open 3-point shooter, and he's probably gonna knock it down. That felt very discouraging. Man. The Warriors had no answer for that defensively.
I felt like, okay, Luka made some tough shots, obviously, but really what hurt the Warriors was the rotation where it always ended up. Dallas made every right decision when the Warriors, tried to take the ball out of Doncic's hands or Irving's hand, and it felt like every time they did that, somebody got a corner 3. And so that's something that's, you're not going to have to deal with Luka every night, but it wasn't, to me, it's never just they were just making impossible shots. No, they got great looks when Luka wasn't hitting tough ones.
Man. They were the better team. And that's like, I guess the frustrating part for the Warriors.
46 in the first quarter, by the way.
They were the aggressor. They had that game the entire night, all of those things. I think look at the Niners and Warriors seasons. And the frustrating thing that starts to build up is when you lose games that you felt like you should win. Like you were the better team on there and you had the lead. And now that's a different emotion than, wow, we just got our butts kicked.
Because that's not what's happening to the Warriors.
Well, usually no. Yeah, usually no. That game against the Rockets, their last loss, you felt like they had it. And then they lost it. This one, to me, it's more discouraging. It's kind of like how the 49ers feel against the Chiefs.
Wow.
It's one thing to blow games against the Rams and the Seahawks and the Cardinals, and the Chiefs come in, you're just like, oh, we got that tucked into our shorts.
I'm not mad at that.
Well, I may as well do it again, right?
Best of luck.
Here we go.
All right,
Should I do it again?
Like
you got it, baby.
Come on, Steiny.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Extra shout out to one of our special sponsors. Also, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ
time for the legal.
and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
My man.
Attaboy.
Steiny, what if I asked you this?
Yeah.
I listen to you guys today, and I think that there are very fair points on both sides of the aisle when it comes to this, right? The whole now versus the future thing.
Yeah.
All right, so if you can't build around a 36-year-old basketball player anymore, if that's kind of the premise, and right, things are harder and there's the health aspect of it. Okay, if you can't build around that, let me ask you this. If the Warriors were to not do that, what is it that they're holding on to? At one point you said, don't crater the future of the franchise.
Right.
Well, tell me about the future of the franchise.
Well, all I know is that in, let's say, after 2026, let's say, or 2027, when you know Steph's not going to be playing at that level, I gotta have something in my hand, draft pick wise, because to me, what's really scary is you're 20. He's gone. You don't have any draft picks, and that's a cycle that's sometimes tough to get out of.
So,
but there's no guarantee.
But the picks are what you're worried about.
Well, the asset of the picks is what I'm worried about.
Okay. You're not worried
like if
about,
you could, for example,
worried about anyone who's got a name right now?
Like, here's what I would say. I wouldn't give up 2 future firsts for Jimmy Butler.
Okay.
I might for somebody younger. Siakam.
Not LeBron either.
No. Okay.
Zion, somebody that you were talking about last week.
See, I like Zion, and I might take a chance on him, but I don't I'm not as desperate. Remember when the Warriors went out and got Baron Davis?
Yep.
He came with a bunch of disclaimers. Yeah. He was a diva. He was hurt. They said he didn't want to really practice, but the Warriors were not very good. So they were desperate, and they made the move, and it worked out. I don't necessarily view the Warriors as so desperate that I would go out and trade for Zion unless you could get him. And keep in mind, what they got Baron Davis for was Dale Davis and who was the other guy? Speedy Claxton? So they got Baron Davis when he was really at a low value. But yes, I would be more inclined to give up future first for a younger player.
Yeah, I get that. I am getting more in the space where I don't think that the present is worth it to trade the future. And that means the picks. And for me, it also means Jonathan Kuminga. And we all talk about Kuminga in this system, and maybe it's not a great fit. Well, this system's not going to be the system for very much longer if Steve is gone and Steph and Draymond are all gone. And I think that Jonathan Kuminga can be a part of another system, a new system. And so I don't want to just trade him because maybe he's not a perfect fit for what they're doing right now.
I just like the picks part I get. The picks part I get. But in 2 years, this is why, to me, there's so much hand-wringing for the last 6 months. And now everybody's off of pods. But in the summer, people were worried about pods. Listen, and there's Kuminga and there's Moody. Pretend this team doesn't have Steph, Draymond, and Steve Kerr. What is it? What is it?
Well,
it's a lottery team.
Yeah, no doubt.
So
there
it's nothing. It's nothing.
It's not nothing.
It's nothing.
Kuminga has the...
Exactly. That's disrespectful.
No, it's not. No, because I'm not...
You're calling Jonathan Kuminga nothing.
No, I didn't. See, don't
but he's on the team. You said it's nothing.
That's the
How can it be nothing if he's something?
May I say it?
You may.
That's the aggregate. You may. I'm not calling the individual zeros, but they add up to nothing in 3 years. You don't make the playoffs. You don't have anything special. You will probably be looking to trade them then. You're starting over. No matter what when Steph leaves, you're starting over.
So they don't have the ability to go out and get a free agent at that point and use the money that they have.
How does free agency work in the NBA? There's no high-level free agents that want to go join nothing. They want to join each other. You're gonna I'm not saying that you can't do that. Man. But the bottom line is 2 years from now, you're starting over.
Well, in fairness, they might have money.
Maybe.
Right. Like with what they have now, they don't have
Jonathan
money.
Kuminga is allowed to be better than he is right now.
I told you they would turn it to the Lakers.
TJD and all the rest of these guys, they could be better players then, and I hope that they will be.
I agree with you. However, you're still starting over, and to me, that is a worthwhile risk to take. That's all. That's all I think. It's a worthwhile risk to take. Like this whole,
you can't do both.
No, and you're very unlikely to get a title either way. I acknowledge that. So we don't, they're too old. Yeah. Great. You're probably right. Yeah. But I'm right now of the spirit of give it a whirl. Like I'd be interested to see what's actually out there. If it is just LeBron or Jimmy Butler.
But you owe him that.
It's not, yes, but it's
Come
not
on,
even.
Willard, you owe him that. Steph.
You don't owe him that. You're the owner of the team, and all you owe is to your fellow investors to continue to put out a product that is going to draw fans and make them money.
Yeah, and the fans, the draw is with him in a Warrior uniform.
Correct.
Winning 30, 40, 50 games. So until that comes to a drip-drop end, Joe Lacob is winning more than he's paying Steph. But I'm just telling you, I agree with you. You can't do both. And Steiny loves picks. We saw Philly with the picks. We saw OKC with the picks.
You guys are getting picks mixed up with assets.
Correct. Yep.
When you have a pick, a future pick, it doesn't mean we're going to get a great player. It means we have an asset here that maybe you could use two of them to get a player you want, not necessarily going into the draft to get a player. But all the Warriors picks right now that they own are assets right now and in the future.
And the whole, he won't say
if you're going to use them, that's all. Yeah, I'd be real careful.
The title of this show, to me, was just predicated on whatever you're seeing from Steph Curry. To me, I'm not ready to say he's Larry Holmes and it's past him. Nobody's what they were 2-3 years ago. He is not he needs help more now than ever. And I think you owe it to him to mortgage some of the youngsters' futures who we don't know might be all-stars or whatnot, but go get him some help. They're blitzing him right now, and at his age, more now than ever since he's been a Warrior, he needs that different type of help.
I know, Joe.
And I love Schröder, but that's going to help.
That's help.
Alleviate.
Yeah.
But we're talking about that big boy help if they choose to say, Steph ain't going to stick around if they're not going to make the playoffs again.
What if we said it this way? And I'm not worried about him leaving or not sticking around, but the whole idea of they owe it to him, what if we adjusted the way of saying that to just, it's the best thing to do right now? Because I know that one of the more interesting things that we got from Dunleavy and Lacob both speaking in the last 24 hours is that Dunleavy said obsessive about maximizing Steph's window. And then Joe was like, I don't know what this timeline window thing is about Steph's time, Draymond's, and then he goes, what about mine? Like, in other words, I do think there's a little bit of a disconnect within the Warrior organization of Mike Dunleavy, Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, and Draymond Green are all about, dude, you need to maximize us. And Joe is over here going, well, no, it's my team. It's my team, and I plan to be good every year, which I think is a fool's errand. I don't think he'll be able to do it. We've never seen him own without Steph Curry on the team, but I know that's the way Joe thinks.
Wow.
Joe is he's got big ego about this, and he thinks that he can just smooth everything over and be awesome all the time. I doubt it. Let's see it. But there is a disconnect there.
I won't bring up, you got me thinking this. I won't bring up the Wiseman pick, but I will. Do you think Pods was untouchable that created them not to pull off a trade this summer?
No.
And I don't either.
No.
Because if that were the case,
why didn't they?
If that were the case, because maybe they wanted Kuminga, that is looking.
Okay, well then you're not all in for Steph. Like if there's a player who held up the deal for marketing,
well the Warriors would
then they're kind of not.
But what if it wasn't the players?
Exactly.
What if it's what you were talking about? Like Danny Ainge wanted 4
and Ballmer
picks.
didn't even want to play ball with helping the Warriors.
Well,
I don't know what held it up.
But that's my point. If they want 4 picks, then they're not going to mortgage the future for that. And maybe
but that report leaked out that Pods was untouchable. I'm just saying.
Well, the owner said it himself. He's a future All-Star, and we'll play the cut a little bit later in the show when he spoke
how's
at
that
Summer
looking?
League.
Are you going to do that?
To me,
how's that
why
looking,
wouldn't we do it? Those are his words. And, Mark talked about disconnect. For me, the disconnect is not so much with the players. It is in the approach that individuals are taking. Joe Lacob is an open book. He's going to tell you things like, we don't ever want to be a lottery team. Well, so far 1 year in, you were a lottery team since you said that. And Pods is a future All-Star. And Dunleavy and Kerr are much tighter to the vest when it comes to telling you what they want to do or how they feel. So for me, that might be the disconnect where Lacob and Dunleavy and Kerr are approaching these things in different fashions.
Yeah, I think it's interesting.
No doubt about it.
If you're talking about first-round draft pick assets, I'm much more activated on, when are they? How far into the future do you go? Giving up the 2025 first-round draft pick, to me, is completely on the table. That's completely on the table because that's tucked within Steph's career. But you start giving up 27 and 29, that's when I think that they're hesitant.
Yeah, 27's the last year he's under contract.
Yeah. That's where I would bet the Warriors get hesitant because that's when they know they need to start rebooting. But that's all. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you based on I don't know what's on the table right now, and we're early in this process as far as the big names. So what we're being told right now is probably not what it's going to look like in February. Everybody's posturing.
Yeah.
But I also just think that without knowing exactly what's on the table, to me, there's a little bit too much fingernail hanging on for dear life with names like Kuminga, Pods, and Moody. As much as I know they're drafted and we get emotionally invested, and so we want to see them do well, and they've got their heads screwed on straight, and they're good players who show all these things. It's all true. It does not change the fact that in 2 years you're starting over. You are totally starting over.
You're not totally starting over.
I think you are.
Yeah, and you've got, if you have Kuminga and you sign him this offseason and he continues to be a 20-point kind of a game scorer, that to me is not starting over. Are you going to be immediately good? No, but you won't have Draymond or Wiggins or Steph, and that right there is about $110 million in available space. So you don't just have to eat it like the Spurs did or Oklahoma City, where now you're just going to hope for 5 straight good drafts and then get going again. You can restart it in the market, in the open market, and I think that they will.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is so Curry's under contract the rest of this year.
And 2 more.
Next year and the year after that.
Sure.
Yep.
So they're not going to be able to change the team if that's his last year.
He's going to be 39.
Right, but like everybody...
There's less hand-wringing. There's less pressure at that point. Steph's not going to be... You know what I mean? Talk to a Laker fan right now.
Well, no, that's what I mean.
All of a sudden, a Laker fan right now will tell you, if you propose something that involves the names LeBron or AD, they're listening.
No, I get that.
Because they know it's cooked and they're at the end, and LeBron's at the end.
But there's a very real consequence that they have to deal with, and it's a reality, and that is in 2 years, they will have a player making $63 million
on an expiring deal
who's never been, who's at the low point of his career.
Yeah.
And we'll see if they can turn him around at that point, but that's going to be tough.
It is, but his $63 million a year is still going to be a net positive for the organization.
Sure, for the organization.
Terms of revenue and honestly, we have to look at it from that standpoint. It's not just what the fans want, and we all want to win a championship every year. If you're Joe Lacob and you're a businessman, you're looking at 63 for Steph at that point, and maybe it is a farewell season. You're going to be making buckets of money.
Well, I meant more of it's going to be hard to be good.
It's already hard to be good, and that'll be my point as Mark and I get into it, because I don't think that you can do anything in the present to be good enough to make noise in the Western Conference. I don't believe there's a trade out there.
They're a top 5 defense. Do you think that's a mirage?
Yes, I do. I think that they're a pretty good defensive team, and they're a pretty good offensive team with a couple of aging stars and a big, large group of mediocre role players.
All right. Yeah, we'll leave it there. Sounds like you guys have a lot to talk about, and you're going to talk about it on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest?
pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's get this week started. Let's go. We got a lot to do on Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. There's a lot for you to hear. My goodness. Mike Dunleavy talking. Joe Lacob talking. Tom Pelissero talking about Brock Purdy. We're going to get to all of it. We welcome you to join in and discuss this. But, yeah, listen, I can explain it in a much more, and we will, like eloquent sort of a way, but bleep the future, man. Like, and I don't mean that in just like who cares and don't even think about it. I don't mean that. I just don't think that we have what people think we might have. I think Jonathan Kuminga is a very good player, but I do think you've got to ask yourself if you honestly think in the post-Steph era that you're looking at a true core piece of an important basketball team. If you honestly think that that's where this can go, then fine. Be on that side of the fence.
What does core piece mean? If he's your best player, you're not a good team, you're not a playoff team, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
But can he be your second or third best player?
I don't even
Absolutely.
think I don't think he can be your second either.
Yeah, see, I disagree with that.
That's fine.
And, you're talking about a 22-year-old who is showing improvement year over year. He's getting better. And this year, it seems like he's coming into his own now in a starting role with Draymond coming off the bench, and he's got 57 more games this year to prove to everyone the kind of player he is.
Listen, I very well might be wrong, but that's the way you got to play this game, man. You got to be willing to be wrong. You have to take shots. And if I'm sitting here, if we're going to really whittle it down to this, if I'm sitting here looking at two very unlikely propositions, I'll grant you that. Two unlikely propositions. One proposition is, can they make something of this Steph Curry era with two and a half, if you want to call it 3 years left? Can you make something of that? Or the other proposition is Jonathan Kuminga is a true future star. I would argue both of these are unlikely, but which shot am I going to take? I know for sure which shot I'm going to take. I'm going to try to make this team something. And it is much deeper and more layered than just Jonathan Kuminga. I know we talk all about that, but that is their best human asset right now for the future. There's no two ways about that. But to me, this is just like, in a way, you want to know who I'm disagreeing with? It's not you or any of our listeners or Mike Dunleavy. I'm kind of disagreeing with Joe Lacob. That's who I disagree with. I disagree with the idea of two timelines, chain link fences, San Antonio Spurs, any of this idea of when true superstars leave, you can just keep it flat and be just as good again the next year. No, you can't. No, you can't. And so in 2 years, in my opinion, you're starting over. You're starting over. And what assets do you have at that time? We'll see. But I'm not going to sit here, put my feet in cement because of I don't know what in 2027. To me, it's a worthwhile risk. I don't know. I'm sort of like you. I don't know what deal's available. But if there is one that you truly believe makes you a better basketball team this year, do it. Do it. That's my message.
Yeah, my message is don't do it because there are no series of moves that would sacrifice your future to a point where you're going to be good enough to get it done this year. I don't see it, and I don't believe it. And the whole idea of the maximizing of Steph Curry's window and Draymond and Steve, which has now been entered into it, because I do think that Steve Kerr likely will coach out the remainder of this contract, and probably at that point, he'll be good and he'll go on to do something else, whether it's politics, humanitarianism, or just chilling at the beach, he probably is going to go on and find other things to do with his life. So for me, it's not only about the Steph Curry window, and I'm more of the mindset of Joe Lacob, where he's going to own the team, and he's looking at what this team's going to be in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. I don't imagine that he's looking to offload this asset. You've got a beautiful arena. The All-Star game is here, and they're printing money down there. So I don't think that they look at it in terms of we owe this to Steph, and we've got 2 more years, 2.5 years of Steph, and you know what? We better maximize it, because Steiny makes a good point about in that last year when Steph turns 39, he's not going to be, if he's your best player at 39, you're not a championship contending team.
I'm not worried about when he's 39.
I'm worried about when he's 36.
I'm worried
right now, he's not good enough to carry a team to a championship.
Well, it depends on who's around him. That's my opinion. What he has around him right now, this doesn't work. That I'm convinced of, and so are they. I think that's why you're hearing Mike Dunleavy hold press conferences and say the things that he's saying. You know, and it leads to the question to all of you, 888-957-9570. How aggressive do you want the Warriors to be on behalf of Steph Curry? Because that's essentially what Dunleavy says right here at his press conference this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're always aggressive. You know, you got to be mindful of what you're giving up, what you're getting back, all those things. But anything to do to make the team better, we're going to do. We're in a time zone here of maximizing our window with Steph and Draymond and Steve as our coach. So as proven here on the first day, we could basically make trades with certain players. We did that, and we'll continue to look at things. But, you know, for the most part, I feel good about this team, particularly on the defensive end. And now we add a player that we think can create and generate more offense for us. I want to evaluate and see, but we'll always be looking at stuff.
I mean, like he says it right there to us, doesn't he? Unless you don't take him at face value, we are at a time of trying to maximize the window of Steph, Draymond, and Steve. And we'll have a separate conversation, I know, later about the fact that he put Steve's name in there too, which I think is significant. I know you do too.
Yep.
For multiple reasons, but that's what I'm talking about. 2/3 years from now, you're rebooting. There will not be Steve, and there will not be anything that matters.
Draymond or Wiggs or Steph. Wiggs might be here.
Maybe. I don't know exactly how that's going to go, but you're going to be running a new system with new players and a new financial structure and a new everything. And so sometimes I don't understand what the worry is. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like everyone's very worried that we're going to give up something that is generational.
Well, you're going to give up a lot of something.
Or transformational.
I think the worry for me is that you're going to give up assets for something that won't work. And, you know, you can throw out whatever name you want. Yep. I don't think that this team is a player away from being top of the conference, a star, 2 stars. I think this team is kind of far away from being a real threat to go deep in the playoffs, and that's just my opinion. And you can say, you know, what do you want to do with the Steph window? Well, you want to win a championship. I don't believe you have the pieces that you can use as assets or the picks to bring in the players to make this team that viable to do that. So maybe you just want to go on a deep run. Well, if you just want to go on a deep run, I think that the roster you have now is good enough to get in the playoffs and maybe make some noise and maybe go on that run without having to expend future assets that I believe are going to be important. And it's not about 2 timelines. It's about sensible franchise operation for me, because when Steph is gone and Steve is only signed for this year and 1 more, and Draymond about the same, when they leave, you're going to want to have something, assets, players, or both to keep this thing interesting and going.
And in theory, you will. You know what I mean? Like, whatever they give up assets for, there will be assets coming back in return, and who knows how you can regenerate those. That's what good franchises do. They're going to be thoughtful about that. But let me ask you this, Dibs. Like, okay, what do you, if you don't want to mortgage things, if you don't want to first-round draft picks and Jonathan Kuminga, what do you want them to do this year?
I want them to make moves like they just made, which is you brought in a good professional, rotational, starter-level player for an asset that you weren't going to keep anyway. That was a brilliant trade for them.
There was a very good trade. I mean, we'll see how it plays. We'll see what it looks like starting on Thursday.
So you've got a couple more expiring contracts. So GP2 and Kevon Looney, guys who honestly probably won't be here next year anyway. As sad as it is to think about 2 fan favorites not being here, those are assets that you can utilize in another trade like that where you package an expiring deal, maybe you shovel off a couple of more second-round picks or whatever you have, and you bring in another veteran rotational player like that.
I mean, that's kind of what they are already. They're veteran rotational players.
Right, but I think you can get a better player than what GP2 and Kavan are.
Do you have someone in mind, or are you just kind of general?
Well, we've talked about, everyone talks about Vucevic, a guy who is, getting older, a guy who is, I think he might be expiring as well. He doesn't make a ton of money.
He's not expiring. He's got, you're right, he doesn't make a ton of money, but he's got another year after this one, and he makes in the neighborhood of 20 to 21.
Okay. So that, to me, is a player who immediately comes in, even if it costs you GP2 and Kavan, and that money probably isn't quite enough, but close.
Bulls are going to probably want you to put a pick in there.
Okay. Yeah, second-round picks are like candy.
But no, what if they want a first-round pick?
Well, then we have to think about it. And honestly, if it's a first-round pick, like you were saying, in 2025, that's different than 2029.
I don't hate that idea. I have no idea what the Bulls want in return. I don't know if it's just expiring.
It's only December, so
yeah, exactly. Like I don't mind that thought at all. I really don't. But I don't know if those deals are out there either. And whether this is fair or not, just like any workplace, there are politics. And I don't think that it's going to play well to any of those monsters in the room. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr. Absolute monster presence within this organization. I don't think it's going to play well to them to be like, yeah, we're, like small moves, little things. I just, and maybe you don't care about that.
Yeah, sometimes it's not about them.
Okay.
And
the NBA it usually is.
Well, depends on what you're dealing with. And, Steph Curry at 36 is under contract. And, I think that the move that they just made, it seems like they're in favor of bringing in Dennis Schröder.
It's a good one.
So are there other good ones of that ilk that you could make? I believe that there are.
Maybe. But I mean, again, when you say like sometimes it's not all about them, I'm just following cues. I mean, isn't that what Mike Dunleavy just said to us? It is about them.
Well, he's trying to maximize the window.
And it's their window. He literally put their names on it.
I'm yet to hear Draymond or Steph, hint or come out and flatly say,
well, they're not going to do that.
Some players would.
But they won't. Doesn't feel or sound good.
Exactly.
Like that's what Dunleavy's there for. He's there to protect them. He's there in this case to speak for them.
Other players have come out and done that, is all I'm saying. And you've got some high-profile players who've been very vocal about their needs and their wants, and LeBron James is a great example of that.
Yeah, LeBron obviously a little bit different. But all right, 888-957-9570. We're going to go straight to the calls on this. How aggressive do you want the Warriors to be with the Steph window? Or do you want them to hold back because it's a fool's errand? We're sponsored by Safeway. 888-957-9570. We're set to take your calls now on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital deals for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak.
You're down 12. At some point, they have to cool off, you would think. Prosper takes a baseline drive, throws it to the corner to Dinwiddie, up top to Doncic, another three above the break, and he nails it. He is 4 of 6 from distance, 9 of 11 from the field. He's got 24 points.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Wait a minute, Grandy.
Hold on just a minute.
Is Dibley playing for the Mavs?
I heard the same thing.
What the hell was that?
Topside,
everybody, listen to this again and tell me that Tim Roy doesn't have the ball moving around the circle to Dibley.
You're down 12. At some point, they have to cool off, you would think. Prosper takes a baseline drive, throws it to the corner to Dinwiddie, up top to Doncic, another three above the break, and he nails it.
What the hell were you doing?
He is
in the
4
corner?
of 6 from distance, 9 of 11 from the field. He's got 24 points.
I heard it again. This time I was listening for it. He threw it into the corner to Dibley.
I could score below the break.
What the hell?
It was supposed to be Dinwiddie, but he said it very quickly.
He swallowed it.
Yeah.
He swallowed a Dinwiddie. He came out with a Dibley.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's salacious. Wow. All right.
Topside, Doncic in the corner to Dibley.
That's a raise for you. I've seen the NBA minimum salary.
Not bad.
Good for you.
Yeah. You haven't seen my salary. Might be a pay cut, as far as you know. See what Spencer makes. Yeah, Grandy, you're probably right.
Yeah.
Spencer's probably making about 8.
At least.
No, he's only making 2.1.
Only?
That would be a pay cut.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
888-957-9570. How aggressive do you want to get with the Steph Curry window? This is what we're talking about. And I'm going to, again, keep saying it. I didn't say this. The general manager of the Warriors said this.
Yeah, I think we're always aggressive. You got to be mindful of what you're giving up, what you're getting back, all those things. But anything to do to make the team better, we're going to do. We're in a time zone here of maximizing our window with Steph and Draymond and Steve as our coach. So as proven here on the first day, we could basically make trades with certain players. We did that, and we'll continue to look at things. But, for the most part, I feel good about this team, particularly on the defensive end. And now we add a player that we think can create and generate more offense for us. I want to evaluate and see, but we'll always be looking at stuff.
I do want to tuck this in for everyone from the TK show with Joe Lacob, owner of the Warriors. When he was asked about the Steph window and maximizing it, he said this.
I'm always trying to win. I don't care if it's maximize Steph years or maximize Draymond years, maximize my years. It doesn't matter to me. We're trying to win at all times and be the best team we can.
Ooh. Yeah. Maximize my years. Well, he is 68, so, if the average life expectancy is about 80, I think, for males in the United States of America, so maximize his year. He's got 12 more years on the average.
I don't know if he's thinking about it that way.
But he's looking to maximize his years.
Yeah.
It's his team, and I know he owns it with about 15 other people, but he is the principal owner, so.
To me, there was a little in there. Just a little bit. Steph's window. Oh, it's all about Steph's window. My team.
My window.
My team.
I love that.
I don't dislike that. I do think, prediction, we're headed for someday in the future where Joe Lacob will get, and I hope he's hearing this because he'll hate it and he will completely disagree with it, but we're headed for a day where he's going to get the wake-up call that you don't get to win in the NBA just because you're an awesome owner willing to do anything. I just don't think it works that way.
I think he's had that wake-up call.
I don't know. He's never owned a day in his life without Steph Curry on the team.
No, but he's owned teams that haven't won, and it drives him to want to compete and get back to where he's winning.
For sure. But, so I love the idea of, yes, push at all times. That's great. But the whole, we're light years ahead, and we know what we're doing, and as soon as he's gone, we're going to have another answer. I don't know if there's always an answer. This isn't math. There isn't always an answer.
But you can always try to find an answer, and I do admire that sort of a go-getter mentality where he's not seeing it as maximize Steph Curry's window and then we're going to stink. He doesn't look at it that way. I think he looks at it as maximize Steph Curry's window, yes, but also keep an eye toward us still having the ability to be good when Steph is gone. And for him, that would involve draft capital. That would involve a young core of players who could at least be rotational players, and then going out and landing a big free agent fish, which I bet you he thinks when Steph is gone and Draymond's gone, He thinks that he has the ability to go out there and get whatever player is available that year, no matter what.
Good luck.
Well, that is his. It's hubris,
a wonderful mindset.
And that's the mindset I believe that he has.
Yeah, but I mean, give me the team that's in that spot right now where, like, they're rebooting. They used to have, like, I don't know if this is a great example, but let's talk about the Portland Blazers for a second. They had a star. They had Dame Lillard. And they finally realized that wasn't enough. Now, he's nowhere near as old as Steph, but I think Warrior fans get the comp. If you're in that bucket of, like, Steph is too old, this isn't happening anymore. All right, fine. All right, you got your star, and you're not going to be able to win with him. What do? Now, you reboot. You send him to Milwaukee. You start building assets, and you're in the process of drafting people and trying to find the next dude, right? How's Portland doing as a free agent destination right now?
It's a different story, but not well.
Right. And yes, it is a bit of a different story, but my point would be, as much as Chase Center is beautiful and the Bay Area is the Bay Area and the Warriors brand is the Warriors brand, if Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Steve Kerr are not here, this is not the free agent destination that it currently is.
It's not as good, but money talks and, bold things walk.
For the big guys, though, like, you know what I mean?
Depends on what you're looking at.
Giannis and LeBron want to play here because Steph is here, not because they like the color blue.
Well,
do you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, but looking at the 2027 list of free agents, which includes Steph Curry, here are the names that are on the list.
Give it to me.
Anthony Davis.
Okay.
He'll be 35.
No thanks.
Giannis Antetokounmpo at 33.
Okay.
Damian Lillard, the aforementioned, he'll be 37. Nikola Jokic, 33. Karl Anthony Towns, 32.
I mean, these are all maybes, by the way, because they could sign extensions in the meantime.
Correct, but just looking ahead, that's a pretty monster list of names.
They all sound like they're getting old.
Well, Giannis at 33, I like that on a 4-year deal. But Donovan Mitchell, Trae Young, Luka Doncic, these are all players who are eligible to be free agents at that time.
Right, Doncic's not getting out of there.
But the point is, if you're Joe Lacob and you're punching up this list, you're thinking, I can at least swim in those waters. I'm Joe Lacob.
Yeah.
And whether or not
come on, Luka, you can come play with Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, Kuminga might be on the cusp of greatness at that point.
Maybe.
And by then you will have drafted other players and maybe you'll wind yourself in the lottery. Your team then will be different than what it is now.
Look, maybe I'm just damaged through years of watching this, but I like Steph Curry, even though getting older, is a bird in hand, and no one else is. And this idea of, take Bryce Eldridge of the Giants right now. I know Giants fans think, woo, baby, this guy's firing through the system, and he's going to be a dude. And he might. I hope he is. But maybe not. Maybe not, because every time you've got this player with quote-unquote promise, let's be real, feels like about 85% of the time, no, he's not. No, he's not. And that works in big levels and small. 6 months ago, Joe Lacob referred to Brandon Podziemski as a future all-star. Now Warrior fans don't even want him coming off the bench. So this idea of future promise, I pick what I know. And I know that Steph Curry can play at a very high level, even still now. And so even if this is not a high, percentage play, to me, that's still the play. Because I know if you surround Steph and Draymond with special people, you can cook. You can cook something. I don't know if it's enough anymore to win it all.
And special people to me is a reach.
Special role players, like they did before.
Like they just did with Dennis Schröder, potentially.
That's a great move.
For me, it's more about those moves than it is about trading 3 or 4 players and a couple of picks to bring in a big boy, because I don't think that is enough to get you over the hump and get you back to a championship level. I don't think that trade exists, and Steph Curry is still a very good player, but maybe it's the Olympic experience and he didn't have a great restful offseason, but what you're seeing from Steph Curry is they're playing him less, he's shooting less, he's scoring less, teams are basically daring everyone else to beat them, and right now that's not working for the Warriors.
Let's go to Jake and Concord. How aggressive do y'all want to be with the rest of Steph Curry's career 888-957-957 is the number. Hi, Jake. Thank you for calling, man.
How big is the bulldozer? Okay. I would say this. My concern is I don't see any of our young players after three and a half years of development that are looking to me like they would be a primary option on a championship team, both offensively and defensively. I don't see that from Moody. I certainly don't see it from Kuminga. He gets lost on defense all the time, overhelps, and that's why we gave up so many really good looks yesterday, at least part of the reason. I just think you said it. Bird in the hand. I'm a Warriors fan from 1970, okay? And I was here when Rick Barry came back from the ABA. And we got him back and won a championship. That was a special time. We didn't have another special time till Steph Curry came along. And I think we miss, in a big way, we miss Jerry West. It's a shame because we haven't done well at picking fits into the roster, and fit is huge. We haven't been doing well on that since West went to the Clippers. And look how good the Clippers are. They're just abundant with wings, and that's what we need to be doing.
Jake.
Anyway, I make a great trade I can.
Yeah, Jake, thank you. I listen, I'm in full agreement, and I do think Warrior fans, some of them have forgotten who we used to be before Steph Curry. They really have. Like, this is like suddenly now we're fooled into the idea, and I get that there's way better ownership in place now, but we're fooled into this idea that, like, you get to be good in the NBA just because you're trying to be or you're willing to spend or whatever. You have got to find generational talents, and there just aren't that many of them who are capable of winning NBA championships. And maybe the one that you currently have has expired, maybe, but I'm not convinced yet. I'm really not. And to me, it's at least worth giving it a shot if you feel like you can put different pieces around him. Because the whole concept of, guys, this isn't realistic. Don't go down that rabbit hole. That's what it is every year. I was told that 3 years ago, and they won a title. Or go back to even before they picked these guys. Nobody, what are we? Like, you're really going to win shooting threes with a guy who's not even 200 pounds? Come on. That doesn't work in the NBA. Everything is always a moonshot. So to me, it's sort of just like, what's the likelier moonshot? Putting some stuff around Steph and seeing if you can squeeze the orange one more time, or just putting this grip on these young players who, quite frankly, let's be real, have not shown any ability at all to be the centerpiece of anything special.
See, I disagree with that. And Jonathan Kuminga is continuing to improve. And so to think that he can't be the centerpiece, you just mentioned Steph Curry, and early in his career, nobody thought that he would be the centerpiece of anything at all. He had bad ankles. He was a good shooter, but nobody saw the trajectory of Steph Curry going on to be what he's become. Now, I'm not saying that Kuminga is going to end up being one of the greatest players in the history of the game. That's just ludicrous to think about that. But a young player who is improving, for me, it's a little foolhardy to not think that he can continue to get better year after year, and in a system that might be more befitting to his skill set, continue to improve. And whether or not, Pods, who's 20 or 21, and you have a lot of young players who still have their best basketball in front of them.
By year 4, and I get it, this isn't a perfect comp. Steph Curry played a bunch of college basketball and Jonathan Kuminga did not. But by year 4, Steph Curry was already averaging 23 a night. He was 11th in the MVP race, and he was on the verge of being an all-star, which he was starting year 5 and has been every year since then, except for the year that he got hurt and didn't play. So, again, it's not apples to apples.
Yep.
And I understand that.
Better to go to his 22-year-old year 2, because that's where Kuminga is at 22.
Nah, see, I don't think that's fair. Because
it's not fair to take a 24-year-old Steph who's playing his 8th year of high-level basketball, 4 years at Davidson, and now 4 years in the NBA.
I say it's not apples to apples, but at the same time, I don't think that to me is going too far in the other direction to just be like, because they're both 22. By Jonathan Kuminga's 22nd birthday, he had played in way more NBA games than Steph Curry had. Steph Curry had played in 80 games by the time he turned 22. Jonathan's played in hundreds and hundreds of NBA games.
Steph had played in 154 by the time he finished his 22-year-old season.
By the time he had finished it.
Right. And he played for a terrible team, so he was given a lot more leash to go out there and play and explore and learn. He played for Keith Smart.
He started as a rookie. I get that.
And he played a ton. And Kuminga's development has been retarded by the fact that he's been a bench player or not a rotational player at all because they were chasing championships.
Look, if you see it, great. Good for you. You see it. I don't see it.
I wonder if they see it.
I don't see it. And then secondarily, there's that whole conversation about fit. The whole conversation about the Warriors don't fit, man.
Well, that's why I look at the future, and the fit's going to be different. When Steph and Draymond and Steve are gone, the fit, maybe it's a team more like what Jonathan Kuminga does.
I don't argue that at all. You are right when you say that. My point is I'm willing to take that risk. I'm willing to take that risk.
Yeah, for who, though? And that, to me, becomes the interesting part of it over the next couple of months because I don't see the player out there like Zion Williamson, oft injured, and a guy who's got a huge contract still on the hook. And somebody earlier was talking about LeBron James, and that caller called back. I know you dropped off, but that, to me, is an interesting one about, if LeBron decides he wants to come here and give it a go at 41. He turns 41 2 weeks from today.
Did you see the Bleacher Report put together a mock trade for LeBron?
With the Warriors?
Yeah.
Is it just a two-teamer?
Yes.
Okay.
And it would already have to be adjusted because Melton was in it.
Okay.
Melton was in it. But the mock trade was the Warriors would get LeBron, Cam Reddish, and Bronny. Don't forget Bronny now.
Yep.
Got to get Bronny James in there.
Yep.
The Warriors would give up, and I know what most of you are going to say. I'll say it too. Ready for this?
Yeah.
It was Melton's contract, so now you got to add another $13 million to this. But it was Wiggins, Kuminga, Podziemski, and your 2025 and 2027 first-round draft picks. Only protected the first one top 1 protected, and the next one top 3 protected.
Yeah, no chance.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out on that.
So you're basically giving up both of those picks because your top 3 in the lottery is, I think, 3/4 of the teams that finish in the bottom 3. They have like 25% chance odds of getting the number 1. So unless you're a bottom 3 team, which you wouldn't be by adding LeBron, you're losing both of those picks.
The coach in Vallejo is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Coach.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, here's my take. First of all, not only I agree with Dibs that Kuminga still has a chance, but not only looking at him now, but the excitement that he brings. So if you're not going to be good, you need to be exciting. And Kuminga is a very exciting player, one of the most exciting players in the NBA, and that's what people pay to see. If Steve Nash was playing right now, Jerry West, they're not as exciting as, say, a Jonathan Kuminga, a high flyer. But my question for you guys is, people are always talking about developing a player. What exactly does that mean, and how do you know when a player is developed? Because here's my example. Draymond Green is a developed player, but that pass he threw to Kuminga the other night, if Kuminga had thrown that same pass to Draymond, they would have said he's not developed. But since Draymond threw it, he's a developed player, but he made the same error. So what does develop mean, and how do you know when a player's developed?
Well,
thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Coach, thanks.
He's talking about the pass against Houston.
Right. I'm never going to whittle down someone's development to one play. Like that I get where you're coming from, Coach, but everybody's allowed to throw a bad pass. That doesn't mean that you are developed or not developed for that matter. So if Jonathan threw that pass, sure, the discourse might be a little different around it, and that's life. Some people have resumes that other people don't have.
Gravitas and equity.
That's the rope that you get when you've built up what Draymond has built up. But how do you know when a player is developed versus not? I don't know if there are specific words to define it, but to me, it's kind of like what we talk about. You start seeing things at end of games and end of seasons, things that work when the rubber hits the road. Like, go back to the game in Denver last week, and you see, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago, but the Warriors stopped scoring, and then Jokic on every single possession down at the other end is able to score. That's when you know, to me, that someone is uber developed, because NBA teams, good or bad, can play for 3.5 quarters. That's why so many of the games are clutch games. You got enough talent on the floor to play for 3.5 quarters. But then the energy really hits the floor. Everybody puts their finishing 5 out there. Everyone plays their hardest. And who is able to function in that environment? And the Warriors' problem right now is that they don't function well in that environment. And you can put that on Steph. I sort of put it on fit. Like, they don't have a system right now where the 5 people, similar to the death lineup that we had a few years ago, where the 5 people can function and challenge a defense and usually get a bucket. They don't have that. When you see that, though, that's when you have developed players. And the Warriors right now have too many undeveloped players that make poor decisions and poor plays in big moments. And it's all their young guys. That's not just Jonathan. It's definitely Brandon Podziemski, too.
Well, and even of the vets, you don't have a lot of two-way players. And I say that with my eye toward the door so that somebody doesn't come in and throw something at me. Because famously, we were interviewing Bruce Bowen, and I referred to somebody as a two-way player like he was. And he said, well, they're all two-way players. And he jumped me, and it turned out to be one of those funny drops where the idea of a two-way player is kind of laughable. But if you look at this Warrior roster, Buddy Hield, good on offense, not on defense. Kyle Anderson, good on defense, not on offense. We could run through the whole roster, and the majority of these guys are not good on both ends of the floor. And Draymond is. Steph, he's pretty good on defense, but he's so good on offense it doesn't matter. But to your point, when you get down to the end of the game, what lineup do you play? Do you play your really good defensive 5 who can't score? Or do you play your run-and-gun offensive team that can't defend?
I'd also answer it this way, Dibs. To the point that we're talking about. So the Warriors and developing players. To me, one of the challenges that they've really experienced, because they've got they had those 3 draft picks that became a dynasty. Steph, Clay, and Draymond. And now it's developed into different things. Then it became Jordan Poole, and he contributed to a championship as well. But outside of that Jordan Poole, you go back the last 5-6 years, and let's take a look at who the Warriors have drafted and developed. And the names that come to mind immediately, James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, now Brandon Podziemski. There are some others in there as well, if you want to throw in a Trace Jackson Davis or whatever. The problem the Warriors have had is that I think they've been a team that's wanted to develop players, but they're not a developing team. They were a cooked team that was already ready to win championships. And so this idea of trying to develop young players while also trying to win a championship and having established veterans is very, very challenging.
It's almost impossible, because to develop, you have to play, and to win, you need veterans. So you can't play your young guys and still win at a high level. So how do you go out there and develop? And yeah, you can go to the G League. Jordan Poole's a great example where he developed in the G League and came back. And, now in his second year in Washington, he's finally starting to figure out the player he needs to be, right? Because he's getting a chance to develop by playing 33 minutes a night.
All right, we'll keep this going. And again, how aggressive do you want the Warriors to be with the remainder of Steph's career, even if it risks future assets? We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We're also sponsored by the California Lottery. 888-957-9570. We are taking your calls now on Willard and Dibs.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, gift scratchers from the California Lottery. With so many to choose from, you're sure to find the right gift.
and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Doncic behind the back, hesitation move on Looney, steps in, throws it out to Thompson. Contested three above the break is good for Klay Thompson. And he's got 14 points. He's made 4 threes. And the Warriors are down by 10 again.
Tim, you've made 4 threes.
Unbelievable.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Holy cannoli, that was crazy.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
I love Klay Thompson. There's just something awkward about a lot of the stuff that he does. This is not me. I'm not criticizing, but that was just like when he's like pumping his fist out there by himself, like well after, and everybody's already gone. Great. I mean, I'm sure this is very emotional for him. The whole process, I totally get it. It's also just, he's just a unique bird, man.
Yeah.
I guess that's how I could sum it up. He's a unique bird.
No doubt. And I love the story he told about the off day before the game where he just went over into Oakland and went by his old house, went to his buddy's house, and went down to some of the old spots that he used to check out.
Drove by Oracle.
Cool, yeah.
Drove by Oracle, he said. Yeah.
It's pretty, I mean, it's very on brand for Klay where it's an off day and he just wants to kind of, reminisce on the days that he had in Oakland.
He said that it was much easier without people wearing captain's hats.
Oh, in the game, yeah.
Yes.
Well, the emotion and all of the rigmarole and the pomp and circumstance. I mean, we did a Klay Carnival. We did a live show on the plaza, and everybody in hats, and we're tipping the hat, and the employees are all, feting him on his way in the building. Last night was just about basketball.
Dude, people don't know this because it's radio, but like 7 feet to your right still sits today this huge life-size poster board of Klay Thompson in his captain's hat that like hundreds upon hundreds of Warrior fans stop by to sign, to send him messages. I would imagine that someday we're going to try to, I don't know, send this to the Mavericks or something. I have no idea.
We're looking for an envelope big enough to accommodate that right now. So that's the holdup right now.
It's not the time to send it. It's the holidays and the post office is moving slow. But anyway, that's what it looked like a month ago. And then this was just like, a basketball game.
Right. Yeah. And it was an unexpected game because of the NBA Cup, the NBA Cup loss for both teams. And then you pop this one on the schedule and boom, all of a sudden it's Klay Homecoming 2.0.
I just think the more we've been sitting here talking about this, and Mike Dunleavy says we're trying to maximize the window of Steph, Klay, and Steve. And we do want to chat a little bit about the fact that he included Steve in that thought. To me, I'm in on that, and not because I believe the Warriors are a player away from contention or whatever. My contention is this: I think we overstate what the Warriors have going into the future, and I want to try to do that without making it sound like I'm taking shots at Kuminga or Moody or Podziemski. They're all young players. Have we seen their best stuff? I'd argue no, but the bottom line for me is there's no way around this in the NBA. When you have stars and they have success, when they leave, you start over. You just do. You have to start over. And so the Warriors are going to be, in my opinion, starting over in a couple of years. And Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Podziemski, and Moses Moody collectively add up to the same thing as if you had no players at all. You are not, they are not the centerpieces of anything special. You're still a lottery team. So again, it doesn't mean they're not good, but I'm willing to dance with those ideas so that you can try to be good this year.
Yeah, I think that is an overstatement. And you were a lottery team last year with those players and also with Steph, Klay, and Draymond. So it's not as easy as, well, you got stars, so now you're not a lottery team, and you have those guys, and so you are a lottery team because you were a lottery team last year.
Yeah,
there's no way to escape the reality.
There's no way to escape it, but I can have
a reality team.
No, but I can have a conversation with you about that, and you know exactly that Draymond was suspended for a portion of the year. Andrew was not himself, and this team last year that didn't fit is the same team this year that it doesn't fit.
Well, this team is completely different than last year.
So it's time to quit.
This team is completely different than last year's team. Last year you had Dario Saric, and this year you've got slow-mo, you've got Buddy, now you got Dennis Schröder.
But there are fundamental similarities, which is Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond Green are still both best suited to be the 4. And there's only one 4. And so Draymond Green can no longer be the 5 for the majority of games. It's too exhausting. It'll wear him down. It'll get him hurt. And Jonathan Kuminga is not the 3. And so what do you do? That was the case at the end of last year. It's still the case now. And to me, if you can address it responsibly, I would.
Yeah, see, I would address it responsibly. That's different than going out there and trading multiple first-round picks and trying to trade your young core. And I disagree with what you said, and you've said it a bunch already about how you have nothing or you're a lottery team with those guys as your core. I think that Jonathan Kuminga, what he continues to show me is that he's getting better. He's getting more assertive and more comfortable as an offensive player. And I don't know if he'll ever be an all-star, but if he's your second-best player, you can be a very good team. And I look at the future of Jonathan Kuminga at 22 in year 4, really year 5 of organized basketball, if you count his 1 year in the G League. And, Steph played 3 years of college, Clay the same, Draymond played 4, TJD played more, 4 or 5 years. These are more ready-made players by the time they came in. So I'm willing to be more patient with Jonathan Kuminga and allow him the grace to continue to get better at 22.
I do want to let you know, when you say that, I'm not here to tell you you're wrong. I'm here to tell you that Steph and Dre are telling you you're wrong.
Of course, because they're not going to be here. By the time Jonathan Kuminga is his best player, the best that he's going to be, by the time that is, neither one of them is going to be in the association.
And there's your conundrum.
And it's not a conundrum for the organization. It is for those two.
Yes.
And those two are not the organization.
Well,
memo to Steph and Dre, you are not the organization.
Then I'd argue you should be trading them.
You'll never trade Steph Curry. Well, that's a net negative from a business standpoint. I mean, what are we even talking about?
Then you're spinning your wheels doing nothing.
You're making money as an organization, and you're putting out a competitive product that fans want to go see.
I don't know that they need to worry about making money.
Product,
Joe Lacob will tell you straight to your face. That's not like he wants to win.
Of course.
He wants to win. He's not here to make money. They're fine with money. They're going to make money. Let's get David in San Mateo. Hey, David, thanks for calling.
Hey, great show, guys. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Thanks,
and
David.
I really agree with what Dibbs said earlier. I've been a season ticket holder since the early 80s, and the last word you mentioned was entertainment. I have a partner that we split the games with. Long story short, he went to the game and said, yesterday's game was the most entertaining game he's seen in a long time, win, lose, or draw. And I would say, as two gentlemen that are approaching their mid-60s, we've seen it all. And I'm to the fact that may not be a popular opinion by people, but I'm to a point to use your assets, if that means Curry and whoever, and let them go somewhere like Clay, where he didn't work up a sweat, stands in the corner, is drilling threes, versus Curry running all over the place, one ankle sprain away from this decision, the season being challenging. At this point, I don't want to leverage everything. I want an entertainment product. And I use the example, I've been a vice president of sales for several years for a Fortune 50 company. And I'm continually looking each year for top talent to challenge the folks that we've had on our team here, make people feel just a tad bit uncomfortable to be on their game. And we keep talking about these two all-stars. We're talking about things that have been in the past. They're great players now, but they can't play the whole season. There's a lot of things that you're seeing in signs. So for me, as a longtime season ticket holder, I look at it as an organization where you got to continue to grow. You got to continue to bring quality people in, and to eliminate everybody that has an opportunity to perform, like a Jonathan Kuminga, for people that are aging, that just can't get it done anymore. And you go look at, they had 3 people that can finish the game yesterday, and the Warriors don't have any way to get an easy basket.
So, David, if you're, I want to ask you a question, because this is interesting. If you're running an organization and that's how you feel, and you do have these established, long-time, successful employees, and you want to run it the way that you're describing, what do you do if those very well-established superstar employees come to you and go, you know what, that doesn't fit with what I want to do. I'd like to go.
Then I think it's a mutual decision to find an opportunity for them that they're happy and that we all find a win-win situation for everybody. Those three all-stars, including Clay as well, they had to get their opportunity. They had to replace a David Lee with Draymond. It's time for a new group of people to come in and make their mark. Why not let Steph go to a situation where it's going to get us some draft picks, get some people? This is a product. This is an entertainment product. And the last thing I'm going to say is we don't owe Steph Curry or anybody else to get some superstar, as Dib said, which is not going to make a difference. That guy's life is tremendous, and he's so happy. He's got so many things to look forward to when he's in his 40s and 50s. Why take a product and just disintegrate the quality of it?
Like, David, I get it. I completely get it. And here's where I'll give David kind of a nod. If that's how you feel, I get it. It's a minority opinion. To me, what you can't do is do both, which I kind of feel like might be your stance. We have got to hold our assets for the future. Oh, but we also have to hold Steph and Dre. I think Steph and Dre would disagree with you. I think they would disagree with it. To me, you got to pick one or the other. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Let's keep talking it out. How aggressive do you want to be with the remainder of Steph Curry's career? And if you're not going to go for it now, what do you say to Steph? 888-957-9570. We keep taking your calls. Doc Pandia on Dre Greenlaw and more, 45 minutes away. Willard and Dibs.
An O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card is the perfect gift for that hard-to-buy-for person.
comes down the left wing. Behind the back dribble in traffic, not a good idea. Stolen by Lively. Irving comes up with it on the bounce over to Doncic. Snaps off a pass to Klay Thompson. Loads up a three, and it's money.
Boy, that one hurt.
Yep.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Wow, that one hurt.
I mean,
yep.
The entire call, first of all, Tim Roy, he could feel it. He sounded annoyed through the whole call because he knew how that was going to end. And then it did. And there's Tommy with hey, ow. Okay. So, yeah, that's how that whole game felt. Every possession, you're like, I don't like where this is going. And speaking of I don't like where this is going, can we bring something back?
Sure.
July 18th, Joe Lacob at the Summer League on ESPN talking about pods.
He was a revelation, to be quite honest. I mean, he was one of the, all-rookie team, top 5 in the league. He started a whole bunch of games for us. Steve had troubles getting him off the floor. I mean, he had to have him on the floor. He was so good. He does so many things well. He's ultra-confident. He's got an NBA body. He can get wherever he wants. He obviously can shoot threes. He can drive. He can pass. I mean, what can he do? We're really excited. We think we've got a future all-star.
Whoop.
High praise. High praise.
Wow.
Well, that was,
Go ahead.
During a time where, and you always want to keep a player's value high in case you are looking to make a trade. And that was during the marketing season and Paul George, and, you're looking to maybe make a big offseason splash. And so you want to keep a player's value high. I agree with everything he said, other than future all-star. That felt like a little bit of a stretch. And also, he can do everything, including shoot the three, because that's the one thing he can't do right now. I do look at his overall game, and I'm not as triggered as everyone else.
No,
I think that he contributes in many, many very valuable and great ways.
He does.
It's the one thing, and I watch him shoot, and it's a little bit of a cringe for me. The way he shoots, his form, it's part shot put, part chuck. It's not a very beautiful fluid stroke, and now it's not going in.
But you're talking about the way he shoots the three, and I'd argue that we could have a conversation about the way he shoots the two also.
And the way he shoots the one.
Yeah, I don't think he's a scorer. At least not right now. And I'm not off on his future. I'm not saying that he's not going to be this, that, or the other. But my God, if what you're saying is he's the linchpin, we're not going to do a deal because Brandon Pajemski, get out of here. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
And what, thank you.
You're welcome.
What really kind of grabs my attention from that comment?
Get out of here.
Thank you, Kurt. So Steve Kerr referenced it a couple weeks ago. Everyone's like, Brandon's pressing. Brandon is pressing. And Steve said to us a couple weeks ago, Grandy, it might have been the day that you were in for Dibs and we were talking to Steve. And he said, look, I don't know if he's pressing or if he's trying to live up to Joe's comments. And then he just kind of rolled through a bunch of other things. And I was just thinking about that again now, 2 weeks later. I'm like, you know what? I bet Steve wasn't thrilled that Joe Lacob said that into a microphone after the kid's rookie year. We think he's a future all-star. Because now the kid is walking around either with that thought in his head or trying to prove it. He's trying to prove it correct. And once told us he wanted to be the future face of the Warriors. And so this is what happens. Oh, he's pressing. Maybe he's pressing. Maybe he's not as good as everyone thought he was going to be. How about that?
Yeah, possibly.
I mean,
it's just, I don't know. You look at what he does and what he does well. A lot of that doesn't show up on the box score. And last year, I think he was number 1 on the team in plus minus for the year, which tells me when he's on the court, the team does better than when he's off the court. Now, this year, it's been a little bit different, partly because his scoring has dropped off. His shooting is really off, 25% from three, which is completely unacceptable. But the rebounding is still there. The passing is still solid. He'll take a charge. He'll defend. He's a good glue guy. My issue with this team, and this is why I said this a couple weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, when I said that they were in real trouble. I do think that they have too many glue guys, too much glue, not enough paper. Like GP2, glue guy. Kevon Looney, glue guy. Pods is really much more of a glue guy. Kyle Anderson, glue guy.
Yep.
So, and then you look at your scorers, Buddy Hield slumping. Andrew Wiggins needs to, and maybe once an hour we go out of our way to at least spend 8 seconds on how great he's been, because he's been great. There's your 8 seconds on Andrew Wiggins. No. I think he's having a fantastic year, but
it's not enough.
It's not enough.
It's not enough.
You got too many glue guys and not enough real offensive scoring basketball players.
So it was back on December 4th, okay, that Steve Kerr came on our show and said this when we were talking about
I was off that day, yeah.
Brandon had a really good rookie year, came into his second year, and he's thinking, I got to do this, I got to do that, and he's just lost a little focus on what actually wins. And, for example, the fouling, the 2 3-point shooters, we can't do that. We've talked about this from day one of camp. Fouling jump shooters it leads to losses. It really does. I mean, you can see that stat in the league. You can feel it. Not just the free points. It's having to take the ball out of the net. It's getting to the bonus earlier. So, I think Brandon's trying too hard. I mentioned that in the press conference too. He's trying so hard to make a great play every time. And you can't do that. You can't play that way. So maybe he's just trying to justify everything from last year or Joe's comments or whatever. I don't know, but it's all part of it. So I'm not concerned about it at all. I just want him to understand that we've got to speed up this process of growth as it relates to what wins games and what we need from him. And that's part of what's happening right now.
So there it is. I don't know if he's trying to justify what happened last year or Joe's comments. And this is just me kind of guessing. I bet that Steve Kerr's not thrilled that comment was made, because it was kind of unnecessary, to be honest with you.
It was a little excessive.
Yeah, it's not like I don't know who gets helped by that.
Well, Brandon does. Brandon's
he?
Confidence.
Or maybe not. Maybe he's running around trying to prove something that
Perhaps.
he doesn't need to prove.
And I think that at the time, and that was back in July, Summer League, at the time that maybe helps to elevate Brandon's trade value as they were shopping everyone. And a lot of reports came in that he was maybe untouchable, or it was a sticking point in some deals. And, you had Kuminga and you had Pods and you had Moody, and it seemed like Moody was going to get traded, and then he didn't, and he got extended. And so a lot of the stuff we hear is just conjecture, but this comes right from the owner, and he is super high on Pods, and yet, this year it hasn't really been as great. I will point this out. He's 8 for 20 from 3 over the last 5 games, 40%. So that's actually, it's trending toward the right direction. And I know it's a small sample, but over the last 5, shooting it a little bit better. And, that just points out, though, how bad it was before. If you're just now up to 25% off of 5 really good shooting games, that tells me that you were down in the low 20s.
I would like to say this right now.
You're allowed to. You have a microphone, and your name appears first on the marquee.
I would like to say this. I would like for it not to come off a certain way.
Well, that you can't control.
No, I can't. But I can qualify it and give it a shot. Shoot my shot. That's all I got.
That's all you got.
Show's not over yet. I don't care what any owner thinks about a player.
You hear that, Joe?
I don't care. I don't like, you said maybe that helps trade value. Is there any general manager in the league who's looking at a player going, I don't really love the guy, but the owner said he's a future all-star, so
we got to have him.
I'm in.
We got to get him.
What kind of moronic GM would that be?
Well, there are some out there.
Like, look at Jerry Jones in Dallas. How we doing with the owner weighing in on all the players all the time?
Well, he does more than weigh in. He actually calls the shots.
So, again, I'm not saying Joe's doing anything wrong, and he's the owner of the team, so he can say whatever the hell he wants. But as a fan, I don't care. He loved Wiseman. How we doing?
Yeah, poor guy.
I mean, sure, poor guy, but also, not the number 2 pick in the draft. He's just not.
They were kind of stuck between a hard place and a rock in that draft.
I got that text from a buddy over the weekend also. Reference to a caller on Friday.
I'm working on a bit that has to do with that cliche and others. Hopefully it'll be ready this week.
You're working on a bit?
It's something I thought this morning.
What do you got a side project going on?
A little bit of comedy I'm working on, but a little bit of a riff.
I love the comedy.
I know you do.
Me.
I'm going to set it up right later in the week. I don't want to burn it now, but I'm working on a little something.
I can't wait.
I'm workshopping it.
Okay.
But I'm with you as far as that goes. But
I don't want to hear owners assess players. Well, we think I don't care what you're the owner. Great. And I love that you're so active and supportive and willing to spend. You're a great owner, but I don't care what an owner thinks of the X's and O's. I don't care.
It's funny you say that because I'm contrasting that in my mind with Jed York. And if Jed York was coming out and saying, well, player B or player C.
We think Trey Lance is a future star in this league.
People would show up at his house with pitchforks and torches, but he has no chips. Joe Lacob has 4, so there's a certain amount in my mind of, not that he was picking all these players. A lot of these guys were here before he bought the team, but Joe does get a little bit more of a leash to me
for sure
because you got the 4 titles, you built the palace, and so, if you want to say Pods is a future all-star, you're entitled to that opinion. I don't agree with you, but...
Right. I buy what you're saying, and yes, you can feel it, you can say it, but there should be no gravitas to it. There should be no, I buy it because Joe said it. Joe said Pods is a future all-star. So he knows because he's on the inside. He doesn't know.
Yeah.
He's a businessman.
Well, if Jerry West, rest in peace, would have said it, now you can look at that and go, okay.
Now we're cooking with
gas. This dude played in the association. Right. He's the logo for crying out loud.
Right.
So I'm with you to that extent.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not Steve Kerr was put off by that or kind of it irks him a little bit, I get it.
Maybe not in the moment, but maybe now because it looks like Brandon's, again, trying to prove something that he doesn't need to prove.
Perhaps. And I think that this is just, for me, garden variety sophomore slump where now your Pods and now you show up on scouting reports. And if I'm scouting the Warriors and I'm thinking about stopping them defensively, I'm not worried too much about Pods beating me from 3. That's my scouting report.
Yep.
And I look at the board and I put all 12 players in the rotation up there and I have a separate column of no need to guard, NNTG. The NNTG guys, there's about 5
There's
of them.
There's a lot of us, half the team.
Right. So that for me becomes a bigger issue.
Except for they just acquired a need to guard guy.
Yep.
And I know the concept right now is we get, there's more days off here for the Warriors. They play again on Thursday. And the thought is that Dennis Schröder will be in that game, and that means no more Pods. I don't know if that's what it actually means, but that's kind of what fans think right now. Mike Dunleavy addressed this to a certain degree earlier this morning, what the acquisition of Schröder means for Brandon Pajemski.
I think this move for both him and Steph is something we view as additive and helps them. Brandon was really, really good last year, and I think part of it was having Steph and CP, 2 other handlers alongside him. And so I think this move enables Brandon and Steph to always be on the court with another handler, whether it's the 2 of them or Dennis and Brandon or Dennis and Steph. So I think it makes a lot of sense. And again, I think this is something that boosts and helps Brandon. So we feel good about it in that regard as well.
Okay. That's what Mike Dunleavy said about this situation. It boosts, it helps. It also means fewer minutes, right? I would think.
Well, what it means is fewer minutes for everybody because we're back to a 12 or 13-man rotation because you took an unplayable, physically damaged player and replaced him with an actual player.
Maybe we start cutting it down.
I don't know. I mean, they haven't really shown that, and now you go from D'Anthony Melton, DNP, due to a terrible knee injury, and you add in Dennis Schröder, a guy who's going to command 25 minutes or so, and you realize only Steph is averaging more than 30 minutes a game. And Wiggins is at 29 and Draymond's at 29. So the whole thing right now is built on everybody's getting between 15 and 25 minutes.
I mean, they only played 10 last night. Moody's still hurt.
Yeah.
Was Moody out?
He was in streets last night.
Moody was in streets, right? But they only played, I mean, I know some guys got in for Garbaggio time. Pat Spencer got in for a minute. But essentially, 10 players played last night, and Pods only had 16 minutes, and that's before Schröder showed up.
Yes, and that is the fewest minutes he's played since they took on the Spurs back in late November.
Yeah.
He had 8 straight games of at least 23 minutes before that. So maybe that is the situation. And I heard Austin in San Jose call the earlier show and say G League. He said
for pods?
Pods to the G League.
And
I mean that's
an interesting idea. I mean,
you would miss his glue guy stuff, but maybe he goes down there and works on his shot.
Like
you
can take, and sometimes it's like seen as a punishment. You can take dudes that have established themselves in the league and be like, you got something you need to work on, so go do it. The Giants did it with Camilo Doval last year.
Good call.
Sent him to sack.
Yep.
Now, they were trying to send a message also.
True.
They weren't big on his behavior. I don't think Pods is misbehaving, but there's no shame in that. There's no shame in that.
Only if you take it as
maybe
shame.
There's a little bit of shame in that.
Well, it depends on how you take it, right?
Yeah, you got to, come on, man.
It helped Jordan Poole.
Yes. You got to, I don't know. If Steve Kerr is pounding on tables after games because Pods is, quote, not getting the message, well, if you're not getting the message, you got to keep upping the message. And that would represent that. Jack in the city wants to talk about trade ideas. Hey, Jack, thanks for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious a trade needs to be done. These young guys have shown over the last few years to not be much more than role players. And, when Steph and Dre are gone, what do we have? A bunch of role players that aren't going to be anywhere close to competing for a championship? Why don't we give Steph and Dre another shot? They've proven that they're worthy of it. And, if we're bad when they're gone, so be it. We'll have a high draft pick rather than being a middling team. But, the problem is getting the right trade done where you can actually be a contender, I think, is the hardest part.
Well, no doubt. So, Jack, thanks. Just to reiterate my point, I don't know. I'm like you, Dibs. I don't know if the deal's out there. I get it. It looks complicated. Jimmy Butler and LeBron James do not woo me the way those names would have a couple of years ago. So I get the complexity of it, and I don't want to, bet the farm and get no payoff and all of that. My general point is this. Without knowing what's available, I would be very, very open to the Warriors aggressively helping this current team if the right deal presents itself, because I don't think 2 years from now you really have anything. And I say that, I know it sounds offensive to Kuminga and Pods and others, but that's not how I mean it. Anybody in the NBA has a few good players. Washington has a few good players. Detroit has a few good players. And 2 years from now, the Warriors would have a few good players. And they too can win 17 games. So you're starting over, whether you've got a few good players or whether there are guys who will be on that team who we've never even heard of yet because they're still in college or high school. Whatever. You're starting over. So I just don't think we're risking as much as you think we're risking with the idea of a mortgage for the now. That's all.
Yeah, I think that you're risking more than you think when you're talking about trading Jonathan Kuminga at 22 or, Podziemski, Pakowski. He's a nice player. To me, that's less about, giving up a big-time asset, but what you do have is a rotational player who makes almost nothing, and there's value in that. And Moses Moody is a guy whose contract kicks in next year, so there's value in him this year making just 5.8. I also look at this upcoming offseason where you're going to have Schröder and Payton and Looney all come off the books, and you're going to have a certain amount of room that you can work with in the free agent market. So it's not about make a trade by February or else forget it. You can ride this year out and try to do it this way with a 10-man, 11-man rotation and try again next year.
But hold up. Do you actually have that kind of room? Because what are you going to need to do with that money?
Potentially sign Kuminga.
There you go.
Or not.
So, you have to wrap that into the discussion. This isn't just as simple as, do you think Jonathan will be good in 2 years? This is also, how y'all feeling about $40 million? How y'all feeling about Jonathan taking all of the available cap space and more? Even though we all damn well sit here and admit he doesn't fit. I know
right now.
Yeah. But
I mean, he fits okay right now. I won't say he doesn't fit. To me, Jordan Poole didn't fit more than Jonathan Kuminga doesn't fit. Yes.
No, see, I don't see it that way.
Jordan Poole to me was too much. I need it. Dribble. I'm going to score. Kuminga, I think, is growing into a player who is better at playing in the system. Now, I don't think he'll ever be as good as Draymond and Steph. I mean, that's unfair.
I don't know if it's just about playing within the system as much as it is Draymond and Jonathan Kuminga essentially need to be deployed in the same spot to really be at the height of their powers. And therefore, it's preventative for both. So it's not even just about like his talent or his skill set as much as it is what maximizes Jonathan Kuminga. And the fact that role is full here. And that's all. So that's what I mean when I say he doesn't fit. Like the now is Steph Curry. There's no way around that. That's this year and that's next year.
And Draymond Green.
Yeah. And so if Jonathan Kuminga, if there's a hard sort of wall that you need to penetrate for all those guys to function together at the height of their powers, well, then that means you're settling with this isn't going to go anywhere special for the remainder of Steph's career. Well, I think
you can make incremental moves to continue to get better. And in a 48-minute game where nobody's playing more than 30 other than Steph, so let's say that Draymond's playing about 30 and Kuminga's at about 26, well, that's 56 minutes, which means there's only really 12 minutes of overlap. Can Draymond play 12 minutes at the 5? Yeah, you can do that, and that's probably when you're at your best. So you can play Kuminga at the 4 with Draymond at the 5 in spots. And
limited minutes, though.
But that's honestly when you're at your best. And right now, Steve doesn't have a lot of faith in Trace Jackson Davis to play the 5. He's not playing very often. Kevon is a matchup 5, so Draymond's going to have to play 5 if you're going to be good at all this year.
Yeah, no, you have to, but you have to do it in spots. And so, I see these two things as working against one another. The Warriors are at their best when Draymond is at the 5, but he can only play limited minutes there. And then in the very next sentence, we're like, we got to roll with Jonathan and see what he can do. It's information gathering time for Jonathan Kuminga. Well, not really, because the information you want comes at the expense of Draymond Green and his energy and his health and all of that. And so there just isn't enough time and space to make this all work together. I don't know, man. He's a good player. And he may have to stay because there may not be the right deal out there. But I am not losing sleep over losing Jonathan because in 2 years you're starting over anyway. That's the way I see it. You can certainly weigh in on that. And in fact, changing your scheme to fit a player like the Warriors might need to do for Jonathan Kuminga, but they won't do it. You'll be interested to hear this because apparently they are interested in doing it for someone. We'll tell you who. Let you hear that in a moment. 888-957-9570. Also, Doc Pandia is 18 minutes away, and we need to get to what Tom Pelissero said about Brock Purdy and his potential contract. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Also sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com. It's Willard and Dibbs.
It's Bonta Hill. Life and hectic schedules can cause tension. Stretch Lab is here to help you recharge and unlock your body's full potential with the power of stretching.
Curry goes behind the back. Lob. Kuminga for the dunk right at the rim. A beautiful feed by Curry.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
And now we know why Dibs wants Jonathan to stay long term.
Let's go, JK.
Yeah, well, you are coming off a dub.
Finally.
You got that Packer game on Sunday night.
After tonight, I'm going to be hot now.
You got it now. You got a little two-step tonight.
Yep.
You're not hitting the parlay. You're not hitting the parlay.
The odds are that I get one of the two. The question is, which one will be right and which one is wrong?
I will tell you this.
It's a great question.
It is a great question. I have already laid a wager on one game.
Okay.
I have not touched the other game, and I will not tell you which game nor which team. But you will know if I start celebrating and clapping.
And you will.
And chanting fade.
Yeah.
Once I hear your selections, which are coming up soon.
I'm 21 wins, 22 losses on the year, which puts me down 3.2 units with the standard juice added in.
I want to let you know, I checked with sources deep in the NBA community, and Dennis Schröder also thinks that your picks stink.
There's no way.
No, I did. I checked with him. And he thinks your picks stink.
We actually need to get that recording because I'm sensing there's got to be some sort of a German accent. And we've got...
Probably. I've never heard the guy talk.
We've got Kuminga and his great tone. We've got Guy Santos.
Yep.
Your picks stink.
Bay Area, it's Guy Santos here. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
It could be my favorite.
It's pretty good.
Although the Kevon one hurts the most. And you don't have to play it.
Bay Area, it's Kevon Looney. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
So strong.
How?
And I love him.
Sit down. You couldn't see it, but he gave you the too small after that.
Yeah. I mean, between he and GP2, two of my most favorite Warriors, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, seriously. Anyway.
Yeah, Guru thinks your picks stink, too.
Well, the picks are in.
Anyway.
We'll share them later.
Can't wait to hear them. Does this bug you guys, though? Mr. Kuminga guy over there, and Grandy brought this to my attention. Does this bother you? Listen to what the guys said about Schröder joining the team. First of all, this is post-game last night from Draymond Green and talking about Dennis Schröder and fit.
I don't think he was necessarily brought here to fit. We play a certain style of basketball that he does not really play. And I don't think the goal is to get him to play the style of basketball that we play. We need someone that can do the things that he does. And so I'm looking forward to us adjusting to him. Not necessarily, he'll have to adjust to some things, and he's a pro. He understands that. But we have to adjust to him because he's bringing something that this team needs. And to just, to just think or make him fall in line of what we do, we wasting our time and even bring him here. Because we need somebody that can do what we necessarily don't do.
Does that bother you at all?
Not really, no. Because I think about, and the example I'm going to give is not to give it to say that this player is that player, but when Kevin Durant came here, you adjusted what you did for Kevin Durant because he doesn't play the way that you play.
Sure, top five player in the league.
Correct. And, Kevin Durant is an automatic bucket, but you definitely changed the way you approach offense when he was on the floor. You did a lot less running around that you do now. And I think Schröder's the same way, where he's a guy who's going to need the ball in his hands more. He's going to look to get his out of certain sets that are not necessarily what you normally run. So it doesn't bother me. It actually is an astute observation from Draymond Green.
Okay. Same subject, Mike Dunleavy, earlier today.
The play style stuff, rotations, all that's on Steve. We've talked about it thoroughly, though, and I think he's open and aware to some of the strengths Dennis has and what he can bring to the table. It's no secret we need to improve offensively, and sometimes making some shifts in what you're doing and philosophically is the right way to go about things. So we'll see how that unfolds, but yeah, we know who Dennis is as a player. We know what we're acquiring, and in order to play to his strengths, we may have to shift some things.
Can we bring Grandy in? Grandy, does that bother you at all? Because you kind of said to me like, "Whoa, you guys will adjust for Schröder, but you won't adjust for Kuminga."
I mean, obviously it's different skill sets, and Schröder's more of a ball handler and a creator and a distributor more so than Kuminga is. But what has hurt the Warriors the most recently? It's scoring the basketball in clutch times. It's lost them so many games. And I don't know, if you're a little less stubborn about the way that you play and you just give the ball to Kuminga and run pick and roll with Andrew Wiggins, that might work more than Stephen Curry trying to beat a triple team at the top of the key over and over.
Do you really think that it would? Do you? Like, just search that for me. I know that we're frustrated.
They have had terrible closing game stretches.
No question. No question. But are you guys really in that camp? Let's just give Jonathan the ball. Let's ride.
You saw how they closed the game at home against Houston without Steph, without Draymond, led by Kuminga and Wiggins.
No doubt.
How did they close the game in Houston with Steph and with Draymond?
It's a fair rebuttal. It's a fair rebuttal. But if I ask you that, are you guys, Dibs, are you confident that Jonathan Kuminga, here's the ball, dude, and he's a bucket getter late in basketball games?
Well, he can be. And I think the counter to that is, if you're not going to do that, if you're not going to give him the ball and let him cook, so to speak, then what good is he out there on the floor? Because he's not a great post-up, catch-and-shoot, corner three-point shooter or above the break, as Tim Roy so eloquently always says. So if you're not going to use Kuminga in that way, then why bother having him out there?
Well, okay, let's go there for a second. Let's say, all right, let's do that. Well, then this will sound so ridiculous the first time you hear it, but I kind of believe this. If you're going to do that, then what good is having Steph out there?
Because Steph is a guy that is going to run screen and roll with Draymond, and Steve Kerr actually said that to us last week when we had him on in his weekly spot. That is always going to be their best play. They've been doing it for more than 10 years.
I think what's being proposed, though, is not doing that and running it through Jonathan Kuminga. And my argument would be is when you give the ball to Jonathan Kuminga, it kind of ends there. He's not a good passer. He's not going to break people down and find Steph Curry in the corner for a three. He's not going to do that.
Right, you can do both. And what I think I hear Grandy, well, every trip down the floor doesn't have to be the same thing. And what I'm hearing Grandy say is kind of what I'm seeing late in games, and this is what I asked Steve last week, is it seems like under 4 minutes, what they do is Draymond screen for Steph. If they double Steph, pass back to Draymond, Draymond create, Steph runs around, let's try to get it back to him. It seems like that's all they do. If you have Kuminga out there, maybe one trip you do that. Screen and roll, Steph and Draymond. One trip it's isolate Kuminga and let him try to cook. And I think that Schröder is, from a usage standpoint, more like Kuminga than he is Steph. He's kind of a combination because he can create.
Yeah,
he can pass and create. And I don't think Kuminga at this point in his career, to your statement, he's not quite that player yet where if you ran a screen roll for him and he comes off the screen, he's going to look to get downhill. He's not going to look to get in the paint and maybe kick it out and find somebody.
He's going to shoot the thing whether it's there or not.
Exactly.
Well, that's not...
Well, I think that there's
value. That's not great offense in the NBA.
But there's value in that because he can get to the rim and get to the foul line.
Mm-hmm. And what's the problem with that?
Well, he hasn't made it at a high rate. But the other thing is what you're doing in the end of games right now is screen for Steph, and teams are just trapping him. And so he's either got to shoot a 30-footer contested, or you give it up, and then now you're left with what?
Yeah, I don't argue that. I don't argue that what they're doing is working. I'm certainly not going to argue that. It's not. But the acquisition of Dennis Schröder to me is more about that and having another ball handler and another scorer and another person who can both knock down a shot but also create one for someone else. I don't know, man. The Kuminga thought, again, it's nothing against the skill set. I don't think that that's winning basketball, even if it's being done at the highest of levels. Like, talk about what you guys are saying about Jonathan Kuminga and what you wish the Warriors would let him do is basically James Harden basketball. And there are a few others around the league doing it. And what they don't do is win. They don't win. It doesn't work.
Well, you're talking about a whole game of that. I think that there are spots and there are times when you can, if your closing lineup is Steph and Draymond and Wiggins, because Wiggins has been really good, and then you can put in either Buddy Hield or Slow-Mo, depending on the matchup, and then you have Kuminga. I do think that there's space for Kuminga to, at times, on possessions, get the ball and attack, depending on who is guarding him. What I'm seeing too much is just the garden variety, high screen for Steph, and, it either works or it doesn't work. And if Steph gets double teamed, which defensively, that makes the most sense. If you've got other non-scorers on the floor, just get it out of his hand.
I mean, take a look at last night, right? If you put the ball in Luka Doncic's hand, right? What happens if the Warriors run at him? Like really run at him and double team him? What happens?
He's going to find the open player.
Start spinning it around, and what happens? Three-pointer over there, three-pointer over there, three-pointer shooter, three-point shooter over there, and a big guy in the middle. But the Warriors don't do that.
Because they don't have that.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. So what do they need to do? They got to go get that. They got to go get that. This is, to me, and that's why I fall back on it doesn't fit. And I hope repeatedly that doesn't sound like me saying Jonathan Kuminga is not a good basketball player, or even that we know exactly who he's going to be someday. But I just don't see how it's okay to ask Steph to do this. You're 6'2". You're going to get into a pick and roll up high, and you're going to come off. You're going to get double teamed. You're the tiniest guy on the floor, but you're Steph. So if you do have two trees in your face, you're either going to get around them at least enough to create openings on the floor for others. And who's waiting for you? It's Pods and Kuminga. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's more slashing players who are not good at knocking down a three. You can, to me, don't get mad at Steph or Kuminga. Get mad at the way the game has evolved. Like that's what Oklahoma City's doing. It's what Minnesota is doing. It's what Dallas is doing. The Warriors do not have enough three-point shooting and spacing. And so we can bang our head against the wall and continue to get more information on Jonathan Kuminga all we want. But I just, these three players who are at the core of the Warriors right now, it's just puzzle pieces that don't fit, if you ask me.
I think they do fit, and they fit at certain times and in certain situations. And I would like to see the offense be a little bit more diverse when we get down late in games. And, Steve told us last week that is their best play, and it's worked for the better part of 10 years. And I get that, but I do think that there's space for other things, whether it's Wiggins attacking or Kuminga attacking, putting the defense into different spots other than the same old high screen and roll.
Morning Roast Doobie Awards coming Friday this week, okay? Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale, 6 to 10 a.m. Food and drink provided. Handing out awards, including the coveted Roaster of the Year. Bonte and Shasky will be wearing tuxes. I think it's very funny that is on the list of, these are the 3 reasons why you should listen and go. Bonte and Joe will be dressed up.
I wonder if they own their own tuxedos or if these are going to be rentals.
I would think lesser of them if they do own their own tuxedos.
Lesser?
Yes.
Oh, I would think greater.
Rent that sucker.
Oh, you got to own that thing.
You're a radio person. What are you doing with a tux?
Shasky and Bonte are both men about town who it would benefit. And if you have a tux that you own and you can still fit into it, it's a lot cheaper than having to rent one for $1.25, $1.50 a pop.
That's a big old if right there.
I used to work at a tux shop, so I had actually a couple of tuxedos.
You have done too many things. Do you know that?
Someday on a slower sports news day, I will share some of my stories from the...
This is why you're 56 and there's certain sentences that come out of your mouth that sound like you're 88 years old.
I worked in a tux shop in Northridge in 91, and there's some stories there now. Some for air and some not for air. I'll share down the road.
Because in the back of a tuck shop, that's where it goes down, brother.
Dude, you have no idea what goes down in the warehouse.
That's true.
Warehouse manager.
Details, if you want to RSVP, 957thegame.com. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Let's do it out to the River Islands guest line. Time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hey, Doc, how are you?
I'm doing good, and I don't own a tux, so I'm with you, Mark. I don't own a tux.
Yeah. You just went up on my chart, and you were pretty high to begin with. Yep. Hey, Doc, Dre Greenlaw, talk to us. What did you see with his play, and then how concerning is the fact that his knee started to, quote, feel funny?
So number one, in terms of his play, I mean, he looked phenomenal. I mean, typically you would expect that there would be at least 2 to 3 games where you see a drop down in performance. And you didn't see that. You saw him out there. He was leading the team. I mean, he was the highlight of that game in the first half. And the soreness afterwards, you're going to expect that. I think that anytime a player has been away from football, they're coming off of surgery, there's going to be some soreness, whether it be in the Achilles or in the knee. And I was glad that they were precautionary. If this was the regular game, he hadn't had his Achilles, issue, and this was last season, he probably would have kept playing. But I think caution is better, especially the way this season is going. But he looks great, and I think this is the reason why, even though you're quote-unquote structurally healed at 6 months, you wait till month 9, month 10 to get back. So your performance can be good, and you've gotten all the time to get all that strength and confidence back in your leg.
My instincts are to ask about Devondre Campbell and his hurt feelings, but I'm not sure if you cover that with your medical degree, so I'll stick with Greenlaw. Is it pretty standard to have these companion injuries where, it was kind of the knee and a little bit of the calf tightness? Is that something where overcompensation can lead to those little ailments?
Yeah, I think it's a combination both of the overcompensation and his body hasn't really gone full speed, since the time he played last year at the end of the season. So I think it's a combination of the compensation. It's a combination of this is how players typically feel if they have a preseason, if they're kind of, game 1, game 2, game 3 of the preseason. He just jumped right into, kind of big time football. So not surprising at all, but very consistent with where he came back in the season and what his injury was.
Let's keep it with the Warriors now for a second, Doc. And this one's a little off the beaten track, but I wonder how you feel. When DeAnthony Melton went down, and obviously his contract's now been traded to Brooklyn, but he's a free agent at the end of the year, and the Warriors quickly expressed how much they loved this guy and made a big deal about potentially being able to bring him back. But he was acquired injured. Now this is a new injury. Should the Warriors want to bring him back? What is his future with all those injuries?
Well, I think the first thing is that you look at those 2 injuries. You look at the knee and the back. Unrelated, obviously this was kind of more the knee is bad luck. The back was something that, kind of flared up a little bit early on in the season, but didn't seem to be anything serious based on what was reported. I think when you look at players coming off ACL injuries, the big factor, number one, is how old they are. He's a young player, so that's working in his favor. Number 2 is most NBA players now coming off ACLs actually have very good careers coming off of them. It's just like Achilles. You used to be this career ender, now they're going to play well. So I think that's number 2. And the number 3, a more subtle thing, is that, initially when he had this injury, people weren't sure, is it a full tear? Is it a partial tear? Is it kind of a sprain? There were all these debates in terms of like how bad the injury was. Typically, when there's some disagreement about the degree of injury to that ACL, that usually means that there's some ACL in general that's probably left there. Your risk of having secondary meniscus and cartilage damage, all that stuff you get worried about, is a little bit less because you potentially have some ligaments still hanging around if that was the case with him. So once again, that's another factor that goes in saying, hey, yes, he needed surgery. This may not have been as severe as we all think, and he's going to come back playing at the same level or close to it next season.
One player we all can't wait to watch again is Moses Moody, who's been out with the left knee soreness. With each passing game and practice that he misses, does the concern grow or does it diminish knowing that he's taking care of it the right way?
I think this is truly just kind of like tendonitis, overuse. There's nothing structural going on. And I think the more time they give him to get better, the less likely this is going to flare back up. I think where a lot of these tendonitis type issues, if this is what it is, kind of creep up, is that you take 2 games off, and you played, and you're kind of on the bench again. So it's better to take time off. I haven't heard any reports about there being an MRI or some structural issue, and he seems to have this career record of having healthy knees. So I think more than anything else, they've got other players who can kind of jump into a spot right now. It's early in the season. Let's get this kind of all taken care of for him and then kind of work him back into the rotation as well.
Doc Pandya with us, Willard and Dibbs. Now, Doc, I want to be very clear here. I never, ever, this is in ink, never, ever root for injury. Ever. But I have a lot of friends who would not mind if Patrick Mahomes were out for the year. I'm just saying.
Oh, fantasy.
Reported high ankle sprain today. What are your thoughts on the Mahomes situation?
Yeah, so I think they reported that it was quote unquote a mild high ankle sprain. So it doesn't seem like it'd be one of those injuries that's going to keep him out for the season. And this is one of the things that happens when professional athletes get MRIs all the time. Eventually you get MRIs, you're going to see some inflammation or some degree of injury somewhere when an athlete may not necessarily have symptoms there, or it's pretty minor. They would just typically, if you're a high school athlete or a college athlete, you just brush it off. So the fact I think they reported that it was mild, he's day-to-day, see how it feels, not super concerning. I think in general, the fact that he wasn't like carried off on a stretcher, limping a little bit, is probably a positive sign. So I think with these kind of mild, quote unquote, high ankle sprains, which pretty much means there's some inflammation there, it's really day to day and how you feel. And I think Mahomes has even had one of these in the past as well too. So he's shown a tendency to be able to play through pretty severe stuff. But it sounds like it's mild and sounds like he'll be able to play. So I think hopefully your friends are not upset that he's going to be back on the field, if not in 1 to 2 weeks, based on what they're reporting.
Okay. And remember, by the way, like he played yesterday, and they've got 2 more football games in the next 9 days.
Yeah. So that may be one of those things where they're like, you know what, this might be a little bit too much stress. Let's take a week off, or take those 2 games off, not because they need him to, if it was the playoffs, but just because, you know what, we've got more games coming up. Let's take it off just to be safe.
Yeah. Hey, Doc, great stuff. Thank you as always.
No problem. Take care, guys.
All right, Doc Pandia, the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. The Chiefs host Houston Saturday. Houston is favored.
Wow.
Houston is favored.
For Saturday.
So odds makers are telling you that they think he's going to miss this game.
Yeah, I get that. And if you look at the situation right now, Kansas City is got a little bit of a cushion. You got a 2-game cushion to be the 1 seed.
Game and a half, actually, right?
Because of the Buffalo's
loss. Got the tiebreaker.
Fair enough. And Buffalo is, a dangerous team. And
they're playing cupcakes the rest of the way. Two Patriots and a Jets.
But you do have a little bit of wiggle room if you're the Chiefs.
You do.
I don't think that being the 1 seed is the end-all, be-all, so you're not going to push Patrick just to try to chase wins. You maybe rest him for a week and see if you can still beat Houston, which Houston's been a little bit of an enigma, up and down, playing better now, but we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, yet a lot of these playoff spots are already pretty well secure. There's not a lot of openings still out there.
The AFC, it feels like you can already tell everybody who the 7 playoff teams are. There's jockeying for position, but I'd argue you already know who the playoff teams are. It's Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Houston, Kansas City, Denver, and the Chargers.
Most likely, yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it. The next on the list is 6 and 8.
Yeah, some work to do.
So someone's going to have to turn over a 2-game deficit in 3 weeks, which seems unlikely.
It does.
Seems unlikely.
Yeah. And for the Niners, not yet totally lost. And I shared this with the group.
Stop it.
There is a path.
Yes.
There is a path. And
yes, it's an absurd path.
Maybe I need to spend more time with my family.
It's longer than the yellow brick road.
It's really not that long.
But
what it involves is you do need the Rams to have a tie.
You need Santa Claus to be real.
You just need a tie.
Which he is.
Yeah. I can't believe you just did that.
No, he is.
Rams lose to the Jets.
You better be careful.
I'm just saying, we don't have confirmation. I've never met the guy.
Rams lose to the Jets and tie Seattle, and they lose to Arizona.
Stop right there.
Seattle loses to Minnesota and Chicago, and they tie the Rams. Sure. Arizona loses to Carolina. They got to beat the Rams. They lose to the Niners. The Niners win out. They win the West. What's so hard about that?
You lost me at someone needs to tie somebody. What are we doing?
They just need the Rams and Seattle tie. We got action.
Forget about it.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Get out of here with that. Are you kidding me?
No, you're saying there's a chance.
Well, there is a chance. It's not a good one.
They're out.
And don't get me started on the wild card scenario.
By the way,
but you want Atlanta to lose tonight.
I'm so confused by your question.
So, you laid all this stuff out, and you left out that the Niners need to win the next 3 games in a row, which is already that in and of itself sounds absurd in this moment.
I'm just going to say this, and I'm going to mean it for the first time all year. The Miami game is a must-win. It's actually a double must-win.
Lions might be gettable now too.
Yeah.
Do they have enough players to field the team?
And they did lose 3 defensive starters.
For the year?
And David Montgomery.
Yeah, David Montgomery is out for the year.
McNeil,
yes.
torn ACL.
And their nose tackle.
Carlton Davis III, fractured jaw.
Right.
And then their nose tackle, the other corner, Khalil Dorsey, season-ending ankle injury.
Oh.
3 defenders and David Montgomery.
And the defense was already ravaged by injury.
Correct.
And then Buffalo went up and down the field on him like nothing.
I'll text my buddy who's on the staff and ask him, what's the plan?
Buddy,
what's the plan, Detroit?
Can I say one last thing about Detroit, too? I know we got to go. Dude, Dan Campbell, I love the man. He's going to be a liability in the playoffs. You can't, you're down by 10 with 12 minutes to go and you tell them we're doing an onside kick. What are you doing? It's not whimsical and fun anymore.
Oh, it's both.
We're gonna go for it and go for it and go for it and go for it. Dude,
now's not the time to criticize Campbell.
No, it is. He lost the NFC title game for him last year.
They had a drop. The play was beautiful. He was open. Reynolds was open, and he has to catch the ball.
Kick the field goals. We're sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. On January 1st, tolls on the Antioch Bridge will go up $1. Don't wait for the invoice. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. It's the most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started at BayAreaFastTrack.org. Okay, 888-957-9570. And, tucked into the weekend, did you hear what Tom Pelissero said about Brock Purdy and his contract? This is a game changer. We'll tell you about it next on Willard and Dibs.
Doesn't matter if you have one ass cheek and 3 toes.
question.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are confused with some things that have gone on this 49ers season. And I think we're about to head into the wait till you hear this portion of the show.
Yeah.
And it comes in 3 different fronts. Wait till you hear what Nick Bosa said about the Devondre Campbell situation. Wait till you hear what Diamador Lenore said about the Devondre Campbell situation. And wait till you hear what Tom Pelissero said about Brock Purdy and his contract.
Well, that I've heard, and that I think you kind of buried the lead. But the other two are super intriguing. And I stand behind me asking Doc Pandia about the hurt feelings from Devondre Campbell. I should have had an answer.
I thought it was a solid play. It was a solid play. Yeah.
That's a good question, Dibs. Yeah.
I don't know that he would have said that.
And I know that he's actually not cleared to play, and we talked about this on Friday about what the team should do, and I didn't have suspend him for 3 games on my bingo card. I didn't know that they could do 3 games for conduct detrimental, but that's what they've done.
That's what they did, and that will save them all of the money.
And they also now can recoup. They're going to try to recoup some of the bonus
that they paid. Bonus, right. Like I know you had mentioned, maybe you were kidding earlier today, that like this was kind of vindictive because it won't allow him to play anywhere else. Maybe, I doubt it. I think this is purely financial. Yes, they're livid, but I don't think, I think it's just about them saving every dollar they can, because why not? And yes, get out of here. We don't ever want to see you again.
And I do think there's a little piece of vindictiveness.
Or maybe it doesn't bother them. But I don't even think anybody else would pick him up. Do you?
Probably not. But, as we've mentioned before with GMs and team constructs, not all 32 teams are cut from the same cloth of running things and doing business the right way. In every major sport, there's probably, a fifth of all franchises that are run very poorly. Baseball, basketball, football.
You might be low. You might be low with your call there.
Yeah, a fifth, which of 30 would be, 5 or 6, actually.
Take the over.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the point is, if you do just cut him right away, an emotional cut, I would imagine some team might just pick him up and throw him on special teams.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I think he walked off an NFL field for the last time last Thursday night.
I agree with you.
I really do. So, look, lot to jump through on this. Why don't we let you hear what Bosa and Diamador Lenore said about this? The Pelissero stuff on Brock Purdy is important. We'll get to it. We also need to double fade the dibber tonight with 2 Monday Night Football games, one starting at 5, one starting at 5:30. Nick Bosa says he heard Devondre Campbell complaining before the game even started.
I actually did. In the locker room before the game, I heard some complaining. I was going to say something, didn't, because I didn't want to create more of a distraction, but kind of felt it. I kind of saw the foreshadowing, and I definitely didn't think it was going to result in that. Didn't know it happened during the game, but...
Do you regret not saying anything now?
Not really. No. If he was going to do that, then he's not the type of guy to be here. So.
Okay, what do you make of that? Nick says that he heard the complaining before the game, was going to say something, didn't, and then doesn't regret it because essentially, if that's how you feel, get the hell out of here.
It's a fine line because if Devondre Campbell at his locker saying, oh, blank this, I'm not even going to play then. I don't even know why I'm putting on my pads. They better not try to get me out there to play football because I'm not playing football. Well, if he hears that, then you got to go to your head coach or you go to your coordinator and say, hey, this is kind of going on. Or if Campbell's just at his locker muttering to himself, This is some blank and bull blank, and I'm not happy at all. I'm Devondre Campbell. I'm a veteran in this league, and I don't feel good about myself right now. Well, then it's a little bit more of a gray area, you know what I mean?
I do, but to me, once you're there, it's too late. It's not like the Niners can put a new inactive list out. You're right before the game starts. It's too late. Your uniform's on. And the only thing I would say, or Nick could have said, is almost like, and I don't mean threaten him, but is like, dude, we may need you tonight.
You got to do it like Bosa if you're going to do it. That's a 4.
Yeah,
Devon, DC, we might need you.
Yeah.
Dre's
I'm ecstatic about that.
Dre's coming off a serious injury. We may need you out there.
We need to make your career great again.
And DFF, it's a 3.
Sorry.
DFF is already kind of hampered. We're going to need you to play just in case.
Sorry, Grandy was shaking his head too. I'm sorry. Anyway, point being is Nick is powerless in that moment. If Devondre is going to be a dummy, Devondre is going to be a dummy. There's nothing anybody could do about it. Here's what Diamador Lenore said about it.
When he first got signed, I was thinking in my head, we got another guy that we can add, to the defense, that can contribute. For that to happen and him to do that, I just lost all respect, because I'm a person that's going 110% every play. So if I'm hurt, and the guy behind me is not backing me up and can't come in or don't want to go in, so I just feel like that's a cancer to the team.
Called him a cancer to the team, lost all respect. I mean, at a certain point, I don't know how long this commentary goes on from the 49ers, because now it's water under the bridge. I get it. It's super offensive. It's frustrating. I can't believe that it went down that way. But he's suspended. He's made his last dollar from the Niners. He's probably played his last play in the league. And that's it. And so you wipe your hands together and move on.
And I think that they all will now. I don't know how many more questions there will be when the news comes out today. I saw it from Nick Wagoner on ESPN that the team has suspended him for 3 games, which, unless they make a miraculous playoff run, which they won't, less than 1% chance that they make the playoffs, that's it for his season, and that's it for his time as a Niner. And I'm with you as far as his career in the league. I can't imagine another team looking at Devondre Campbell as a guy you would want, especially when you look at how he played this year, which was mostly not good.
Mediocre at best.
He did have a couple of better games, which is the frustrating part, because he was actually starting to play a little bit better over the last month of the year. And Demetrius Flannigan-Fowles was hampered himself, and he had to come in after you lost one linebacker with a bad neck, and then Dre Greenlaw was dinged up, and he had to go out. And so that would have been a nice time for you to come in and actually play football.
Yeah, would have been nice, yes. Yep. And I still think, the question that everybody wants to ask, I would think, if you were in a room with Devondre Campbell, is, dude, what exactly did you think was going to happen when Dre Greenlaw got healthy? And are you crazy? You thought you were still going to be the lead dog when Greenlaw got back? What's the matter with you? So anyway, onward. Tom Pelissero, one of the top reporters in the NFL, went on the Rich Eisen show, and what he said about Brock Purdy and a potential contract is really interesting and really worth your time. And we will give it to you in 5 minutes. But first, we need to double fade the dibs.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain.
Nostradiblis gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
All right, it's a double dose and an opportunity for you to not get back to 500, but get over 500. Right. Anyway, a double dose of dibs on a Monday night. And we start with the Vikings at home, where they are a heavy favorite against a Bears team that is coming off of an absolute butt whipping. The hands of the 49ers. It's a full touchdown, -7, that the hot Vikings need to cover so that they can join the Lions atop the NFC North. Dibs, what say you?
Vikings have won 6 in a row, and they would be 12-2 with a victory. And I'm a big believer in the dead cat bounce. When you fire a coach and you get a new coach in, that team usually responds and plays well. What Chicago certainly did not. And I look at this Bears team, and I think, they're better than their record would indicate, but not a lot better. And a Minnesota team playing for a lot, because the number 1 overall is still out there. Philly's 12-2. With a win, you'd be 12-2, making it interesting over the last 3. Minnesota's at home. This feels like a blowout to me. I'm taking Minnesota and laying the 7. Anyone?
I totally agree with you.
Chanting, clapping, singing?
I totally agree with you.
I was waiting for you to go cuckoosh.
And then, if he's right, an opportunity to get over 500 with the Atlanta Falcons. Viva Las Vegas, indeed. That's where they visit tonight against the Raiders, where they are laying on the road, having lost 4 in a row. They are laying 5.5. Desmond Ridder will start. Don't call him Raymond. Dibs, what do you say?
This is a pretty easy one for me because the Raiders are in a very unique spot where losing is winning. They're chasing the number 1 overall. They could fall to 2-12 alongside the New York Football Giants with a loss. This game opened at 4 and has climbed to 5.5. The money is in on Atlanta. Atlanta's a good team, and they're still chasing something. They've got an outside shot at still being a playoff team. They're going to need to win out. They're motivated. And let's be fair about the Raiders. They absolutely stink. It's an all chalk Monday. You take Atlanta. You lay the 5.5. Is this the one you already bet on?
No, I already bet on Minnesota. But I was waiting to see what you do on this one.
Yeah.
And just even the thought process that you're using, you said a sentence in there that I roundly reject.
It's losing season.
Atlanta is a good team. Oh, no, they're not.
Oh, sure they are.
They're terrible. They've lost 4 in a row. They got blown out in Minnesota last week. They got absolutely embarrassed 2 weeks ago in Denver. They lost in New Orleans 4 weeks ago. They are in a bad way. Kirk Cousins has got a bad case of the interceptionitis. They're terrible.
But he's not playing.
So are the Raiders. Kirk Cousins is not playing?
Oh, no, Ritter's playing for the Raiders. Sorry about that.
Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Anyway.
The Raiders are terrible, and the Raiders are motivated to lose.
Right. I hate this game. I would stay away. But the fact that you picked a 5.5-point road favorite on a Monday night just makes me feel like I'm going to be a Raider fan for one night.
Make sure that you use air quotes when you talk about a road situation because the Raiders aren't really the home team.
Yeah, but
their
Atlanta.
Players actually live there, and it's an indoor game, and that's where Atlanta thrives. And I think when you look at a Raider team, they're much more motivated to lose. They've largely given up on their coach. Their roster is bereft of real talent. And I know Atlanta's struggled, but I still think that Atlanta's got a lot more talent and a lot more bright spots. 31-17, Atlanta.
You might be right, but the segment is called Fade the Dibbers, and I will not have you be over 500. And Lucas, thanks a lot for nothing. Your role is to jump in and help me clap when I like a fade.
What are you talking about?
I
was clapping.
Way
He's
late.
clapping.
Way late.
I was fired up.
Late to the party. All right.
Odds are I split the games anyway. I'm 21-22 on the year, but don't let me get hot now.
Oh, God.
I'm not going to back you if you're arguing on behalf of Desmond Ridder, though. That's tough.
No, it's not on behalf of Desmond Ridder, but I do like his last name. That's it.
All right.
That's all I got. That's it.
Yeah. Any relation?
Hope not. Anyway, Tom Pelissero, one of the top NFL reporters out there, on the Rich Eisen show. I want you all to buckle up now. Take a listen to this with regard to Brock Purdy and his value.
With Brock Purdy, I think you have to look at it in the aggregate here. In his short career, because he took over, as a 7th-round pick and took over late in the 2022 season, he's already got 13 games with 120 passer rating, which is the most of any player ever over their first 3 seasons here. The efficiency numbers are really strong on him. And he's been a part of 4 playoff wins. I mean, the last 2 guys to reset the market were Dak Prescott and Lamar Jackson, who have 4 playoff wins combined. And wins are not a quarterback stat, but the point is they've found a way to win a ton of games with Brock Purdy.
Okay, hold that statement. And then now's when we want you to put your seatbelt on. And listen to this.
If a deal is going to get done, I would anticipate it is at the top of the quarterback market for all the reasons that I just said. Right now, that's Dak's number. That is $60 million per year. Are the 49ers willing to go to that? Or are they going to be in a situation where you could have a standoff with your starting quarterback into the offseason here? I mean, there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered here. There's no reason really for Brock Purdy to take a sub-market deal at this stage. The worst case would be he could always play it out. Lamar Jackson did that once upon a time. You gain even more leverage by doing that. Brock also hasn't made as much money as Lamar by virtue of being a 7th-round draft pick. But I don't think this is hey, we're going to make you the 10th highest paid quarterback. And Brock Purdy just saying, hey, where do I sign? Based upon his production, based on the playoff success, I'm sure he feels like he deserves to be paid at the top of the market.
Okay, and he ain't saying that willy-nilly. I promise you. That's based on conversations.
Right, so they're priming the pump. He and his agent are priming the pump in December off a down year where they don't make the playoffs through Tom Pelissero.
Yep.
It's standard stuff.
So begs a very, very simple question for everybody. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on this right now. If Brock Purdy and his agent come to the 49ers and they say, you want to keep me, you need to sign a top-of-the-market-ish extension. That's what I will accept. Okay, what do you do?
Well, then we start to do the dance that we always do. We don't just automatically capitulate. That would be a capitulation sensation.
Understood.
The Niners don't do that. So they're not going to immediately kowtow to Brock and say, 5-300. Does that work for you, Brock?
Okay, here's my issue. What if Brock were to say that to the Niners?
Through his agent.
Brock's going to, right. If his agent comes in and goes, Niners, explain this to me. Dak Prescott makes 60. Trevor Lawrence, for God's sakes, makes 55. If that's the going rate, you talk. Why am I doing the talking? Tell me why Brock is not worth that. What do you say, Prague?
Oh, I mean, yeah, we want to keep you, and you're probably worth that. But right now, we are not completely, under the gun to sign you. I mean, why don't we see one more year and see if you can get back to the top 5 MVP caliber player? Because what we saw this year was, closer to middle of the market than it was to the top of the market.
No thanks. I'm not showing up without a deal.
All right. Sounds good. Then you can show up when you want to show up, and we'll go out in the free agent market, and we'll get what we can get. We'll bring in Daniel Jones or a placeholder, and you can make your 1.1. And then, you can go ahead and, hang out with Jenna, and you can see if your endorsements continue to be there. Those will probably dry up, and maybe you move back in with your parents in Arizona just to try to cut corners and make sure that you can make ends meet.
The hardball is adorable coming from a couple people who talk on the radio.
They've done hardball before.
Not with their quarterback, they haven't. This is a completely...
and last time they did that, it was a mistake.
Yeah, completely different ball of wax. And I don't know that I would argue it was a mistake. I know people look back and go, Jimmy was overpaid. He brought you to a Super Bowl. I'm not going to act like the Jimmy Garoppolo era was bad simply because it ended in a funky way and he has not been a good player since. Well, there was a lot of success under Jimmy Garoppolo, and there's been a lot of success under Brock Purdy. And this would be my only argument. If you want to ask me, would I pay him 60? I'm with all of you. I'd say no. But the problem is, that's what it costs. That's what it costs. So the question isn't, you got to adjust the question. It's not would you give him 60. It's, do you want Brock Purdy to be your quarterback? Because if you do, you may well need to at least go to 55. And if you don't do that, that's fine. We could all sit here and listen to each other, but you better have, what's your plan B, boss?
Well, it just depends on how you structure it, too. You can pay him 55, and you can make the contract front-loaded, which is what they love to do. You can give him a big signing bonus, and so after a year or two, you can find a way to wriggle out of that contract if you see fit.
No,
and that's why
that's an
I've been
important
looking
point.
at the Daniel Jones contract as a great comp in terms of structure. Danny Dimes got 4 years and $160 million with the Giants, but it was front loaded to where they could get out of it after 2 years, and they did, or they got out of it after 3 years. Whenever they were able to wriggle out of it, that is a way you can create this, and you can make it serve both ends of it. You can give him $60 million. You can give him 4 years and $240 million, and you can make the guaranteed number only $100, and you can give him a $60 million signing bonus up front. Because one thing we've heard from everyone is that the Niners have a lot of cash on hand, and they like to do deals, restructures, and contracts where they pay a lot of money, actual dollars up front, and then it's a lot of funny money on the back end of it.
Completely. Like, I actually want to read to you. This was sent last night. I want to read to everybody a tweet or series of tweets from David Lombardi because he's not wrong. And we will talk about this in ways that work for our radio show and just sort of like the way fans want to talk about it. Because to get into the weeds of the cap and what's guaranteed and the actual guarantee and the real guarantee, blah, 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 the signing bonus, it gets very, very difficult to understand. But David is not wrong when he writes, there's so much clueless talk of APY, that's average per year, RE Brock Purdy. People tossing around 55 to 60 million without context. Here are the fully guaranteed dollar rankings. Familiarize yourself. Deshaun Watson, number 1, 230 million. Number 2 is Joe Burrow at 146.5. Number 3, Trevor Lawrence, 142. That's problematic. Brock's better than Trevor Lawrence. Lamar Jackson then at 135. Justin Herbert, 133.7, etc. David adds, and then there will be contract structure, which is the end-all, be-all for how 49ers can absorb this Purdy contract. Structure depends on fully guaranteed money, ... Yeah. I think y'all get the idea. So remove the 55 to 60 if you want. That's fair. The question for me is, however you want to look at it, average per year, total guarantee, Pelissero's words were top of the market. So why don't we just phrase it that way?
Sure.
Top of the market contract. Brock comes in, his agent demands it. You, the 49ers, say what?
You say, yes, you're going to do it because you don't have another choice. Your other choices are go into free agency and spend not quite that much, but a lot for a quarterback that may or may not fit, may or may not be as good, could be potentially better, but odds are not going to be dramatically better to be worth the risk. The other option would be to go in the draft. And I don't think this is a great quarterback draft.
Yes.
And you're not going to draft high enough to get Shedeur Sanders if you're so inclined.
And
so,
you should have PTSD on that idea.
Absolutely.
I would hope.
So the answer is yes, you pay him. One thing I learned from David Lombardi, and maybe we get him on over the next couple of days before we get heavy into Warriors, but when you do a contract with a signing bonus, the signing bonus can be prorated throughout the life of the deal. So if you want to say $60 million, it's a good round number. You're going to give him 5 years and $300 million, average annual of $60 million. That's a made-up number. That's funny money, fine. But let's say it's the same as Trevor Lawrence, $124 million guaranteed, and 100 of that is in a signing bonus. Well, that would be $20 million per year over the life of the deal. So it's not a $100 million hit right away, but you would give him $100 million signing, and then that would be $20 million cap hit a year. Added into it would be an actual salary. So the first couple of years of the deal would be a big, big number, and then it would get smaller, and it would be a contract that, if he played well, would eventually be torn up anyway.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I hope y'all heard what Dibs just said, because you went from let's play hardball to then you're like, well, no, you're going to do a deal. Like, that's where I sit. This isn't about, like, is he worth 60? This is about, are you convinced that Brock Purdy is your quarterback or not? And if the answer's yes, then you got to figure out a way to do business. And that's the Niners' job. And I am completely convinced that Brock Purdy is their quarterback.
Well, they're convinced.
Now and going forward.
They're convinced,
yes.
But remember who is in charge of contracts in Santa Clara. It's a guy named Parag Marante,
sure.
And he is not hardwired to roll over and lose deals.
That's true. That is absolutely true. But the last few weeks have made a lot of people kind of do and even I said it the other day. Maybe the contract is coming down. Maybe he's losing some juice. And this is obviously the start of the process of his agent saying no, he hasn't lost any juice. So a lot of people want to weigh in. We're coming straight to you. Gene, Nick, Rolando, Sam, 888-957-9570. If Brock wants top of the market and you're the Niners, what do? We'll take your calls coming up. This is Willard and Dibs.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things.
I'm not insulting Brock Purdy, but
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
This is going to hurt. It's going to hurt some people, I'm telling you. But to me, we're just in a moment. It's that U2 song, Stuck in a Moment and You Can't Get Out of It. You're stuck in a moment where you're questioning everything with regard to Brock Purdy. The much larger sample tells you, and to me, this is just the way I look at it. I try to avoid the whole, well, is he the most talented QB in the NFL? No, of course not. My question is different. Can you win with him? Can you win with him?
If you have a bunch of amazing players around him.
See, I don't agree with that.
This year you haven't, and this year you couldn't win.
But you're overstating it. What happened this year was cataclysmic. This has been an unbelievable list of challenges that the 49ers have had to face. And what happened for 2 years running before that, it's not to say that he didn't have a bunch of amazing players, but then again, look at some of them now. Deebo Samuel he's got Deebo. Well, not now.
He still has Deebo.
Yeah, but
and
not.
You said he hasn't lost a step.
I don't think he's lost a step. He has not been as effective this year. There might be a number of reasons for that. But this is, as we said, if we've stripped down the whole idea of a system quarterback being this negative thing, Kyle runs what Kyle runs. He's got players that do well with it. Brock is one of them. So to me, I don't think Brock has to have this, that, or the other. He still remains the 7th-ranked quarterback in the NFL this year, even with all of this bad play.
7th ranked in
QBR right now.
I got him at 9, but according to Football Reference,
top 10 QBR right now, he is number 7. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Kyler Murray, Jaden Daniels, Matt Stafford, Brock Purdy, Jalen Hurts, Jordan Love, Patrick Mahomes.
Interesting.
That's the report I see. We can look at
you at ESPN or
I'm at Lombardi's Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the actual Pro Football Reference. He's 9th. The point is all about the same.
Yeah, Brock Purdy,
top 10 quarterback.
He's not playing as disastrous as a lot of people want to say. I'm not going to sit here and argue that he's having a good year. It's not a great year. It's been a worse year than the last 3, the previous 2, I mean. But again, if you're asking, can you win with him? Is he good? If that's what you want to ask, and I think what you should be asking, then as Kyle Shanahan even stated last year when talking about receivers, if that's what they cost, then in a way, that's what you got to do. I'm not saying you got to just do whatever Brock tells you to do, but let's be real. You do not have some other better option sitting out there for you. I don't believe.
Well, you could pursue it, but it's not a slam dunk, easy, cookie cutter, other best option. And interesting what you said about PTSD. And I do think that as an organization, you hopefully learned your lesson about going into the draft and trading up. And look at that whole draft class. That whole draft class is mostly a mess. And, every draft class, and you get 6 quarterbacks in the first round. And I would bet that there are 6 quarterbacks that go in this year's draft in the first round, and 1 will be good, 3 will be probably mediocre, and 2 will be absolute train wrecks just among the first round.
At least.
And that's usually the way that goes. So if you're going to end up picking, and right now I think they're picking 12 or 13 or
low teens,
which is not where you want to be, by the way.
Nope.
That is complete draft class purgatory. So you're going to draft a guy 4 years plus a 5th-year option and hope he's good? No. Or you go into free agency and you look to pay somebody. And this year's free agency class, by the way, is not very good for quarterbacks. And you're going to overpay for a guy who is not very good, or you overpay for a guy who you can win with. To me, it's a no-brainer.
Here's what we're reacting to. We want to go to the phones. A lot of you want to weigh in. Tom Pelissero on the Rich Eisen Show over the weekend.
If a deal is going to get done, I would anticipate it is at the top of the quarterback market for all the reasons that I just said. Right now, that Stacks number, that is $60 million per year. Are the 49ers willing to go to that? Or are they going to be in a situation where you could have a standoff with your starting quarterback into the offseason here. I mean, there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered here. There's no reason really for Brock Purdy to take a sub-market deal at this stage. The worst case would be, he could always play it out. Lamar Jackson did that once upon a time. You gain even more leverage by doing that. Brock also hasn't made as much money as Lamar by virtue of being a 7th-round draft pick. But I don't think this is hey, we're going to make you the 10th highest-paid quarterback, and Brock Purdy just saying, hey, where do I sign? Based upon his production, based on the playoff success, I'm sure he feels like he deserves to be paid at the top of the market.
I guess here's another, this is what Tom is saying to me. Yes, the 49ers could sit there and go, gosh, but the Rams game, and then without, when people get hurt around you, they could do all that. Brock's argument is better. I think Brock's argument is better. Brock can sit here and look at all of these quarterbacks who've been paid that I've already outplayed in 2.5 years of my career. And what's the Niners' response to that? I don't know what a good one is. Let's start with Nick and Martinez. Hi, Nick. Thank you for calling Willie and Dibby.
What's going on, guys? How you guys doing today?
What's up? Good, ma'am.
All right. So I'm sick of the drama. I'm so sick of the drama. I mean, we started dealing with the Ayuk drama right when our season ended, right when he got into the locker room. It was contract talk. And this entire season has just been a dramatization sensation.
Nice, Nick.
And
well done.
Quite frankly, over it.
You know what's crazy, though, Nick?
Buckle up, Nick. It's just beginning.
It's not even started yet. Exactly.
Correct. It's only started. But my point is this. It actually has already started. That clock with Ayuk and with Purdy started a long time ago. Purdy even more so because you didn't think that he was going to be what he is, and then your number 1 draft pick fell through, and then Jimmy fell through, and this whole time you've been sitting on him, and you mean to tell me that as of right now, even him taking you to a championship, going through surgery, coming back, getting you to a Super Bowl, you still haven't made up your mind? That's crazy to me. That's absolutely bananas.
I think they have made up their mind,
Exactly.
Nick. I think it's fans who are just stuck. And
thanks, Nick.
They're stuck based on the number. And I said this in our group chat earlier. To me, the idea is should they or shouldn't they? But the organization's already decided, yes, we should, and yes, we will.
I
don't think that there's much debate inside 49 Centennial about, is he the guy?
No, but the debate could be about the structure of it. Because as you said, Parag likes to debate. I don't know what has been said to Brock's agent. There's a reason Tom Pelissero is on Rich Eisen's show talking about it. So this is the beginning of the negotiation. It started literally 2 seconds after the Niners were essentially eliminated from the playoffs. I know they haven't been mathematically eliminated, but they're not going this year. And the second they got eliminated, we didn't even make it to Monday morning of after the Thursday game without Brock Purdy contract talk. Here we are. And you're right. I don't think it's necessarily about do they want him or do they not want him. It's about the structure of the deal. And my whole argument would be this. Nick's right. This sucked last offseason. Don't do this again. It'd be even worse. It's your quarterback, number one. And number two, I just think there are too many of you who have jumped ship because the last month hasn't been good when there's already 2 plus seasons of data that suggest Brock Purdy's a really good quarterback. Is he one of the top 5 in the league? Maybe not. But that's not even what we're talking about. You don't only pay the top 5 quarterbacks in the league.
Right.
You pay the good ones. You pay the good ones. He's one of the good ones.
That's right. And I look at Jalen Hurts, who signed for 5 years and $255, $51 million per, and he got a guarantee of $110 at signing, and he got a big signing bonus as a part of it, and that was a couple of seasons ago.
2 seasons ago now.
Right. And so is he as good as Jalen Hurts? He's different than Jalen Hurts, but let's just put him in about the same neighborhood. 2 years ago, he got 51, and he got 110 guaranteed. So that to me is closer to the floor than it is the ceiling for what Brock's going to get.
I don't know why people think Brock would accept less than this. Is it because he's short and looks like an all shucks kid?
Completely.
Like
he's a sweetheart and he's never made anything. So why wouldn't he just take 40? That's life changing. He's only made $1 million, so why wouldn't he just settle for 40?
Yeah.
And also it would be the right thing, Mark, because then they could spend money to help the team around him.
It'd be nice.
That's what people think.
Yeah, but he's got an agent, and his agent's like, why would you do that? Why? I've heard people say in the last 24 hours, well, the Niners have all the leverage. No, they don't. They don't have a quarterback without him. Who's their quarterback?
Like a Dobbsy. Like a Brandon Allen.
What are they going to do if they don't have Brock? Like, honestly, what, Grandy? What do you got?
Oh, I was going to tell you got to hit a legal ID coming up in a second.
Who do you think I am, Steiny?
Time for the legal.
Time for the guest line.
Man. All right.
River Islands.
You're listening to River Islands Radio. No, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. I don't think you're crazy if you think the Niners shouldn't sign Brock. I think you're crazy if you think they shouldn't sign Brock and you don't have an answer as to what they should do.
Yeah.
What do you want them to do at quarterback?
Well, it's either free agency, draft, or elevate your backup, which is free agency, crapshoot, draft, PTSD, elevate your backup. You got to be bleeping me. So for me, you look at other contracts. Jordan Love, 4-year, $220 million,
yep.
55 per, signing bonus is $75 million. So that $75 million gets prorated over 4 years, and that becomes a deal that's much more workable if you have 2 more years of Brock. And again, it wouldn't kick in next year. Next year, you got bargain Purdy, and then high-paid Purdy, at which point, if you structure it right, after 3 more years, you might think, you know what? He's hit his ceiling. This isn't good enough. At that point, you can make a move.
Rolando in Napa is next up. Hey, Rolando, thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I just got off of work, and I want to chime in my 2 cents. I love listening to you guys, and you guys make all the daily traffic of the Bay Area go away. So I want to thank you guys. You guys do awesome work.
Appreciate you for listening, Rolando.
So here, I think you said it, Mark, a couple of days ago. Like, I don't want to hear to me, like, I'm trying to be as loyal as a diehard Niner fan, but I try to be realistic. Brock Purdy is a quarterback. I don't want the Niners to F this deal up. I don't want to, because I think you said a couple of days ago, Mark, like, I don't want to, this contract should be done right now. Because I'm telling you guys now, I better not hear any rumblings during draft in April where, contracts at standstill. The Niners are looking to trade up, or rumblings about Aaron Rodgers. No. I want the Niners to do what they did with John Lord. Get the contract done, out the way. I think this should be done at least before the season is done. That's what I think. And you know what? People are complaining about the money. Well, it's not your money. So, accept it. That's what I think, and I want your guys' opinion on that, where I think they should get the contract done, because I don't want the Niners to really F this up. We're going to late August. My fear is July, August contract are far apart. I don't want to hear that, because now we're dealing with another brand new situation. He's not in training camp. He's not working with receivers, and just snowball effect, and here we go again. So that's what I think. I want your guys' opinion on that.
Rolando, I don't know about dibs. I'm with you. I hope, we talk about PTSD. I hope the Niners have PTSD over the last 2 off seasons. Good Lord. If we're talking about this next August, the Niners deserve to be ripped.
Well, even April. And I was just looking at the dates in the NFL, because your first voluntary mini camp comes up in April. Mm-hmm. So if this is not buttoned up in April, I don't want to hear from the Brock Purdy camp that he's not going to go to voluntary mini camps, because that's when quarterbacks make connections with receivers. That's where a lot of the early foundations for seasons gets created. So if you're the quarterback and you're the leader of the team, and he is, you want him buttoned up before you get to April. And God forbid this is still unresolved heading into the draft, because he's right about, getting into the draft. It's like, who could the Niners maybe draft at 11 to come in and replace Brock if he's going to hold out?
I mean, who wants to go through that? That sounds like a screwdriver in the ear. Honestly, you want to do that, or you want to give $30 million a year for 3 years for Sam Darnold and hope that he looks the same with the Niners as he did with the Minnesota Vikings? I don't even know if he's going to be available.
Right.
Like, is that your answer? You know? And by the way, this idea, again, this is sort of a moving target. The idea of, quote unquote, a down year. Like, if Brock Purdy is actually having a down year, to me, that would suggest that you think he's incredible. Because if this is what a down year looks like, then that's all the more reason to sign him. He's still well over, not where you want him to be, but his touchdowns are well above his interceptions. He's still, no matter whose numbers you take, he's a top 10 rated quarterback in the NFL this year. Like, he's sitting there right next to the likes of Jaden Daniels and Kyler Murray and C.J. Stroud and Sam Darnold and Patrick Mahomes in terms of yardage and their ratios, not the ratios for Sam. His are off the charts. He's having a great year. But if this is what a, quote, down year looks like, then I want that guy. I want this to if this is the down year, because it's the only reason we think it's bad, I'd argue, is because of what you're comparing it to,
right?
Of himself.
Top 5 in the MVP last year, not as good this year. So were any of us thinking at all that he was going to match last year? Last year was one of the 20 best seasons by a quarterback ever, according to quarterback rating and so many other metrics, where he led the league in so many other categories. So there was going to be a step back, and he probably took 2 steps back, and at least part of it was because he didn't have the same talent around him. The offensive line wasn't as good. I don't think the scheme and the head coach were as good. The schedule was tougher. These are reasons, not excuses. But all of that put into the witch's brew, and you stir it up, and you go to serve it. What you're serving is the team still wants him around. It wasn't such a step back that the team is like, whoa, red flag city. Yeah. We got to do something else.
Well, we just get, look, this is fantasy football, and it's also machismo, I think. We get into this slot of, like, comparing him to other quarterbacks. And I don't know if that's really productive or the way it actually works. You know, if we're able to just draft anybody each year, if we could sign Josh Allen, sure, that'd be wonderful. If we could have Lamar Jackson, that'd be fantastic. Those things are not available. And Brock Purdy is well better than some sort of consolation prize. He is a top half of the league starting quarterback. Is he the best? No. But I don't want, that's not what I'm going for. I'm not trying to get to the end of the year and say, we've got the best quarterback. No, I want to win the Super Bowl. I want to win the Super Bowl. And those two things are not always the exact same thing. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are battling for the MVP this year. Neither one of them can win when it gets to the playoffs.
Neither one has been to a conference championship game, I don't think. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson?
Well, that was the conference championship game last year, no? Or am I wrong on that?
Oh, Kansas City, Baltimore. You're right.
Kansas City,
My
Baltimore.
mistake. Yeah. If you want to run Brock out and you're just dead set on doing something else, do yourself a favor and go to SpotTrack and look at the 2025 free agent quarterback list. In order of how much they make this year, Sam Darnold is number 1. He makes $10 million this year. He's the highest paid quarterback who will be a free agent. Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Jacoby Brissett, Taylor Heineke, Marcus Mariota, Drew Lock, Andy Dalton, Justin Fields. I think you get my drift. There is nobody who is going to be a free agent who is better than Brock Purdy. So then let's go to the draft. And the Niners right now are picking somewhere in the teens. So if you are in love with one of these college QBs, they're going to be gone.
Yep.
So maybe the Niners could package 2 first-round picks and move up, Mark, and draft. So what are we talking
Get
about
out of
here?
here with it, yeah.
Get out of here.
Sam in Oakland is next. Hi, Sam. Thanks for calling.
Great show, fellas. I'm
Thanks,
thinking,
Sam.
you're going to have the Niners have no choice. They have to pay this guy top dollar. If that's $60 million for 5 years, 4 years, that's just the way it is. That's the rate to get on the bus. Look at what guys are getting in baseball. Soto's getting $800 million. He's not a good base runner. He's not a good outfielder. Why is he getting the money? Because of his youth. So Purdy and his agent are saying, we need to capitalize on your youth right now. We need to max you out right now. And when people say he's going to get a pay raise, you're just going to insult this guy and make him mad. And you don't want to make a nice person mad like him. He's a nice person. Don't confuse that with weakness. when you can get away with something, because then you're going to see a side of him that you've never seen before, and you don't want to see that side. That's a side that he doesn't want to show people because he's a nice person. But you're going to insult him and disrespect him and take his niceness for weakness, and he's going to show you what a mean person can look like. And when it comes down to your team, you're going to pay the price. And as far as Sam Darnold, I think the Niners should have kept both of those guys. And unfortunately for Brock, he is short, and he's not going to be able to put the points up and do the things that Sam Darnold did because he's tall. Last year when Sam Darnold was competing against Purdy, I'm a fantasy football guy. I was seeing the way Sam Darnold was on Ayuk's fingertips all day, every pass, and I'm thinking to myself, we got Brock Purdy. He's awesome, but if I was good as coach and I could do it, I would put Sam Darnold in. I said the same thing in the Super Bowl. We got Purdy. Put Sam Darnold in. I know it sounds nuts, but he's going to put more points up. I honestly think we would have won the Super Bowl last year had we kept Darnold, and we would have done a lot better this year.
Sam, you have some interesting points in here. Thank you very much for calling. I do not see Sam Darnold the same way you do because I think it's just hard for me. It's hard for us to sort of take into account the situations that exist. I would more look at it this way. If Brock Purdy were in Minnesota this year, I think his numbers would be huge. He's got a phenomenal offensive line. He's got a phenomenal, healthy receiving core. He's got a really good offensive coach. So does Brock Purdy, but Kyle has not had a good year. This idea, first of all, they could not have kept Sam and Brock. Sam was not going to stay. He's blocked out from playing here. He went to a place where he knew he had a shot to play, and look what has happened. He's made himself a ton of money now because J.J. McCarthy was a rookie, and at minimum, Sam was going to start the year, and then J.J. got hurt, and boom, pot of gold for Sam Darnold. But this idea that Sam is better than Brock simply because he's taller or what have you, I don't necessarily see that as accurate. Would I love for Brock to grow a couple inches? That would be wonderful. Not going to happen. But
Could use some bigger hands, too.
Yeah, like to me, a lot. If you want to look around at who's really humming in terms of quarterback rating and putting up a lot of points, this will sound like some sort of an excuse. It's not. This is the way football works. It's a team that has a really high-performing offensive line. That's to me what happened to the Niner offense this year. And that, to me, is a bigger deal than, for example, Christian McCaffrey not being on the field.
I think it's about 7 things, and that certainly is one of them. If you want to power rank reasons why the offense took a step back, that certainly would be near the top. I would add in the injuries. You lose Ayuk and you lose McCaffrey. Those are big blows, and you lost Jordan Mason, and you wound up with Debo and Kittle and some rookies and not a lot of offensive weapons that you're used to having. I do think that Shanahan and the scheme need some tweaking because, half the league now runs what he runs. And so a lot of defenses are geared to stop it because you see it a lot more often. So I think Shanahan needs to innovate and do things a little bit differently.
I don't disagree with that at all. Steve Young said over the weekend he needs to reinvent himself, but he has many times before. Like that's another thing that I think doesn't get enough credit. It's not like Kyle's just running the exact same plays every year. Every few years, I think every coach has to come up with some new wrinkles, and then they have to also tailor it to who they have, and that may be different next year. And this year, part of it was he didn't have who he thought he was going to have, and what you said, which is I do think the league spent the entire offseason diving into this offense, and they came up with some answers.
Yeah.
So now it's on Kyle. Now it's back to you.
Yeah.
Let's go, dude. Reinvent yourself. And I have confidence in him doing that because he's done it before.
Yes. I'm a little bit disappointed at what he didn't do this year in terms of a couple things.
Yeah,
one,
that's fair.
He didn't go to the sugar huddle, which is not complete hurry up, but it's a no huddle. And you go to some no huddle to keep the defense honest and you keep them from substituting. You don't do a lot of hurry up. He just methodically would do what he's done. Huddle, run your plays. And I think that, to mix up the tempo would have been a benefit. And the biggest issue, I think, is when teams play man-to-man. And the word is out. You can man up Debo. He's not great against man. And Ricky Pearsall is supposed to be this great route runner and a man beater. And he's had a very quiet second half of the year.
So I give Kyle an offseason to handle that factoid that you just threw out there?
No doubt.
Okay, they're going to man-to-man you. All right, come up with something. I think he will.
We'll find players, too, that are man beaters.
Absolutely.
And you're not going to have Ayuk at least until October, I would imagine, based on the ACL tear.
I don't know. You know what? We should have next week, let's ask Doc that. I wonder. Because the injury happened in what month? Was it still September?
I want to say October.
Okay. Like, I always feel like ACL, like, I don't know, 10 and a half to 11 months is not out of the question, right? I mean, Drake Greenlaw did an Achilles here in 10 months.
In 10 months, yep.
Yeah. I wonder. Bob in the city next up. Hi, Bob. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What do you think?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man.
I think there's like 2 or 3 good points here. Let's see. I think, first off, there was a comparison from the 2020 season and this season. We had to have 2 quarterbacks come in, try to play, and the team faltered. And there were a few injuries, obviously. Garoppolo got injured. This year, the quarterback stayed, but the other guys fell off. So it kind of equals out if you really look at it. So, another thing that drives me crazy is everybody wants to claim all these quarterbacks they want to name, like all world, like the guy from Cincinnati and everything. What is their record? The Niners got a better record, at least equivalent. So, I mean, how come he gets a pass? And then Purdy is like, because of stature or something? Do these people remember a quarterback by the name of Pat Hayden? He took his team to the to the Super Bowl, excuse me. But, he was like really short. He was like 5'8", 5'9", something like that. So, doesn't matter. It just matters on the heart, matters on the line. That's really what it matters. Can you imagine what we'd be like if we had Bob McKittrick still?
Yeah.
That's a throwback there, Bob. Bob, thank you very much.
The Pat Hayden calling.
Yeah.
Pat Hayden was 5'9", but he was the tallest guy on the team. People were shorter back then.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, why does Joe Burrow, quote unquote, get a pass? Well, let's start with this. They're third in the AFC in scoring. The reason the Bengals are 6-8 is because their defense is god freaking awful.
Yep.
And so you don't blame the quarterback as much. And he also, he like Purdy, he's got a resume of where he went to the Super Bowl before. So I don't know. That's kind of the way, I don't give Joe Burrow, I don't think he needs to be given a pass, and I don't think Brock does either. I guess that would be my question as we have this conversation. And if you're just joining us, it's because Tom Pelissero went on with Rich Eisen and stated Brock will expect a top-of-the-market contract. Not necessarily the top, but a top of the market. He will not just accept top 10 because he has the resume to suggest otherwise. And I guess that would be my question for people. Even if I grant you that the last month of Brock Purdy has been bad, why does going to 2 NFC title games and a Super Bowl not carry more weight when this conversation comes up? That's my question.
When Jennifer Lee Chan today on NBC Sports Bay Area listed all the quarterbacks who make $50 million or more, and she added in their playoff record, and there's only a couple, 3 or 4 quarterbacks making that level of money who have as many, if not more, playoff wins than Brock Purdy already with the 4. And so that, to me, matters a lot. It means he's on good teams, but it also means that he is a part of winning games in the part of the year that is most important, which is the playoffs.
How good is Doc Pandia?
The best.
Because we don't even need to ask him next week because he hears our conversation and he just texts the answer in.
Well, and I love it because as you were talking, I did my own research.
Yeah, what do you got?
Ayuk got hurt October 21st, and remember, it was ACL and MCL. And I was looking at the average number of days on a return to play for that injury, but I'll leave it to the doc to actually spell it out.
Doc only referenced the ACL, but he says average for a wide receiver coming off an ACL in the NFL is 10 months.
Yep.
So if it's October 21st, that puts you at August 21st.
Yep. Which is
2 to 3 weeks before your first game.
Yeah, exactly.
But you bring up a good point with regard to that this was multiple ligaments, and I don't know if that means more time.
Right, and I'm looking at this study.
Doc?
Well, I got this one, Doc.
Okay.
I'm looking at the National Library of Medicine, and the mean...
You have fancy internet over there.
It's pretty good over here. Yeah. The average days to return to play with that 2 ligament injury is 308 days.
Okay.
Which is about 10 months.
Okay.
So... But that's returning to play, and then there's a ramp up. So to expect him to be ready for the season opener is a little bit aggressive.
Does return to play mean return to practice or return to play? Because Dre Greenlaw is playing, but he's been practicing for weeks.
A few weeks, yeah.
Yeah.
I would
on
imagine
some level.
If Ayuk plays in the opener, I'd be surprised, but
I wouldn't be.
I think that he'd be back before October, actually out there.
Yeah.
And again, with an ACL, there is a certain amount of like ramp up where you have to get back to feeling good again.
Sure. They may sort of decide that. Like it tracks right now as someone who will show up to camp and then they ease him in. You're probably not going to play in any preseason games. And then that ramp up process happens. And, maybe they get down to the nitty gritty and it's like, is he ready to go? Or could we benefit from sort of like, I don't know, setting up a mock camp for him and start him week 2 or week 3 or week 4? Sure, something like that could happen. But I don't think it's crazy to think that Brandon will not miss significant time next year off of this.
Assuming that the rehab goes well. And, I don't know when he had the surgery because that is really where you start day 0. It's not the injury date. It's the surgery date.
That's a good point, too.
So, for me, it becomes more a question of Kyle Shanahan and the offense because what I see this year is teams that have kind of caught on and teams that are able to play man coverage. They were very successful. And I think about that Chicago game, Mark, because the Bears are a team that doesn't play a lot of man, and Brock Purdy carved them up 20 for 25.
Yep.
And then the Rams were doing a combination of zone and man, and they had a really hard time.
The Rams thing still, that whole night in the rain, and it just doesn't add up. It does not add up to me that the Rams and 49ers played a football game and nobody scored a touchdown.
I feel bad complaining about this because you were actually out in the rain, but I'm sitting next to Director of Sports Lucas Alexander, and I'm looking through the press box glass, and right in my line of sight was this gigantic bug. It was like a super mosquito, so I'm trying to watch the game, and I have to lean to the side to get around this bug.
Oh,
the thing was on the window for like 3 quarters, Lucas.
So wait a minute. So you
really inconvenient.
So you got to put a lanyard around your neck.
Oh yeah,
and go to Thursday night football without any payment from you.
No, I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
You're taking turns, unlimited free food.
Oh, so good.
And there you are. But it was
you forgot that the heat was on,
and but it got ruined because of that bug.
Not ruined, but it was just annoying.
I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
Then I looked at your Instagram picture and you and the lovely Christy, arm in arm, smiling,
soaked.
Lovebirds, drenched.
I go anywhere with that girl. I don't care if it's raining or not.
Drenched. Yes, I'm a diva.
Apparently.
Damn right.
Try the Cubano sandwich next time you're up there. It's delicious.
Delish. Jose in Oakland. Hi, Jose. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Commuter home. Dave, let me ask you a quick question. Okay, Sam Darnold, people keep bringing his name up like, he is better than Purdy. Okay, physically he is more impulsive, granted, but he was a first-round pick, and he's been in about 3 or 4 different teams. How many of those teams has he taken even to a divisional playoff game?
I would guess 0, Jose. Yeah, 0.
Yeah, and that would be my question. Why are people so infatuated with him? It used to be Sam Bradford used to be the same deal. An average quarterback. Physically, he looked the part, and people kept, bring Sam Bradford, bring somebody. The guy was good enough to keep you somewhere in the middle and, make you pick in the teens. This is the first year that we actually see Purdy struggling. Okay, even Tom Brady had a bad year. The team did nothing to better the offensive line, the O-line. Last year, had we had a better O-line, we would have even won the Super Bowl, regardless of the kicker. Okay, so when you really look at the whole thing, I can almost guarantee you the next year, a capable backup is going to cost you between $55 and $60 million. Right now, would you say that Purdy is a starter or a backup?
He's a starter, Jose. I didn't know these were rhetorical questions.
And better than many starting quarterbacks that are making way more money than he is. I mean, I wouldn't trade him for Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott might be more impulsive physically, but up on his head, he's not there. He's lost it. He's lost confidence, and he's playing really, really bad. This is not the first year. He's been doing it for the past 3 years. So people that keep bringing up Sam Bradford, please stop that already. I mean, Sam Darnold, excuse me. The guy is a backup. He's always going to be a backup, and he'll stay a backup, even though he was picked up with the first pick of the draft on that year. Okay, Purdy was the last pick. We got lucky. We got him that cheap. Got to pay the man. Honestly, for what he's done, you got to pay the man.
Yeah. So Jose, what would you say to someone that says we need to move on from Purdy?
You know what? That's enough for me, dog. Honestly,
no, like there's nothing more reliable than you, Jose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose.
Thank you. Yeah, he's not like
Sam Darnold is not a backup anymore. He is a starter on a team that is heading for a 12-2 record.
Yeah.
And if the Minnesota Vikings don't want to give him a big deal, and I understand if they don't, although they're in a little bit of a pickle because
they're in a very big pickle.
If they win the NFC North and he wins a playoff game or two, are you really going to be eager to turn it to J.J. McCarthy?
No. But
now,
but
the
what do you
alternative
do?
is, so you give him $3 and $100.
You got to pay him.
And you front load it to where after a year or two, and if the frost comes off the pumpkin, then you can move off of him.
But Jose's also not wrong because I don't need to present this as an opinion. It's a fact. Like, I love that people are sitting here making the point of, well, Brock Purdy needs all this stuff around him. We should get Sam Darnold, who's proven, by the way, that if you don't have a lot of good stuff around him, it's a disaster. He's been the starting quarterback for two teams prior to the 49ers, and it didn't work because there was bad stuff around him.
They were terrible teams.
Yes, exactly. But that's not allowed, I'm told, in the world of quarterbacks. You need to elevate everyone around you.
How many quarterbacks actually do that? I would say
very few.
There's maybe two in the league that you could look at, and like Josh Allen, and we can talk about their weapons. And yesterday is a great example where they got guys scoring touchdowns, and it's like, who's that?
Right.
And I know you know him because you're in 4 fantasy leagues, but he's a guy who's elevating talent around him that's not necessarily elite. And the same thing with Mahomes. Juju Smith-Schuster, a multiple team cast-off, got a touchdown. Xavier Worthy, good player, but not even their number one option.
And Mahomes is not putting up a good statistical year.
Exactly.
He is in terms of the record and the standings, I get it. And a lot of you all know that a lot of those wins have happened in some way sans Mahomes. We got people blocking field goals. We got people not even kicking field goals. We got things banging in off the sidebar. We got all these wins. It's not to take anything away from the Chiefs. They're the best team. I get it. And Patrick is Patrick. So we don't even need to have a conversation there. But I do think we got to look at all of these things through real eyes, which is any quarterback who has not good things happening around him, whether it's injuries to key players or an offensive line that's not blocking well, you're going to produce less.
You're going to struggle.
You're going to produce less. And still, with all of that, if you still go look at Brock's stats, you're still not looking at a bad year.
No.
You're looking at a worse year than what he's had the last two, but he's not having a, quote, bad quarterback year.
And that's
it's
where...
sort of like, it doesn't jump off the page at you. Yeah.
I think it's better than but last year was so unbelievably good that we compare it to that. So he goes from a year where it's probably a 97 out of 100 if you graded it based on how he played and how they did. And if this year is an 81 out of 100, well, I mean, he's down 16 percentage points in his grade, but he's still an 81. And QBR, he's top 10. And, many of the other metrics, he's still among the leaders, among the top 10 leaders in almost everything.
No doubt. A lot more people want to weigh in on this, but let's let you hear what Jerry Rice had to say on with Bonte and Joe this morning. He was asked if Purdy can improve.
He can improve if you keep building around him. You got to give him the weapons. And these weapons, they got to produce. Football is a team sport. If the Dallas Cowboys, if they gave Dak Prescott $60 million, Brock is going to ask for probably the same amount. Plus, Brock also has taken the San Francisco 49ers to the Super Bowl. Dak hasn't done that. So, it's just about the right time and being in the right position. But he can get better if you keep adding, to the puzzle where this guy doesn't feel the pressure of having to do it on his own. on the football field, where you got other weapons out there that can make plays and also take some of that pressure off.
I just wish it wasn't so offensive when people say stuff like that. Like, you got to put stuff around him. Oh, that means he's a weakling who can't elevate other people. No. Like Joe Burrow being an example already in this conversation, you could argue has the best wide receiver core in the league and had a pair of running backs who both produced this year, an offensive line that is certainly better than they were early in his career. Look at the offensive line in Baltimore. And Lamar is an athletic freak. Understood. Look what Buffalo did and what Kansas City did when they got to the trade deadline.
Look at Philadelphia.
Both of them said, you know what, we better add a plus receiver. Amari Cooper, DeAndre Hopkins. It's not offensive to say a quarterback needs an offensive line and weapons.
Philadelphia's got an unbelievable collection of both.
And Sam Darnold has an incredible offensive line and insane receiving core.
Exactly. And so you look at, just in the Brock part of it, Brock's core and his offensive line last year versus this year, the offensive line is a little bit worse. You haven't had Trent a lot. Your center has struggled, and you have a rookie right guard who's done well, but your left guard hasn't been terrific, and you've had a lot of injuries on the O-line as well. No number one running back and no number one receiver. So those things, and Debo's lost a step, I'll say it. You may not want to, but Debo's not as good as he was last year. The group they had last year, better than the group they had this year. That's fair to say.
Oh, for sure. For that, but yeah, that's not even close.
And the schedule, I do think, is a big part of it. The schedule's been a lot harder.
There's been so many things.
Think about the North. You had to play Minnesota, Green Bay, and Detroit. They're three of the four best teams in your conference. And you had to play all three, and Buffalo, and Kansas City.
Lovely Christy said this to me yesterday. Tell me if this holds any water. She goes, just read off what's happened to the Niners. Just read it. Like we all have, that list of the personal tragedy, the contracts, the injuries, the schedule, all of that stuff. Read that off. Now, pretend that was your fantasy team. You'd be making excuses.
Oh, no doubt.
You would be calling your friends and you'd be like, I'm 4-10, but here's why. I lost my this and I lost my that.
Yep.
And then this guy's wife had a miscarriage and then this one and that, like the contract, you would. And maybe that's just like, obviously it was a silly conversation.
Right.
But it got me thinking, I'm like, it's not wrong. The Niners have had everything go wrong.
They're not alone, though.
No.
And I think about Detroit and losing DPOY, and a lot of it happened yesterday.
But that's just the injury part. And I'll agree with you. There are other teams that are just as hurt, but there are a lot of other things that have happened with the Niners as well.
Sure.
A lot of other things that are not injury related.
And some of them are self-inflicted.
Some of them, yes.
Hold-ins and holdouts and, all the rest of it. And it's interesting when you think about, like, next year, like, you obviously want to avoid personal tragedy. You hope one of your teammates doesn't get shot in August, for example. You hope that, Trent and Mooney Ward don't suffer unspeakable personal disasters. Those things are just life getting in the way of football. But the things that you can control, a protracted holdout from your number one wideout, and then you cave.
Although, can you control that? Because that's two different parties who both participated in this.
Yes, I do think that you can. And if you take a different tack as a negotiator and you don't try to win every deal. And the reports I was getting were that the price that they could have settled on in March that they didn't want to was lower than what they ended up paying him in August.
I agree with that. No, they misplayed that. I would argue it was the 49ers' fault that it got to August. It was Brandon's fault that it got to September.
That's fair.
And Brandon said as much.
Well, he
was like, I was kind of a tough pill to swallow there at the end. I probably didn't need to do that.
And all this goes back to the Brock Purdy question is, if you like the player and they do, and you want to keep the player and they do, and you do want to pay the player and they should, then let's get this thing done before March.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you completely on that. Wilson is in the East Bay. Hi, Wilson. Thanks for calling.
Thanks for taking me, guys.
Yeah, man.
I've kind of absorbed all of this, and I've kind of taken a step back, and I'm kind of a believer, in history and tradition and how successful organizations build long-lasting legacy of winning. And you can go back to the Carmen policy, teams under DeBartolo that ran the table there in the 80s, well into the 90s. You can look at the Patriots, okay, and look at that quarterback who some thinks he's the greatest of all time. I'm kind of a Montana Jim Brown guy, but the point being, he took less money for many, many years than a lot of other quarterbacks. Meanwhile, Belichick is fitting those players in, trading, but he kept a solid foundation on both sides of the line. My feeling is with Brock Purdy is he's a very intelligent, pragmatic guy, okay? And he saw the failures this year with the guys signing, for the big bags, and they were not a factor, And I think, it's just my feeling, I think he'll go in there at 55 to 60 with 200 guaranteed over 5 years. This thing is going to get out of hand in the next couple of years anyway. You're going to have some of these great guys, quarterbacks, they're going to be disgruntled, and they're going to want to go more. And that's going to up the ceiling there. But I think Brock Purdy will probably say, you know what? If he's looking back on history, I need a good foundation. I need a good line. We need a good defense. And even though I might be taking a little bit less than some of these other quarterbacks, in the long run, I still got generational money, and look what I got to work for, and I think my future will benefit from this. Well, anyway, that was my point.
Yeah, Will, thanks. I mean, we'll see. First of all, he's not getting $200 million guaranteed. That would be the second highest quarterback guarantee in the history of the game, behind Deshaun Watson, and I think that contract is a set aside, and teams know. Like, if I'm Brock, it's a little like I'm with Will in terms of how I would think about it, but it's a conversation. If this is truly a healthy relationship, and I have no reason to believe that right now it's not, if I'm Brock, I go to the 49ers and I say, let's talk about the room that you have. Let's talk about what I deserve, but let's also talk about what we as a group need in order to be good. And I would hope that those conversations happen in an upfront way so that people aren't fooling each other and pulling a fast one and all that. Like, yes, I would think about, can we do this? Can we fit an offensive line? How can we sort of build our weaponry? But also, yeah, you got to take care of me. You have to take care of me. And there are a number of ways to do that. As we said earlier, it's not black and white of just numbers of 60 a year, let's move on. It's about guarantees. It's
structure.
About front-loading structure. There are ways to do this. And I think it's on both parties to have that conversation and do it.
Yeah, and I think the easiest part is, do you want my client to be your quarterback? I think that's already well known on both sides. They want him. He obviously wants to be here, so now it comes down to just that structure.
Possibly.
And I don't think that Brock is going to look for the eye-popping, I need to be the highest average annual guy. For me, it just comes down to what works for you, Niners, in terms of structure, because my client, he's worth probably 50 to 60 million a year, maybe a little bit more, whatever that number is. It doesn't matter. If it's 5 years and 55 million per, that's 265. So 5 and 265. Now we're looking, or actually 5 and 275. Joe Burrow, and the actual guarantee he got was 146.
Brother, I think about it this way too. I mean, when you're looking, so you're asking the right question, right? Do you want him to be your quarterback? You watch NFL teams, and us fans, we brainlessly accept that someone will pay the massive contract to their quarterback just because we sort of think they're kind of good, like they're a top half of the league QB, and we don't even blink on that, with zero evidence that that player can win late in the season. Meantime, like Trevor Lawrence, nobody even blinked. Nobody blinked. And while I'm a huge Jordan Love fan, okay, Jordan Love, 55 a year. Brock just beat him in January. Jared Goff, I know, that's a bad example.
He went to a Super Bowl.
He went to a Super Bowl, but not with this generation of his group. And so we could go around the league, all of these dudes getting paid. And Kyler Murray, great example. No evidence that anything good can happen in January or February. But we're just like, well, yeah, it's Kyler Murray. Meantime, here's little old Brock. He's never been through a season where he doesn't at least end up in the NFC title game. And so many of us are acting like, why on earth would you pay that untalented stiff? It's a lot of the other guys where we should be. The Derek Carrs of the world, the Kirk Cousins of the world, the Kyler Murrays of the world, the Dak Prescotts of the world. Those are your questions.
Well, Derek Carr's contract actually is reasonable.
Now?
Well, 37.5 a year.
When it was signed, though, it was a massive deal.
It's big. And I'm looking at the guaranteed at signing numbers. And in order, I'll read off the names, and you can just comment on their playoff pedigree.
Okay.
Deshaun Watson is number 1.
None.
Joe Burrow is number 2.
Been to a Super Bowl.
Trevor Lawrence is 3.
None.
Lamar Jackson is 4.
Disappointing.
This should be the year. Part 4. Justin Herbert is 5.
None. No playoff wins.
Dak Prescott is 6.
Zippo.
Jared Goff. Nothing with his current team.
Mixed bag, but moved through the playoffs last year.
Jalen Hurts is 8th.
Went to a Super Bowl.
Kyler Murray is 9th.
Zippo.
Jordan Love.
1 playoff win.
And then Josh Allen is 11th.
Who has done some things but not gotten to the Super Bowl.
Those are your quarterbacks with more than $100 million guaranteed at signing, and Brock Purdy will be the next one in that group.
Yeah.
And he's done as much as all of them in the playoffs.
Right.
He's done what Burrow and Goff has done, which is go to the Super Bowl and lose.
That's my thing. We got to stop making this about who's the most talented and the tallest and the strongest arm. It's about who can you win with. And you can make a fair case for all of the names that you just laid out. But the Niners have already proven that they can win with this guy. We're sponsored by Barrier Fast Track. On January 1st, tolls on the Antioch Bridge will go up $1. Don't wait for the invoice. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. Most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started at BayAreaFastTrack.org. A lot more want to weigh in, so we'll keep going with this. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about my personal...
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh-wee. A lot more I want to weigh in. We'll go right back to it. But, Dibs, it's time for Triples for Autism. Brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. If you know what we do and what the Warriors do with Triples for Autism, there probably should be like 2 or 3 donations tonight, is what I'm thinking.
Ridiculous.
They need to make at least 10 3-pointers for a donation.
In a quarter?
No, in a game.
Oh.
Number 3.
They need to make at least 10. Last night they made 27. 27 3-pointers last night means another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. Okay? That's the 4th donation of the season for Triples for Autism. Steph made 7. Draymond had 5.
Love it.
Wiggins had 5. Lindy Waters made 4. Buddy Hield had 3. Kuminga 2. Pods made a 3. 27 made threes. Ties a Warriors franchise record for the most made threes in a game. It also marked the first time in NBA history a team made 27 or more threes and lost by double digits at that. Teams making 27 plus threes in a single game are now 11-1 all time.
My God.
In the history of the league. To make a donation to autism yourself or to get involved, we would love it if you do. Go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com.
The Warriors have made 10 or more threes 24 of 25 games this year. That's pretty awesome.
And actually, I feel like the one where they didn't, they had 9.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it was a win.
It was a win. Yeah. I thought that was kind of rude to our partners at Pettinelli and the Autism Society. It's like, dude, make one more. Come on. Right?
Yep.
But anyway, made up for it last night. All right, we're talking out Brock Purdy. These comments from Tom Pelissero.
If a deal is going to get done, I would anticipate it is at the top of the quarterback market for all the reasons that I just said. Right now, that Stacks number, that is $60 million per year. Are the 49ers willing to go to that? Or are they going to be in a situation where you could have a standoff with your starting quarterback into the offseason here? I mean, there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered here. There's no reason really for Brock Purdy to take a sub-market deal at this stage. You know, the worst case would be, you know, he could always play it out. Lamar Jackson did that once upon a time. You gain even more leverage by doing that. Brock also hasn't made as much money as Lamar by virtue of being a 7th-round draft pick. But I don't think this is a, hey, we're going to make you the 10th highest-paid quarterback, and Brock Purdy just saying, hey, where do I sign? Based upon his production, based on the playoff success, I'm sure he feels like he deserves to be paid at the top of the market.
Yeah, and look, we'll see. This doesn't need to be some sort of, like, contentious thing. We'll see if it gets there. I would just remind everybody who looks at the last month and goes, Brock's not worth 60. Okay, I might even agree with you. But I also think, for example, Brandon's not worth 30, and we could do this with a bunch of players around the league. And I just think that if Brock Purdy and his agent get into these conversations, they've got a pretty good point. They're going to have a hard point for the 49ers to battle against. If he says, I'd like to be paid with the likes of Dak Prescott and Trevor Lawrence. Tell me why I shouldn't. That's a hard argument. If I were in debate class, I'd be like, that's going to be tough.
Well, the only real weapon that the team has is not how good Brock Purdy has played. It's the fact that he still is under contract. And if you want to go down that road, that becomes a slippery slope of playing chicken with the most important player on your team and the most important position in football. It's one thing to do it with your wide receiver when you had already drafted a wide receiver in the first round and you had Debo and you passed the ball the 32nd most in football. So you're not that reliant on a receiver. So you could play that game with Ayuk. You can't play that with a quarterback.
No.
You can, but it's not advisable.
That's the thing also. You don't want to mess with this. You do not want to mess with this. This is your franchise. Let's hear from Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. Thanks for the call.
Hey, fellas. Hey, first off, I got a question for you guys. I don't want you to answer it now, but since you mentioned the Warriors, I'd like to know who you think has been the best player in the Warriors up to this point. But I want to talk about Purdy. Listen, I've been one of his biggest supporter out here from the beginning. I was on board with this guy from his, the first game he started when he played against Tampa Bay and basically embarrassed, Tom Brady. I called him the next day. I said, I think this is our starter going forward. And I remember Bonte saying, isn't it a little too soon? I said, I don't know. I just have a good feeling for him. But unfortunately this year, I think this year has unveiled some of his shortcomings, no pun intended. But, particularly in this last game, here's what concerns me moving forward with Brock. He has problems playing in the elements. Now, the last game was miserable. Both quarterbacks had a lot of trouble in the first half, but one quarterback figured it out and played well, and the other one, ours, didn't. So that's a concern. All right, you got to be able to play in the elements in this league. The other is, making critical decisions, do or die decisions at critical times, and then being able to carry through. He made arguably the worst decision in that game, which essentially cost us the season. He threw that interception when he should have eaten the ball or thrown it away. That was a huge, huge mistake. I believe we were in field goal.
Yeah,
range.
it was a long field goal, but yes.
But close. So we would have tied the game. That would have changed the tenor. So anyway, let me finish here. If he demands top dollar, I think we need to consider other options, particularly free agents. And I wouldn't be too quick to dismiss Sam Darnold. All right, and I go back to what a friend of mine, very very knowledgeable gentleman. I might have mentioned this before. From a big Jets fan from the beginning. He's loved this dude, and he said back in the day when he was playing and struggling with the Jets, he said, if you ever put a strong team around him, Sam Darnold will show what he can do. All right. And sure enough. So,
well, Gene, let's play that out. Let's play it out for a sec. Gene, thanks very much. Let's just for fun, since I like some people want to bring this up. Let's play it out. Okay. Brock Purdy goes into this offseason. Nothing crazy happens over these last 3 games. Whatever he plays, maybe they win 1 or 2, whatever. And you go into this offseason and he would like an extension. And he is set to make $1.1 million next year. Now, you, the 49ers, don't like what he's asking for. So instead of signing him to an extension, you say, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to go into free agency. And you are now going to immediately probably spend somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 million that you weren't going to spend this year on the quarterback room because Brock only makes 1. You're going to spend $30 million new dollars.
Yeah, this year, you're right.
To bring Sam Darnold right back to the same quarterback room he was in last year, but flip the roles. You are going to bench Brock Purdy going into next year, but keep him because he's under contract. He's only making $1 million. You're going to keep him as a backup and spend $30 million that you weren't planning to spend. And imagine that's probably over the next 2 to 3 years because Sam will command that.
Yeah.
And you're going to pitch that to your locker room. How we doing? For the group that thinks last year was awkward.
Well, in last year, they both were in camp, and Brock beat him out. If there was a competition, and I believe there always is a competition.
That's interesting.
Brock was ahead of him on the depth chart. If Sam was better than Brock last year going into it, maybe it's because of Brock's elbow or whatever it was, they would have played Sam Darnold. If Brock wasn't ready physically or Sam was better. So Brock beat Sam out, and now after a year, and Sam is doing great in Minnesota and Brock not as well, now you're going to bring him back and flip the roles? No, you're not going to be able to sell out to the locker room.
That's a pretty tough putt. And by the way, they did, I'm sure, when they signed Sam, there was the thought we might need him at least at the beginning of the year.
Right.
They didn't know what was going on elbow-wise. And we found out after the fact that Brock was playing through some pretty significant stuff at the beginning of the year, but he fought through it.
And we may find out this year that the shoulder is a bigger issue than what he's been letting on.
Maybe.
And, I do think that when they look back at this year, one thing that Kyle Shanahan will impart to him will be, I think you gave up too many easy, free plays at the risk of trying to do too much. That, for me, is my biggest criticism of Brock. Not that he's not seeing it, but I think that he's trying for too many big bites of the apple where there are plays you could just settle for.
Yeah, it has been an odd, because his whole calling card has been decision-making. And then this year, it's called into question mainly with plays like what we saw against the Rams the other night, but also just with how quickly he's decided to tuck it and run. He'd been running for his life out there, and early in the year was throwing the ball downfield a lot more than we were used to. And I don't know if that was in any way by design or if it was just that Brock, like you're saying, is he pressing? Was he trying to live up to this, that, or the other? Similar to the pods conversation we had earlier. You want to do this again tomorrow?
Yeah, it was fun today.
All right. Guess what's coming up?
I know what's coming up.
What do you think's coming up?
It's the Grandy Man can and does. No Grandy Man?
Nope.
Gucci.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking. It's Warriors Roundtable, you crazy people. And it's Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean.
Hello, fellas.
Oh, we're standing by. And it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Thanks for listening today. Thanks for all the engagement. We appreciate it. For Dibs, for Granny, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's upset.